System, congratulations to the host for awakening the divine-level scientific research analysis system. Completing missions issued by the system will yield various rewards, including technology abilities. System, issuing mission apply to the Northwest 105 military factory to obtain the analysis opportunity for the technology of the Super 99A 4th generation tank. Su Bai's expression shifted slightly. Could it be that he had truly awakened a system? At that moment a voice pulled his thoughts back to reality. Brad, I've already filed the application for you. You're going to the Jiangnan Shipyard. Behave yourself and stay there for 5 full years. After that you can do whatever you want. The elderly man speaking before him was his grandfather Su Jianguo, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Su Bai had transmigrated to this blue star world for almost half a year now. The world's technological level was stuck in the 1990s of his previous life, and the geopolitical landscape of this world was far less peaceful than the one he had left behind. Su Bai had become the grandson of an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in the Rabbit Nation. His father was a high-ranking military official, and his mother was the CEO of a state-owned enterprise. Above him were 3 elder sisters, each of whom had achieved notable accomplishments in the military, scientific research, and business respectively. With such an excellent family background, he had thought he could finally enjoy a life of privilege. But before half a year had passed, his grandfather Su Jianguo could no longer stand by and watch. He planned to send him to a scientific research institution for tempering, which led to the scene that had just unfolded. Grandpa, can I not go there? The moment Su Jianguo heard this, fury erupted within him. A grandson of a dignified academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences spending every day indulging in food and drink. What kind of behavior was that? If not the shipyard, where do you want to go? What, join your father's troops as a soldier? Or have you sent to a military factory in the West? Do you think you brats could handle that kind of hardship? Grandpa, actually What's with all the actually? Shut up. Su Jianguo interrupted Su Bai's words, saying furiously, the matter is settled. You will go whether you want to or not. No one can change that. Just then Zhou Weimin, a middle-aged man who was a student of his grandfather and had been standing beside him all along, stepped forward with a smile and offered advice. Little Bai, according to your father's original intention, he was planning to send you to the military or to a scientific military factory for training. You know how harsh it is there. Your teacher thought for a long time before coming up with a good arrangement. Train hard for 5 years, and afterward you can do whatever you want. Isn't that wonderful? After hearing this, Su Bai could only offer a helpless, bitter smile. He'd love to go there, but the system mission had other plans. System, can the mission be changed? Can I go somewhere else? System, no. Well, truly a cold one. Su Bai asked again, then what happens if I don't complete the mission? System, death. Holy, am I spoiling you too much? Getting bold now, are we? Su Bai sighed deeply within his heart. It seemed he could only go. He couldn't afford to kick the bucket just a few days after transmigrating. Fine. I'll give you 1 hour to think it over properly. I still have an urgent meeting to attend. After saying this, Su Jianguo turned and walked out directly, not giving Su Bai any chance to speak. Zhou Weimin followed closely behind. Little Bai, the Jiangnan Shipyard is truly a good place. Think it over carefully. The office fell silent. Su Bai lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Meanwhile, on the road, Su Jianguo was still worrying about Su Bai's situation. Xiao Zhou, do you think Su Bai will end up going to the shipyard in the end? Zhou Weimin laughed. Teacher, he probably will. You don't think he'd actually want to go to a military factory, do you? Compared to that, the Jiangnan Shipyard is far more comfortable. Little Bai grew up before my eyes, and I know his character well enough. In the end, he'll definitely go to the shipyard. On this point, I dare to guarantee it. Absolutely won't be wrong. Su Jianguo laughed. To get this boy to go and temper himself, the whole family has gone to great lengths. Even if that boy wanted to go to a military factory, we wouldn't actually send him there. Can't bear to send the child to suffer there. The conditions are too harsh. Zhou Weimin laughed. Teacher, you can rest easy. A situation like that absolutely won't occur. Absolutely no problem. Su Jianguo nodded. This child is truly a handful. In the corridor, the 2 men's silhouettes walked toward the meeting room. Su Bai paid no attention to any of this. Having no choice at all after waking up, he began studying the system. An hour passed quickly. The group that returned had now become 3 people. Dad, what if Little Bai still hasn't made up his mind? We can't really send that child to a military factory. If his mother and those sisters of his find out, we won't hear the end of it. The speaker was Su Bai's old father, Su Changlong, a high-ranking military official. He had spared no effort worrying about his son's affairs. Zhou Weimin heard this and explained, Brother Changlong, don't worry. Before you arrived, teacher and I had already planned everything. When we go in together later, you'll do this. Then that. In the end, that boy will obediently go to the shipyard. After hearing this, Su Changlong nodded with satisfaction. Weimin, your idea is good, but what if it backfires? Little Bai won't actually go to the military factory, will he? Zhou Weimin laughed. Don't worry, we all know Little Bai's character. No matter how impulsive he gets, he won't go to the military factory. That child couldn't handle that hardship. The conditions at the shipyard are so much better. Why would anyone choose to go to the military factory? Don't worry about it. Just then Su Changlong's phone suddenly rang. Hello, wife. Don't worry. The child absolutely won't be sent anywhere harsh. He's my child too. You don't think I can't handle even this little thing? Su Changlong hung up the phone and exhaled deeply. Inside the office, the moment Su Jianguo's group of 3 entered, they saw Su Bai lying on the sofa sleeping. They exchanged glances with each other. Just then Su Bai finally woke up. You wretched boy. I told you to think it over, and here you are sleeping. Looks like there's no need to think it over. I'll just have your grandfather arrange for you to go straight to the Northwest Military Factory. Save me the trouble of seeing your wretched face every day. Zhou Weimin gave Su Changlong a silent thumbs up in his heart. What acting! What a natural performance. Later he'd play the good cop, and Little Bai's matter would be settled. Brother Changlong, sit down and calm down. Little Bai never said he wouldn't go to the shipyard. All 3 sat down. Zhou Weimin advised Little Bai, just go to the shipyard. If you don't choose soon, your dad will really send you to the 105 military factory. The conditions there are truly very harsh. Just then Su Changlong began his act again. Weimin, stop talking to this child. Send him directly to the military factory. Let's temper this boy properly. Fine. Su Bai suddenly replied, Dad, just send me to the military factory. Zhou Weimin's brain subconsciously heard shipyard, and he laughed. I told you going to the shipyard is much. Suddenly he froze. His eyes bulged wide, face full of disbelief. What did you just say? Where do you want to go? Su Bai replied, I want to go to the 105 military factory. Didn't you all just say to send me there? Zhou Weimin. Su Changlong. Su Jianguo. Is your boy missing a few screws in his head? Going anywhere would be better than going to the 105 military factory. Silence. Inside the office it was as if someone had pressed the pause button, falling into an eerie stillness. System, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewards: Super 99A Analysis Module, Power System Module, Fire System Module, Armor System Module, Control System Module. System, please select one of the modules for analysis. Su Bai was momentarily stunned. The rewards had really arrived. Awesome. System, analyze the Armor System Module. System, analysis, remaining time 71 hours and 59 minutes. 3 days to complete one module, meaning the entire tank analysis would only need 12 days. The system is awesome. After a few minutes of digesting the news, the 3 men came back to their senses. Wait, Xiao Bai, are you really planning to go to the 105 military factory? Zhou Weimin's words pulled Su Bai's thoughts back to reality. Let's not be impulsive. The conditions over there are very harsh. You need to think it through. Once you choose, there's no turning back. Su Changlong was also frightened. If he really goes to Factory 105, how will I explain it to my wife when I get back? Son, anywhere you go is good training. Why do you insist on Factory 105? The shipyard is quite good. Why don't you go there instead? Surprisingly, Su Jianguo sat quietly to the side, watching his grandson with an unreadable expression. Su Bai replied, Grandpa, Dad, Uncle Zhou, I've thought it through very clearly. I've decided. I want to focus on scientific research. I'm going to the 105 military factory. I heard the country plans to start an independent tank project there, right? Maybe I can help the country succeed in developing it. The 3 men heard this, and their mouths twitched hard. Good Lord, does he think independent tank development is as easy as buying cabbages at the market? If a 20-year-old kid like you really pulled it off, what would that make us? Garbage. After some discussion under Su Jianguo's final decision, they agreed to let Su Bai go to Factory 105. Deep down he was still happy for the child. Although conditions would be tough, didn't he go through the same thing himself? In the end, only Su Changlong pulled a long face, his expression oddly complicated. He was wondering how to explain things to his wife when he got back. Night fell over the imperial capital's residential area near the Academy of Sciences. From one of the villas came a series of tragic screams. Su Bai lay in bed, hearing everything clearly. He didn't need to think to know what was going on. Sorry, Dad. Your son has to survive too. You don't want the Su family line to end, do you? The next day, Imperial Capital Railway Station. The crowded waiting hall was packed with people sitting on their luggage, some even lying on newspapers spread across the floor. They seemed long accustomed to this, their faces bearing the unique weariness of people on the road. The Su family came in full force to see Su Bai off. Everyone except his eldest sister, who was in the military, and his second sister, who was doing research out of town and couldn't make it back. Dad, why is your face a bit swollen? Su Changlong embarrassedly tried to cover his red, swollen right cheek. Last night I got bumped by a mosquito, and it turned red. It's nothing. The mosquito is already dead under your mother's iron palm. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Bai's mother, Lu Hongmei, was the chairman of a state-owned pharmaceutical factory. Xiao Bai, take good care of yourself at Factory 105. Don't ever go hungry. Su Bai replied, Mom, don't worry. I'll be fine. At this moment, his third sister Su Lei, dressed in professional attire, stuffed a big bag of snacks into his arms. Xiao Bai, eat these on the way. Su Bai smiled. Third sister, I can't eat this much. Su Lei was displeased. Just take it. If you can't eat it, throw it away. Su Bai could only smile bitterly and accept it. Xiao Bai. It was then that Su Jianguo finally spoke, slowly, his tone carrying a trace of reluctance. Once you're there, you'll be on your own. I didn't pull any strings over there. Since you've chosen the military factory, come back with real results. Go now? The train is coming. Su Bai nodded. Don't worry. I will definitely develop a tank that belongs to us. Su Jianguo smiled with satisfied relief. In the sea of people at the station, the Su Jianguo's group watched Su Bai's figure disappear into the boarding entrance. Teacher, why did Xiao Bai suddenly change so completely? He actually said he'd develop our own tank. Does that kid even know how difficult it is? Su Jianguo smiled. Young people, they're full of hot blood. As long as he has this intention, let him go. By the way, didn't you say the factory director at 105 Military Factory is your friend? Go and give them a heads up. Zhou Weimin replied. Teacher, I'll call my friend right away and ask him to take good care of Xiao Bai. Who told you to take care of that kid? Su Jianguo said. What I mean is to properly train that kid. Give him some intensity. Throw all the dirty and tiring work at that kid. Oh, Zhou Weimin was dumbfounded. What kind of situation is this? Are you even a real grandfather? Su Jianguo laughed. Didn't that kid say he wants to develop his own tank? Then we have to help him properly. As long as he doesn't die, we'll train him until he drops. I used to think that kid was a bit of a wastrel, but it turns out he still has the Su family backbone. Zhou Weimin heard this, and his mouth twitched hard again. He silently prayed for Su Bai in his heart. Half an hour later, Su Bai sat on the green-skinned train heading northwest. A large bag of snacks sat on the table in front of him. Coca-Cola, spicy gluten strips, potato chips, pistachios, and more. The system's analysis still had 2 days left. At this moment, noisy sounds came from the carriage. Many young people boarded at this station. Old he, there's a seat here, come over. At this moment, 2 more people walked over, put away their luggage, and sat down opposite Su Bai. One fat, one thin. The chubby one had slightly dark skin and held sunflower seeds and melon seeds in his hands. The thin one wore black-framed glasses and held a thick book on materials application. The 2 finished putting away their luggage and smiled at Su Bai. Hello, he Shu, said the bespectacled youth with a smile. Su Bai nodded. Su Bai. I'm Du Pang. You can call me Fatty. While Du Pang introduced himself, his eyes remained fixed on the fancy snacks on the table. Compared to those, the sunflower seeds and melon seeds in his hand instantly lost their appeal. Want some? Fatty offered Su Bai the sunflower seeds and melon seeds. Su Bai smiled and shook his head. Just then the system voice sounded. System, share snacks, charisma 1. Holy crap, there's even a quest like this. Amazing. Su Bai opened the snacks with a smile. Everyone help yourselves. No need to be polite. Du Pang hesitated for 1 second, but only 1 second. Then I won't be polite. Good brother, I Du Pang will remember you. Fatty. He Shu wanted to say something, but Fatty's hands were too quick. He had already opened the snacks and started eating. He could only shake his head helplessly. System, quest complete, charisma 1. Hey, look, a beauty just got on. Su Bai and he Shu followed Fatty's gaze toward the carriage entrance. Long flowing hair, sweet smile, snow-white skin, and elegant white long dress. She seemed to radiate a gentle white glow all over. Even the surrounding air carried a faint fragrance as if she had stepped right out of a painting. So beautiful. Many of the male passengers in the carriage grew restless. Such a pretty girl. If only she'd sit next to me. Dream on. I wish a pretty girl would sit next to me too. Why don't you jump out the window and give up your seat? Having a beauty like that to look at would make the whole trip very pleasant. She's walking toward us. Do you think she'll sit here? The girl's gaze wandered through the carriage and finally met Su Bai's eyes. She paused for a moment. Then, under the jealous gazes of every male passenger, she sat down beside Su Bai. Damn, what kind of dogshit luck does that guy have? So jealous I could die? Having a pretty girl to chat with on the way. That guy must be dying of happiness. Forget it, forget it. Maybe this is just fate. The girl lowered her head shyly and said, I'm Lung Yu. Her brief introduction was somewhat unexpected. Her gaze seemed particularly interested in the potato chips. Su Bai smiled and handed her a bag of chips. Thank you. Although a bit shy, Lung Yu took it and started eating. The 4 quickly became familiar with each other. Fatty asked between bites, Su Bai, are you also going to the Northwest 105 Military Factory? Su Bai was stunned. You guys too? The 3 nodded. He Shu explained, our entire carriage is full of fresh university graduates assigned to the 105 Military Factory. As for what we're going to do, we don't know, Du Pang said, but I heard it might have something to do with developing tanks. Not just our carriage. The 4 carriages before and after are all full of young soldiers. Over 1,000 people, all seemingly for this project. Su Bai was stunned. The Rabbit Nation had finally awakened and embarked on the path of independent research and development. This was the foundation of a great power. After getting more familiar, the 4 introduced their respective fields of study. Fatty majored in mechanical engineering and was exceptionally proficient in mechanical structures. He Shu studied materials application. The most surprising was Lung Yu. She specialized in ammunition engineering with particular research in missile engineering. Su Bai had double degrees from abroad, majoring in a series of aerospace-related disciplines with mechanical engineering as a minor. He only mentioned the mechanical engineering major. The journey was boring and monotonous. After chatting for a while, they each went about their own business. The train raced forward on the tracks, the scenery on both sides flashing past in a blur. Much like the pace of the Rabbit Nation itself, surging forward at full speed. After a day and a night, the train finally arrived at the nearest city to the 105 Military Factory in the northwest. After getting off the train, they took another 5 or 6 hours by bus to finally reach the 105 military factory. The factory was situated within a massive mountain range covering a vast area. Around the military factory, there were many natural caves convenient for storing supplies. Su Bai and his group were deeply shocked by everything before them as they got off the vehicle. The military factory in the mountains lay crouched, like a colossal monster emitting rumbling steel roars. Then before they could recover their composure, a piercing air raid siren suddenly blared. "Quick everyone, take cover, hurry up, all of you move it." Su Bai reflexively pulled Leng Yu and the others under a large rock for cover. Immediately after, a series of roaring sounds howled overhead from the sky. Su Bai frowned slightly. There was no mistaking that sound. It was definitely a fighter jet. But the rabbit country only had a few fighter jets, and there was no way they could be here. That meant it was a fighter jet from another country. After the roar faded, the group emerged from cover, their faces somewhat grim. A foreign warplane brazenly appearing in rabbit country's airspace was simply too arrogant. Su Bai had thought he understood the rabbit country's predicament well enough, but he hadn't realized it was even harder than he knew. This was a complete lack of voice in the air. How could a citizen of the rabbit country tolerate this? "System," shouted out loud, "I'll develop a fighter jet and shoot you down, damn it." Courage 1. I was just thinking that. This pent-up frustration was really hard to bear. Su Bai took a deep breath, pointed at the sky, and roared, "I'll develop a fighter jet and shoot you down, damn it. Dare to appear in rabbit country's airspace. Just you wait." System, mission complete. Courage 1. Silence. The surrounding students fixed their shocked gazes on Su Bai. In their ears was the steel roar of the 105 military factory. "You've got backbone, but you need strength." At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd, breaking the silence. "Kid, you need strength to talk big. Without strength, it's just flatulence. Do you know what kind of fighter jet just flew over?" Su Bai replied, "Eagle Country's F-Series 5th-generation fighter twin-engine, high-stealth max speed of Mach 2. 25. Now not only the middle-aged man was shocked, but the other students were also stunned, speechless. They were sure that the fighter jet had roared past, staying at high altitude and never appearing in their line of sight. Su Bai could identify the fighter jet model just by sound. That was incredible. "How did you figure that out, kid? Have you heard the F-Series fighter engine sound before?" the middle-aged man asked. The others were equally curious, their eyes on Su Bai. Su Bai replied, "I majored in aerospace engineering abroad and had the chance to hear the F-Series fighter sound a few times." The middle-aged man nodded, but immediately realized something was off. "You can remember that?" Su Bai smiled. "I have a pretty good memory." Actually, it wasn't just a good memory. It was a photographic memory. Su Bai had a special ability. Everything he experienced was stored in his mind, like a movie. He could retrieve it any time he wanted. That was why he was so familiar with the F-Series aircraft engine. The middle-aged man nodded and stopped dwelling on it. He asked, "What's your name?" Su Bai replied. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, wasn't this the spoiled kid from a friend's family that old Zhou had mentioned? He didn't seem like that at all. "My name is Zhang Tieshan, director of the 105 military factory." Zhang Taizhan looked around and began introducing himself. "What you just experienced will happen often in the future. It's a reconnaissance tactic by the Eagle Country. Only by becoming strong can we get rid of all this." Zhang Taizhan continued, "Now I'll take you to your accommodation. Tomorrow we'll officially start the research projects. Bro, bye. When you design a fighter jet and go to Eagle Country, remember to take me along. I'll drop bombs for you." Du Peng laughed. "As citizens of the rabbit country, our virtue is not to harm ordinary people," Su Bai replied. Du Peng explained, "Not real bomb dropping. I'll just stand on the fighter jet and take a dump below." Su Bai, "Bro, you're too awesome. Even the poop would feel honored to appear on a fighter jet." Shu shook his head helplessly. Leng Yu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. The group was arranged to stay in dormitories near the military factory. Old 3-story, civilian houses of red brick and cement, as simple as could be. There were many such houses, so each person could have a floor to themselves. But a floor was actually not very spacious inside, barely enough for one person. Du Peng, Shu, and Su Bai happened to live in the same building. Leng Yu, being a girl, was assigned to the female dormitory area. This time, besides the soldiers responsible for production at the military factory, there were 40 young researchers. Outside the dormitory area, Zhang Taizhan stood beside a white-haired old man. The old man, Wu Zhongming, was the chief engineer of the military factory responsible for all weaponry research and development. Old Wu, the new student researchers have all been arranged. Wu Zhongming nodded, looking at the distant dormitory area with deep emotion. They are the future of the country. Do your best to provide good conditions. They are all children still growing, can't lack nutrition. Zhang Taizhan nodded. I understand, old Wu. I've already arranged everything. The higher-ups have also arranged a special request to ensure meat in every meal. By the way, where is the student that Xiao Zhou asked to give special care to? Wu Zhongming asked. Zhang Taizhan pointed to one of the houses on the edge. He lives in that building. I think he's a very interesting kid. Just now he identified the fighter jet model by sound alone. That's no ordinary ability. He doesn't seem like the disobedient and mischievous child old Zhou described. Hearing this, Wu Zhongming smiled. It's normal for children to be a bit naughty. Since Xiao Zhou said so, let's do as he asked. Be stricter with this child. Tomorrow we'll officially start the projects with them. Zhang Taizhan asked. Old Wu hasn't the higher-ups not yet purchased the Grizzly country's third-generation tank. What will we use to run the projects? Wu Zhoming sighed deeply. We'll use our first-generation tank for teaching first. Our ultimate goal is to train a batch of researchers who master the latest tank technology for the country, to lay the foundation for our future independent development of new tanks. Zhang Taizhan nodded. I understand, Old Wu. The next day, early morning. Su Bai got up early. An old mahogany bed, an old-fashioned wooden desk, a chair, and a bookshelf. That was everything in the room. In the morning, to get hot water for washing his face, he had to go downstairs to the hot water area. Compared to his previous life with TV, internet, and water heaters, the conditions now were indeed somewhat harsh. Su Bai took a deep breath and comforted himself. At least the air is fresh. With the system, I'll have everything in the future. Su Bai specifically checked the system. The analysis time for the 99A armor was less than 3 hours. It would be completed this morning. Su Bai was a bit surprised that the cafeteria actually had big meat buns in the morning. It didn't seem as bad as he had imagined. After breakfast, the group was arranged to go to the tank research center inside the factory. It was called a research center, but it was actually a large factory with a standard armored tank parked in the middle. Since this was their first time seeing an armored tank, they were very excited. Many people stepped forward to touch the tank's armor, truly feeling the charm of machinery. Among them was Du Peng, who climbed onto the tank and sat on the barrel joking around. Brothers, am I handsome? Su Bai's mouth twitched a few times. Handsome or not, he didn't know, but it looked like a big dick stuck on top. Get down. Zhang Taizhan appeared, and the scene quieted down. Du Peng obediently returned to the group. Now let me introduce you to our chief engineer of the 105 military factory, academician Wu Zhoming. Everyone's eyes turned to the plain old man beside him, who had a faint smile on his face. Hello, children. Wu Zhoming briefly introduced himself, and then began today's research task. Children, what you see is our country's modified first-generation standard tank. Does anyone know the specific parameters of this tank in front of me? Hearing this, the crowd began whispering to each other. Wu Zhoming smiled faintly, as if seeing his younger self. Bro, Bai, do you know? I don't know much about tanks. Du Peng asked. Su Bai rolled his eyes and shook his head. How would he know about this? System, proactively volunteer to explain and receive the first-generation standard tank parameters. Su Bai was stunned. That works. The students present all looked bewildered at the standard tank. This is my first time seeing a real tank. I have no idea about the data. I'm sure everyone is the same. Nobody knows this thing. Probably not. None of us have seen it before, so how could anyone know? Wu Zhoming watched the scene with a smile, feeling a strange emotion. Time flies. I was just like them before. Zhang Taizhan beside him laughed. Old Wu, you're being a bit hard on these students. Although the first-generation tank is not top-tier technology, it's still rare in our country. Even I can only recite some parameters. No one can probably answer all your questions. Wu Zhoming smiled. I know all this. I just wanted to see them thinking. It reminds me of my younger self. Hearing this, Zhang Taizhan shook his head with a wry smile. What kind of thing is this? Is it a perverse hobby? Wu Zhoming looked around and smiled. If anyone can answer, I'll add an extra chicken leg at lunch. Really, no one can answer. Since that's the case, I will. Academician Wu, may I try? Wu Zhoming looked curiously toward the source of the voice, and the others followed suit. Su Bai smiled. Academician Wu, I can try. Wu Zhoming raised a hint of amusement and smiled. Su Bai, right? You know? Su Bai nodded. Wu Zhoming smiled. Then come up and explain to everyone. System, mission complete, transferring first-generation standard tank data. Su Bai walked forward under the shocked gaze of everyone. This is our country's modified first-generation tank. The combat weight is 36 tons, crew of 4, maximum speed 50 km/h. Su Bai carefully explained every parameter related to the tank. It was as standard as a textbook, and he even knew some strange parameters. The students below listened in astonishment, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Du Peng's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Holy crap, he knows all this. A real big shot. Has snacks and brains. I've got to hold on to this big shot. I'm definitely a sidekick. The precision of Su Bai's parameters shocked even Wu Zhoming. He even suspected for a moment whether Su Bai had participated in the modification of the first-generation tank. Tieshan, is this really the kid you mentioned? Are you sure you didn't get the name wrong? Zhang Taizhan next to him was also dumbfounded. If this is called a spoiled kid, then what am I? The fighter among trash. Old Zhou, you can't do this to me. What's the point of training? Just let him graduate directly. At that moment, while Su Bai was explaining, the system voice sounded in his mind. System, armor system analysis complete, transferring design drawing data. The next second, all the design drawings of the Super 99A armor appeared in Su Bai's mind. The whole process took less than a second. Su Bai marveled. The system is damn awesome. Faster than the gigabit internet in his previous life. Analyze the artillery system. System, artillery system, analyzing, remaining time 71 hours 59 minutes. Brother Bai, I Du Peng truly admire you for knowing tank specifications like the back of your hand. And treating me to chicken legs too. Du Peng held a chicken leg in his hand, patting his chest, as he vowed, From now on, just call me if you need anything. I do paying am always on call. Su Bai smiled, but said nothing. Yishu adjusted his glasses and said, Su Bai, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if. Su Bai replied with a smile, we're all friends here. Just say it. Yishu gritted his teeth and nodded. If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to learn from you about the specifications of the first-generation tank whenever you're free. I want to build a solid foundation in this area to prepare for the future. Su Bai replied immediately, any time works for me. Lung Yu also spoke up. I'd like to join in as well, is that okay? Du Peng chimed in, count me in too. Several students nearby overheard this and gathered around eagerly. Brother Bai, count us in as well. Me too. I need to really cram up my related knowledge. Only Brother Bai can do this. Even after he explained it once, I barely remembered anything. Count me in. Su Bai smiled and said, whenever we have time, everyone will join in together. In the afternoon, Wu Zhongming gave a brief lecture primarily on the structure of the first-generation tank. These students were all outstanding graduates from university, listening very attentively throughout the entire afternoon, afraid of missing even the slightest key point. Su Bai was different, finding the lecture so boring that he drifted off into a drowsy sleep. The data transmitted by the system was actually more detailed than what academician Wu had explained. It even included the forging methods for related materials. Zhang Taizhan noticed that Su Bai was actually sleeping and shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself, he's already getting arrogant with a bit of achievement. His mindset is lacking in that regard. It seems that old Zhou was right, he needs proper training. Can't waste this brain of his. For hours later, the lecture was coming to an end. Wu Zhongming noticed everyone seemed somewhat fatigued and jokingly asked, does anyone want to experience what it's like to drive a tank? The tired group instantly became energized again. Wu Zhongming looked at Zhang Taizhan beside him and smiled, Tieshan, drive it, so the kids can see. Only by actually experiencing it can they make a deep impression. Zhang Taizhan gazed at the expectant looks surrounding him and grinned. Then let's drive it out for a test run. This tank's been parked here for a while, and honestly it hasn't been driven much. As he spoke, Zhang Taizhan had already climbed inside the tank. Everyone stood at the workshop entrance with eager expressions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rolling heat waves mixed with the smell of diesel fuel hit their faces all at once. The crowd was thrilled. While they had some understanding of tanks from school, not many had actually seen one in person. Naturally, Su Bai had seen one given his background, but he was still extremely interested. In his past life, only military personnel could ever see a real tank in motion. The tank's engine roared on, and just as everyone thought they were ready to move out, there was a loud bang. The tank spewed thick black smoke, shuddered once, and then stopped dead. What happened? Why did it stop? Could it be broken? Didn't Director Zhang say it hadn't been run in a while? I don't know, let's check it out. It's probably damaged. Su Bai frowned slightly. It appeared the transmission shaft gear inside the engine had broken, and that wasn't something easy to fix. Zhang Taizhan inspected the tank and came to the same conclusion. Academician Wu, it's likely that the transmission gears inside the engine have broken. The gears are extremely specialized, and we don't have any spares on hand, so it might take some time to repair. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhongming showed no anger, but instead became interested. Have technician Fan come over, it's a good opportunity for the students to learn. If you want to develop tanks, understanding and maintaining them is part of the curriculum. 10 minutes later, an elderly man wearing a blue cap appeared before the group. Academician Wu, you called for me. Wu Zhongming introduced him, saying, Technician Fan is our military factory's level 8 fitter. There's no part he can't machine with a lathe. A level 8 fitter. Someone capable of building an aircraft carrier by hand. Good heavens, this was incredibly impressive. In his past life, Su Bai had only heard legends about such people online. He never expected to see a real level 8 fitter in person. He had to take a good look. Others wore similar expressions of shock. At that moment, Zhang Taizhan brought over the damaged tank gear, and visible damage marks could be clearly seen on it. No problem, I'll go to the lathe and make one for you right away. Fan Wei carefully calculated the gear dimensions and gave an estimated time frame. Blade sharpening and adjustments will take about half an hour, plus machining at least another hour and a half to complete. Alright, then everyone, let's go to the lathe area and learn. Once Wu Zhongming spoke, everyone grew curious about just how skilled this level 8 fitter really was. The weapon and equipment production area consisted of rows of factories stretching 200 meters long, comprising facilities for machining, casting, forging, and pyrotechnics. It had a complete set of weapon and equipment production lines. This is the machine tool workshop. Over 50 machine tools were working busily. Fan Wei walked up to one of the nearest machine tools and explained, this section handles the production of parts requiring relatively high precision. There are 3 more similar workshops. Time is tight and tasks are heavy, so the workshop is quite busy. Now I'll demonstrate how to process parts with special requirements. After precisely measuring the gear, Fan Wei began his work. His skillful operation step by step unmistakably showed his mastery of the machine tools. At that moment, Su Bai noticed Zhang Taizhan watching him and whispering something to academician Wu. There was a playful smile on his lips. This certainly didn't look like a serious conversation. Su Bai couldn't figure it out. If you're going to chat, just chat. Why keep staring at me? Is there something on my face, or what? Elder Wu, that young man actually fell asleep during your lecture. Zhang Taizhan suggested. I think we should have Su Bai come up and try it later. He needs to be tempered a bit, otherwise he'll really think everything is easy. Didn't old Zhou say he needs training? Then let's give this kid a proper workout. This kid has a good mind. If properly trained, he'll surely become a sharp blade for scientific research. Wu Zhoming smiled and nodded. Let's do as you suggest. I believe this child's future achievements will certainly not be low. And from him, I see a hint of my old partner's shadow. Zhang Taizhan asked curiously, Elder Wu, who are you referring to? Wu Zhoming smiled. Just feel like he resembles him a bit. Let's not talk about it. This child Su Bai is worth our careful nurturing. Su Bai was taken aback. Good heavens, what were they up to now? He hadn't done anything, so why were they all expecting something? Technician Fan is demonstrating for everyone right now. After discussing with Elder Wu, I've decided to call someone up to try it later. After all, only by trying it yourself can you understand how difficult it really is. Only then can you appreciate how far our country's scientific research path stretches and how arduous it is. After hearing Zhang Tieshan's words, everyone was eager to try. Du Peng even stood on tiptoe, afraid that Zhang Taizhan wouldn't see him. Unfortunately, his height was limited. Even on tiptoes, he still couldn't reach Su Bai's level. I'm a mechanical engineering major. It's unreasonable not to let me try. It's time for me, big fatty, to show off. Shu shook his head helplessly, seemingly unwilling to engage with the fellow. Long Yue, however, cracked a joke. Go for it, big fatty. I'm rooting for you. Du Peng boasted, you bet. Other than me, I don't think anyone else here could pull this off. Su Bai, come up front. You'll take everyone's place to give it a try. Zhang Tieshan's gaze fell on Su Bai in the crowd, and others' eyes followed his line of sight. Su Bai could only shake his head in resignation. What kind of situation was this? System, learn from Technician Fan, activate skill, learning mode valid for 12 hours. Su Bai was completely dumbfounded. How could there even be a learning mode? Did system functions really have to be this powerful? Brother Zhang, may I ask why you chose me out of the crowd? Because you're the most handsome. Is that reason good enough? Then I'll reluctantly accept that reason. Everyone present was amused by their exchange, and the atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Zhang Taizhan said gruffly, all right, stand next to Engineer Fan and watch. Watch carefully and learn well. Not everyone gets the chance to observe a top-tier fitter up close. Make sure you pay attention, kid. Su Bai acknowledged and focused intently on Fan Wei's movements. Just as he was wondering how to consider the learning task complete, the system's voice rang out. System, mission complete, activated fitter learning mode, remaining time 11 hours 59 minutes. System, fitter experience 1. Fitter experience 1. Fitter experience 1. System, fitter level reached level 1. The next second, knowledge about fitting surged into his mind. Su Bai was completely stunned. Isn't this learning efficiency a bit too exaggerated? If he were given a year, could he learn all the skills of everyone on Earth? Laymen watched the spectacle, experts watched the craft. Su Bai didn't know much about fitting before, only that Fan Wei's movements were very skilled. When his fitter level reached level 1, and he watched Fan Wei's operation again, he realized what a true master was. Su Bai broke out in a cold sweat. The precision was comparable to high-end confidential machine tool processing. System, fitter experience 2. Fitter experience 2. Fitter experience 2. Prompt, fitter level reached level 2. Knowledge and experience of fitting kept accumulating in Su Bai's mind. From this moment on, the students all quieted down and stared intently at Fan Wei's hands. As Zhang Taizhan said, not everyone gets the chance to observe a top-tier fitter at such close range. This opportunity was rare and must be seized. Elder Wu, look. Zhang Taizhan glanced at Su Bai from afar and smiled. This kid is a bit lazy, but when he gets serious, he has some charm. Elder Wu, what are you doing? Zhang Taizhan looked at Wu Zhoming. Wu Zhoming only then snapped back to reality, withdrawing his gaze from Su Bai. So similar, so remarkably similar. Two people could be so alike in this world. Zhang Taizhan asked, Elder Wu, you've been saying Su Bai resembles someone since the beginning. Who exactly does he resemble? I don't feel it. Wu Zhoming smiled. He resembles a very annoying person. An old geezer I'd rather never see again in my life if I could help it. Wherever he appears, everyone else seems to lose their luster. Zhang Taizhan grew even more curious. Elder Wu, is there someone more formidable than you? You are an academician of the National Mechanical Engineering Academy, and a top talent returned from studying at a prestigious overseas institution. For the sake of the country, you plunged into these mountains for decades. I can't think of anyone greater or more capable than you. I simply don't believe it. Wu Zhoming waved his hand and smiled. He seemed unwilling to dwell on it. I'm just an old man. The country needs me, nothing more. This kid is good. I like him. Give him special training. Zhang Taizhan nodded and turned his gaze back to Su Bai. His mind ran through possible people, but none seemed to fit. He couldn't help murmuring to himself, who exactly does this kid resemble? Strange. Dusk fell, the sun resting on the mountain peaks like a golden sunset, golden light spilling over the entire range, exceptionally beautiful. System, fitter experience 5. System, fitter level increased to level 5. Su Bai let out a long breath. After an hour and a half, his fitter level had only reached level 5. The initial improvement was quite fast, but as the level rose the experience needed increased. Naturally the progress slowed down. Su Bai estimated that he would need at least 10 more hours to reach level 8. The time needed for improvement was secondary. The key was that he needed to observe an 8-level fitter to reach level 8. It wasn't every day that he had such a good opportunity to observe. It seemed he would have to think of a way later. Academician Wu, the tank parts are done. We just measured the precision at 0.005 millimeters. 0.005 millimeters. Including Su Bai, all the students couldn't help but gasp at that. The diameter of a human hair is generally about 0.02 to 0.12 millimeters. That meant the precision was several times smaller than a hair's width. Only then did everyone realize the prowess of an 8-level fitter, their minds deeply shaken. Alright, everyone go eat first, then we'll see Su Bai's performance. At mealtime the food didn't seem as rough as imagined. At least there was meat in everyone's meal. Elder Wu, do you think Su Bai will be able to machine the part later? Zhang Taizhan asked during the meal. Wu Zhoming smiled. Fitting is a trade that requires time to accumulate experience. It's not something you can learn just by watching. If he can produce something that looks like a part, it's already good. Zhang Taizhan nodded. Elder Wu, my idea was good, wasn't it? After this, that kid will surely dare not sleep in class, and it will also give him a good workout. And it also gives old Zhou something to report. Everyone tried to shorten their meal time. Half an hour later they returned to the previous machine tool position. However, Su Bai was standing in front of the machine tool operating it. Fan Wei asked with concern, Kid, do you need me to demonstrate again? Su Bai replied, No need, Engineer Fan. I learned basic machine tool operation while studying abroad. Hearing this, Fan Wei seemed to take a liking to Su Bai, nodded, and stepped back a few paces to stand by. In case of an emergency, he could step forward to provide help immediately. Su Bai took a deep breath, recalled all the data of the gear in his mind, and then began sharpening the tool. The students present grew curious about Su Bai's machining precision. Do you think Su Bai can machine this part well? He can definitely machine it, but precision is hard to guarantee. If he can achieve 0.5 to 1 millimeter precision, that's already decent. After all, fitter skills are built up bit by bit over time. Experience and feel are very important. Qian Pang said, If I were to do it, I could guarantee precision around 0.5 millimeters. Any higher, and I couldn't achieve it. The difficulty increases exponentially. I think Bai Gu is going to have a tough time this time. I don't think so. Leng Yu expressed her feeling. I think Su Bai's precision will greatly exceed our expectations. At that moment, He Shu adjusted his glasses and nodded. Didn't you notice the way Su Bai sharpens the tool? It has a bit of Engineer Fan style. Leng Yu nodded. I noticed that too, which is why I think so. The others were skeptical, but still focused their eyes on Su Bai's hands. Indeed, there was a little bit of that feel. At this moment, Su Bai had already placed the raw material into the machine tool ready to cut. Remarkable. Fan Wei said in astonishment. Academician Wu, Director Zhang, this kid Su Bai is remarkable. Hearing this, Zhang Taizhan was stunned. Engineer Fan, is Su Bai really that skilled? Fan Wei nodded. From his tool sharpening technique, he has the flavor of an old fitter. Although he hasn't reached the level of an old fitter, he is at least a qualified fitter. He should have no problem joining our military factory to process ordinary parts. Zhang Taizhan laughed. I rarely hear Engineer Fan praise a young person like this. Our military factory's minimum requirement for fitters is level 5, and the youngest is at least in his 30s. Su Bai is just a young man around 20. Could he have started practicing fitting before he was 10? Fan Wei shook his head. Director Zhang, what you're talking about applies to ordinary people who need to grind it out bit by bit over time. But for those with talent, it's different. Their learning ability is much faster than ordinary people. I've even seen a talented person achieve in 1 year what takes ordinary people 10 years. The minds of such people are beyond our imagination. Zhang Taizhan nodded, agreeing with Fan Wei. His gaze fixed on Su Bai, anticipating his performance. Prompt fitter experience 10. Prompt fitter experience 10. Prompt fitter experience 10. Su Bai operated the machine tool and found that experience was increasing again, and it had doubled. This indicated that not only learning could improve the technical level, but hands-on practice could as well, and at twice the speed. Originally, it would have taken 10 hours to hope to raise the fitter level to 8, but now it seemed that only 5 hours were needed. Compared to the decades required for ordinary people, this speed was like riding a rocket, incredibly terrifying. At night, the machine shop was still bustling with activity. The workers were full of drive, not because of high wages or excellent benefits. It was a matter of honor. To contribute one's strength to the nation filled them with pride, and smiles adorned their faces. At 8 in the evening, Su Bai finally finished machining the gear part. 2 hours of intense concentration had drained his mental energy. A hint of fatigue lingered in Su Bai's eyes. Engineer Fan, please take a look. All right. Fan Wei took out a measuring caliper and began measuring various parameters of the part. He was also eager to see what this young man could achieve. The others present also turned their gazes to the measuring caliper, looking even more expectant than Fan Wei. Zhang Taizhan leaned in closer, hoping to get a clear view of the data on the caliper. 0.05 millimeters. The precision has actually reached 0.05 millimeters. Fan Wei exclaimed twice with excitement. Academician Wu, take a look. This kid is a genius. A precision of 0.05 millimeters far exceeds my expectations. With proper training, our factory might soon produce a level 8 fitter. Level 8 fitter. The students present were all astonished. Su Bai's fitter skills were truly gifted. That was the affirmation of a veteran level 8 fitter. Zhang Tieshan's mind was even more bewildered. Old Zhou, you're really messing with me. This guy knows everything. Du Peng, I told you Su Bai was not ordinary. See, Lung Yu was like a child who had won a victory, seemingly very pleased. Du Peng swallowed his saliva and stared wide-eyed. Brother Bai not only has great food, but he also has this skill. Yeah, there's a lot to him. He Shu instinctively took a few steps back, intending to distance himself from Du Peng. Wu Zhoming handed the gear to Zhang Taizhan and praised Su Bai. Su Bai, well done. Engineer Fan speaks highly of you. Have you studied fitter skills before? Su Bai replied, Academician Wu, I studied for a few years at school. I like to process some unusual parts in my spare time, which is how I developed this skill. Good, very good. Wu Zhoming nodded. Understanding tank performance and having basic part processing skills will greatly benefit your future development. I have high hopes for you, kid. Keep up the good work. The other students looked on with envy. Academician Wu was a national academician, and receiving his affirmation was a remarkable achievement. Wu Zhoming looked at the others. Everyone is tired today. Go back and rest. Tomorrow we will continue with other tank knowledge. At this moment, Fan Wei joked, Kid, are you interested in learning fitter skills from me? I guarantee that with your talent you can reach my level within 5 years. Engineer Fan, are you poaching from Academician Wu? Zhang Taizhan laughed. These are the nation's future talents. We can't let them go astray. Fan Wei smiled. Just kidding. It's rare to meet a kid with such great talent. Oh, I'm a bit tempted. Su Bai smiled. Engineer Fan, I actually really enjoy fitter work too. Even though we can't be master and apprentice, could I come by occasionally? Fan Wei's eyes lit up. No problem at all. Just mention my name for this machine tool. Come anytime and use it. Su Bai replied, Thank you, Engineer Fan. Fan Wei watched Su Bai's retreating figure, growing more fond of him. Truly a talented kid. Alright, stop regretting it. Zhang Taizhan laughed. Didn't he say he'd come by sometimes? Just teach him with your heart then. At the factory dormitory. It was only a little past 8, and Su Bai lay in bed, unable to sleep. The key was that there was no TV, no computer, no smartphone. Time was hard to pass. Su Bai checked the learning time remaining. There were still over 6 hours. It would be a shame to waste it. He had to make use of it. After some deliberation, Su Bai decided to go to the machine shop to grind his fitter level to 8. Was there anything beyond level 8? If so, what precision could he achieve? Even he was a bit curious. Before heading to the machine shop, he made a point to inform Du Peng. Wow, Brother Bai is going to try again. Such perseverance is unmatched. Just with this diligence, if my brother Bai isn't a genius, then there are no geniuses in the world. Of course, except for me, Du Peng. Du Peng had just lain down when he sprang up and slapped himself twice. I'm a beast. As Brother Bai's loyal sidekick, how can I still be sleeping? I must go cheer for my brother Bai. Let's drag old he along too. Many hands make light work. He Shu. Thank you very much. It was no wonder the Rabbit Kingdom could grow strong in the future. At 8 in the evening, the machine shop was still bustling, and the veteran workers were full of energy. Though tiredness showed on their faces, smiles never faded. Kid, coming back so late. Could it be that you can't stop thinking about that part you machined earlier? A dark-skinned uncle in blue work clothes laughed as he saw Su Bai returning. Su Bai smiled. Yes, if I don't finish it, I feel like I can't sleep tonight. It's uncomfortable. The uncle chuckled. No wonder old Fan says you have talent in this area. That mindset alone fits a seasoned fitter. Other veteran workers also looked over with smiles, putting down their tools and approaching with mugs of murky tea. Old son, what's up? What's so funny? Share it so we can all have a laugh. Master Son laughed. This kid can't sleep because he's obsessed with that gear from this afternoon. So he came back. Looks like if he doesn't finish it, he won't sleep for days. The other veteran workers chuckled. Kid, your mindset is really good, but we have to be honest with you. Don't think it's just a small difference in precision. In this whole machine shop, besides old Fan, no more than 3 people can achieve that precision. For instance, Master Wang here is one of them. You can ask him. One of the thin, heavily wrinkled veteran workers extended his hands. He smiled. Kid, look at my hands. What's different from theirs? Su Bai looked carefully. Your fingers are longer. The others laughed. Master Wang also laughed. This kid is really observant. Most people overlook that. Actually, my technique is about the same as theirs. The reason they say I'm better is entirely because of these hands. Longer fingers allow finer control of the machine tool and better tactile feedback. Master Wang said earnestly. Kid, we all saw the gear you machined this afternoon. Honestly, it's really good. The other masters nodded. Master Wang continued. You have great talent. It won't be long before you surpass us, and even Engineer Fan. But don't rush. There's no need to lose sleep over a small part. Once your skills are sufficient, these parts will be simple. The other masters nodded. It's getting late. Go back and rest well. Come back tomorrow when you're refreshed. As the saying goes, the sun gives us light. Why work at night? It's late. Go back and get some rest. Su Bai said seriously. Master Son, Master Wang, everyone, I want to try again tonight. I'll go back soon. If I go now, I probably won't sleep anyway. Better to get tired and collapse into bed. The veteran workers had nothing more to say. They smiled and nodded, returning to their stations. This kid has real drive. No wonder old Fan likes him so much. It's not just old Fan. I'm incredibly fond of this kid too. Both talented and driven. Such a good kid is rare. I wonder how he'll do tonight. Do you think he can make it? Master Sun laughed. If he really succeeds, then we old-timers would be a joke after decades of work. Let's get back to work. He'll probably go back to rest after a few hours. Forget it, I'd better call the factory director. Master Wang put down his work and went to report to Zhang Taizhan. Meanwhile, Su Bai took a deep breath. He recalled the part parameters in his mind and began operating the machine tool to process the part. Prompt Fitter Experience 12. Prompt Fitter Experience 12. Lung Yue is Lung Yue asleep. Under the dark and windy night, Du Peng and his Shu stealthily crept toward the female dormitory, glancing around like thieves. Lung Yue, can you hear me? It's Du Peng. What are you doing, Du Fatty? Should I call the guards to come check? Instead of Lung Yue, several other girls appeared on the balcony jeering. Shen Meiyu, why are you stirring up trouble so late at night? Du Peng said impatiently. Hurry up and call Lung Yue out. Tell her Su Bai has gone to the machine workshop again. Quick, old he and I are waiting at the gate. On the floor above, a short-haired girl pouted. Fatty, is that how you ask for a favor? 5 minutes later, Lung Yue appeared at the main entrance accompanied by 5 other girls and some boys. There were only 6 female research students in this batch. Shen Meiyu, I told you to call Lung Yue and not all these people. We couldn't sleep anyway, might as well see the excitement. Shen Meiyu asked, Du Fatty, what's going on? Why did Su Bai go to the workshop again? Didn't Chief Engineer Fan say Su Bai is nowhere near capable of machining parts with that precision? Du Peng scoffed. You mortals could never guess my brother Bai's genius ideas. My brother Bai is challenging himself. What do you know? Enough talk. Lung Yue, let's go cheer for Su Bai. Lung Yue nodded. Maybe Su Bai really can do it. Shen Meiyu touched Lung Yue's forehead. Yeah, you're not bewitched by that guy Su Bai's good looks, are you? Otherwise, how could you say something so absurd? Lung Yue's face flushed instantly, her cheeks burning, so hot they could scald a hand. Shen Meiyu was even more certain that Lung Yue had fallen for Su Bai. She shook her head helplessly. Women. Eventually you'll realize that no man is any good. In the military factory, production safety was the foremost priority, allowing no room for carelessness. Zhang Taizhan lived right in the factory compound. It was a bit noisy, but he could arrive at the scene immediately in case of an emergency. He had been doing this for over a decade since becoming the factory director. Knock, knock, knock. Director, are you asleep? Zhang Taizhan jolted awake from his dream and opened the door. What happened? The worker replied, Director, the machine workshop called. Su Bai is machining parts there. They're worried the kid might cause trouble and wanted to report to you. Zhang Taizhan let out a long sigh of relief. Good, as long as nothing's wrong. Got it. I'll go check on it later. Zhang Taizhan sat on the edge of the bed, thinking back and forth, unable to sleep. He decided to go to the workshop and inspect for safety. An hour later, Zhang Taizhan arrived at the machine workshop. Around the innermost lay the crowd had gathered, students and veteran workers alike. What's going on over there? Zhang Taizhan asked a passing worker. Director Zhang, they're all watching a student named Su Bai machining parts. A few old masters just said the precision has reached 0.01 millimeters, and even old Fan has been called over. The old worker explained. What? 0.01 millimeters. Zhang Taizhan exclaimed in shock. Has Chief Engineer Fan confirmed it himself? Is it definitely 0.01 millimeters? The old worker replied, no mistake. Old Fan confirmed it twice himself. Absolutely correct. Zhang Taizhan nodded in astonishment and walked towards Su Bai's lathe. Do you think Su Bai can reach Chief Engineer Fan's precision this time? Probably not. Although it's only 0.005 millimeters off, the difficulty is like a chasm, hard to cross. Is fitting really that hard? Why does Su Bai look so relaxed? Relaxed? One student explained, look at the veteran workers around us. None of them are under 40. Do you really think fitting is easy? It's just that Su Bai makes it look easy. Damn, that kid Su Bai has insane talent. He must have been holding back during dinner. Du Peng and the others were equally stunned. Beside them, Shen Meiyu was so shocked, she couldn't speak, hardly believing her own eyes. Du Fatty, do you know something? How did Su Bai suddenly become so amazing? Du Peng pointed at his own face. Look at my expression. Isn't it the same as yours? I don't know a damn thing. I never expected Brother Bai to be this skilled. At least a level 7 fitter, and he kept it from all of us. By the way, Du Peng looked curiously at Lung Yu. Miss Lung, something's off. You were the only one who had confidence in Brother Bai. Have you known each other for a long time? Could it be that you're a couple? At this, everyone's curiosity was piqued, and they pressed Lung Yu for answers. Lung Yu lowered her head, fiddling with her thumbs. Her voice was softer than a mosquito's. Su Bai and I don't know each other. Please don't misunderstand. I don't believe it. Du Peng laughed. I'm not buying it. Old he, do you believe it? He Shu said, I believe it. Du Peng. Just then Shen Meiyu suddenly said, but I don't believe Su Bai can achieve the same precision as Chief Engineer Fan. I've checked before. No one at this age has ever reached level 8 fitter. Neither domestically nor internationally has anyone managed it. He can. Lung Yu's mosquito-like voice carried an extraordinary penetrative power. If it's Su Bai, he might be able to do it. Upon hearing this, everyone's curious gazes fell on Lung Yu in unison. They said there was no affair. Du Peng felt a strong sense of crisis rising within him. This woman was trying to steal his spot as the loyal sidekick, absolutely not allowed. The loyal sidekick was mine, and so were the snacks. Chief Engineer Fan about Su Bai. Zhang Taizhan didn't disturb Su Baiyu. Instead, he walked over to Fan Wei and asked about the situation. Fan Wei and several veteran masters were carefully examining the gear Su Bai had machined on the workbench. They only looked up when they heard Zhang Tieshan's voice. Director Zhang, you're here too. Zhang Taizhan said. I heard that kid Su Bai was machining parts again, so I came specifically to check. What's the situation now? Why is Su Bai still operating the lathe? Fan Wei picked up the part on the table. Director Zhang, take a look at this part. Compared to the previous part, the precision has improved fivefold. And do you know how long this kid took? Zhang Taizhan carefully examined the gear. Though he was no expert in this field, from the feel of it, it was indeed better than before. How long did Su Bai spend on this part? Fan Wei held up one finger. 1 hour, just 1 hour. He said in awe. Not only was the time shorter, but the precision also improved fivefold. I've spent half my life in the fitting trade, and I've never seen such a gifted genius. This kid's talent in fitting is beyond anything I've ever witnessed. Zhang Tieshan's mind became a jumble after hearing this. How could this be completely different from what old Zhou had said on the phone? Could he be old Zhou's illegitimate son? Yes, damn it, that must be it. An hour passed slowly, and many workers, having finished their tasks, gathered around out of curiosity. They too wanted to witness the brilliance of a young genius, to see if the rumors were true. Just then someone in the crowd shouted, he's done. Su Bai is done. System fitter skill increased to level 8. Su Bai let out a long breath, finally reaching level 8. 2 hours of intense concentration left his mind somewhat dazed. As he handed the gear to Fan Wei, he stumbled and nearly fell. Just then a pair of fair hands caught his arm. Are you alright? Su Bai shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit mentally drained. Lung Yu took a piece of dark chocolate from her pocket. This is the chocolate from the car earlier. Eating it will help. Su Bai was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He hadn't expected Lung Yu to keep the chocolate until now. Suddenly he sensed something odd. The surroundings had gone quiet. He looked up. Dozens of pairs of eyes were silently fixed on them, the boy's eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Ah, so infuriating. That Su Bai is taking advantage. Goddess Lung Yu, let go of Su Bai and come to me. Su Bai, draw your sword. Today either you die or you die. Su Bai smiled awkwardly. The gear is finished. Upon hearing this, the crowd tacitly turned around. Chief Engineer Fan, Su Bai's gear is done. Chief Engineer Fan, where are you? Come out, Chief Engineer Fan. Why is there a sour smell in the air? Did a pickle jar break? Fan Wei was less than half a meter away in the crowd. He couldn't help but laugh. These rascals have probably never been in love. Zhang Taizhan also chuckled. Chief Engineer Fan, let's go check the part. Fan Wei nodded and picked up the gear to measure its precision. Everyone's attention then shifted to Fan Wei's measuring tool. Only Du Peng kept his eyes on Lung Yu, looking as if facing a great enemy. This woman would be the greatest obstacle to his becoming the loyal sidekick. He must not underestimate her, or his spiritual snacks would be lost. Deep into the night, past 11, the machine shop was unusually quiet, something that had never occurred before. How about it? What's the precision? Zhang Taizhan could not help but turned to Fan Wei from within the crowd. Fan Wei drew a deep breath and set down his measuring ruler. Everyone seemed to hold their breath along with him. Engineer Fan, what are the results? What's the precision? One of the students asked. A smile played upon Fan Wei's lips. 0.005 millimeters. The precision has reached 0.005 millimeters. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire room fell silent. Everyone instinctively assumed they had misheard. How much? The precision is 0.005 millimeters. Zhang Taizhan also thought he had misheard, answering his own question. Fan Wei nodded. Indeed, the precision is 0.005 millimeters. This has reached the level of a grade 8 fitter. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Su Bai. It seems this child was holding something back from us before. He didn't believe what this old man said, so he's declaring war in this manner. Remarkable, truly remarkable. To reach the pinnacle of fitter craftsmanship at such a young age. You won't find a second like him anywhere in the world. This old man has truly opened his eyes. The talent of this child is monstrous. Zhang Taizhan still seemed unwilling to believe it. He picked up the gear and compared it with the previous ones. After carefully examining it, he could only nod with deep emotion. Truly a genius. I have never encountered such talent in my entire life. Su Bai, you kid are truly a rare talent. Su Bai smiled gently. Lung Yu had been standing nearby the whole time. Seeing his smile, her face flushed for reasons she could not explain, and she eventually lowered her head. After a moment of silence, the crowd erupted into warm applause and cheers upon hearing Zhang Tieshan's affirmation of Su Bai. Well done, Su Bai. You really are something else. In all my life, no man has ever impressed me as much as you. Incredible. Adorned in simple cloth, yet adorned by knowledge within. Su Bai is truly remarkable. A grade 8 fitter at 20 years old. I have never heard of such a thing in all my days. At this moment Shin Meiyu also looked at Su Bai with new eyes. I didn't expect this fellow to actually have some real skill. He's barely good enough to match our Yaya. It was not only the crowd's gaze that had changed towards Su Bai, even the veteran workers of the machine shop viewed him differently. Particularly Master Sun and Master Wang, who had advised him to go back to sleep earlier, now felt their faces grow warm with embarrassment. Old Sun, it seems we misjudged this time around. Su Bai's fitter skills surpass even ours. Master Sun smiled, showing no anger at Su Bai's behavior, but rather a sense of respect. To possess such ability and yet patiently listen to their lectures spoke volumes. It showed that the boy carried none of the arrogance that comes with talent. He could take criticism to heart and maintain his composure. These were precisely the qualities the elders admired most in Su Bai. After a brief rest, Su Bai had recovered much of his energy. According to his original plan, his task was far from complete. Whether he could advance beyond the fitter grade still required another attempt. At that moment, Wu Zhongming emerged from the crowd, without anyone noticing when he had arrived. All eyes followed the academician. Academician Wu. Su Bai was about to rise when Wu Zhongming stopped him. Sit and rest properly. I heard about everything that happened on my way here. You did excellent work. Almost no one in this country or abroad has achieved this at your age. If you wish, you could dedicate some time to developing your skills in precision fitting. In the future, the nation's most advanced weapons and equipment will rely on talents like you. If there is anything you wish to understand, I will be happy to share my knowledge with you in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Bai could not help but praise academician Wu's foresight. In the world to come, the nation's top-tier fitters would undoubtedly be core strategic talents. The idea of hand-building an aircraft carrier was no mere boast. Academician Wu, I want to ask, is grade 8 the absolute highest level? Is there something beyond it? Su Bai's question sparked discussion among the crowd. They too were curious whether the 8th grade truly represented the peak. Wu Zhongming smiled. Su Bai, you should not ask me this question. Perhaps Engineer Fan can answer it for you. Fan Wei chuckled. Suer, I did not expect you to ask such a question. I can only tell you this. There is, and there isn't. Hearing this, everyone grew confused. One student could not help but ask, Engineer Fan, your answer is quite confusing. Either it exists, or it doesn't. What do you mean by there is, and there isn't? Fan Wei smiled, and looked at Su Bai. What do you think? Having reached the 8th grade, you may have already sensed something. This made everyone even more puzzled, their eyes turning into curious question marks fixed upon Su Bai. Su Bai seemed to roughly understand the meaning. Engineer Fan, I think you were trying to say that grade 8 should be the absolute peak. But precision can still be improved, is that correct? Ha ha ha. Fan Wei burst into laughter. Excellent, excellent. I truly grow fonder of you with each passing moment. By the way, I have a granddaughter about your age. Why don't you marry into my family? No, I disagree. Lung Yu suddenly stepped forward to object, leaving everyone present stunned. All eyes turned toward her, and an awkward silence fell over the scene. She had gone mad, truly mad. What was she even saying? Whose business was it whether he married or not? What should she do now? Who could save her? That is to say, Lung Yu was so embarrassed she wished she could dig herself a 3-bedroom apartment. That is not at all what I meant. You all understand, right? Hearing this, everyone in the room exchanged knowing glances and nodded. We understand, of course we understand. That is exactly what you meant. Yes, yes, such a simple meaning, how could we not understand? Isn't it just that you don't agree with Su Bai marrying in a Fan's family? I say, why doesn't Su Bai marry into my family instead? We have over 100 sows, and you'll have meat to eat every day. Su Bai's lips twitched repeatedly. So your family runs a pig farm, is that it? A major pig breeding household. Sensing Lung Yu's embarrassment, Su Bai steered the conversation back to the original topic. Engineer Fan, please stop joking. Others chuckled as well. Wu Zhongming sighed with emotion. Youth is truly wonderful. The factory has not been this lively in a long time. Zhang Taizhan also felt a wave of nostalgia. Yes, watching these children makes me feel decades younger. The future of our nation is full of hope. At this point, a student in the crowd brought the conversation back to the earlier topic. Engineer Fan, you still haven't explained what Su Bai meant earlier. What do you mean by there is, and there isn't? Fan Wei smiled and explained. The highest rank for fitters is indeed grade 8. However, many foreign countries possess high-end equipment that can greatly improve the precision of part machining. 0.001 millimeters is very common there, and it can even reach 0.0005 millimeters, that is 0.5 micrometers. Moreover, I have even heard of mirror polishing processes that can achieve near zero error. But our country, let alone producing such results, hardly anyone has even heard of them. This is the gap. As he spoke, the atmosphere grew heavy, and many felt a sense of discouragement. Engineer Fan, is the gap really that large? Can we truly reach your level simply by using advanced equipment? Then what were the decades of effort by your generation for? Does it all count for nothing compared to a machine? Fan Wei also sighed deeply. Such is the current situation, and there is nothing we can do about it. Even a top fitter like Engineer Fan says this. When will we ever catch up to foreign standards? Or perhaps can we ever catch up at all? One student despondently remarked. The atmosphere grew even heavier. The aging factory, the shabby equipment, the yellowed lights. All of these were particularly glaring at this moment. Nothing more clearly illustrated the gap between them and the foreign powers. It was as if an insurmountable mountain stood before these young people, blocking not only their path, but also the forward march of their nation. Academician Wu, what should we do about this? Zhang Tieshan, worried about the students' morale, wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wu Zhoming. This is a step that must be taken eventually. It has simply come earlier than we expected. For them, this may not be a bad thing. Zhang Tieshan expressed his concern. I worry the children may not be able to accept this all at once and might develop negative emotions. Wu Zhoming smiled. I do not know about the others, but look at that child Su Bai. He certainly harbors no negative emotions. Observe what he is doing. While conversing with Zhang Tieshan, he had been monitoring the emotional state of the students, but had forgotten about Su Bai, who had been resting quietly within the crowd. Now, curiously looking over, he discovered that Su Bai had already returned to the machine tool. What was that boy planning to do? Could he possibly intend to improve the precision even further? What kind of nonsense was this? Did he truly think he was a precision machine? Night had deepened, yet the machine shop remained brightly lit. Seizing the rare opportunity to discuss the future of precision mechanics, the veteran workers stayed behind with keen interest. Despite the day's exhausting labor, their smiles grew warmer. Gazing at the young lad before them felt as though looking at their own children back home. Factory 105 technically permitted family members to reside on-site, even providing quarters. Yet very few chose to bring their families, primarily due to national security considerations and the harsh living conditions. Unable to bear seeing the children endure such hardship here, they preferred them to stay elsewhere. Engineer Fan, do you truly believe we can reach the level achieved abroad in the future? Perhaps even surpass other foreign nations? Ishu, the bespectacled boy who rarely spoke, suddenly raised his voice, voicing the question that weighed most heavily on everyone's mind. He adjusted his glasses, his expression unusually serious. The other students shared the same earnest look. Deep in their hearts, they loved this nation and hoped to see it grow stronger in the years ahead. Fan Wei sighed deeply and shook his head. He said nothing, not because he lacked encouraging words, but because he could not bring himself to deceive these youngsters. The reality would be far more brutal than he could articulate. We can. All eyes turned toward the voice. Su Bai skillfully operated the machine tool, while Lung Yu stood quietly behind him, a water cup materializing in her hand. Why not? Su Bai kept his attention fixed on the machinery, firing back the question. At that moment, Lung Yu gazed quietly at the young man's back, his slender shoulders unexpectedly appearing broader and more resolute. An inexplicable aura radiated from him, compelling an instinctive trust and reliance. What am I thinking? Could it be that I've actually grown fond of him? Lung Yu's cheeks flushed hot, and she shook her head. Stay calm, stay calm. Lung Yu, maintain your composure. So similar. The more I look, the more alike they are. I'll have to call him and ask. Wu Zhoming murmured with emotion. I should have realized the connection sooner. Otherwise, how would Zhou Weimin dare to suddenly push someone in like that? Zhang Tieshan listened, completely bewildered. Elder Wu, who on earth is he resembling? Wu Zhoming smiled. Never mind, let me tell you. Take a good look. Doesn't he resemble the person beside young Zhou? That intrinsic spirit is virtually identical to his family's. Zhang Tieshan pondered thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on Su Bai as connections flashed through his mind. Suddenly his eyebrow twitched. Elder Wu, could it be? Wu Zhoming nodded. Zhang Tieshan frowned. But I don't understand. One with his status placing his own grandson here. Our facility is notorious for its austere conditions, yet he made no prior notice. If Elder Wu hadn't appealed to superiors, these children would have been stuck eating radishes and cabbage. Who could bear such hardship? Hearing this, Wu Zhoming smiled. You may not truly understand the man in question. I knew him during our studies abroad and know his temperament thoroughly. Though his personality can be grating at times, his capabilities and brilliance are undeniably outstanding. That is precisely why, despite my distaste for him, I hold genuine respect. Only he could conceive such a method to temper his grandson. As he spoke, Wu Zhoming chuckled softly. With a tone tinged by envy, he added, rumor has it that old fellow also has 3 brilliant granddaughters. Now with such a gifted grandson as well. Heavens, it's enough to make one jealous. How does that old man's seed prove so exceptional? I never noticed such qualities during our school days. Zhang Tieshan's mouth twitched involuntarily upon hearing this. How could you possibly know about such matters? Had you planted seeds on the ground yourself? Elder Wu, what do you think Su Bai intends to accomplish? Could he be aiming to elevate precision further with such rudimentary equipment? Wu Zhoming shook his head. I cannot say. Let us observe and see. Perhaps this child will bring us unexpected surprises. Concluding their conversation, both men turned their expectant gazes back to Su Bai. The others had been listening attentively to Elder Wu's dialogue, growing increasingly astonished with each word. Could Su Bai truly intend to craft components rivaling the precision of fine machinery? Wasn't that rather absurd? At that moment, a veteran worker called out, Young man, how can we possibly surpass foreign nations? Their capabilities exceed ours in every aspect. How can we catch up? Incorrect. They do not surpass us in every dimension. Su Bai continued calibrating the machine tool, with steady hands, his gaze never wavering. Our Chinese people are superior to them, far more capable, by a considerable margin. The crowd's attention was once again captivated by Su Bai's words as though enchanted. Young man, you don't understand. One nose, two eyes, what difference could there possibly be? System notification precision mechanics experience increased by 16. Indeed, the experience continued to accumulate. Su Bai operated the machine with practiced ease and replied, the difference is real. I perceived it distinctly throughout my years studying overseas. They lack the spiritual essence that we possess. It is something carved into our bones over thousands of years. Our ancestral civilization, an enduring spirit. It is the foundational force that has sustained our nation since antiquity. This national spirit renders us more devoted to our homeland than any other people on earth. Our forebears were willing to lay down their lives for it, an act no other nation's people could match. All things revolve around humanity. This is our greatest advantage. Silence fell, a profound, almost mystical quietness. All eyes converged upon Su Bai, flames of inspiration kindling within their gazes. Could such words truly emanate from a 20-year-old? Su Bai's language was unadorned, yet struck every heart like the first tolling of a temple bell. That thunderous resonance awakened everyone present. Even Wu Zhongming could not help but murmur, this child will undoubtedly travel farther than his grandfather. He may well lead our nation's scientific endeavors toward true prosperity. Zhang Taizhan was profoundly shaken. Those very words had stirred his soul, rekindling a fervor long dormant within his chest. A youth of merely 20 receiving such praise from a national academician was unprecedented. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Yet as Zhang Taizhan contemplated Su Bai's words, he could not but agree with Elder Wu's assessment. Perhaps this young man truly could chart an unprecedented path for China's scientific advancement. Continuing the legacy of his predecessors, surpassing other nations, was not impossible. The night was tranquil. Through the mountains came the chirping of insects, the whisper of wind, and the rustling of leaves, each sound crystal clear. Within the workshop, only the dim yellow light above Su Bai's machine illuminated the space. The students, veteran workers, and academician Wu all fell into deep contemplation. Their gazes rested upon Su Bai, uncertain of his next move, yet willing to wait patiently. For reasons they could not explain, they placed their trust in the young man before them. Perhaps a miracle truly would materialize. The clock on the workshop door ticked steadily, fulfilling its duty. Time flowed onward second by second. All waited quietly, watched intently, and hoped fervently. System Notification Precision Mechanics rank advanced to level 9. System Notification Precision Mechanics rank has reached its maximum threshold. No further advancement possible. As anticipated, the prompts appeared. Su Bai exhaled deeply. He removed the gear from the machine and held it beneath the yellow light for careful inspection. Satisfied, he gave a slight nod. Engineer Fan observed, this represents the spirit of our people. We are no inferior to any other nation. What they achieve, we can achieve. What they cannot accomplish, we shall strive to accomplish through sheer determination. Before the words had fully departed his lips, Su Bai felt the world spin. His vision dimmed, and he collapsed into Lung Yu's arms. Among the onlookers, Du Pang's eyes widened, his throat working as he swallowed hard. My brother Bai is truly extraordinary. I'm fully committed to serving as his devoted follower. Late at night, the military factory had far fewer lights on, with only a handful of basic ones still glowing. Su Bai had fainted and been carried to the medical room by the others. Upon learning that he was fine and simply needed a night's rest, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lung Yu, Du Pang, and a few others stayed behind to keep watch, while everyone else returned to the machine shop. Make sure the kid Su Bai gets proper nutrition over the next few days. Nothing can go wrong. Wu Zhongming instructed. Zhang Taizhan nodded. I really appreciate the drive this kid has. The phrase national spirit is well chosen. It's been a long time since I've encountered such an interesting young person. Wu Zhongming smiled. He truly is cut from the same cloth as his grandfather. Enough. Let's examine the parts that child machined. At this moment, Fan Wei completed the part measurement under the gaze of everyone present. Engineer Fan, what are the results? Did the precision really improve again? One student in the crowd couldn't resist asking, eager for the answer. They could see Fan Wei's hands trembling with excitement. For a moment, he could hardly speak coherently. Everyone else was on tenterhooks. Engineer Fan, just tell us, what's the precision? You're killing us with suspense. Yet could Su Bai really surpass even you? Engineer Fan said excitedly, 0.0001 millimeters. He did it. That young lad actually pulled it off. 0.0001 millimeters. With such rudimentary machine tools, that kid actually achieved it. Good heavens, I never expected this. Never in a million years. And he's so young, yet he actually did it. For a moment, it was as if someone hit the mute button and the entire machine shop fell silent. People glanced at one another, their faces etched with disbelief. Did it really happen? It seems so. Su Bai actually did it. We Chinese have done it. My God, Su Bai is only 20 years old. Could this be what he wanted to prove to us? Could this be our national spirit? The QA among the crowd ignited everyone's emotions, and a wave of blood-boiling cheers erupted. He did it. Su Bai truly accomplished it. He's proving to us that we Chinese are no inferior to anyone, and may even be stronger. At this moment, I firmly believe that in the future we will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's strong nations, and even surpass them. Time is all we lack. Over the next 10, 20, or even 30 years, as long as we don't give up, we will surely succeed. The magnificent landscape of our 5,000-year civilization will be restored to greatness through the efforts of several generations. Zhang Taizhan and a group of veteran workers watched the young people before them. They cheered, they embraced, they celebrated. All of this because of one person, one whom nobody had believed in, who had created a miracle in a single night. It lit a fire in everyone's heart, a flame that would illuminate the path ahead as they scaled the mountains. Elder Wu, did you know this would happen from the start? Otherwise, why would you have tried to stop me before? The younger generation is formidable. The nation's future is full of hope. Wu Zhongming smiled without saying another word, turned, and left humming an ancient timeless tune as he went. Zhang Taizhan smiled. He had never heard Wu Zhongming hum before, clearly in an excellent mood. His gaze returned to the young man, and he smiled with satisfaction. All right, it's getting late. Starting tomorrow, you'll all run 5 kilometers every morning. Only a strong body can enable you to better contribute to building our nation. Early morning sunlight rose from the mountains like a blazing fire. The 40-strong team exercised along the mountain road, encircling the military factory. Director Zhang, I can't take it. I really can't. Can I apply for a rest? Du Peng's weight made it impossible to complete a 5-kilometer run. Just making it halfway was already remarkable. Now panting heavily, lying on the road, gasping for air. Get up. Run 1 more kilometer, and you can rest first. Get up right now. Zhang Taizhan wore camouflage training gear, his entire body carved with muscles that looked as though they'd been chiseled by an axe, sharp and defined. Director Zhang, brother Zhang, Uncle Zhang. I truly have no strength left. I can't run anymore. No matter how Zhang Taizhan scolded him, Du Peng lay there like a dead pig, refusing to get up no matter what. Really out of strength. Truly none left. Not even enough to speak. Zhang Taizhan smiled. All right then, if you're that exhausted, skip it. Then I'll help you eat your breakfast, meat buns. You do look quite tired. Meat buns. Du Peng sprang up like a spring, standing at attention. Brother Zhang, I think I still have some strength. Don't force it, Zhang Taizhan said. Du Peng shook his head. No forcing. I love running. But I love Director Zhang even more. In the time it took to speak, he was already 50 meters away, as if his legs had endless energy. Zhang Taizhan shook his head and smiled, then chased after him on his old-fashioned bicycle. Su Bai was still resting and didn't join the morning exercise. Tank RD Center. In the morning, Wu Zhongming gave a detailed explanation of the tank's armor system. The students were even more enthusiastic than yesterday, eager to begin developing their own tanks immediately. Elder Wu, when will we start researching and developing a tank of our own? One student asked curiously. Wu Zhongming smiled. Actually, you could start conceptualizing your own tank design right now. Form your own research teams, discuss designs with each other, and accumulate knowledge little by little. While your current abilities may not be sufficient to develop a complete tank, but through group discussions and the collision of ideas, you'll gain valuable experience. A female student in the crowd asked, Elder Wu, can we really do this? Wu Zhongming nodded. Here's your task. As you learn, try modifying the current generation of tanks before you. I'm giving you 2 weeks. Regardless of the outcome, I believe you'll all gain something from this. Hearing this, the students present grew eager and excited. Many had already begun seeking familiar partners to form RD teams. Elder Wu, isn't this too early? Zhang Tieshan, worried about dampening the students' confidence, spoke quietly. Given their current level, they might only manage to design something like a tank-shaped cart. Asking them to design an entire tank is probably a stretch. Won't this hurt their morale? Wu Zhongming laughed. It's fine. Right now we're all crossing the river by feeling the stones. Mistakes are inevitable, but I believe the young ones won't give up. They'll actually feel more driven. Just like Su Bai last night. He taught me an important lesson. Hearing this, Zhang Taizhan nodded, seemingly agreeing. Su Bai's impression from last night was so profound that it had actually shifted some of his perspectives and thoughts. Wu Zhongming gazed at the hopes before him and sighed. What we lack now is world-class technological knowledge. If we could use the Gray Bear 3rd-generation tank as our teaching example, it would give the students the strongest possible foundation. Zhang Taizhan asked, hasn't the higher-ups resolved the communication yet? Wu Zhongming shook his head. The Gray Bear side has been stalling. Progress is difficult. But the higher-ups are actively negotiating, so I believe we'll see the actual tank soon. Zhang Taizhan sighed. I hope so. We're short on time more than anything. By the way, how's Su Bai doing? Wu Zhongming replied. Give Xiaozhou a call at noon. He's probably anxiously waiting for news on his end. Remember what I'm telling you. Do not reveal Su Bai's true condition. Otherwise, it'll be nearly impossible to keep him here with us. Hearing this, Zhang Tieshan's mouth twitched. Elder Wu, is this really the right approach? I'm worried old Zhou will find out and come all the way from the capital to beat me up. I couldn't beat him anyway. Wu Zhongming smiled. Su Bai isn't meant to stay with us for long. His path lies beyond these mountains. There's more waiting for him out there. But we still need to temper him for a while. Don't worry. That old Su wouldn't dare say a word. With Wu Zhoming's assurance, Zhang Taizhan felt relieved. A strange thought seemed to occur to him. Elder Wu, what do you think of Su Bai's talent in tank RD? Could he be as outstanding as he was with machining? Is there any chance he could develop his own tank someday? Wu Zhoming chuckled. I have high hopes for that boy too. But RD isn't like machining. It requires accumulated knowledge, and that can't be rushed. Though the future is unpredictable. Su Bai lay in the medical room. The system's artillery analysis still had roughly 2 days remaining. By calculation, 8 days would be enough to complete the 99A super tank analysis. After that, he could hand it over to the state and kick off the independent tank development program. Capital City, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Master, we have received updates regarding the modified parts required by Nanfei Design Institute. The precision of components produced by all factories fails to meet the standards, and the debugging results are far from satisfactory. They have sought our assistance, hoping we can explore alternatives. If all else fails, they will have no choice but to purchase high-precision processing equipment from abroad. However, the cost is considerable, and approval may not be granted this year. Su Jianguo examined the documents in his hands attentively before beginning his work, while Zhou Weimin stood beside him, reporting the situation. Both men bore visible signs of exhaustion, dark circles under their eyes suggesting poor rest. The fighter jet modification project for Nanfei is one of this year's most critical initiatives. We cannot allow it to be halted over a single component. Procuring precision processing equipment from overseas is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Our focus must remain on domestic solutions. Have all factories capable of processing precision components received our work orders? Zhou Weimin replied. Master, all capable factories have received the orders with the exception of a few distant ones. Unfortunately, their capabilities are roughly comparable, so achieving the 0.0001 millimeter precision requirement seems unlikely. Su Jianguo set down the documents and pressed his fingers against his weary eyes. Fatigued, he said, we shall try everything. By the way, have you received any news about that child Xiao Bai? Zhou Weimin responded, not yet. By my calculations, it has been approximately 2 days since his arrival. Shall I give him a call to check on his situation? Never mind. That child is likely still adjusting to life there. Let us wait a few more days for him to settle in before calling. Hearing this, Zhou Weimin nodded. One wonders how that child is faring now. Su Jianguo remarked, 5 years have passed swiftly. I hope that boy has made significant improvements. Zhou Weimin smiled faintly. Though Master Su Jianguo claimed he would not call, he was undoubtedly tempted to do so. He would surely find an appropriate moment to reach out and inquire about the situation. At that moment, the office phone suddenly rang. Zhou Weimin answered it, paused upon hearing a familiar voice on the other end, and glanced towards Su Jianguo. Master, this call is from Factory 105. Would you like to take it? I will not take it. Su Jianguo rose and stood by the window. You handle it. Zhou Weimin smiled and complied. Though Su Jianguo spoke thus, he seized the opportunity to pace about, occasionally casting furtive glances towards Zhou Weimin's direction. His hearing sharpened, hoping to catch snippets of useful information. Zhou Weimin understood his master implicitly. Deliberately raising his voice, he switched the phone to speakerphone. Oh, it's old Zhang. How is that child of my friend doing? Has he adjusted well there? Zhang Tieshan. Oh, you mean Su Bai? Yes, he's adjusting fine. Just as you said, this boy is rather disobedient and requires proper discipline. It is precisely because you sent him to me that he might yet be saved, or otherwise he would likely be beyond redemption. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weimin's lip twitched involuntarily. He instinctively glanced at his master Su Jianguo, whose anger was visibly mounting. If not for being on the phone, he would have been cursing aloud. Hep. Old Zhang, surely Su Bai is not as bad as you paint him. Zhang Tieshan, not that bad. Lao Zhou, after sending the child to me, you should know Su Bai's temperament well. From the moment he arrived, he refused to attend classes properly. Academician Wu was delivering a lecture on tank theory to everyone, and do you know what that boy was doing? He was sleeping. To convey his astonishment, Zhang Taizhan exaggerated his tone dramatically, making anyone listening believe every word. That boy actually slept through the lecture. Good heavens, I have never encountered such an audacious youth in all my years. Even I barely dared breathe while Academician Wu spoke, yet that rascal actually slept through it. Could anyone endure such behavior? I disciplined him thoroughly right there, making him understand who holds authority at Factory 105. Zhou Weimin was utterly dumbfounded. This call absolutely could not continue further, or he himself would suffer the consequences. Old Zhang, if there is nothing else, let us end the call here. Zhang Tieshan, wait, I haven't finished yet. I have compiled a list of 108 issues regarding that child Su Bai that requires serious training. Click. Zhou Weimin decisively hung up the phone and exhaled deeply. 108 issues. Had he allowed the conversation to continue, he would have faced 108 ways of dying today. Xiao Bai, what in the world are you doing? You nearly cost your Uncle Zhou his life. Slam. Fucking idiot. Su Jianguo's fury reached its zenith as he slammed his palm forcefully onto the desk, causing the water cup to topple and spill water across the floor. Zhou Weimin had never seen Su Jianguo this enraged. He felt an irresistible urge to flee. Master, please calm yourself. Su Baihe. Do not mention that scoundrel to me again. Su Jianguo thundered. Go. Call Factory 105 and tell that damn boy to return immediately. I will not have him bringing shame upon our family. Zhou Weimin urged. Master, this may not be wise. He was only just sent there. Let us observe for a while longer. Perhaps Xiao Bai will undergo a transformation. Give him time to gradually adapt to the living conditions there. The environment is indeed quite harsh, so feeling some resistance is perfectly natural. He is still a child. After proper tempering, he will improve. After all, he is a child of the old Su family. He cannot fall too far below expectations. Hearing this, Su Jianguo's anger subsided considerably. He sat on the sofa and pondered for a moment. I recall that Factory 105 has several 8th grade fitters. Let them attempt processing that component as well. See if they can succeed. Zhou Weimin understood his master's intent immediately. Was it not simply an excuse to learn more about Su Bai's situation there? As for completing the component itself, there was no realistic expectation of success. After all, so many 8th grade fitters from other factories had already tried, and Factory 105 would likely fare no differently. Master, I will handle this right away. He dialed back immediately. Before Zhou Weimin could speak, Zhang Taizhan opened fire like a machine gun. Lao Zhou, why did you hang up on me? I haven't wronged you. Rest assured. After 5 years with Su Bai here, I guarantee I will return him as a qualified researcher. Alright, keep pushing Su Bai harder. Actually, I have another matter to discuss with you. Zhou Weimin briefly recounted the entire situation, clearly explaining the drawing precision requirements as well. Old Zhang, this is a particularly demanding task. Other factories have already attempted it, but none achieved the required precision. Have your people try as well, and see if they can succeed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tieshan's eyes lit up. This must succeed. If their factory achieved what others could not, it would be incredibly impressive. He agreed without hesitation. Rest assured, there is no component that Factory 105 cannot produce. I am not boasting. This simple part will be completed for you in minutes. A precision requirement of only 0.0001 millimeters. That does not even warrant our senior craftsman's attention. Zhou Weimin's lips twitched violently upon hearing this. Your blatant boasting knows no bounds. If you're so capable, produce one and show me. Old Zhang, this is no joking matter. It is critically important. Every other factory has attempted it and failed. Can your factory truly accomplish this? Zhang Tieshan, do I appear to be joking? If I am lying, may my children be born with. Alright, enough. Hanging up now. Rush those drawings over as quickly as possible. Zhou Weimin hung up the phone, utterly bewildered. He turned to Su Jianguo and asked, Master, has Factory 105 in the Northwest acquired any new precision equipment? This fellow speaks with such bravado. His arrogance is almost comical. Can they truly achieve this? Su Jianguo also wore a perplexed expression. Not that I am aware of. All procurement of advanced equipment from overseas requires approval from the research department. Minister Chen has not mentioned any such developments. Hearing this, Zhou Weimin pondered for a moment. Then why does this fellow speak with such bombastic confidence? Is he truly capable, or is he merely bluffing? Su Jianguo said, we shall see. Perhaps there truly exists a formidable master craftsman among them. It is not impossible. Since Su Bai processed the parts, the factory's days returned to normal. Every day, besides eating and sleeping, the students were researching the first-generation tank, preparing for their group's self-developed tank. The 40-person team was divided into 8 groups, each with 5 members. Su Bai, Hishu, Du Peng, Leng Yue, and Shun Meiyu formed one group. 3 days passed, and the group's tank design had made little progress similar to the other groups. Su Bai was not in a hurry. The second part of the 99A tank, the weapon system, had already been analyzed. The power system had also been analyzed for a day, and only the control system remained to complete the analysis. Take it easy, no rush, there's nothing urgent anyway. After finishing his explanation of the tank's power system, Wu Zhongming deliberately kept Su Bai alone. Xiao Bai, is there anything you don't understand about the tank studies these days? Wu Zhongming asked. Su Bai replied, Master Wu, actually I've been observing the factory these days. If our country intends to pursue self-developed tanks in the future, the current technical capacity of the factory will be a major issue. Furthermore, there is the craftsmanship problem. Assembling a tank requires tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of millimeter-level precision components. From the perspective of the 105 military factories' tank production workshop, the number of machine tool operators is definitely insufficient. Without precise machining equipment, we would have to expand the scale of the tank production workshop. Win by quantity. Expanding the scale is also one of our tasks. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan were inwardly shocked. They had just asked casually, but they didn't expect Su Bai to see so clearly and thoroughly, even with great foresight. Did you observe all this over these few days, eh? Zhang Taizhan asked. Su Bai nodded. Since he had the system's help, he could do a bit for the motherland, even if just a little. After 5 years, he would still enjoy life. Zhang Taizhan exclaimed in shock. You kid are really amazing. You saw through the crux of the problem in just a few days. How is your brain wired? Wu Zhoming laughed. Xiao, by seeing through this, shows you have a deep understanding of the tank production process. Have you studied this before at school? Su Bai nodded. No, nothing. If it weren't for the detailed data provided by the system, how could he know all this? No wonder. Wu Zhoming explained, what you said is all clear to us. But currently our country hasn't even started self-developed tanks, so production capacity issues are naturally not a concern now. However, if one day we can truly develop our own tank, I believe production capacity will not be a problem. Su Bai nodded after hearing this. It seemed that only when the blueprints were fully completed could the production capacity issue be resolved. Master Wu, is there something you wanted to see me about? Wu Zhoming nodded. Come with me. In the factory office, a part design blueprint was laid out before Su Bai. Zhang Taizhan explained, Xiao Bai, this is a blueprint sent from the Nanfei Aircraft Design Institute. They plan to modify the Grey Bear country's fighter jets, and they encountered this part problem. Many factories across the country have attempted the machining, but none met the standard. I think besides you, no one in the country can complete it. Su Bai carefully examined the blueprint, frowning slightly. What's wrong? Is there any difficulty? Zhang Taizhan asked. Su Bai shook his head. It's not a big problem, but this part is quite large. It might take several days to complete with guaranteed precision. System, complete the part machining task in 3 days. Spirit 1. Su Bai was stunned. He didn't expect that spirit could be increased. It is known that a person's vitality is important. Some people, even after staying up all night, are still energetic the next day. In fact, it has a lot to do with spirit. It is very helpful for both learning and scientific research. 3 days. Su Bai looked at the part blueprint. The time was tight, but it wasn't impossible. Zhang Taizhan let out a long sigh of relief. He thought it was a big deal. It turned out to be just a matter of time. There's no strict time limit. Just get it done. Su Bai nodded. Brother Zhang, I want to start now. Zhang Taizhan was taken aback. No need to be so urgent, right? The time is not tight. Su Bai smiled. It's fine, nothing else to do, better to finish early. Upon hearing this, Zhang Taizhan had nothing more to say. After a few brief instructions, Su Bai left. Master Wu, I like Su Bai, this kid, no matter how I look at him. Zhang Taizhan sighed. Not only talented, but also hardworking. I really don't know what old Zhou is thinking. Such a good child would be better off studying at the Huaker Academy. Why send him here? Could it be some other intention? Wu Zhoming laughed. It's probably that old Su wants to better train the kid and pave the way for his future. It must be said, in terms of family education, many cannot compare to the Su family. Otherwise, the entire Su family wouldn't be full of elites. By the way, you didn't tell Xiao Zhou about Su Bai, did you? Zhang Taizhan laughed. No, I don't dare to say. If I told him, he would come to snatch the person away. I want to keep the kid for a few more days. Wu Zhoming smiled. Good, after the part is machined, I'll call old Su myself. Hearing the shock in that old fellow's voice will be quite amusing. The only pity is that I can't see the shocked expression on his face. As he spoke, Wu Zhongmin shook his head. It is indeed a bit regrettable. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weimin's mouth twitched violently. Good heavens. Do the older generation all enjoy these little pranks? Night, 9 o'clock. Workers in the machine shop left one after another. They looked in Su Bai's direction, smiled, and shook their heads. This kid has such good spirit. Yet talented and handsome. Maybe in the future he can become a researcher like academician Wu. If that's the case, our rabbit country will have one more great researcher. As the old masters passed by Su Bai's machine, they smiled and greeted him. The people here were already familiar with Su Bai. Su kid, aren't you going back to sleep? Fan Wei appeared behind Su Bai at some unknown time, his gaze fixed on the part on the machine. So this is the precision part that no old master in the country could complete. A precision of 0.0001. Only you kid could make it. Su Bai smiled, put down his work. Engineer Fan, you're also up this late. Fan Wei smiled. Getting old, can't sleep, might as well do a bit more. This old bones can still contribute some residual heat. At that moment, Lung Yu appeared at the workshop door holding something like a lunchbox. Fan Wei smiled. Alright, don't stay too late, go back and rest early. By the way, have you really considered becoming my son-in-law, living with my family? My granddaughter is very beautiful. Su Bai smiled helplessly. Just kidding, just kidding. Fan Wei smiled awkwardly and left, nodding with a smile as he passed Lung Yu. What's got you so happy? On the grass of the square outside the workshop, Su Bai and Lung Yu sat on the ground. The breeze was pleasant against their skin. Su Bai smiled. Engineer Fan still wants me to be his live-in son-in-law. I'm considering it a bit. I heard he keeps a lot of pigs. Ha! Lung Yu, breaking her usual style, burst out laughing. You could consider it, then you'll have pork to eat every day. Su Bai smiled. I do have that plan. Lung Yu smiled, opened the lunchbox. Inside were stir-fried eggs with peppers and white rice. Factory Director Zhang specially asked me to bring this to nourish your body. Thank you. After a night of operating the machine, he was indeed hungry. Su Bai ate heartily. It must be said that stir-fried eggs with peppers really went well with rice. Su Bai, are you going to be this late every day these days? Lung Yu stared blankly at the profound night sky, full of stars like brilliant gems shining. A breeze blew her hair, fluttering her eyes like a sparkling galaxy that made Su Bai somewhat lost in thought. Lung Yu looked at Su Bai, startled. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Subai smiled, nothing, just lost in thought. Lung Yu smiled faintly. Suddenly, she pointed to the bright moon in the night sky. Subai, do you want to go to the moon to see? I heard that fairies live there. I've had a dream since childhood to go to the moon. Standing on the moon and looking back at our blue star, that would be such an interesting thing. Subai smiled, I'll help you. When I invent a spaceship in the future, I'll take you to the moon. Upon hearing this, Lung Yu's big eyes blinked, sparkling like stars. Really? Subai smiled, really. Lung Yu laughed, clearly very happy. Subai also laughed. For some reason his mood was exceptionally calm. With the system, perhaps in the future, he could really go to the moon to see. 3 days had passed, and Subai spent all his time in the machine shop except for eating and sleeping. The power system was also completed yesterday, and the remaining time for analyzing the control system was less than 48 hours. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Brother Bai is truly diligent. It's already the 3rd day, and he's still machining parts. His perseverance is truly unmatched. During the time Subai was machining parts, students came every day to check on the situation. One by one, they were all impressed by Subai's perseverance. On the final day, students came to watch the excitement, and several top fitters, including Fan Wei, also came to see the situation. At that moment, Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan appeared in the crowd. Fan Wei smiled and greeted, "Academician Wu, this kid truly has a calm mind. In 3 days, except for eating and sleeping, he has been in the workshop all the time. This level of concentration is beyond many veteran masters. No wonder this kid is so skilled in fitter work at such a young age." Zhang Taizhan said worriedly, "Master Wu, should we let Subai take a break? I'm worried that he might exhaust himself." Wu Zhongming shook his head. "No need, Subai knows his own limits. We don't need to worry. Just pay more attention to his meals." Zhang Taizhan nodded, looked at Subai, and shook his head helplessly. This kid is really dedicated. At this moment, Subai was fully immersed in machining the parts, completely unaware of the changes outside. System, task completed. Spirit 1. As the words fell, Subai's previously fatigued spirit seemed to ease considerably. Subai let out a long sigh. Finally, the machining is done. As soon as he turned around, he was stunned by the scene before him. "What are you all?" Zhang Taizhan walked up with a grin, completely lacking the demeanor of a factory director. Student Subai, are the parts machined? They are done. Take a look yourself. Subai tidied up a bit and walked out of the crowd. "Master Wu, brother Zhang, I'm going back to rest for a bit. I'm a little tired." Zhang Tieshan's eyes had already fallen on the parts, and without turning his head, he said loudly, "I'll give you a day off, kid. Have a good rest." At this moment, everyone gathered around the parts. "Engineer Fan, how is it? Up to standard, right?" Zhang Taizhan urged. "This is a part that factories across the country have tried and failed to produce. If our factory succeeds, it will be a great honor." Fan Wei carefully measured the precision with his measuring tools, afraid of making any mistakes. At this moment, the scene was completely silent. Everyone held their breath, feeling as if their hearts were about to jump out. "Engineer Fan, how is it? Is it up to standard?" Zhang Taizhan licked his lips and asked anxiously. At that moment, Fan Wei put down his tools and straightened up. He glanced around and revealed a smile. "It's done. The precision meets the standard." As the words fell, the scene was silent for 3 seconds, followed by enthusiastic cheers. "Damn, I told you brother Bai would be fine. Look how calm he was when he left. Now I truly believe it. The part that no factory in the country could produce was made by Subai. That's amazing. Only brother Bai can be so calm. If it were me, I would have been boasting." "Master Wu, it's up to standard," Zhang Taizhan excitedly reported to Wu Zhongming. "All right, call the capital. Have them send someone to pick up the parts. Nanfei is in a hurry." Wu Zhongming specifically instructed, "Remember, don't say who machined the part for now. I want to see the look on old Su's face when he finds out." Zhang Taizhan gave a helpless wry smile. The two of them together, nearly 200 years old, were still acting like children. In the factory director's office. "Old Zhang, you must tell me exactly how your 105 factory did it. So many factories across the country failed, and you completed it in 3 days. I feel like you're fooling me." "Who's fooling you?" Zhang Taizhan said disdainfully. "My brain may not be as sharp as yours, but I'm a man of my word. How could I joke about something like this? Should I send someone to deliver the parts, or will you send someone to pick them up?" "I'll go pick them up myself," Zhou Weimin said curiously. "I'll come over in a couple of days, and I'll also take a look at that kid Subai. And also the master mechanic who machined the parts at your factory. I didn't expect you had such a hidden ace." Zhang Taizhan was startled upon hearing this. Master Wu had instructed that the capital must not learn Subai's true situation. He absolutely could not let this guy come. "I think you'd better not come. The master is very busy and has no time to see you. And don't worry about Subai, I'll make sure he's well taken care of. You can rest assured. As for the parts, I'll send someone to deliver them. That's it, I'm hanging up." Beep beep beep. "Damn, you actually dared to hang up on me." Zhou Weimin put down the phone and initially didn't think anything was wrong. But after sitting down and thinking for a moment, he realized something was wrong. No, there's something fishy. Absolutely something fishy. That old Zhang is definitely hiding something. Zhou Weimin racked his brains and came up with only one possibility: it must be related to Xiao Bai. Otherwise, why would Zhang Taizhan be so sensitive at the mention of visiting him? Could it be that Xiao Bai was involved in machining this part? No, I must call and ask clearly. Zhou Weimin dialed back. At the 105 Military Factory Communications Department, Zhang Taizhan was still shaken after hanging up. Fortunately, he had stopped old Zhou. If he had come, Su Bai might have been snatched away. This was a treasure. He absolutely had to keep him for a while longer. Just then the phone rang again. Factory director, it's for you, said the communications staff. Zhang Taizhan raised an eyebrow. Could it be that old Zhou again? He took a deep breath and kept reassuring himself. Lying was indeed difficult for this tough guy, though it made him more nervous than running 10 kilometers. Hey, I said, old Zhou, why are you calling again? Didn't I say I'd send someone to deliver the parts? Why are you calling again? Zhou Weimin. Oh, keep pretending. Keep pretending. After all these years you've learned to lie. Fine, the former iron-blooded man is getting more and more impressive. Zhang Tieshan's heart sank after hearing this. Even his tone became weaker. Damn, could old Zhou have seen through it? It shouldn't be possible. How could he see through it? What's wrong with me? Old Zhou, explain yourself. Zhou Weimin sneered. Keep pretending. Go on. You're quite good at pretending. If I hadn't thought it over carefully, I might have been fooled by you. Spill it, what's really going on? Zhang Taizhan stammered. I have no idea what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Zhou Weimin cut straight to the point. Does the part have something to do with Su Bai? Otherwise, why would you panic when I mentioned coming in person? Zhang Taizhan was stunned. Old Zhou really knew. This was the end. Old Zhou, what are you talking about? How could the part have anything to do with Su Bai? Zhou Weimin sneered. No relation. Then why are you so nervous when you speak? Tell me, did that kid Su Bai lose interest in research and start learning the machine tool from your master? That kid has been interested in mechanical things since childhood. Am I right, Zhang Tieshan? Well, you scare me to death. So after all this, you're just a clueless guy? Scared me half to death. Zhang Taizhan was muscular, but not stupid. He thought for a moment, and then began to play along with Zhou Weimin. Old Zhou, what? What are you talking about? I really don't know what you're saying. Zhou Weimin said, all right, stop pretending. Although I don't agree with that kid learning fitter work since he's learned it, so be it. It's not a bad thing to study under a top master. That kid has some talent in hands-on mechanical work. Let him learn if you want. But remember, you must cultivate his research abilities well. Zhang Tieshan's mouth twitched violently. Why you call this some talent? He's already surpassed the entire machine shop of our 105 factory, and you call this some talent. Zhang Taizhan had also learned indirectly. Neither old Zhou nor Su Bai's family knew that Su Bai possessed such almost freakish abilities. This fact made him breathe a sigh of relief. However, thinking back on Su Bai, he was really good at hiding it. With such amazing abilities, he was seen as a problem child by his family. Was that some kind of perverse taste? Oh, you actually saw through me, old Zhou. After all these years, you've become smarter. I'm no match for you. That kid Su Bai likes to learn, so we let him learn a bit. Don't worry, I guarantee that in 5 years, I'll give you a qualified researcher. Zhou Weimin, I trust you on that. By the way, the higher-ups are very satisfied with your part machining this time. They plan to award the master mechanic who machined the part a personal third-class merit. You arrange it on your end. After a few brief instructions about the parts, he hung up. Zhang Tieshan's back was soaked, as if he had been in a sauna. That old Zhou really scared the hell out of me. Lying is damn too hard. I didn't expect that after all these years old Zhou's brain is still not as sharp as mine. Pathetic. But that kid Su Bai indeed deserves a reward. In the factory office. Master Wu, shouldn't we reward that kid Su Bai? Zhang Taizhan said. The higher-ups suggest giving him a third-class merit. What do you think? Wu Zhoming nodded. Xiao Bai performed well this time. He deserves a third-class merit. Also adjust his title to intern researcher. And announce it throughout the factory. Zhang Taizhan smiled. Master Wu is always thorough. At dinner time, a large red commendation was posted on the bulletin board at the cafeteria entrance. It attracted many onlookers. Due to Su Bai's exceptional performance, the factory has specially approved him for a personal third-class merit. Hereby announced. Awesome. Which workshop is this Su Bai from? How come I've never heard of him before? You don't know? These new students are in research. I heard he machined an incredible part this time. What part is so special that other master mechanics couldn't make it? I heard from the master in the machine shop that not only our workshop, but no one in the entire country could machine it. So impressive. No wonder he got a personal third-class merit. I'm really envious. Just then Su Bai and his group finished their day's study and came to the cafeteria for dinner. Old Bai, I heard you machined a very impressive part for the factory. Didn't old Zhang give you any reward? Like chicken legs or something? Eat, 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 all you think about is eating. Shinmei Yu put her hands on her hips and pointed at Du Peng. Look at Su Bai, then look at yourself. You also graduated from a prestigious school, but all you do every day is eat. Du Peng said aggrievedly, isn't life all about eating? What's wrong with that? Shinmei Yu sighed, forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. The others smiled, already used to their dynamic. Speaking of which, it's strange. Su Bai, didn't old Zhang give you any reward? Yeah, logically he should at least praise you. Look at those people ahead. What are they looking at? So lively. At this moment Du Peng was already at the back of the crowd, standing on tiptoes to see ahead, but due to his limited height, he couldn't see what was going on. Wait for me, I'll squeeze in to see. The others smiled. This Du Peng always goes wherever there's excitement. One of them joked. Shen Meiyu rolled her eyes. This guy is most active in eating and watching excitement. What's there to see? It's probably some factory commendation. It's none of our business. Just then Dupang squeezed out panting. Old by big news. Su Bai was startled. Dupang continued, go check it out. You've been awarded a third-class merit by the factory. Upon hearing this, the students present stared wide-eyed at Su Bai. Wow, a third-class merit. He's only been here a few days. Is this for real? That's amazing. Late at night, a top-tier meeting was held at the Capital Research Department. The nation's most distinguished scientific experts gathered for a final evaluation of importing the Gray Bear's third-generation tanks. Su Jianguo, as an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, was naturally among them. The meeting was presided over by Su Jianguo, Minister of the Rabbit Nation's Research Department. We just received word from the diplomatic side. The Gray Bear has agreed to sell us their third-generation main battle tanks at a price of $2.5 million per unit. The purchase would involve 20 units exceeding $50 million. This places significant pressure on our foreign exchange reserves. What are everyone's thoughts on the pricing? The roundtable consisted of 20 members, all senior researchers with graying temples. One of them couldn't help but curse aloud. Damn it, the Gray Bear is essentially robbing us. The normal price should be around $1.8 million. Charging an extra $7,000 per unit. Absolutely unacceptable. They're treating us like fools with this price. Old Jin calmed down. The elder seated across from him spoke in a heavy dialect. We have no choice but to accept this. If we don't buy from them, how will we build anything ourselves? Could we really have to start from scratch figuring out every single component on our own? Even with 30 years, I doubt we could manage it. But the elder's tone shifted. In my opinion, we must buy them. After acquiring them, we can dismantle and thoroughly study them, then modify and develop our own tanks through independent research. Not only will this bring advanced technology, but it will also save considerable time. Time is precisely what we lack the most. We cannot simply wait and wear ourselves down any longer. Hearing this, the other researchers nodded in agreement. But that's an extra $7,000 per tank. These are the hard-earned blood and sweat money of the people. Old Zheng sighed deeply and said nothing more after that, merely shaking his head in resignation. Old Zheng, you need to think long-term. Su Jianguo, seated beside him, patted the elder's shoulder and advised, if we cannot break through the technological blockade, we will never stand tall with pride. Old Zheng sighed heavily. Buy them then. Buy them. Try to negotiate a better price through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Save what we can. The people have already suffered enough. Hearing this, the researchers present all sighed, and the atmosphere grew heavy. It's tough, yes, but if the entire nation works together, we will surely overcome this difficulty. If only we could purchase their tank RD blueprints. It would save us considerable effort in the future. The Gray Bear would never sell their RD blueprints. It's better to rely on ourselves. We have numerous military factories within our country. Why can't anyone design a tank that truly belongs to us? Enough. How could such a thing be possible? The Gray Bear's tank development also required decades of continuous effort to reach where they are today. Our starting point came far too late. Bridging decades of technological gap cannot be accomplished in a short time. There's no rushing it. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, Su Jianguo, who had remained silent, lightly tapped the table. Since there are no objections, let's officially add this to the plan. Each unit may begin preparing the relevant matters. Transport the tanks back to the country as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected developments. Meeting adjourned. Old Su, please stay behind. Let's walk together. I have something to discuss with you. Outside the main building of the research department, Su Jianguo and Su Jianguo strolled along the concrete path, discussing the components issue from a few days prior. Old Su, I heard you resolved that matter at Nanfei the other day. I didn't expect there to be skilled professionals at your facility. Su Jianguo chuckled. Minister Chen, I hardly have any true experts on my team. That matter was handled by the 105 Military Industrial Complex. They are the ones with actual expertise. Moreover, from what I understand, the 105 factory's equipment is inferior to other military facilities. Yet they actually succeeded. Quite remarkable, and not an easy feat. Su Jianguo nodded. Indeed, it was not easy. Nanfei was on the verge of giving up. Actually, I asked you to stay because I want to discuss something with you. Of the 23rd generation tanks being purchased this time, only 5 will be allocated for research purposes. The 105 military factory has already secured their allocation, but we're somewhat puzzled about the remaining 4 units. Hearing this, Su Jianguo smiled slightly. Minister Chen, this is difficult to predict. Many military factory research centers are keeping a close watch on this batch of tanks. They all aspire to be the first to develop our own tanks for the nation. I cannot speak for other facilities, but regarding the 105 military factory, this decision is absolutely sound. They might just bring us a pleasant surprise. A surprise? Su Jianguo asked with a smile. On what basis do you say that? Su Jianguo explained, from what I know, third-generation tanks have exceptionally high precision requirements for their components. A single tank requires tens of thousands, even over 100,000 high-precision parts. With the 105 military factory's expertise in precision component manufacturing, they possess a tremendous advantage. I believe they will deliver a genuine surprise. Hearing this, Su Jianguo nodded. Then I am truly looking forward to this surprise. By the way, I heard you also sent your grandson to the 105 military factory. That place is quite harsh. How could you bear to send him there? Su Jianguo replied angrily. He's only been there a few days and already causing trouble. He gives me nothing but worry. Su Jianguo smiled. Children, you must give them time. Come, let's go to my office for some tea. 105 military factory. Brother Bai Old Zhang called us to assemble. He said there's important news. Su Bai acknowledged and followed along. Tank RD factory. Wu Zhongmin appeared particularly pleased, his smile never fading since Su Bai and the group entered. Zhang Taizhan was no different, beaming with joy. Old Bai, does Old Zhang have something delightful to share? He's grinning like that. Du Peng speculated, it must be tank-related or Old Zhang wouldn't be this cheerful. Su Bai paused momentarily. Could it be that the matter of purchasing tanks from the Grey Bear had progressed? Before arriving, he had heard rumors that the national level intended to acquire a batch of tanks from the Grey Bear for research purposes. If this were true, it would need to be stopped. Within one more day, the final operational system of the 99A tank would be completed. Why purchase such obsolete equipment and waste money? Wouldn't it be better to preserve those funds for improving subsequent production? It would make far more sense. System successfully prevented the procurement plan. Reward air defense missile analysis opportunity. What the hell? It's actually happening. Su Bai was stunned. He had heard of air defense missiles in his previous life. Finally, he would be able to shoot down aircraft. Everyone, I have some good news to announce today. Zhang Taizhan scanned the room and smiled. We will soon begin our independent tank development project. The third-generation tanks from the Grey Bear will arrive here shortly. At that point, we will be able to understand what world-class advanced tanks look like, and thereby develop our own tanks. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers erupted. The students jumped up excitedly, cheering and celebrating. Excellent. We are finally taking the first step toward independent tank development. I am certain that the tanks we develop in the future will surely rank among the world's elite. Hey, what should we name our future tanks? How about the Victory Tank? Du Peng patted his 200-plus-pound belly and declared confidently, any tank I Du Peng develop in the future must be called the Du Fatty. My name Du Peng will appear before the eyes of people all over the world. While everyone cheered happily, Lung Yu noticed that Su Bai remained unusually calm. She couldn't help but ask, Su Bai, why do you look unhappy? He Shu also seemed to notice, adjusting his glasses. Su Bai, are you not feeling well? Should I take you to the infirmary for a checkup? Their commotion attracted the attention of surrounding students, all of whom turned their gaze towards Su Bai. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Wu Zhongmin asked with concern. Zhang Tieshan's gaze also fell upon Su Bai. Old Wu, there's something I'd like to mention. Su Bai spoke calmly. Could you submit a report to the higher-ups to cancel this tank procurement plan from the Grey Bear? Upon hearing these words, everyone present was stunned. What's going on? Cancel the plan. Is Su Bai out of his mind? Good heavens, Su Bai, have you lost your mind? Did I hear you correctly? You want to cancel the purchase plan? Madness, sheer madness. Our country fought so hard to secure this opportunity, and now you say we should cancel it. What are you thinking? That is the world's most advanced third-generation tank. Once we have it, we can cut our self-research path by more than half. Su Bai, tell us why we should cancel. In the future, we rely on third-generation tanks to achieve self-research. If we cancel, what will we use to develop our own? Rely on you. Exactly. Old Wu, don't listen to Su Bai. This cannot be cancelled. Lung Yu turned to the others and retorted. What are you all arguing about? Su Bai hasn't finished speaking yet. I believe Su Bai must have his own ideas. Exactly. How could you possibly understand my brother Bai's thoughts? Du Peng also stepped forward. Stop the noise. Let my brother Bai explain clearly. I trust my brother Bai has his reasons. He Shu stood beside Su Bai and patted his shoulder. I believe in you. Why did I end up in a team with you lunatics? Shin Meiyu spread her hands and also stood beside Su Bai. As the clamor continued, Zhang Taizhan gestured for everyone to quiet down. At that moment, Wu Zhongming looked at Su Bai and asked, Xiao Bai, can you tell me your reasoning? I am also very curious why you suddenly made such a decision. At that instant, all eyes fell on Su Bai. The entire factory fell into an eerie silence. Su Bai was silent for a moment. Old Wu, what if I told you that even without the tanks from Huaxiong country, I am confident I can design our own tank blueprint. And it will be superior in performance to Huaxiong country's third-generation tanks, and can even reach mass production standards within half a year. Would you believe all that? The other students were dumbfounded. Self-developed tanks superior to third-generation tanks. Mass production within half a year. Good heavens, these were words from a 20-year-old youth. Even a national academician would not dare to say such a thing. Su Bai, do you know what you were saying? Mass production of a self-developed tank within half a year. We have nothing now. What will we use to mass produce? Superior to third-generation tanks. Do you have any idea how many difficulties are involved in tank development? Forget one person. Even if all the researchers in Tuzi country work together, never mind half a year, even 5 or 10 years, they might not succeed. Do you know how long it took foreign countries to mass-produce third-generation tanks? Decades to reach where they are today. We have a chance to build on their technology and develop our own. Do you realize how much time we could save? For you to cancel the plan with just empty words, who do you think you are? Can you produce a design blueprint right now? Enough arguing. Zhang Taizhan barked, and everyone fell silent. Su Bai, you've heard what they said. I won't say much else. With just your word alone, we cannot apply to cancel the plan. Unless you can show us something substantial, something that can convince us. Only then will we have the power to convince others. Su Bai asked calmly, may I ask how many days are left before the tank purchase plan deadline? Zhang Taizhan replied, 3 days. Only 3 days. After 3 days, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will pay the deposit. Once that is done, the matter is irreversible. If you want to change things, you have only 3 days. Hearing this, Su Bai nodded. Old Wu, brother Zhang, could you give me a private office? And I need drawing tools as well as a lot of paper. Give me 3 days, and I will give you a reason to convince others. The students present looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding Su Bai's motive. Even less did they know what reason he was talking about. Zhang Taizhan looked at Wu Zhoming. Old Wu, what do you think? Wu Zhoming stared at Su Bai for a long while, then unexpectedly agreed. Do as Xiao Bai says. Arrange for someone to bring him meals over these 3 days. Su Bai was taken aback. Old Wu, you trust me? Wu Zhoming smiled. I want to give it a try. Rest assured, focus on your work these 3 days. Leave the rest to me. Thank you. After saying this, Su Bai followed Zhang Taizhan away, leaving the bewildered students behind. Do you think Su Bai is serious? It doesn't look like a joke. How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Do you think he can do it? I think it's absolutely impossible. But we all know Su Bai's personality. He wouldn't stir up trouble for no reason, would he? Who knows what's going on in his head? What can be done in 3 days? At that moment, Lung Yu said firmly, I believe in Su Bai. Just like with the machine tool workshop, he can do it. I believe in Brother Bai too. Du Peng also stepped forward. He can do it. I believe in him too. Yishu also stepped forward. The others stared at them as if they were fools, then left. Only after the others had gone did Du Peng let out a long sigh. He whispered, damn, his Brother Bai gone mad. Developing a tank in 3 days. What a joke. I think I'd better pack my things for Brother Bai right now. We can flee tonight. Shin Mei Yu questioned, Fatty, you just said you believed in Su Bai? How come you've changed your mind now? Du Peng explained, as Brother Bai's most loyal sidekick, I have to save face for him. But if you ask me to complete a tank design blueprint in 3 days, I definitely can't do it. I couldn't even do it in my dreams. Hearing this, Yishu and Shin Mei Yu let out a long sigh. Deep down, they too could hardly believe Su Bai could really do it. Completing a tank design blueprint superior to third-generation tanks in 3 days. This was beyond exaggeration. Even in daydreams, they wouldn't dare imagine it. It was too absurd. Even novels wouldn't dare write such a plot. Actually, you can trust Su Bai. Lung Yu was unusually bold this time, standing on Su Bai's side. For some reason, she believed from the bottom of her heart that Su Bai could do it. It was a feeling, a very subtle, strange feeling. Shin Mei Yu shook her head helplessly after hearing this. Women in love, they have no brains. Old Wu, what do you think Su Bai means this time? Does he really intend to design a blueprint comparable to third-generation tanks in 3 days, eh? Isn't that too outrageous? After settling Su Bai, Zhang Taizhan could not help but ask academician Wu Zhoming. Wu Zhoming shook his head. I don't know. But from what I've seen these past few days, Su Bai is not the type to act recklessly. Perhaps that child has his own ideas. Let's wait and see. Maybe a miracle will happen. Zhang Taizhan nodded. Anyway, 3 days doesn't mean much to us. By the way, Old Wu, what if Su Bai really comes up with something useful? Or even a design blueprint truly comparable to third-generation tanks? Should we apply to stop the purchase plan? Hearing this, Wu Zhoming smiled. Alright, you're tired too. Go wash up and get some sleep. If that really happens, you and I might go down in our country's history. Zhang Taizhan smiled and said nothing more. How could such a thing happen? It was too absurd. Since Su Bai entered the separate office, he had not come out since. 3 meals a day, Lung Yu faithfully placed the food at the door. At night, a slight breeze carried a chill. Lung Yu came to deliver the meal and found the lunch still untouched at the door. Worried that something might be wrong with Su Bai, she gently knocked on the door. Only when she heard Su Bai's voice from within did she feel relieved. Setting down the food with a helpless shake of her head, she turned to leave. Cold Moon, how did it go? Did you get to see Brother Bai? Du Peng, Shin Mei Yu and Yishu couldn't resist asking as they watched Lung Yu emerge. No. Lung Yu shook her head. Look, the lunch I brought at noon hasn't been touched. I wonder what he's doing in there. He didn't even eat lunch. Du Peng asked with concern, didn't you knock and ask if Brother Bai was okay? Lung Yu sighed heavily. I did. I could hear him inside. He's fine. Hearing this, Du Peng finally breathed a sigh of relief. I just don't get why Brother Bai is doing this. Still puzzled, he grumbled. What's the point of going to such lengths for no reason? It really doesn't make sense to me. We've been working on this for days and haven't even finished designing the tank's wheels. How could Brother Bai possibly complete all the blueprints in just 3 days? That's simply impossible when you think about it. Hearing this, Yishu adjusted his glasses and said seriously, under normal circumstances it would be impossible. But we can't rule out some special circumstances like what happened before. Du Peng was taken aback. What do you mean by that, old he? Do you think Brother Bai might actually be able to design it? Yishu shook his head. I'm just mentioning the possibility of special circumstances, it's merely a hypothesis. The probability is actually not zero. Du Peng rolled his eyes after hearing this. Old he, that's the same as saying nothing at all. I could just as easily say I might pee on the moon. Doesn't that come down to basic probability? He Shu adjusted his glasses and nodded. You make a valid point. Roughly 1 in 100 million. That's about as likely as surviving the Big Bang. Du Peng. Onaji. What are you two even talking about? We should be focusing on Su Bai's situation. Shin Meiyu spoke up. This isn't the time to be discussing probability. He Shu replied, probability offers no solution here. Shin Meiyu. Just then Lung Yu said, if Su Bai needs our help he'll let us know himself. I'll continue delivering meals on schedule and keep everyone informed of any changes. The others nodded in agreement. There was little else they could do. Even if they wanted to help there was nothing practical they could offer. Under the moonlight their shadows stretched long as they all turned their gaze toward the room. Beneath the same moonlight, warm yellow lamplight merged with the silver glow casting everything in a golden hue across the blueprints. Su Bai meticulously sketched every detail pouring his accumulated knowledge onto paper with utmost precision. Within a single day he had already completed the tank's external armor structure. But this was only the exterior. What lay inside remained untouched. Su Bai understood that completing the entire tank blueprint in 3 days was impossible. The more drawings he could finish the better his chances of convincing everyone. So I'll need to pull an all-nighter tonight and see if I can also draft the internal armor. Moonlight streamed through the window onto the blueprints filling the room with nothing but the steady whisper of pen against paper. In this moment Su Bai felt an unprecedented sense of calm, a quiet smile playing on his lips as he lost himself in the work. At dawn roosters crowed. 105. The Steel Plaza awoke with mechanical vitality, its machines humming to life at precise intervals, their metallic sounds echoing across the compound. Lung Yue, please take this along with yours to Brother Bai. And give him mine as well. Du Peng and He Shu each set aside a meat bun from their breakfast, placing them carefully into Lung Yu's food container. Brother Bai loves meat buns. After all he's been burning through energy these past few days, he needs the nutrition. Right, he needs to rebuild his strength. Lung Yu glanced at Du Peng's container and noticed only a single meat bun and steamed roll remaining. Isn't that barely enough for you? Du Peng laughed. I've been watching my weight lately anyway. Be sure to mention this to Brother Bai when you see him. Lung Yu smiled. Don't worry, fatty. Du Peng stared at his sparse meal, wrestling with the decision. Just push through it. Later when he becomes Brother Bai's right-hand man this sacrifice will mean nothing. Alright, I'm off to deliver Su Bai's lunch. But Lung Yu had barely taken a few steps when Du Peng dashed back over. With a sudden burst of determination, Du Peng stuffed another meat bun into her container and bolted away before he could second-guess himself. Inside the workshop, Su Bai stretched his arms high above his head after only 4 hours of sleep, fatigue evident in his movements. Fortunately, the armor design was finished, and now he could focus on the engine, the critical component that would make the entire project viable. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Su Bai smiled. That must be Lung Yu bringing his meal. Su Bai, what brings you out today? Lung Yu asked calmly as she set down the food container. Su Bai chuckled. Just needed to stretch my legs after sitting so long. My back was starting to protest. You should get some movement in, she replied thoughtfully. Care to eat outside today? Get some fresh air. Su Bai smiled. Actually, that's exactly what I had in mind. As he reached for the container, Lung Yu gently took it from his hands. I've got it. She stepped out first, and Su Bai followed closely behind. The morning breeze carried a crisp chill. Su Bai smiled, but paused when he opened the container and saw 7 meat buns packed inside. Why are there 7? Did old Zhang double my rations? Lung Yu laughed. Du Peng and the others split theirs to give you these. They said you've been burning through calories these past few days and wanted me to bring them over. A warmth spread through Su Bai's chest, but he couldn't help but wry smile. Even someone who loved meat buns couldn't finish 7. It was absurd. Could you help me out? I honestly can't eat all of these. Lung Yu burst into laughter. Alright then, I'll take one of those. Su Bai took a bite of the meat bun, pure satisfaction washing over him. Unlike the bland buns from his past life, these were incredibly savory. The local pork made all the difference. Why aren't you asking about the blueprints? Lung Yu asked between bites of her bun. You'll tell me when you're ready. No need to ask. Su Bai chuckled. This girl was interesting. Do you really believe I can design tanks better than the Generation 3 models? She nodded, then shook her head. Su Bai was momentarily confused. So do you believe it or not? I don't believe it rationally, she explained, but I believe it in my heart. That's quite contradictory. Su Bai smiled. Truly contradictory, isn't it? Enough of this. My meal's finished. Time to get back to work. Otherwise I won't make the deadline. Factory 105 hummed with its usual nighttime energy. A group of students followed Wu Zhongming in their research on the first-generation tank, preparing for the upcoming third-generation model. Su Bai had been alone for 3 days. Stubble coated his jaw, and his face bore the weariness of exhaustion. 2 days' work had finally yielded the engine design blueprints. With this and the earlier armor design blueprints, he believed he could persuade old Wu to abandon the current plan. If only he had a few more days, he could finish all the drawings and increase his chances of success. Su Bai packed his blueprints and left the workshop. As he stepped outside, he collided with Leng Yue, who was returning with dinner. Their eyes met, and Leng Yue's gaze fell upon the rolled-up drawings in his hands. Her eyes widened in shock. Su Bai, you've actually finished. Su Bai smiled. Time was tight, so I've only completed part of the blueprints. I was about to show them to old Wu. I've worked hard these past few days. I need to find him now. Leng Yu smiled. I'll come with you. In the factory's office district, Zhang Taizhan said, Old Wu, tonight is the last chance. That boy Su Bai still hasn't come out. Wu Zhongming chuckled. I always treated it as the children's playful talk. If Su Bai could design tank blueprints on his own, that would be truly unimaginable. If that were really the case, we old guys would have to retire for good. Zhang Taizhan smiled. Actually, deep down, I still hold some hope that Su Bai might produce something worthwhile. After all, the kid has such talent in precision machining. If his talent extends equally to tank design, perhaps we truly won't need to purchase tanks and could develop our own. Wu Zhongming laughed upon hearing this. It would be wonderful if that were true. This batch of tank purchases cost us 50 million from our foreign exchange reserves. If that young man Su Bai can truly design tank blueprints, it would be equivalent to saving $50 million. Combined with the research achievements, of first-class merit would be guaranteed, and he might even become the youngest national academician. Zhang Taizhan smiled. That would be ideal. Factory 105 would benefit as well. Old Wu, it's getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow I'll go persuade Su Bai and give the boy a graceful way out. Wu Zhongming nodded. Do as you suggest. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Su Bai stepped inside. Zhang Taizhan and Wu Zhongming exchanged a glance. Their eyes fell upon the rolled-up blueprints in Su Bai's hands. Su Bai, what is this? Zhang Taizhan asked. Su Bai replied, Old Wu, brother Zhang, I've brought the 4th-generation tank design blueprints. Due to time constraints, I've only completed the engine and armor design blueprints. The weapon and control system designs may still need 4 or 5 more days to finish. Hearing this, both Zhang Taizhan and Wu Zhongming froze. They stared at each other wide-eyed, as if seeking confirmation that they hadn't misheard. Boys, say that again. What have you brought? Zhang Taizhan exclaimed in shock. Su Bai replied, I've brought the 4th-generation tank engine and armor design blueprints. Complete? Wu Zhongming asked. Su Bai nodded. At that moment, Leng Yu appeared at the doorway with over a dozen students behind her. Their expressions of astonishment seemed ready to pop their eyes out. What did that Su Bai just say? Complete 4th-generation tank engine design blueprints. I must not have heard wrong. That's what he said. I thought I misheard too. Are you joking? Su Bai actually pulled this off. Impossible, absolutely impossible. 3 days to complete tank engine design blueprints. Even if I copied them, I couldn't finish. But Su Bai clearly said it just now. Would he really joke about something like this? Inside the room, Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan were completely shaken from their composure. Su Bai, you cannot joke about something like this. You understand the stakes when national interests are at issue. Su Bai replied, Brother Zhang, would I ever joke about something so serious? With that, Su Bai cleared the items on the desk before him and unfurled the blueprints for both men to see. He explained, Old Wu, these are the tank engine designs I've developed. A turbocharged intercooled diesel engine delivering 1,500 horsepower with potential for expansion to 1,800 horsepower. Its performance in every aspect far surpasses the 3rd-generation tank engines of the Bear Nation. Give me a little more time, and I can complete the entire tank design blueprints. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhongming rose from his seat, overcome with emotion. His trembling hands rested upon the blueprints. Only with that support could he barely steady his shaking frame. Old Wu. Zhang Taizhan moved to help, but Wu Zhongming stopped him. He said nothing, his gaze fixed upon the blueprints. At that moment, the crowd at the doorway drew closer in curiosity. One look and everyone was stunned. The complex and detailed blueprint structure, the nearly artistic and beautiful line designs were so precise, they looked as though printed. Not a single trace of revision could be found. It was remarkably clean. Although the crowd did not fully understand tank blueprints, the immaculate precision before them deeply moved everyone. Brother Bai's drawings are incredibly neat. I've never seen such meticulous blueprint design. Neither have I. Could Su Bai have truly designed a tank engine? Even though I can't fully comprehend it, just looking at these blueprints makes me believe in Su Bai. Can anyone here actually read this? Does this blueprint hold up? At that moment, Shu spoke up. Judging from the rigor and precision of the drawings, this is a qualified design. At the very least, no logical flaws can be detected. As for whether it will actually work, that is beyond my judgment. It likely depends on Old Wu's assessment. But I trust Su Bai. These blueprints are definitely real. Upon hearing this, the others turned their astonished gazes towards Su Bai. Perhaps due to exhaustion, or perhaps knowing that Old Wu would need time to examine the blueprints, Su Bai leaned against the chair and fell asleep. All of this before him seemed like an entirely ordinary matter to him. The night was calm. At first glance, Factory 105 seemed no different from usual. The office was utterly silent, everyone holding their breath. Afraid to disturb Wu Zhongming as he reviewed the blueprints. Elder Wu has been staring at them for half an hour without shifting his gaze. Brother Bai, is this blueprint really feasible? It's killing me with suspense. He Shu frowned at Du Peng. Fatty, keep quiet, lower your voice. At that moment, Wu Zhongming sank heavily back onto the sofa, rubbed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. Everyone present followed his every move. Elder Wu, have some water. Zhang Taizhan asked, Elder Wu, how is it? Su Bai's blueprint. Wu Zhongming smiled. At least from my knowledge, I can't find any flaws. Every aspect is meticulously designed, even the casting process of the components is annotated in detail. The logic of the blueprint is also very sound, interlocking from step to step. No issues detected. Zhang Taizhan was stunned. Elder Wu, are you saying this blueprint is workable? Wu Zhongming nodded. From a design perspective, it's completely feasible. The specifics still depend on actual testing. Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. Heavens, even Elder Wu says it's completely workable. Does that mean Su Bai actually designed it? Give him 3 days, and he can create a miracle, a true man. Does that mean we can develop our own tanks based on this blueprint? If Su Bai can truly complete the designs for armor, firepower, and control, theoretically, it's possible. Damn, is Su Bai only 20 years old about to develop the first domestically produced tank? Compared to Su Bai, I feel like trash, just eating for nothing. The noise seemed a bit loud, and Su Bai woke up. Wu Zhongming looked at Su Bai and asked, Son, how soon can you finish the other parts of the blueprint? Su Bai replied, at most 6 days, 5 if I hurry. I guarantee they will be as detailed as the power system design. Elder Wu, there's no need to waste money purchasing tanks. The funds saved can be used to expand our factory, preparing for mass production later. Elder Wu, what Su Bai says makes sense. Zhang Taizhan said excitedly. If Su Bai can really pull it off, we don't need to buy any. And from a performance standpoint, the tank Su Bai designed is superior. Our ultimate goal in purchasing tanks was for research and development. Now the blueprint is right before us, just one step away. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhongming nodded. I understand your thoughts and I agree wholeheartedly. But the capital doesn't know our situation here. They won't necessarily abandon the plan just for Su Bai. After all, we only have the engine and armor designs so far. What if? Elder Wu, I'll vouch for it with my Su family honor. Su Bai said firmly, I can call my grandfather. Let him apply with you to cancel the purchase plan. Elder Wu, I trust Su Bai. From the crowd, Lung Yu suddenly stepped forward, followed by Hishu. Elder Wu, I also trust Su Bai. Du Peng and the others present also stepped forward one by one. Their gazes were resolute. Elder Wu, we trust Su Bai too. At this moment, Zhang Taizhan stood among the students. Elder Wu, I also choose to trust Su Bai. I can file the report with you. Wu Zhongming looked at the students before him and smiled faintly. I'll make the call. Su Bai, stay here. The rest of you go out and wait for news. Remember, don't breathe a single word of anything you saw tonight. You've all been briefed on the confidentiality regulations. Someone will instruct you to sign the confidentiality agreements later. Tieshan, take the kids to the meeting room. Zhang Taizhan nodded. Elder Wu, I'll stay. I can help you. Lung Yu suddenly spoke up. Wu Zhongming thought for a moment and nodded. Then Lung Yu, stay. The rest of you leave first. After everyone left, the office fell quiet. Su Bai looked at Lung Yu and couldn't help asking, why are you staying? Lung Yu smiled. I can call my grandfather too. Well then, it figures that everyone in this military factory has a background. Su Bai smiled helplessly. Capital Huaco Academy office. Su Jianguo and Zhou Weimin were organizing research materials. Zhou Weimin stretched and looked at the wall clock. Teacher, it's getting late. Let's leave the rest for tomorrow. Otherwise, Brother Changlong will call again. Su Jianguo put down his pen, looked out the window and smiled. It's so late. I thought it was still afternoon. Time is never enough. A whole day passes without doing anything. Zhou Weimin chuckled. Teacher, you call this doing nothing? From 7 in the morning until now, nearly 12 hours you haven't stopped. Even I, a young man, can barely keep up. You need to take care of your health. Su Jianguo waved his hand. Enough, I know my own body. Pack up and head home. Just then the phone on the desk suddenly rang. Zhou Weimin habitually answered it. His eyes widened in shock. Teacher, it's Factory 105 calling. Su Jianguo asked with concern, did something happen to Xiao Bai? Zhou Weimin explained, it's Elder Wu. He says there's an urgent matter that needs our help. It's about the tank purchase plan. Su Jianguo frowned slightly. Give me the phone. Hello, Old Wu, what's up? Wu Zhongming's voice came through the phone. Old Su, after much thought, you're the only one who might convince the others. Here's the thing. Wu Zhongming briefly explained the situation. Su Jianguo's brow furrowed deeply, his expression turning serious. Old Wu, this is no joke. Are you sure the blueprint in your hand is flawless? A tank design with performance superior to the Grizzly Bear 3. Why haven't you mentioned it before? Who designed it? Can he really complete the subsequent development? Wu Zhongming said, Old Su, you know my knowledge base. I've studied the blueprint thoroughly. There's absolutely no problem. As for the rest of the designs, I stake my entire reputation on it. Upon hearing this, Su Jianguo was shocked. Given his understanding of Wu Zhongming, such a statement was no small thing. Old Wu, I believe you. But to cancel the tank purchase plan, you at least need to tell me who designed the blueprint. Wu Zhongming hesitated for a moment. Then he suddenly laughed. Old Su, how's your health lately? Can you handle excitement? Su Jianguo was baffled. What? I just want to know who designed it. What does that have to do with my health? Wu Zhoming chuckled. It does have to do with it. Is your body okay? Su Jianguo grumbled. Perfectly fine. I can still live another few decades. Now can you tell me? It's not like a name is going to scare me to death. I've lived most of my life and seen every kind of big scene. How could a name scare me? Wu Zhoming laughed. Other names might not, but this one just might. Well, with this happening, I can't hide it anymore. Do you remember the parts you had our factory process last time? Su Jianguo pondered. You mean the blueprint designer is the master craftsman who processed those parts? Wu Zhoming chuckled. If that kid heard you call him a master craftsman, he'd probably laugh his head off. The designer is none other than your good grandson Su Bai. Those parts were also processed by him. Shocking, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Su Jianguo was dumbfounded. Good heavens, what a joke. When did that kid become so incredible? He's trying to scare me to death. Late at night, the imperial capital Huaka Academy. The lights were still brightly lit. Staying late in the office had long become routine for them. Old Wu, you're not joking with me, are you? Are you really talking about my grandson? I feel like this can't be real. Upon learning that the tank engine designer was Su Bai, Su Jianguo found it hard to believe for a moment. Wu Zhoming said, would I joke with you about something like this? The blueprints were designed by Xiao Bai in just 3 days. Due to time constraints, the other parts of the drawings haven't been completed yet. Even if you don't believe me, you should trust the bloodline of the Su family. Do you think your grandson would joke about something like this? Su Jianguo was completely stunned. I almost can't believe my own family's bloodline. Having my grandson suddenly become so outstanding, I'm still not used to it. Zhou Weimin, standing nearby, saw the rich expressions shifting on his teacher's face and was momentarily baffled. But since he was on the phone, he just watched quietly without asking. The bloodline of the Su family is naturally trustworthy. Su Jianguo said, is that kid nearby? I want to talk to him. This little rascal has been hiding it well. I didn't expect he fooled the whole family. After a moment, Su Bai's voice came through. Grandfather, how are you feeling? Su Jianguo replied gruffly. Good thing I'm still tough. I was almost frightened to death by you, kid. Tell me, what's the deal with the tank design drawing? Su Bai, I just designed the tank blueprints, that's all. Su Jianguo, I'm asking how you managed to design it. Your major when you studied abroad wasn't this. You've only been at Factory 105 for a few days, and you can design tank blueprints. This. Su Jianguo almost blurted out, I'm not as good as you, but his pride wouldn't let him. Su Bai laughed. Grandfather, actually I've been researching tanks for a long time. I didn't mention it before, because there were some things I hadn't figured out. But after coming to Factory 105, maybe the air is better and my mind cleared up a lot. I suddenly understood the problem and designed the blueprints. Maybe it's just talent. Su Jianguo's mouth twitched a few times after hearing this. Good heavens, just breathing fresh air made his mind clear. And he casually surpassed other countries' decades of research achievements. Look, is that something a human would say? But then again, Su Jianguo thought Su Bai is his own grandson. It's only natural that he's brilliant. After all, the seed quality was there. A smile that couldn't be hidden curled at the corners of his mouth, and laughter echoed in the office. Good, what a boy. Truly worthy of being a grandson of the Su family. Don't worry, since you're confident you can design tank blueprints superior to third-generation tanks. Then the purchase plan must be cancelled. I'll go talk to Minister Chen right now. With that, Su Jianguo turned serious. Listen carefully, boy. This time we're staking the entire reputation of the Su family. You'd better perform well for me. I'll give you 7 days to get the blueprints done. What did I always teach you? Say it out loud. Su Bai, not for fame, not for profit. Seek truth from facts, be conscientious and responsible. Su Jianguo smiled. Good, truly worthy of being a grandson of the Su family. You're much better than your father and your sisters. All right, this is a matter of great importance, and time is tight. I need to go to the ministry myself. Beside him, Zhou Weimin had 100 questions prepared and immediately asked as soon as the call ended. Teacher, from your phone call, it seems we're canceling the tank purchase plan. Does this have something to do with Xiao Bai? What happened? Su Jianguo laughed heartily. Xiao Zhou, it's fantastic news. Do you know who machined those parts last time? Zhou Weimin was taken aback. Wasn't it one of the old masters at the factory? Su Jianguo laughed. Old master? No, it was your kid Su Bai who did it. What? Xiao Bai did it? Zhou Weimin was shocked, but old Zhang clearly. Suddenly, as if something dawned on him, he understood immediately. So that's why old Zhang was acting strange back then. How did I not think of that? Su Jianguo laughed. It's normal you didn't think of it. Who would have thought of that kid? Even I didn't consider it. It's probably that old Wu was afraid we'd take Su Bai back. Zhou Weimin nodded, then suddenly realized something was off. Teacher, since they didn't want us to know, then why did they suddenly tell us today? Hearing this, Su Jianguo immediately grabbed his things and headed out. Xiao Zhou, hurry up and follow me. It's urgent. I'll explain on the way. The bustling imperial capital already displayed the splendor of a world-class metropolis. A black sedan was driving along the road. Teacher, what did you say? Xiao Bai designed a 4th-generation tank. Zhou Weimin was stunned. He never expected it to be this. A 20-year-old kid independently designing tank blueprints. Was that a joke? Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a plot. Teacher, you're not joking with me, are you? Is this true? Su Jianguo laughed. Would I joke about something like this? That kid told me himself. How could it be false? Good heavens. This kid is something else. Zhou Weimin broke into a smile, genuinely happy for Su Bai. He kept it hidden so well. We didn't even know about this. If it weren't for this tank purchase, I wonder how long he would have kept it a secret. He's only 20 years old, and he's already completed a national research project. Has this ever happened in our country's history? Su Jianguo sighed emotionally, at least not since the founding of the nation. A 20-year-old young engineer designing complete blueprints on his own. It's almost unimaginable. Even now it feels like a dream. Zhou Weimin nodded. Don't say that, teacher. I still find it unbelievable. We were just worrying about our tanks being behind, and now we've suddenly surpassed them. It's too surreal. Su Jianguo looked out the window, seeing each light driving away the darkness like illumination. Sometimes reality is even more incredible. Late at night at the headquarters of a certain army command, an old man with a square face dressed in military uniform was dozing off on the sofa. At that moment a phone rang. The old man opened his eyes and answered. His stern expression exuded an aura that could be felt several streets away. However, the next second as the voice on the phone spoke, the old man instantly transformed into a kindly grandfather, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Hey Xiaoyu, are you getting used to it over there? Grandfather misses you. Why don't you come back? It's too hard there. Lung Yue, grandfather, I'm here to train. Lung Feng laughed. Yes, little Yaya is here to train. Calling grandfather so late. Are you missing me? How about I come see you in a few days? Lung Yue, grandfather, time is tight today. Let's talk business. Lung Feng chuckled. All right, what business? Your grandfather is listening. Lung Yue, grandfather, do you know about the tank purchase plan from Huaxiong country? Can you apply to the higher-ups to suspend or cancel the purchase plan? Lung Feng. My good granddaughter, you scared your grandfather to death. Late at night, the minister's office of the Ministry of Science and Technology. The entire building was illuminated, preparations being made for the tank procurement plan. Old Su, sit down. What could possibly bring you here at this hour? Su Jianguo and Chun Jiangwa sat in the corner of the sofa. Minister Chun, we must cancel the tank procurement plan from the Gray Bear Nation. This has already been decided in our meeting. Besides, the deposit is due tonight. You're saying you want to cancel now, and I'd like to know why. This is an international project. If we cancel, it will not only damage our national reputation, but purchasing from them again will become extremely difficult. Su Jianguo nodded. I am fully aware of the implications. If this had come before, I would have agreed with the plan. But important news has come from Factory 105. We have no choice but to cancel. Factory 105. Qin Jiaguo pondered. You mean the Factory 105 that processed those special parts last time? What news has come from them? Su Jianguo said solemnly. Factory 105 has developed tank design blueprints that outperform the Gray Bear Nation's third-generation tanks. What? Qin Jiaguo stood up in shock. Old Su, this is no time for jokes. If what you say is true, I would surely have heard about such important news. Moreover, I know Factory 105 situation well. Where would they get the personnel, funds, and equipment to independently develop tanks? And what you're describing is a fourth-generation tank. Only a handful of nations worldwide, such as Eagle Sauce, possess this technology. You suddenly tell me we've successfully developed one independently. What's going on? Su Jianguo smiled and explained the situation to Qin Jiangwa. The night wind was cool, gently lifting the curtains. Qin Jiangwa was stunned after hearing everything. He couldn't find the words to express his inner shock. He paced back and forth in the office. Old Su, this. You're saying Su Bai can complete a fourth-generation tank design? He's only 20 years old. How can you guarantee he'll actually finish it? Su Jianguo explained. You also know academician Wu Zhongming. Although this fellow isn't the sharpest tool in the shed, his work ethic is beyond reproach. He thoroughly and carefully studied the engine blueprints designed by Su Bai. There are absolutely no issues. In terms of performance, they far exceed the Gray Bear Nation's third-generation tanks. This alone proves that Su Bai has the capability to design complete tank blueprints. However, time was tight, so only partial blueprints were submitted. Minister Chun, I'm willing to stake my entire Su family's reputation on this. I believe Su family children never boast. Su Bai knows what's at stake. Hearing this, Qin Jiangwa fell silent, lost in thought. The room grew quiet. Old Su. Just as Qin Jiangwa was about to speak, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. He could only pause the conversation and answer. Hello, is this Commander Long? What brings you to call me? Go ahead, what do you need? Qin Jiangwa listened intently, his furrowed brow gradually relaxing. I was just worrying about this very matter with academician Su. I didn't expect your call to come through. With your word, I can proceed without hesitation. Very well, I'll handle it immediately. Absolutely. I believe in the younger generation. The future belongs to them. Qin Jiangwa hung up and exhaled deeply. Old Su, your descendant truly has remarkable abilities. Even Commander Long of the Central Military Region was roused. Qin Jiangwa sat back down smiling. The military has already clarified the situation regarding this matter. After all, Factory 105 is a military facility. They urgently looked into the matter. Moreover, the initial request to purchase tanks from the Gray Bear Nation came from the military side. They have already taken the lead in applying to cancel the plan at higher levels. We simply need to cooperate. Upon hearing this, Su Jianguo's frown also relaxed. That's excellent. I never expected the military to step in and resolve this. But how did the military learn about this? I haven't notified them. Su Jianguo smiled. That would have to depend on your precious grandson. I just learned from Commander Lung that the information came through his granddaughter. It seems his granddaughter is also at Factory 105. I wouldn't be surprised if your boy has already won her heart. Su Jianguo's mouth twitched several times after hearing this. Good heavens. He'd only been at Factory 105 for a few days and had already won over the commander's granddaughter. Was he really that formidable? Stop flattering that boy. He's only been there a few days and has already won over someone else's granddaughter. What if they break up someday? Then Commander Lung might send troops to raid our home. Su Jianguo laughed heartily. That would be quite entertaining. However, a remarkable young man like Su Bai, I'm afraid he won't be the only one being eyed. If those old fogies find out you have such an outstanding grandson, they'll likely come around frequently pretending to catch up and offering to introduce their granddaughters. Su Jianguo chuckled bitterly and shook his head. What sort of situation was this? Late at night, the Ministry of Science and Technology convened an emergency meeting. A dozen prominent figures from the scientific community gathered in the conference room on the top floor of the ministry building. Whenever the lights in the top floor conference room burned past midnight, it signaled that something significant was about to happen within the scientific community. Many researchers working late that night whispered and speculated upon seeing the light above. Something major must be happening tonight. My advisor rushed to the top floor for a meeting. Whenever the top floor conference room is activated, it means a major breakthrough in our nation's science and technology. Which field do you think this breakthrough will be in? As they discussed, the ministry's revolving doors burst open urgently. 2 military license plate jeeps drove in. The group stared stunned. Were those military license plates from the capital? I must be seeing things. Those numbers were so distinctive, there's no mistake. It seems what's happening today is far more serious than we imagined. Inside the top floor conference room, silence reigned. Everyone whispered about the day's events. At that moment, the conference room doors swung open. Su Jianguo and Su Jianguo walked in. Everyone rose to their feet, turning their gaze toward them. Everyone be seated, Su Jianguo said. He sat down, and the others followed. The meeting will begin shortly. Not everyone has arrived yet. Hearing this, the assembled dignitaries exchanged quiet whispers. At that moment, the conference room doors opened once more. A man in military uniform around 50 years old walked in. Everyone immediately rose and turned to look at him. The grand elder of the military. The man simply smiled. Sit, everyone sit. I've come today merely to listen. Proceed as usual. I'll take a seat in the back. Su Jianguo nodded and sat down. Very well. Let us begin with the first agenda item. Cancel the tank procurement plan from the Grey Bear Nation. These words sent the room into instant commotion. What? Cancel the purchase plan? Why? We went through great difficulties to negotiate the purchase terms, and the deal was on the verge of completion only for it to be cancelled at the last moment. Minister Chen, what do you mean by saying this all of a sudden? Has something new come up on the Grey Bear Nation's side? Even if there are new developments on the Grey Bear Nation's side, we should still strive to make the deal. This batch of tanks is too important to us. Su Jianguo tapped the table lightly, and the meeting room fell silent. This time it's not that something new has occurred on the Grey Bear Nation's side, but rather that we are unilaterally canceling the purchase plan. All units should proceed according to what has been decided for now. As for why, old Su will explain the situation since he is well informed. All eyes fell on Su Jianguo. Everyone hears what happened. Su Jianguo briefly recounted the matters concerning Factory 105, though he deliberately omitted Su Bai's name for the time being. That is exactly the situation. Factory 105 has guaranteed that they can complete the self-developed design blueprints for the 4th-generation tank within 7 days and begin mass production of our domestically designed tanks within 6 months. Its performance will surpass that of the 3rd-generation tanks imported from the Grey Bear Nation. Therefore, after discussions among Minister Chen, the military, and myself, we have decided to cancel this purchase plan. The funds saved from this cancellation will be redirected toward the mass production of new tank models in the later stages. That is the full picture, so please feel free to ask any questions. As his words faded, silence descended upon the meeting room. The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, clearly stunned by the news and struggling to process what they had just heard. It was difficult for them to accept at first. Then an elderly academician, his voice trembling, spoke up to break the quiet. Old Su, are you certain everything you have described is true? Factory 105 has completed the engine design blueprints for the 4th-generation tank. Where are the blueprints and what are the performance specifications? Su Jianguo replied, the blueprints are on their way. As for the parameters, the engine design this time is a world-class turbocharged intercooler diesel. It delivers a powerful 1500 horsepower with the potential to reach up to 1800 horsepower. These are the parameters I am currently aware of. 1500 horsepower. The elderly academician's hands trembled slightly due to emotional agitation. With a maximum output of 1800 horsepower and accounting for the tank's weight of 40 to 50 tons. Let me have that pen for a moment. A researcher beside him passed over paper and pen, and the elderly academician began calculating in front of everyone. Suddenly the pen slipped from his hand. Excitedly, he exclaimed the maximum speed can reach 80 kilometers per hour. Old Su, did Factory 105 mention anything about the range? Su Jianguo replied the maximum range can reach 600 kilometers. If 2 auxiliary fuel tanks are mounted behind the tank, the maximum range can be increased by another 200 kilometers. Upon hearing this, everyone, including the elderly academician, could not help but gasp in astonishment. Speed of 80 kilometers per hour, range of up to 800 kilometers. What terrifying figures. Is this really a tank? It feels more like the range specifications of a transport truck. If Old Su's words are true, why are we even considering purchasing tanks? Compared to this, the Grey Bear Nation's third-generation tanks are nothing but garbage. Old Su, are you certain these figures are accurate? Su Jianguo nodded and replied the data is absolutely correct. It has been verified by academician Wu from Factory 105. The engine design blueprints have also undergone his careful review, and there are no logical issues whatsoever. However, given this particular timing, the design blueprints for the tank armor, artillery, and control systems have not yet been completed. Factory 105 has committed to completing all design blueprints within 7 days and commencing tank manufacturing. As his words settled, the atmosphere in the meeting room visibly brightened. The gathered individuals came to terms with the astonishing reality before them. Completing all tank design blueprints in just 7 days. When did Factory 105 become so formidable? Could Minister Chun have secretly assembled a top-tier research team for Factory 105? Based on my understanding of Factory 105, they should not possess such exceptional research capabilities. Hearing you say that, it does seem plausible. I recall that a special component for Nanfei was also completed by Factory 105 just a few days ago. I have heard about that component as well. All factories nationwide were unable to machine it, and Nanfei nearly gave up. Given what I know about Factory 105's previous processing capabilities, they could not possibly have completed parts requiring such precision. Something must have changed. Could they have introduced precision machining equipment in preparation for this tank design? When I think about it that way, it actually makes sense. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone raised an objection. That is not right. Based on what you are saying, there is a crucial factor we are missing. If Factory 105 was considering the tank's self-research project from the beginning, then who is leading this project? And who domestically could accomplish such a project? I certainly cannot figure it out. Upon hearing this, everyone realized the crux of the matter. While the tank's self-research blueprints were undeniably important, the true significance lay in who could develop a tank with such performance capabilities. I heard that a group of college graduates who studied abroad went to the Factory 105 area a few days ago. Are you suggesting those graduates completed this? That seems unlikely. It is unlikely these graduates developed it through independent research, but what if someone happened to obtain certain blueprints abroad, memorized them, and brought them back? Many people nodded. This explanation did seem more reasonable. Meanwhile, the elderly academician who had been calculating earlier could not help but look towards Su Jianguo. Old Su, you had better explain everything to everyone. We cannot guess our way to an answer. What is actually going on? Hearing this, Su Jianguo turned to the senior military commander in the corner. Everyone's gaze followed, confusion evident in their expressions. Only after the senior military commander nodded did Su Jianguo reveal the details. Everyone, the situation at Factory 105 is rather special. After unanimous discussion between the military and the Ministry of Science and Technology, everything discussed in this meeting has been classified as top secret. All present must sign a confidentiality agreement before being authorized to learn what comes next. Confidentiality agreement. Many were taken aback. At their level, meetings rarely imposed such restrictions. While many matters might be confidential to others, requiring a signed agreement for these towering figures in the scientific community, it was hardly unusual. Only when national interests or security concerns were at stake would they need to sign such documents. Several attendees had not signed confidentiality agreements in quite some time. Their astonishment was entirely understandable. Old Su, how significant is this? Does it really warrant us signing a confidentiality agreement? One of Su Jianguo's old friends asked. Su Jianguo smiled and replied, it will be far more significant than you can imagine. Tonight will shatter everyone's assumptions and transform your worldview. A squad of soldiers responsible for confidentiality matters entered the conference room. Only after confirming everyone had signed the agreements did the meeting proceed. Old Su, we've all signed the confidentiality agreements. Spit it out. What's going on? Haven't signed a confidentiality agreement in centuries, and tonight they suddenly bring it up. Normally, even a tank project wouldn't require us to sign confidentiality agreements. One of them, more impulsive, couldn't resist asking. Others' eyes also fell on Su Jianguo, equally eager to know the reason. Su Jianguo smiled. Actually, this shouldn't be me explaining. It's a bit like a melon seller praising their own wares. But Minister Chen asked me to lay out the situation, so I'll bite the bullet and give a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, everyone was bewildered. What was this about? Surely it had nothing to do with you, Old Su. They turned to Chen Jiagua, faint smiles on their lips, clearly interested in what came next. They were completely perplexed, wondering what exactly was hidden beneath the surface. Actually, someone already mentioned a few details earlier. A few days ago, indeed, a group of graduates who had studied abroad were sent to Factory 105. The special part machining for Nanfei and this round of tank design drawings were all the work of one of those students. Su Jianguo's words stirred up a hurricane, sending ripples of astonishment through the room. Everyone lost their composure. Old Su, are you saying all this was done by a single student? That would make him around 20 years old. Su Jianguo nodded. He just turned 19 this year. We'll be 20 after the new year. Hish. All couldn't help but suck in their breaths. Before 20 years old, completing top-level independent tank research and design. This was simply terrifying. Old Su, you're making it sound too terrifying. Less than 20 years old, completing a national key research project. This has never happened anywhere in the world. Did he do it alone, or was there a top research team? And for machining parts, didn't he use precision processing equipment? Su Jianguo merely smiled after hearing this. He completed the tank design and R&D entirely by himself. As for precision processing equipment, Factory 105 doesn't have it, nor has any domestic facility introduced such equipment. He made those parts entirely using the most primitive machine tools. Machined them. A white-haired senior academic couldn't help but express astonishment. He used a lathe to carefully cut out such high-precision parts little by little. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Even the top-tier fitters from other factories have tried countless times. Human effort alone could never achieve this. Without high-end precision processing equipment, completing such high-precision parts is impossible. I can testify to this fact. The military elder who had been silent in the corner suddenly spoke. Regarding this matter, the military has already verified with Factory 105. Not only did academician Wu witness the processing, but dozens of veteran machinists also saw it with their own eyes. I can guarantee this without any doubt. But, how? How is this possible? It's truly unbelievable. The elder academic looked at Su Jianguo. Old Su, who exactly is this person? Our country actually has such a figure. Do we know him? Everyone's gaze fell on Su Jianguo again. He just smiled. Many of you know this person, and quite well too. Hearing this, everyone became even more confused. Not only know him, but know him well. There was no such figure in their memories. Su Jianguo chuckled. You needn't think about it, you won't guess it right. This person is none other than my grandson Su Bai. The tank design and part machining were all done by him alone. Now you understand why confidentiality agreements are necessary, right? Completing all this before 20 is already considered a miracle. If leaked, some with ulterior motives might threaten his personal safety. Silence fell over the conference room, as if frozen in time. No one expected it to be Su Jianguo's grandson. Good heavens, no wonder it seemed odd earlier. Old Su, you're saying the tank designer is your grandson Su Bai? After a moment of quiet, someone broke the silence. Wasn't your grandson sent to Factory 105 for training because he was idle every day? How did he suddenly become a genius in independent tank design? Your grandson is the idle one. Su Jianguo retorted displeasedly. I sent my grandson there to train, he's focused on research. Otherwise, let your grandson design a tank for us to see. The elder smiled. He wasn't really angry. He and Su Jianguo were old friends who often joked with each other. He just hadn't expected that Su Bai, who usually seemed irresponsible, would possess such talent. The elder had already decided he must thoroughly scold his own grandson later. They spent time with Su Bai every day, yet the gap was so enormous. After some deliberation, everyone gradually accepted this fact. The meeting atmosphere lightened considerably. Old Su, I envy you, you have a fine grandson. Indeed, compared to Su Bai, mine is utterly worthless, quite infuriating. Enough with the envy. Old Su, I have a granddaughter, would you consider her? Oldly, get lost. Why is your granddaughter everywhere? Is she prettier than mine? Old Xiao, what did you say? Your granddaughter won't be wanted by anyone. The old men, totaling hundreds of years in age, started bickering, giving Su Jianguo a headache. Alright, let's get down to business. Those in favor of canceling the purchase plan, raise your hands. Everyone in the conference room raised their right hands. Su Jianguo nodded. I now officially announce the cancellation of the purchase plan. Next, we begin the following agenda. We formally launched the independent tank project codenamed Operation Tiger 001. Next, we will discuss who will serve as the chief engineer for this project. Hearing this, everyone whispered amongst themselves. Actually, they all had a unanimous answer in mind. Probably apart from Su Bai, no one else could undertake this project. Minister Chun, I suggest we skip the discussion. Only Su Bai fully understands the entire process of tank design and R&D. Apart from him, there is no more suitable candidate. The only concern now is that some trivial matters in the project workflow might affect that child Su Bai's research. I believe Su Bai should serve as chief engineer, but for project oversight it would be better to have a person with rich experience. Su Jianguo nodded, his gaze turning to Su Jianguo. Old Su, what's your view? After all, Su Bai is your grandson, you know him better than we do. Su Jianguo smiled. Minister Chun, don't look at me. I used to think I understood that kid fairly well. After this incident, I don't understand him at all. As for the project overseer, I actually think there is someone quite suitable. Su Jianguo scanned the room. Academician Wu Zhoming. I believe everyone understands why old Wu serves as the chief engineer of Factory 105. There is no one more suitable than him. Many of the senior researchers present were classmates and close friends of Wu Zhongming from his youth. Memories seemed to drift back to those arduous years. A group of spirited young scholars stood beneath the fluttering red flag, swearing to dedicate their knowledge to serving the motherland. Old Su, I've made my decision. I'm going to the northwest to build a military factory. Su Jianguo was also young at that time, brimming with youthful vigor and already carrying the aura of a leader among his generation. Old Wu, why the northwest? Wasn't your dream to walk on the moon? Let's go to the Chinese Academy of Sciences together. There will definitely be an opportunity for lunar missions in the future. The young Wu Zhongming smiled. The northwest needs people too. You'll help me realize the moon landing dream. I look forward to the day when I hear the news of your successful lunar expedition from the northwest. The images in their minds gradually grew hazy as many returned to reality, tinged with a sense of nostalgia. I agree with Old Su's view. Wu Zhongming is the most suitable candidate. That's right. Old Wu spent time with Su Bai and witnessed the blueprint design process firsthand. Compared to the rest of us, he understands Su Bai's work best. Factory 105 was originally designed with indigenous tank production in mind. This is the perfect opportunity to put it to use. Su Jianguo nodded after hearing everyone's opinions. Then we'll proceed as you've suggested. Grand Elder, do you have any objections? The military elder smiled. My only purpose here today is this single mission. Handle the research matters as you see fit. Su Jianguo nodded. Then it's settled. Su Bai is appointed Chief Engineer of Project Tiger 001 and promoted to first-class researcher. Second, Wu Zhongming is appointed Project Director responsible for overall coordination of the entire operation. Third, all funds allocated for tank procurement this time will be redirected toward expanding Factory 105's capacity in preparation for mass production. Everyone nodded with smiles. A national project engineer at 20, never before seen. This would certainly break the record for the youngest researcher in our history. More than that, you forgot the parts he machined. His precision has shattered our national standards for component manufacturing. I want to curse. Why can old Su have such an outstanding grandson while mine amounts to nothing? Enough. Who among us isn't envious? I'm practically trembling with jealousy. Old Su, how about we make a deal? Let your precious grandson take you on as his honorary grandfather. What do you think? Count me in too. Su Jianguo's lips twitched fiercely. Scram all of you. If you keep coming around claiming grandsons, what am I supposed to do? Absolutely not. But perhaps a grandson-in-law could be considered. Go home and put in some good word for me. Everyone burst into laughter. You sly old fox, old Su. No wonder you're an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Your mind works so quickly. All right, then I'll start working on my granddaughter today. We've got a deal, old Su. Count me in too. My granddaughter's at the right age as well. When that young Su Bai returns, we should set aside some time to talk properly. All right, you're treating this like a matchmaking event, Su Jianguo chuckled. Let's move on to today's final agenda item. Su Bai has completed such an important national research project. We should reward him in some way. What are your thoughts on this? Hearing this, everyone fell into thought. This is somewhat difficult. Awarding him through normal channels seems insufficient. How about a first-class merit? Indeed, a first-class merit is certain. Shouldn't we also offer something additional? What about granting Su Bai the title of honorary academician? I find that feasible. It's not impossible, but an honorary academician at 20 might seem a bit excessive. What's excessive about it? If one has the ability, they deserve this honor. At this point, the military elder in the corner spoke with a smile. Since you can't decide immediately, let's start with the military rewards. Su Bai's credentials are classified at SSS level. Additionally, Su Bai is to be granted the rank of major. Finally, a first-class merit will be awarded. These constitute the military's rewards. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this. SSS level classification, no one in this room possessed such secrecy clearance. A major at 20 years old, a feat unprecedented throughout history. Compared to these two honors, the first-class merit seemed somewhat modest. Many sighed in amazement. Today's youth truly are remarkable. Even at 20, they themselves had never imagined achieving such things. Su Jianguo could only manage a wry smile. Grand Elder, you've already offered a first-class merit. Then we really have nothing substantial to offer. The honorary academician title is all we have left. Let's settle on this. Appoint Su Bai as a national honorary academician. Old Su, do you have anything to add? By now, Su Jianguo was grinning ear to ear. Nothing to add. Let's proceed as you've decided. The following day at the Chinese Academy of Sciences residential compound. Su Bai's father Su Changlong and mother Lu Hongmei were worried about Su Bai's situation at Factory 105. Old Su, I heard from Weimin that child of yours is performing very poorly at Factory 105. Your father has been in a terrible mood over this. Don't mention bringing Xiao Bai back when we eat. And don't defend Xiao Bai either. The old man won't appreciate that. Su Changlong nodded. I know how to handle this. When we dine, I won't treat Xiao Bai as my own son. I'll scold him harshly to ease the old man's frustration, making it easier to bring up Xiao Bai's return later. Lu Hongmei nodded. Let's do as you say. Help the old man release some of his anger. At the dining table, Su Changlong brought up Su Bai's matter. Father, I heard from Weimin about Su Bai's affairs in the northwest. This child has behaved disgracefully. That scoundrel deserves proper discipline in the Northwest. I don't think 5 years is enough, father. That fellow should spend 10 years there receiving proper training. If necessary, send him to the military instead. The result would be the same. That worthless kid has brought no honor to the family. Su Jianguo set down his bowl and chopsticks gently. Finished. Su Changlong paused, staring at Su Jianguo with wide eyes. What? Why does the atmosphere feel off? Could it be that I didn't scold him harshly enough? That can't be right. Suddenly Su Jianguo kicked over Su Changlong's stool, sending him tumbling to the ground. You're the one who's disgraceful. My grandson is 100 times better than you. Factory 105. The day after Su Bai submitted the blueprints, the military rushed to the factory to deliver news. 3 military vehicles drove into the facility, immediately causing quite a stir. Did you see those 3 military vehicles that just went in? It's still early morning. Could something serious be happening? Haven't you heard yet? I heard the students from the Tank Research Center seem to have developed something extraordinary. You've heard too, right? Last night someone saw that kid Su Bai carrying blueprints to the factory director's office. The only research project our military factory has been working on recently is tanks. Don't you think they might have actually developed our own tank? No way, is this for real? That's incredibly difficult. How did these kids manage to pull it off so quickly? At that moment, one of the workers leaned in and whispered, it wasn't a group effort. More likely that one kid named Su Bai did it alone. The other day I happened to pass by the Tank Research Center and overheard an argument inside. At first I didn't think much of it, but seeing the military vehicles arrive makes me think it might be connected to whatever happened that day. The others exchanged puzzled glances and couldn't help but ask, what did you hear? How do you know it was Su Bai working alone on this? Yeah, how could you possibly know something like that? You might get taken away to sign a confidentiality agreement. The man explained, sign a confidentiality agreement. Come on, that's ridiculous. I just overheard the students arguing with Su Bai that day. It seemed like Su Bai was planning to cancel some kind of project, saying they could develop something independently. I didn't catch all the details, but it probably has something to do with tanks. Just as they were deep in conversation, a soldier-like man stepped forward from behind them. Excuse me, please come with us and clarify everything you've heard, and sign a confidentiality agreement. The group was completely stunned. We were just gossiping after all. How could this really escalate to signing a confidentiality agreement? Was the matter really this big? Inside the studio. After handing in the blueprints, Su Bai did not rest. The remaining 2 parts of the drawings needed to be completed as soon as possible. This matter was finally settled, and the subsequent tank manufacturing work would proceed without delay. Time was tight, and the workload was heavy. There was no room for delay. Su Bai set down his drawing tools and gazed out the window. He worried aloud. I wonder if the 2 sets of blueprints will be enough to stop the plan. The system task hasn't reported completion yet. Hardly had he finished speaking when the system voice sounded. System. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Your rewards include anti-aircraft missile analysis module, guidance system module, control system module, war body system module, propulsion system module, and warhead module. System, please select one module to analyze. Su Bai smiled. It seemed the capital had indeed canceled the plan. Su Bai stared at the 5 modules on the virtual screen before him and decided to start with the warhead module. System, analyze the warhead module. System, remaining analysis time 95 hours, 59 minutes. For days. It seemed not all technology analyses took the same amount of time. 20 days for 5 modules was already considered remarkably fast. He would make good use of this time to arrange matters related to the tank project. Just as Su Bai was about to continue drawing blueprints, a knock came from the door. Then Lung Yu's voice rang out. Su Bai, come out quickly. Academician Wu has an important announcement. I was sent to inform you, and come along together. Su Bai acknowledged, and after a quick tidy-up walked out of the room. Tank Research and Development Center. The students had received the notice and arrived early to wait. Why is old Wu in such a rush to call us here? Could it be something about Su Bai? After all, that guy designed the tank blueprints. No way. Does this mean the higher-ups already know? Maybe they're here to hand out awards. I wonder what kind of award. First-class merit or second-class merit? First-class merit isn't impossible, but second-class is more likely. I've never seen what a first-class merit looks like in my entire life. I wonder if I'll have the chance today. At that moment, Wu Zhongming and a squad of soldiers walked in. Everyone, don't be nervous. They're here to help you sign confidentiality agreements. Just follow their instructions. No one is allowed to disclose anything about today's meeting to outsiders. Hearing this, the students present exchanged shocked glances. A confidentiality agreement. This is the first time I've ever signed one in my life. Same here. I wonder if I can take it home as a souvenir. Are you stupid? If you take it home, won't that be a leak? You'd be taken away in your sleep tonight. I heard that even leaking something in your dreams could get you carried away along with your bed. No way, seriously. What if I talk in my sleep? Du Peng stared at the confidentiality agreement in his hand, his eyes wide, swallowing hard. Old he, I sleepwalk at night. What if I accidentally leak something? How about you come sleep in my bed tonight? Whenever I sleepwalk, just beat me like a son. That'll keep things safe. He Shu instinctively stepped back a few paces. Get lost. Du Peng. We're all men, what's there to be afraid of? Just as everyone was signing their confidentiality agreements one after another, Su Bai and Lung Yu walked in. All eyes in the room swiveled toward the two of them. Du Peng grinned. Want to cheerfully sign the confidentiality agreement together. The kind you're not allowed to leak. Lung Yu. Su Bai. Half an hour later, all the students had completed signing their confidentiality agreements. Old Wu, we've all signed the confidentiality agreements. Now you can tell us what this is really about, right? Yeah, this is my first time signing a confidentiality agreement, and I'm still a bit nervous. Old Wu, is this about the tank project? Wu Zhoming smiled. There's still someone who hasn't arrived. You'll find out in a moment. At that moment, Zhang Taizhan walked in through the main door, leading a team of researchers. Old Wu, I've brought everyone. They've all signed the confidentiality agreements. Wu Zhoming nodded. Everyone find a place to sit. Today we'll make a simple announcement first. Speaking, his gaze fell on Su Bai. Su Bai, come up here for a moment. Su Bai paused, then walked forward. Zhang Taizhan smiled and patted his shoulder. Kid, you're impressive. This is big news concerning you. Below, the students murmured among themselves, roughly guessing it had something to do with Su Bai, but the researchers from the RD Center had no idea what was happening. They looked at the young man before them, completely baffled. Old Wu, what's going on? One of the factory researchers asked. Wu Zhoming smiled. I called everyone here today mainly to announce a few things. The first matter, the Grey Bear Nation tank purchase plan has been cancelled. The students had anticipated this and understood what had transpired. But the factory researchers were in the dark, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Old Wu, why was the tank purchase plan cancelled? Exactly. The tank project is tied to our factory's self-developed tank program. Without those tanks, what will we have to research? Wu Zhoming chuckled. Then let me tell you the second matter. Factory 105 is formally establishing the Tiger 001 tank program. Su Bai is officially appointed as the chief engineer of the project. The words struck like lightning. Everyone's minds went blank, lost in thought. A 20-year-old national project chief engineer. This had to be absurd. Holy crap, a 20-year-old chief engineer of a national project. Did I hear that right? It seems so. From now on, we'll have to address Su Bai as chief engineer. Just curious, what rank is a chief engineer? Is it on par with academician Wu? You could say that. Most people who become chief engineers of national projects are academicians. At this, everyone drew in a sharp breath. Does that mean Su Bai is bound to become a national academician in the future? Comparing people only drives you crazy. Look at him, then look at us, still just intern researchers. Alright, accept this harsh reality. Effort is worthless in the face of talent, and he works even harder than you. Yet the researchers at the Science Center were utterly bewildered. While inwardly stunned by Su Bai's appointment as chief engineer, they were also confused. Academician Wu, a 20-year-old chief engineer. What's going on? Yes, this has never happened in the country before. It's too absurd. A 20-year-old chief engineer. I wouldn't have dared dream of it before, yet now it's right before our eyes. Wu Zhoming chuckled upon hearing this. You've had little contact with the students these past few days, so you might not know the situation. Just last night, Su Bai submitted a set of fourth-generation tank design blueprints. That's what led to the formal establishment of our tank project. In the field of tanks, I doubt anyone present, including myself, can match Su Bai. He is the most suitable candidate for chief engineer. After hearing this, the students reacted fairly normally, but the researchers stared wide-eyed, looking at Su Bai in shock. Academician Wu, are you serious? He developed fourth-generation tank blueprints. No wonder he was appointed chief engineer at such a young age. He's a genius. He's not just a genius, he's an unprecedented prodigy. We have to admire this chief engineer. He's still so young, and becoming a national academician is a foregone conclusion. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhoming smiled. Since the two main matters are settled, let me now mention two things unrelated to the project. Wu Zhoming glanced at the military officer beside him and nodded. The officer stepped forward, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd. On behalf of the military, I hereby present an award to Comrade Su Bai in recognition of his contributions to the military. Comrade Su Bai is hereby awarded the rank of major in the military. As the words fell, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The crowd exchanged shocked glances, their faces etched with disbelief. A 20-year-old chief engineer was already terrifying enough. Now a 20-year-old major. Was this necessary? Their hearts could barely take it. Old he, from now on we'll follow Brother Bai. I think being his lackey is a good choice. Du Peng chuckled. From now on I'm his number one lackey, and you're number two. With us, the hidden dragon and crouching tiger, the three of us will surely carve out our own place in the research world. Hishu shot him a disdainful glance. I want to be number one. Du Peng. The atmosphere at the Tank Research Center grew restless. This was a military factory, and they were all too familiar with military ranks. A 20-year-old major had never appeared in the military. Zhang Taizhan cleared his throat. Everyone quiet down. There's more to announce. Zhang Taizhan had known about everything before the meeting, and his reaction had been similar to everyone else's. His jaw had nearly hit the floor. Before leaving the military, he had been a major himself, but he was already over 40. Looking at Su Bai, Zhang Tieshan's mouth twitched violently. Good heavens, is this guy really only 20? Could he be an alien? There is another award. The crowd fell silent, and the officer continued, to commend Su Bai's contributions. The military, in conjunction with the Ministry of Science and Research, hereby awards Su Bai a first-class merit. By now everyone's hearts were numb. Compared to the previous two honors, the first-class merit sounded unremarkable. They felt nothing, though a tiny bit of envy lingered. After speaking, the officer glanced at Wu Zhongming, exchanged a few words, and left with the soldiers. Finally over. Brother Bai, you came on too strong. It's overwhelming. Du Peng sighed in relief. The others smiled bitterly. Yeah, the chief engineer thing was already shocking, then a major, and now a first-class merit. Unbelievable. Too much information this early in the morning. My brain can't keep up. From now on we'll have to call Su Bai Chief Engineer Su. Damn, a 20-year-old chief engineer. It's hard to say. Others' mouths twitched. Calling someone their own age chief engineer felt strange. At least it's over. My brain can finally rest, someone in the crowd sighed. Who said it's over? Wu Zhongming laughed. The military gave its awards, but the Ministry of Science and Research hasn't yet. Everyone froze, their movements halted. They stared wide-eyed at Wu Zhongming. What? This wasn't enough. There was more. Good heavens, Su Bai had achieved in a single day what a researcher would spend a lifetime pursuing. A researcher in the crowd said bitterly, Academician Wu. Did the Ministry of Science and Research name Su Bai an academician? I can't think of any other award that would be saved for last. Others were stunned. No way, a national academician. Really? A 20-year-old national academician is even more absurd than the previous honors. Impossible. That's the lifelong goal of every researcher. Wu Zhongming smiled at the crowd. After unanimous deliberation, the Ministry of Science and Research has decided to award Su Bai the title of Honorary Academician. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. National Honorary Academician. Good heavens. Su Bai, are you trying to defy the heavens? Du Peng gulped hard. Old he, I'll let you be the number 1 lackey. I think being the number 2 lackey has potential too. He Shu. Lung Yu smiled from the crowd. As a witness, she had long known from her grandfather. She wasn't surprised at all. Damn, from now on we'll have to call Su Bai not just Chief Engineer Su, but also Academician Su. Heavens, take this freak away. How can the rest of us live? Comparing people is infuriating. Su Bai is a freak. Try to stay calm. Calm my ass. It's too infuriating. I wouldn't even dare dream of this, nor would novels dare write it. It's absurd. Wu Zhongming walked over to Su Bai with a smile. The latter was unusually calm, as if all this was perfectly ordinary. Su Bai, you seem very composed. A 20-year-old national academician. I didn't expect the higher-ups to give you such a high honor. It took me a while to digest it. Su Bai smiled. Academician Wu, may I show off a little? Isn't this simple? Everyone else. Damn, it's simple. You call this simple. Then what do you call difficult? The official establishment of the tank self-development project quickly spread throughout the military factory, becoming a hot topic of discussion among all employees. No matter where one went, the sound of related discussions could be heard. For all the workers of the military factory, being able to participate in the self-developed tank project was undoubtedly a great honor. At noon, Su Bai was having lunch with Lung Yu, Du Peng, and a few others. Around them, discussions about the tank project buzzed. Have you heard? Yesterday, our military factory officially established the tank self-development project. You only just found out. It's been spreading all over the factory for a while. What do you know? That's not what I'm talking about. I'm wondering if we'll have a chance to be part of it. Hard to say. It depends on how the project's chief engineer chooses. By the way, the chief engineer this time isn't old Wu. I heard it's not old Wu either. If not old Wu, then who? Could it be someone sent from the capital? Hard to tell. Why don't you ask those students if they know? I already asked them. They probably signed a confidentiality agreement and said nothing. Du Peng listened to the surrounding chatter, his envy palpable. Why, look at all these people talking about you. Too bad we can't say anything, or we'd be showing off like crazy. Su Bai smiled. Alright, let's eat. The project is about to start. This is a rare opportunity for you all. In the future, you will become top-tier talents in our country's tank field. And you may even train successive generations of high-end tank experts for the nation. This is the true meaning of having us young people participate in the self-developed tank project. Upon hearing this, he Shu and Lung Yu nodded. Du Peng said with some uncertainty, why didn't you say the 4th-generation tank represents the world's most advanced tank technology? With just our current knowledge, can we really achieve what you described? Su Bai smiled. Trust me. With me here, it's definitely possible. Hearing that, Du Peng's mouth twitched a few times. By what you said is true, but it does sound a bit like showing off. Just then a stir went through the cafeteria. Wu Zhongming and Zhang Tieshan, under the gaze of everyone, sat down next to Su Bai. Su Bai and his companions quickly stood up. Sit down. It's just a casual chat during mealtime. Wu Zhongming smiled and gestured for them to sit. Envious glances surrounded them. They're among those students, right? How enviable being able to have lunch with the old academician. Sometimes the old academician sits with us too. What's there to envy? It's different. When he sits with us, it's just casual talk. With them, it's discussing scientific research and the future of the nation. Sometimes I really envy these kids being able to participate in the tank project and contribute to the country. Wu Zhongming sat down and simply chatted, asking Su Bai if he was getting used to it here. if he needed any help with daily life. As for project matters, Su Bai would discuss them separately with Wu Zhongming in the office. In the factory director's office, Wu Zhongming, Su Bai, and Zhang Taizhan were present. Xiao Bai, now that you're the project's chief engineer, you might be unfamiliar with many things. I plan to have Taizhan assist you as your deputy. He's been in the factory for years and knows the project procedures well. Feel free to ask him for anything you need. Zhang Taizhan took over the conversation, smiling. Kid, you're impressive. Only been here a few days, and now I'm your deputy. Just tell me what you need, and I'll arrange it. Su Bai nodded. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System, start the project immediately. Leadership ability 1. Su Bai smiled. Can't we rest for a couple of days? It's so busy every day. Brother Zhang, Old Wu, I'd like to start the project as soon as possible. Although we have detailed blueprints, the craftsmanship required for manufacturing tank parts is quite demanding. This includes precision machining of components and very high welding standards for the tank body. The most difficult part is the casting process for the gun barrel. We'll need several attempts to get it right. Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan listened astonished and looked at Su Bai. In just a few days, Su Bai had considered the project so thoroughly. They had previously worried about his youth and lack of project experience, hence assigning Zhang Taizhan as his deputy. Now it seemed almost unnecessary. Su Bai paused, then continued. Besides the technical issues, the most important thing is the training of the students and the original tank R&D center researchers. Compared to manufacturing the tank, this is our ultimate goal. To cultivate a batch of top-tier tank talents for the country. In the future, they will be like seeds in spring. Wherever they fall, they will nurture successive generations of high-end talent. Hearing this, Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan took a deep breath and exchanged glances. Old Wu, it seems our earlier worries were unnecessary. Xiao Bai has strong leadership abilities. I think we should give him more freedom so he can get better training. Zhang Taizhan sighed. I can even see in him the shadow of a leading figure in scientific research. That is the most precious quality. Wu Zhongming nodded and looked at Su Bai. Xiao Bai, will follow your plan. Tomorrow we'll start forming the tank project worker teams. At the same time, we'll train the current students and researchers. I'm just worried. Wu Zhongming said with concern, so far the entire R&D of the 4th generation tank has been done by you alone. I'm afraid the training will also fall on your shoulders. Can your body handle it? Maybe we should slow down a bit, train first, and put the worker teams on hold. Su Bai shook his head. Old Wu, for us the most precious thing is time. The sooner we can mass produce the 4th generation tank, the less pressure our ground forces will face. Hearing this, Wu Zhongming let out a long sigh. It's our fault we old-timers are useless. In the end, we have to let you young people carry the banner. We should be the ones protecting. Old Wu. Su Bai interrupted. Our generation grew up under your protection. From now on we will work together to protect our country. Old Wu, Su Bai is right. Zhang Taizhan said. Let these energetic young people carry on your path. Su Bai's appearance makes me believe that our country will surely become strong and prosperous. In the end, Wu Zhongming smiled with relief and nodded. Xiao Bai, seeing you now reminds me of your grandfather when he was young. He said the same things back then. And now he has indeed done it. As a leading figure in our country's scientific research, he paved the way for us. It seems you are about to take up his banner. Su Bai smiled and said nothing. System mission complete. Leadership ability 1. Old Wu, brother Zhang, if there's nothing else, let's settle it this way. I'll go back now to finish the remaining blueprints. Alright, do as you say. Take care of yourself, don't overwork. Zhang Taizhan watched Su Bai's retreating figure and suddenly paused. Old Wu, did you notice something? Why does Su Bai seem different all of a sudden? How to put it? His aura has changed. It feels a bit like you, Old Wu. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhongming smiled. You noticed too? It seems letting go was the right choice. Xiao Bai is growing quietly. Even his silhouette is more like it. If this kid is nurtured well, he will definitely surpass his grandfather in the future. The next day, Su Bai arrived early at the director's office to discuss team formation with Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan. Xiao Bai, we have already arranged the worker teams, including Engineer Fan's machine tool team, Engineer Chin's welding team, and Engineer Zhao's mold casting team. 30 people per team. What do you think? We can always increase the numbers if needed. Su Bai nodded after hearing Wu Zhongming's explanation. Old Wu, the initial workforce is sufficient, but we will need to expand the factory scale for subsequent mass production. Zhang Taizhan smiled. Chief Engineer Su, you can rest assured about this. Actually, there is something you have not been told yet. Once the teams are confirmed today, Old Wu and I will take you to see it. There will absolutely be no issues with the factory's future capacity. Hearing this, a flicker of curiosity stirred in Su Bai. He suddenly realized something and smiled knowingly. It seemed his worries had been unnecessary. Old Wu, then let us go meet Engineer Fan and the others. At the Tank Research Center, the 3 teams, machine tool, welding, and casting, gathered with about 100 people early in the morning. Each person had signed a confidentiality agreement to ensure the project proceeded securely. Old Fan, we have all signed a confidentiality agreement too. Why hasn't academician Wu arrived yet? The man speaking was Chun Tian, the welding team leader. He was roughly the same age as Fan Wei, with the only distinguishing feature being that he had only his right arm. Fan Wei chuckled. Old Chen, we all signed the confidentiality agreement, which means every one of us is now involved in the tank project. Just yesterday you were worried about whether you would even be allowed to participate. Now that you are in, what is there to be anxious about? Chen Tian replied anxiously. I am just nervous. You all know my situation. I only have one arm. I heard the chief engineer is not old Wu. What if someone from outside sees my missing arm and doubts my abilities, kicking me off the project? Speaking, Chen Tian picked up his essential tools. Look, I even brought my welding equipment. Just in case. At this, Zhao Xiang, the casting team leader of similar age, offered comfort. Old Chen, put your heart at ease. We all know your welding skills are exceptional. Academician Wu will surely explain things on your behalf. There will be no problem. Hearing this, Chen Tian nodded. I hope so. I just wonder if the new chief engineer will be easy to get along with. If they are like Academician Wu, there will be no major issues. By the way, do any of you have news on who the chief engineer is? How old are they? Will they be approachable? Fan Wei shook his head. This tank project is highly confidential. We have not heard a single detail. Anyway, it is confirmed that Academician Wu is not the chief engineer. I reckon 8 out of 10 chances it is someone from outside. Zhao Xiang nodded in agreement. You also know that our factory's research personnel are limited in number. As for them becoming chief engineers, they simply do not have sufficient seniority. Chances are they are coming from outside. When the time comes, let us all perform well and not bring shame to our factory. 105. Yes, we must not disgrace our factory. Chen Tian looked at the two and said, when the time comes, I will stand behind you first. Block me a bit. Hearing this, Fan Wei and Zhao Xiang both nodded. At this moment, Su Bai and the other two appeared at the entrance of the research center. Under the gaze of everyone present, they walked toward Fan Wei and the others. Why is this kid here too? Fan Wei paused for a moment, then understood. It was not surprising for him to appear here given that his machining skills far surpassed Fan Wei's. Old Fan, do you know this kid? Chen Tian asked. Fan Wei smiled and explained, this is the prodigy I mentioned to you all. His precision machining skills are far greater than mine. Hearing this, Chen Tian and Zhao Xiang were shocked. They had heard from Fan Wei that Su Bai was very young, but seeing him in person still left them stunned. He was far too young. Their own grandsons were not much younger than him. At this moment, Chen Tian seemed to notice something. Wait a moment. Where is the chief engineer? Old Wu said we were supposed to meet today. Why is it only Academician Wu, Director Zhang, and this kid who have arrived? Perhaps they will be here soon. Fan Wei joked, surely they would not appoint a kid as chief engineer. Hearing this, Zhao Xiang laughed. Old Fan, that is quite interesting. If this kid is the chief engineer, then I could claim I researched the tank myself, could I not? Fan Wei smiled. Just kidding, just kidding. You actually took it seriously. However, this Su Bai has indeed changed over the past few days. There is something of Academician Wu about him now. Chen Tian nodded. Now that you mention it, he does have that vibe. He truly is an impressive young man. Who knows, he may one day have the potential to become the project's chief engineer. Su Bai's reputation had long spread throughout the military factory, and his arrival stirred considerable discussion among the workers. So this is the precision machining prodigy engineer Fan spoke of. That is exactly him. A few days ago, parts that factories nationwide could not process were completed by this young man in just 3 days. Truly remarkable. These young people today are something else. Perhaps it is time for our old bones to retire. Who could disagree? In no time at all, the new generation of young people will take over and build our motherland. Su Bai and the other two approached Fan Wei and the others, exchanging brief greetings. Su Bai noticed Chen Tian's missing left arm, paused for a moment, and then politely looked away. Academician Wu, where is the chief engineer for our tank project? I do not see them anywhere. Chen Tian asked anxiously. Was it not said that we would meet everyone today? Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan exchanged a glance and smiled. Zhang Taizhan replied, Engineer Chen, we will certainly meet them. You will find out shortly. Turning to Wu Zhongming, he said, Old Wu, everyone is here. Shall we begin? Wu Zhongming nodded and stepped forward with Zhang Taizhan following closely behind. Su Bai brought up the rear, but Fan Wei called out to him. Young Su, why not give us a hint? Who exactly is the chief engineer of the tank project? Why haven't they arrived yet? Hearing this, Su Bai smiled helplessly. Engineer Fan, actually, I am the project's chief engineer. You should know now. With that, Su Bai walked toward Wu Zhongming, leaving Fan Wei completely stunned. Old Fan, what's wrong with you? Did that kid tell you who the chief engineer is? Chen Tian approached and asked. Fan Wei stood frozen, neither speaking nor moving, as though he had not heard a word. Old Fan, say something. Zhao Xiang could not help but ask. What did that kid say to you that left you speechless? Have you been possessed or something? At this moment, Fan Wei finally spoke weakly, though his eyes never left Su Bai. Young Su said. He is the chief engineer of the tank project. What? That kid is the chief engineer? Chen Tian and Zhao Xiang stared at Su Bai in shock, as though they had seen a ghost. A 20-year-old project chief engineer. Is this some kind of joke? Old Fan, you're not kidding us, are you? Young Su really said that. He isn't joking with you. Chen Tian and Zhao Xiang turned to stare at Fan Wei, utterly unable to process this explosive news. Fan Wei gazed ahead. Haven't you noticed? Su Bai has been standing beside Academician Wu this whole time. And the chief engineer still hasn't shown up. Doesn't that tell you everything? Qin Tian and Zhao Xiang widened their eyes and swallowed hard, their stares locking onto Su Bai. Good heavens, now that you mention it, it all adds up. Could this kid really be the chief engineer? Zhao Xiang swallowed hard. Have you ever heard of a 20-year-old chief engineer? What on earth is young Su's background? Just then Wu Zhongming appeared at the front of the crowd with two others, and the area fell quiet. Everyone, you're all aware of why we've gathered here today. Wu Zhongming spoke. The tank project has been officially established, and we urgently need a team of experienced craftsmen and workers to carry out the manufacturing. Today I've asked you all here to introduce you to the chief engineer. This way things will run more smoothly going forward. After hearing this, murmurs erupted from below. Academician Wu, aren't you the chief engineer? Someone in the crowd called out. Wu Zhongming smiled. I would gladly serve as chief engineer for our domestically developed tank project. But unfortunately my qualifications fall short. Someone far more suited to the role has been chosen. His words sent shockwaves through everyone present. Academician Wu, who could possibly be more qualified than you? Who is this person? You're a national academician. You've dedicated your entire career to Factory 105. Who could be more fitting as the project engineer? Exactly. If it were anyone else, I'd be the first to object. But in Factory 105, I only yield to you, Academician Wu. Hearing this, Wu Zhongming simply smiled. Indeed, there is someone more qualified than me. All the scientific research and design work for the tank project was completed by that chief engineer alone. In terms of understanding the entire project, even I cannot compare with him. Therefore, he is far more suited to serve as chief engineer than I am. Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted into commotion, once again buzzing with speculation about who the chief engineer could be. Among them, only Fan Wei and the other two stared at each other in silence, swallowing hard. Holy shit. If even Academician Wu spoke this way, then this kid Su Bai must be incredibly impressive. Su Bai listened quietly from the sidelines, touched deep within. Old Wu was paving the way for him, ensuring that his future project coordination would encounter far fewer obstacles. Wu Zhongming gestured for the crowd to be quiet, and continued. Now let me introduce. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Su Bai beside him. Appointed by the research department chief engineer of the tank project, Su Bai. Silence. The scene seemed to freeze, suspended in an eerie stillness. All eyes turned towards Su Bai in utter shock. After a brief pause, someone in the crowd finally blurted out, Academician Wu, is this true? Is Su Bai really the chief engineer of the tank project? Wu Zhongming nodded. Su Bai is not only the chief engineer of the tank project, but also an honorary academician of the nation. He has been granted the military rank of major and awarded the first-class merit by the state. These are all officially certified by the state, absolutely beyond question. Moreover, the entire research and design of the tank was accomplished by Su Bai alone. No one understands this project better than he does. Even I must learn from Su Bai? For the position of chief engineer, no one is more suitable. Wu Zhongming's words fell upon the crowd like a succession of bombs. Everyone's minds buzzed from the impact. National Project Chief Engineer. First-class merit recipient. National Honorary Academician and a major's rank. Any single one of these titles placed upon a 20-year-old youth would have been staggering. Yet here was a young man who held them all. For a moment, everyone struggled to digest the news. Especially Fan Wei and the other two in the crowd. They had thought knowing the news in advance would make it easier to accept. Only for Su Bai to keep surfacing one terrifying title after another. Their eyeballs bulged wider than ox eyes. Old Fan Su. No chief engineer Su, what exactly is his background? Why didn't you tell us earlier? Right? We were calling him kid just now. How inappropriate. Fan Wei himself wore a thoroughly bewildered expression. If I had known, would I not have told you? Who would have guessed a 20-year-old like Su? Chief engineer Su could be this remarkable. Truly even surpassing Academician Wu. Qin Tian and Zhao Xiang nodded, their gazes fixed on Su Bai in sheer astonishment. Inside they thought, this kid is simply unbelievable. A cool breeze drifted by, cooling the heated passion on everyone's mind somewhat. How on earth did a 20-year-old become a national chief engineer and first-class merit recipient? If this is truly the case, then Su Bai is indeed the most suitable person for the role. Actually, we ought to feel glad. Our nation produces such outstanding youth, and the country's future will surely rise strong under their guidance. You always used to say today's young people can't compare to us. They can't endure hardship or get things done. Now the younger generation has shouldered the responsibility, and you question them for being young. How unreasonable. We must give young people a chance. While these old bones of ours can still move, let us lend a hand and walk alongside them for a stretch on the path of national construction. I raise both hands in support of Su Bai as chief engineer of the tank project. One person spoke up, and others soon raised their hands in agreement as well. I raise both hands in support. Don't look down on us just because we're old. Give us any task, and we'll do it. If anyone here disobeys, I'll sort them out in seconds. I'd say the most disobedient one here is you. Someone shot back. Let me make one thing clear. I fully submit to Chief Engineer Su. Absolutely. Chief Engineer Su is more than capable of handling the role. I support him with both hands and both feet. At that moment, Qin Tian raised his single right hand in the crowd, looking towards Su Bai. Chief Engineer Su, I also submit to you as Project Chief Engineer. However, there is one thing I must say. As he spoke, he shook his empty left sleeve. Chief Engineer Su, though I only have one hand, my welding skills are unmatched anywhere in this crew. Even with just one hand, I will absolutely not compromise on engineering quality or project progress. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Chief Engineer Su, we vouch for Master Chun. Whatever he works on will be flawlessly done. Indeed, a master welder with decades of experience. He's trained countless apprentices. Fan Wei also stepped forward to speak on Chun Tian's behalf. Chief Engineer Su, Master Chin's welding craft is to my fitter's skill what perfection is to perfection. Both are top tier. I can guarantee his welding ability with my own reputation. Zhao Xiang also stepped out to bear witness. Wu Zhongming watched the unfolding scene and nodded approvingly, then turned to look at Su Bai. His purpose had been achieved. From here on it was up to Su Bai himself. Su Bai offered a smile. Just as he was about to speak, a system voice suddenly rang out. System, propose a welding contest with Chun Tian to demonstrate your ability and you will obtain level 9 welding skill. Su Bai paused in surprise. Then he smiled. Faced with the group's guarantees, Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan also joined in. Director Su, I can also vouch for Engineer Chen's technical capabilities. Zhang Taizhan said, for all these years as the team leader of the welding group, not a single welding piece under his hands has ever had a problem. This is absolutely something to rest assured about. Wu Zhongming nodded. Engineer Chen's skills are flawless and fully meet the requirements for the tank welding mission. Hearing this, Su Bai smiled and scanned the room. His intention was to give Chun Tian the utmost confidence to prove himself. Engineer Chun, words alone won't suffice. How about we have a welding skills competition? Let me see your true abilities. Hearing this, the crowd furrowed their brows slightly. In their eyes, Su Bai still did not trust them. At this moment, proposing a test clearly signaled distrust in Chun Tian's skills, a rather discouraging gesture. Old Wu this. Zhang Taizhan was about to say something when Wu Zhongming interrupted. Let Xiao Bai do as he wishes. This is also helping Chun Tian prove himself. Zhang Taizhan paused, then smiled and said nothing more. While others murmured among themselves, Chun Tian was surprisingly excited. Anything others say means nothing. Only proving oneself truly matters, which was precisely why he had brought his tools today. Fine, Director Su, I accept your competition. Chun Tian's voice was loud and confident. But let's make one thing clear beforehand. The competition is just that, a competition. Don't think I'll go easy on you youngsters merely because you're young. I may not have the brilliant mind that Director Su possesses, but when it comes to welding technology across the entire team, I, Chun Tian, have never bowed to anyone. If I lose, Director Su must honor your word. Su Bai smiled confidently. Engineer Chun, everyone here can be a witness. If I lose to you in welding craftsmanship, I take back everything I just said, and you are welcome to join Project Menghu 001. Of course, if I win, you must submit to my inspection. If I find your technique satisfactory, you are equally welcome to join Project Menghu 001. Hearing this, everyone present burst into laughter. No one believed Su Bai could possibly defeat Chun Tian in welding skills. It was clearly just an excuse to help Chun Tian join Project Menghu 001. But there was one person who felt a sense of unease. Fan Wei, the one who had witnessed the miracle. Old Zhao, do you think old Chun might lose the competition? Zhao Xiang stared in disbelief. What are you talking about? You think old Chin's welding skills can't compare to Director Su's? That's absurd. We all know old Chin's welding craftsmanship. It's first-rate nationwide. How could someone so young as Director Su possibly stand a chance against Engineer Chun? Even if Director Su had started learning from the womb, 20 years would still not be enough to match old Chun. Fan Wei whispered weakly, could you have forgotten what I told you? Director Su's fitter skills are even better than mine. Could it be possible that? Hearing this, Zhao Xiang's eyes widened, then he shook his head vigorously. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even extraordinary talent requires time to develop. Director Su is already exceptionally skilled in fitter work and outstanding in scientific research. Where would he find time to learn other trades? He's doing this today solely to give old Chun an opportunity to prove himself. Old Fan, I think you've been traumatized by Director Su and are overthinking this. Fan Wei smiled bitterly. Perhaps you're right. I hope so. At the same time, Zhang Taizhan on the stage shared similar thoughts with Fan Wei. After all, he had also been present that night to witness the miracle. Old Wu, why is Director Su doing this? Why compete with Engineer Chun? Could he also possess welding skills? Or is Director Su's welding technique as exceptional as his fitter work? Hearing this, Wu Zhongming shook his head. It's unlikely. As for why Su Bai is doing this, I cannot fathom either. Let's just watch. This child of ours would not act recklessly. There must be his purpose. Zhang Taizhan nodded and smiled. Actually, I'm quite looking forward to Director Su creating another miracle in welding technology. That would make things even more interesting. System, task completed. Reward level 9 welding skill. The next moment, a massive influx of welding expertise flooded Su Bai's mind. In barely a second, Su Bai seemed like a master craftsman who had immersed himself in welding for decades, even centuries. At this moment, everyone present, including Chun Tian, fell short of Su Bai in welding artistry. Su Bai couldn't help but marvel at the system's power. Merely completing an ordinary task was equivalent to an ordinary person walking the path of a lifetime. Welding workshop. Compared to the machine tool processing workshop, the welding workshop was filled with a pungent odor. Most people would find it hard to adjust upon entering. But for Su, an old welding master, this smell was far from unfamiliar. It felt extraordinarily comforting. Director Su, are you accustomed to the smell here? Chen Tian joked, most people can't handle it at all. Su smiled. Not bad. The flavor is quite authentic. Let's find some welding materials and get started. The group headed to the central welding area where 3 identical pieces of welding material were placed on each side. Chen Tian explained, Director Su, we only have 3 pieces of material ahead. We'll compete in the 3 simplest welding processes: arc welding, seam welding, and projection welding. Do you have any objections, Director Su? Su smiled. No objections. Let's begin. Both parties walked to their respective areas, and the crowd eagerly gathered around. This is getting more and more interesting. A 20-year-old honorary academician competing in welding craftsmanship against a veteran welder with decades of experience. Truly a rare sight. Since these students arrived, factory life has become far more engaging, much better than before. To be honest, I hope Director Su wins. That would make it even more interesting. A 20-year-old youth defeating 2 veteran masters in both fitterwork and welding. No novel would dare write such a story. Both sides donned basic protective gear, and the competition officially began. All present held their breath, silently watching. The first item was spot welding, the most fundamental welding technique, which forms weld spots between the contact surfaces of 2 overlapping workpieces using a columnar electrode. During spot welding, pressure is first applied to ensure tight contact between the workpieces, then current is passed through. The resistance heat generated at the contact point melts the material, which then cools under pressure to form a weld spot. This welding method is mainly used for thin sheet components and stamped parts under 4 mm in thickness, playing a significant role in welding small tank components. As expected of a veteran from the welding workshop, Chen Tian could skillfully maneuver the workpiece with just one hand. His eye for detail and precision were remarkably advanced, and his weld spots were exceptionally fine. Many welders nodded in approval. However, when they moved to the other side, everyone was stunned. Su, without using his left hand at all, had flawlessly replicated Chen Tian's welding technique using only his right hand. It looked absolutely identical, with equally beautiful weld spots. This scene left everyone completely speechless. Good heavens! Have young people today become this extraordinary? Academician Wu this. Where did Chief Engineer Su learn such welding technique? Using only one hand, he matched Master Chen's work exactly. Zhang Tieshan's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. He rubbed his eyes and stared at Su, seemingly unable to believe what had just happened. The veteran workers present all wore the same expression, utterly stunned by Su's welding prowess. Fan Wei and Zhao Xiang both swallowed hard. Lao Fan, is this how you felt during the last competition? Fan Wei nodded woodenly. Exactly the same. Do young people nowadays have such flashy skills? Each skill is more impressive than the last. Even if you started practicing in the womb, you couldn't be this good. Zhao Xiang nodded woodenly. Maybe he started practicing in his previous life. Fan Wei. Under everyone's gaze, Su completed his spot welding 5 seconds ahead. Next came seam welding and projection welding, both basic and frequently used techniques. When seam welding begins, the tilt angle should be appropriately increased, and as the temperature rises, the tilt angle decreases accordingly. The angle between the welding wire and the torch is maintained at about 90, with the wire always immersed in the molten pool and constantly stirring it. When welding thin parts, the wire can move up and down. At the end, the torch slowly lifts to shrink the tail pool. The main difficulty of seam welding lies in mastering the angle and speed, which takes veteran masters years of hard practice to get accustomed to. The remaining 2 events also ended with everyone in shock. Su completed each welding task 5 seconds ahead. However, Chen Tian, noticing Su's performance, still finished his own workpiece at a calm, unhurried pace. When he noticed that Su had completed the spot welding with only one hand, he understood clearly that Su's welding skills were in no way inferior to his own. After that, he focused on completing his own workpiece, determined to give his all even if he lost the competition. Otherwise, he might not even be able to participate in the project. It was also a way to prove himself. The competition ended quickly, and the veteran welders on site picked up Chen Tian's weld to examine it one by one, giving thumbs up in praise. Master Chen is indeed Master Chen. His welding technique is impeccable. Indeed, it's clean, neat, beautiful, and the solidity is flawless. A veteran master is a veteran master. You can tell at a glance. At this moment, a few veteran masters walked over to Su's weld and couldn't help but gasp. Was this really welded by Chief Engineer Su with one hand? This weld is also flawless, especially the spot welding. No one without decades of experience could do it. Yes, I never expected Chief Engineer Su could do just as well with one hand. Amazing. I'm afraid besides Master Chen, no one else here can match Chief Engineer Su. But both welds look similar. Which one is better? Chief Engineer Su won. Just as the judging masters were unable to decide, Chen Tian conceded. I lost. He picked up Su Bai's welded workpiece, gently stroking it with his right hand, deeply moved. If Chief Engineer Su had used both hands, he would certainly have welded better than me. A person accustomed to both hands is completely different from someone like me who is used to one hand. I lost. I submit. The scene fell silent. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on Su Bai. Previously, they thought Su Bai was joking. Who could have imagined he would actually win the competition? Could this really be done by a 20-year-old youth? He really won. Chief Engineer Su really won. Someone in the crowd suddenly broke the silence, and the next second thunderous applause erupted. If the shock from Su Bai's previous scientific research achievements was vague this time, it was tangible. A 20-year-old youth defeating a master with decades of experience, something none of them could have done. Even more so, he did it with one hand. Everyone present was deeply impressed by Su Bai. From that moment on, Su Bai's identity as chief engineer was firmly etched in everyone's minds. He became the true chief engineer of the 105 military factory. Old Wu, could you have imagined such an outcome? Zhang Tieshan, having witnessed it all, was filled with emotion. It seemed that miracles were happening around Su Bai at every moment. Could this kid Su Bai be an alien? How can he be so good at everything? I really want to see what's inside his head. Hearing this, Wu Zhongming rapped Zhang Tieshan's forehead. If you dare to look at what's in his head, you can believe I'll pry open your skull with a wrench to see if it's full of crap. No matter what Su Bai is, even if he's an alien, as long as his heart is on this land, he is one of us. As he spoke, Wu Zhongming looked toward the sky beyond the gate. I'm afraid it won't be long before this child brings about tremendous changes to the entire country. The future path of the nation is bright. I never expected to witness all this in my twilight years. I would die without regret. Zhang Taizhan nodded, looking at Su Bai's back. For a moment, he seemed to see a shadow. It was the first time he saw the back of Su Jianguo. Exactly the same as if the two merged into one. Let's go. It's time to take Xiao Bai to see that place. Wu Zhongming headed toward the gate. Zhang Taizhan gave a few brief instructions, and then took Su Bai, Fanwei Chintian, and Zhao Xiang to leave first. Two jeeps traveled along the mountain road. Su Bai looked at the dragon-like mountain range before him, and couldn't help asking, Old Wu, where are we going? Wu Zhongming smiled. You'll know when we get there. Zhang Taizhan smiled, but said nothing. Fan Wei and the other two were quite excited. After about 10 minutes of driving, a brand new large factory came into view. Outside, many soldiers could be seen busily moving about. Su Bai was stunned. He hadn't expected such a large factory hidden among the mountains. He had wondered earlier why the accompanying soldiers had disappeared. Now he knew they were stationed here. The group got out of the vehicles. A middle-aged man who looked like an officer and several soldiers came forward to greet them. Academician Wu, welcome to inspect our work. Wu Zhongming smiled. Commander He, I'm bringing Chief Engineer Su to have a look here. I assume you've received the notice from above. He Weihua nodded, his gaze scanning the group, and finally settling on the youngest Su Bai. I assume this is Chief Engineer Su. The soldiers behind him were startled, seemingly shocked that the young man before them was actually the chief engineer. But it was just a fleeting moment, as if nothing had happened. Su Bai smiled. Commander, he just call me Su Bai or Xiao Bai. He Weihua chuckled. Then don't call me Commander either. I see you're not much younger than my son. Call me Uncle He. Su Bai nodded. He Weihua then began to introduce the factory. It turned out that this large factory was the one Wu Zhongming had prepared early for tank development. Originally, it was intended for disassembling, researching, and manufacturing the grizzly bear country's tanks upon their arrival. Now it was being used for the production of new tanks, and with the addition of new soldiers, the factory was in its final finishing stages. It was ready for use at any time. The key point was that the factory's security would be personally guarded by He Weihua's troops, ensuring a very high safety factor. The next day, Su Bai, a group of students and researchers along with 100 workers were ordered to enter the new factory to commence the tank manufacturing work. In the evening, Su Bai was responsible for explaining the relevant tank technological knowledge to everyone. During the day, the students were divided into several groups to work alongside the workers in manufacturing tank components, identifying problems, and solving them. Through practice, these students were growing at an astonishing pace. In truth, with the design blueprints in hand, manufacturing a tank was a relatively simple matter. Once the first tank was completed, mass production would become extremely straightforward. Su Bai had roughly calculated that with this team, once they were familiar with the process under normal working hours, producing one tank every 5 days would be no issue. If they worked overtime, finishing a tank in 3 days was not an impossible feat. After 3 days, the tank's prototype had already begun to take shape. As usual, Su Bai patrolled the workshop, resolving special situations that arose in various teams. At that moment, Lung Yu appeared before him, looking anxious. Chief Engineer Su, there seems to be a problem with the casting of the tank barrel. Engineer Zhao asked me to call you over to take a look. Su Bai nodded. Let's go and have a look. In the casting workshop, workers and students alike stared at the 125mm caliber barrel blank, their brows furrowed. What's the situation? Su Bai stepped to the front of the crowd and looked at the barrel blank, his brows knitting together. He noticed tiny bubbles scattered around the barrel like toad warts. Zhang Xiang explained. Engineer Su, today you asked us to try casting the barrel. The first attempt resulted in uneven bubbles appearing around the casting. We immediately conducted a second casting, and the same issue occurred again. Do you think these bubbles can be polished away during later processing? Subai shook his head. A barrel with bubbles cannot be used. The interior of a tank is a sealed space. Such defects in the barrel can easily lead to a barrel burst, endangering the soldier's safety. Such defective barrels are absolutely not to be used. Try casting again, and let me see what the problem is. Zhao Xiang nodded and called the workers and students to perform another casting. In the evening, the cafeteria delivered meals, and the workers and students set down their tools and gathered in the casting workshop. They ate while waiting for the results. Let's eat first. I'm sure this time it will work. Lung Yu handed a lunchbox to Subai. Subai nodded, his furrowed brows relaxing slightly. At that moment, Du Peng and He Shu also approached. But don't worry. I have a feeling this time it's bound to succeed. He Shu nodded. I agree. Subai smiled. All right, let's all eat together. What's today's? Just then Zhao Xiang, who was overseeing the casting, shouted, Engineer Su, the barrel casting is complete. Subai immediately put down his lunchbox and hurried over. The others followed suit, eager to know the outcome. How did it go? Subai asked. Zhao Xiang shook his head, somewhat dejected. Still no good. We've never had any experience casting this type of special steel before. It might take some time and experimentation before we can succeed. Subai nodded, his tone calm. Let's stop here for today. Go eat first, and we'll continue tomorrow. Zhao Xiang wanted to say something more, but Fan Wei and the other worker pulled him away. As the workers gradually left, the vast casting workshop grew quiet and the lights dimmed. Subai sat down beside the casting area, lost in deep thought. It's cold at night. I brought you a blanket. Lung Yu appeared behind him without a sound and draped a thin blanket over his shoulders. Subai could faintly detect a light fragrance from the blanket, very similar to Lung Yu's own scent. Thank you. Lung Yu smiled and sat down beside him. She also gazed silently at the failed barrel casting. She said nothing, asked nothing, just quietly accompanied him. How long they sat there no one knew. As the night deepened, the atmosphere grew quieter, and the chirping of nocturnal insects became distinctly clear. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Subai's mind. System. Call Lung Yu Xiaoyue, have her inform the others, and tell them you have a solution and will cast the barrel yourself. Reward casting skill, level 9. Subai smiled. He had been waiting for this. When faced with difficulties, he still had to rely on the system. Xiaoyue, could you do me a favor? Lung Yu was stunned. Xiaoyue. Subai actually called her Xiaoyue. What was happening? Could this be a confession? Her heart churned with emotions, but her face remained calm. Go ahead. Subai said, please call the casting crew over and tell them I have a solution. I want to perform the casting myself. What? Lung Yu was shocked. You're going to cast it yourself? But you. Subai interrupted with a smile. I know how. Don't worry. This time it will definitely succeed. Lung Yu was stunned for a long time, her mind racing with astonishment. What else could this man not do? What kind of life had he lived to acquire so many skills? At that moment, she longed to understand the past of this man before her, to know his life. For Lung Yu, these were all intriguing mysteries that made her want to uncover them. All right, I'll go call them over. Lung Yu hurried away, and the system's voice echoed in Subai's mind. System, task completed. Received casting skill, level 9. As the words faded, various experiences related to casting skills flooded into Subai's mind. He stared at the barrel for a moment and immediately identified the potential issues. The temperature during casting, the fluidity of the molten metal, and the gas content were all critical factors. Subai already had a set of solutions in his mind. Meanwhile, as the casting crew members hurried to the workshop at night, they were spotted by workers from other teams. Many looked confused, wondering what was happening. What's going on? What happened? Where are the casting crew going? I heard from the casting team that Chief Engineer Su seems to have figured out a solution to the bubble problem and plans to cast the barrel himself. What? Chief Engineer Su can do that too. Did you hear wrong? No, I'm sure. Even other teams have heard the news and are going to watch. Let's go too, or we'll miss the good spots. Hearing the news, workers from other teams rushed toward the casting workshop. This happened to be seen by Zhang Taizhan and Wu Zhoming, who were out for a stroll and chat. What's happening? Why aren't they sleeping? Zhang Taizhan ran over to inquire, and then hurried back exclaiming in shock. Old Wu, that boy Subai seems to have found a way to fix the barrel bubbles. He's called together all the casting crew and plans to cast the barrel himself. What? That boy is going to cast it himself? Does he even know how to do that? Wu Zhongming was utterly bewildered. Good heavens! Was there anything this young man couldn't do? The night gradually lightened the sky, turning the color of fishbelly white. The first ray of sunlight slipped into the workshop, where many had fallen asleep leaning against tables and chairs. Subai's attention remained fixed on the casting equipment. They had already failed 3 times. If this attempt didn't succeed, there would truly be no way forward. Record the time. Lung Yue, who hadn't closed her eyes all night, stood behind him, keeping track of all the data. Got it. At that moment, Zhao Xiang woke from a brief nap. Engineer Su, why don't you take a rest? I'll keep an eye on things. Subai shook his head. Wait a little longer. Let's finish this last pour. If it still doesn't work, everyone can go rest. Zhao Xiang nodded. The workshop fell quiet once more, save for the occasional sound of snoring. Let's prepare for casting. Su Bai gave the order, and Zhao Xiang got to work. Familiar procedures, familiar movements. There was no longer any need for Su Bai's reminders. His casting experience had improved significantly over the course of this long night. Sometimes he couldn't help but sigh when looking at Su Bai. Could this young man really only be 20 years old? He was more patient than many craftsmen with decades of experience. The sky grew gradually brighter as harsh sunlight flooded into the workshop. Many people slowly woke up and stretched their stiff bodies. When they finally noticed Su Bai's figure, they froze. Surely Chief Engineer Su hasn't closed his eyes all night. Looks like it. How could he sleep without completing the casting? Do you think this last attempt will succeed? They've already failed twice. Not twice, 3 times. But the bubbles have decreased with each attempt. I think this one might actually work. It will succeed. With Chief Engineer Su leading the way, there's no difficulty we can't overcome. Let's go take a look. At that moment, Du Peng also awakened groggily and noticed that his Shu had long been awake. Unable to resist asking, he said, "Old he, weren't you supposed to be at your child's birth? How did you end up at my house?" "He Shu. Give birth to my grandmother. Get up quickly. We're about to remove the cannon barrel." Hearing this, Du Peng sat up abruptly. "Brother Bai hasn't finished yet. In my dream I saw Brother Bai had already finished and was drinking at my wedding feast. He Shu." Meanwhile, Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan were on their way to the casting workshop. Since Wu Zhongming was older, Zhang Taizhan had seen him home to rest first. As soon as he woke up, Wu Zhongming hurried back. "You're telling me that kid Su Bai hasn't slept all night? How is that even possible? Didn't any of you arrange for someone to help keep watch?" Zhang Taizhan said with a bitter smile, "Old Wu, you know Su Bai's nature. He seems laid back most of the time, but when it matters he has an unstoppable drive. I offered to send someone to relieve him, but he refused. He insisted on doing it himself to feel at ease." Hearing this, Wu Zhongming sighed. Stubborn as his grandfather, truly. No 2 ways about it. It runs in the family. Let's hurry and see what's going on. Old Wu slowed down, "Watch your step." Zhang Taizhan followed closely behind, reminding him. Casting workshop. Guided by Su Bai, the final casting was completed successfully. Everyone waited quietly with anxious hearts, praying this time would go smoothly. Minutes ticked by. Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan appeared silently at the front of the crowd, watching quietly. "Remove the cannon barrel." Su Bai gave the command, and Zhao Xiang personally operated the equipment to carefully extract the cannon barrel. At the same time, he secretly hoped this time would finally succeed. The moment the cannon barrel was hoisted out, everyone's gaze fell upon it. They held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Zhao Xiang rushed over immediately to inspect the barrel thoroughly, leaving no detail unchecked. The entire workshop was deathly silent. One could even hear the heartbeats and breathing of those nearby. Su Bai stood with his eyes tightly closed, his mind lost in thought. It succeeded. It succeeded. No bubbles at all. Zhao Xiang's excited voice echoed throughout the workshop. "Engineer Su, we really did it." Su Bai's eyes snapped open, and he rushed forward at once. The others paused for a few seconds before erupting into commotion. "Did we succeed? Is it really successful? Did I hear that right?" Engineer Zhao said it succeeded. "Seems like it worked. All night long, and we finally did it. We really succeeded." At this point, Wu Zhongming stood beside Su Bai, eagerly gazing at the cannon barrel. "Su Bai, how does it look? Is it really viable?" After careful inspection, Su Bai straightened up and looked toward Wu Zhongming. He took a deep breath and smiled. It succeeded. No bubbles formed in the barrel at all. He turned to instruct Zhao Xiang. "Engineer Zhao, from now on mass production should follow this temperature and timing. There shouldn't be any issues." Without needing to be reminded, Lung Yu handed the data notebook to Zhao Xiang. "Thank you." Zhao Xiang's expression was filled with emotion. If the tank research had stalled under their hands, they would truly be criminals against the nation. In this moment, every member of the casting team felt a weight lift from their shoulders, smiles breaking across their faces. "We succeeded. We did it." Zhao Xiang raised his notebook high and cheered loudly. The atmosphere in the room ignited instantly. "We succeeded. Long live the motherland. Engineer Su is amazing. As long as Engineer Su is here, there's no obstacle the tank project can't overcome. The person I admire most in this life is Engineer Su. Damn amazing." At this point, Fat Du shouted from within the crowd, "Shall we all go up and give Engineer Su a hug?" In an instant, everyone surrounded Su Bai and hoisted him high into the air. Cheers echoed throughout the entire workshop. Standing aside, Lung Yu watched quietly, a relieved smile gracing her face. "Tieshan, let's give the capital a call. They're probably anxious by now." Wu Zhongming glanced at Su Bai with a smile, nodded with relief, and turned to leave. Zhang Taizhan smiled and followed. Institute of Sciences, Beijing, Su Jianguo's office. "Teacher, how about I gather a few people to check on the situation at Factory 105? See if we can help that kid Xiao Bai." Zhou Weimin expressed his concern. "I'm worried that after facing such difficulties, Xiao Bai might give up, eh?" Su Jianguo's tone was heavy. "If he truly did, he wouldn't be a Su. Besides, even if you went over there, you wouldn't be much help. In tank matters, I'm no match for that young man. Experiencing setbacks is good for young people. Only when he overcomes it himself will it truly mean something. Only then can he grow. Just wait." Old Wu promised he'd call back no matter what. Zhou Weimin nodded. I'm just worried that if too much time passes that kid Xiaobai might struggle internally, and then it'll be troublesome. Hardly had he finished speaking when the office phone rang. Zhou Weimin glanced at his teacher Su Jianguo before answering. Hello, this is Wu Lao speaking. Yes. I'll have my teacher take the call. Su Jianguo took the phone. Old Wu, how did it go? Is that kid alright? Wu Zhongming replied. That kid stayed up all night, and only went to rest just now. Su Jianguo worried. Is the boy alright, old Wu? I only entrusted him to you because I trust you. Please take good care of him. How could you let him stay in the workshop all night? Even if the tank project faces difficulties, problems should be solved step by step. Craftsmanship issues aren't something that kid Su Bai could resolve overnight. Wu Zhongming retorted irritably. Don't you know your grandson's personality yourself? He's as stubborn as you, impossible to reason with. What could I possibly do? I'd say you don't understand your own grandson at all. Su Jianguo grew angry. If I don't understand him, do you? Su Bai is my grandson. Is he yours or not? Wu Zhongming said, I wish Su Bai were my grandson. Why don't you hand him over? Su Jianguo snapped, forget it. Get to the point. What exactly happened? Wu Zhongming laughed. You didn't know your grandson could handle casting technology, did you? And his skills surpassed those of veteran craftsmen with decades of experience. Last night he personally guided the entire casting process, and only then were the problems fully resolved. Hearing this, Su Jianguo's mind went blank. Good heavens. When did this kid learn casting too? And he's even better than craftsmen with decades of experience. Is this still the grandson I once knew? A mechanical voice echoed in Su Bai's mind as he ate lunch. A faint smile played on his lips. 8 days have already passed. Time truly flies. Why have I never noticed that time is so scarce before? System begin analysis of the guidance system. Analysis of the guidance system initiated. Estimated time remaining 95 hours and 59 minutes. Brother Bai, what are you thinking about with such a happy expression? Du Pang could not help but ask. Su Bai smiled and said, is that so? It is just a normal meal. He Shu and Lung Yu glanced at Su Bai and nodded. Very much so. Your smile is nearly splitting your face from ear to ear. Su Bai chuckled. It is just that something interesting crossed my mind. What if we encountered another fighter jet like the one we faced when we first arrived? What would we use to shoot it down? Upon hearing this, Du Pang's eyes nearly popped out of his bowl. No way, Brother Bai. That idea is far too bold. To date, no top-tier fighter jets from Eagle Country have ever been shot down. We are having a proper meal here, and your mind is wandering to such things. This is the mind of a genius unable to even spare himself during a meal. Su Bai smiled and said nothing. Lung Yu added with a smile, top-tier fighter jets excel in both flight altitude and speed. Perhaps only the most advanced air defense missiles stand a chance of bringing one down. Hearing this, He Shu nodded. I have heard that Bear Country possesses an air defense missile capable of threatening Eagle Country's fighter jets. Though it has never seen actual combat, so we do not know if it truly works. Du Pang exclaimed in shock. If Bear Country has such powerful missiles, why have we not bought a few? We could install one right here, and send that fighter jet straight to hell the moment it appears. Lung Yu laughed. Do you think this is a marketplace selling cabbages? You seem to believe Bear Country will sell us anything for the right price. Air defense missiles are strategic weapons. They cannot simply be sold to other countries at will. The relationships, interests, and departments involved are countless. Reaching a purchase agreement requires tremendous effort. Hearing this, Su Bai smiled. Then if we cannot buy them, we will build them ourselves. It is only an air defense missile. I am confident that before long we will shoot down that damn fighter jet. Su Bai patted Du Pang on the shoulder with a smile. Du Pang is the primary gunner. The ignition task is yours. Du Pang patted his chest and assured, rest assured, Chief Engineer Su. I will ensure the mission is accomplished. All three were amused by the fat man's words. At that moment, Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan appeared behind the three. What are you discussing with such joy? Du Pang eagerly replied. Just now Brother Bai said he wants to build an air defense missile and have me shoot down aircraft. Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan raised their eyebrows upon hearing this. Good heavens, do young people today discuss such things over meals? We oldsters would not dare to dream of such things. Wu Zhongming smiled and said, Xiao Bai, if you truly have such plans, it may be worth a try. Factory 105 has an ammunition production workshop that can fully support your air defense missile development project. Su Bai smiled and said, Elder Wu, it is not yet time for that. Let us first finish the tank research, and then we can make further plans. Upon hearing this, Du Pang's mouth twitched several times. So he was not joking after all. He truly intended to build an air defense missile, did he not? Myself and Elder Wu have come to discuss the tank with you. Zhang Taizhan smiled. Word has come from the workshop that the tank is complete. He asked you to come and take a look immediately. All four were taken aback. Su Bai asked, so soon? According to the schedule, it should not be finished until this time tomorrow. Zhang Taizhan smiled and said, the veteran workers are highly motivated and wish to complete the tank project earlier. That is why they have been working overtime to advance the schedule. Let us go take a look together. Su Bai nodded, and the group headed toward the tank production workshop at the new plant. A green digital camouflage tank stood at the very center of the workshop. Numerous researchers and workers gathered around the tank, their eager eyes scanning the enormous machine from top to bottom. I never thought we would actually build a tank in just 8 days. By the way, does this mean our names will go down in history? I do not know about going down in history, but I am well aware that this will be a splendid chapter in my career. This is all thanks to Chief Engineer Su. Without him we truly could not have done it. Indeed. At first I did not believe in Chief Engineer Su, but now I see we were short-sighted. Sometimes seeing Chief Engineer Su, he does not seem like a 20-year-old youth at all. He is more responsible and diligent than some senior academicians. At this moment Su Bai and the others emerged from the crowd, and all eyes fell upon Su Bai. Fan Wei Zhaoxiang and Chun Tian approached excitedly. Report Engineer Su. Following your instructions, we completed the task 1 day ahead of schedule. Please provide further instructions. Su Bai spoke seriously. From now on, overnight work is prohibited except in emergencies. Safety in production is the highest priority. You are all citizens of this nation. Under no circumstances are we allowed to have any safety accidents during the project. Understood. For 3 seconds the site was silent, and then a deafening chorus of responses erupted. Understood. We will follow Chief Engineer Su's instructions. Su Bai nodded. Take me to see the tank. Fan Wei and the other two led the way with Su Bai and the others following behind. Zhang Taizhan looked at Su Bai's back and smiled. Elder Wu, this Xiao Bai is impressive. He already has the bearing of a research team leader. He has grown so quickly. Hearing this, a barely concealable smile appeared on Wu Zhoming's face. The minds of young people are indeed sharper than ours oldsters. They learn everything so quickly. Zhang Taizhan nodded and sighed. That is indeed the case. After half an hour of careful inspection and research, Su Bai finally nodded and revealed an approving smile. There are no issues with the craftsmanship and the technology is sound as well. I believe we can proceed to the next experimental phase. Su Bai looked at Wu Zhoming. Elder Wu, what do you think? Wu Zhoming smiled. You are the project's chief engineer. The entire project schedule is under your control. However, the military personnel wish to observe the tank testing environment. They want to gain a comprehensive understanding of the tank's performance. No problem. Su Bai nodded. Then let us schedule the tank combat experiment for 3 days from now. Everyone prepare accordingly during these days. Conduct daily inspections and maintenance of the tank. Under no circumstances can any issues arise from individual components during the experimental phase. Yes, Chief Engineer Su. Everyone present stood at attention, daring not relax for a single moment. In the imperial capital, the Chinese Academy of Sciences family compound, the Su family was having dinner. Father, I heard that your research department's 105 military factory has completed the tank development. Is it true that the experiment will begin in 3 days, eh? Su Changlong asked. Su Jianguo put down his chopsticks, a smile barely concealed on his face. It's true. I'll also be going to the site to observe the experiment in 3 days. Su Changlong smiled and said, Father, do you think you could apply for something? Help our military district secure the first batch of tank orders. I've heard these tanks are incredibly powerful. Equipping my troops with them would at least double our combat effectiveness. Su Jianguo replied, We'll see how the experiment goes. Mass production might still take some time. Su Changlong nodded. I was planning to apply for a visit to Factory 105 to observe the experiment myself. And also check on how Su Bai is doing there. But I really can't get away, Father. Could you look in on Su Bai for me? Su Bai's mother Lu Hongmei also spoke up. Father, there are some things I'd like to send along too. Conditions there aren't great. The child must have suffered a lot. If the factory permits, could you bring back a photo of Xiao Bai? I want to see how he's doing now. Hearing this, Su Jianguo nodded. Don't worry. That child is more outstanding and stronger than we imagine. You've given our old Su family a fine son. I'll bring the photo back, but Factory 105 is a bit special right now. There are many things I can't discuss with you. Rest assured, as long as I'm there, nothing will go wrong. Li Hongmei nodded. I know. Just then Su Changlong couldn't help but ask, Father, I've also looked into Factory 105. How did they become so formidable as to complete the tank self-development project? I never expected this. As he spoke, Su Changlong laughed. Father, is there some scientific genius in Factory 105? If possible, could you arrange something for Xiao Bai? Let him learn from the experts. It will benefit him in the future, don't you think? Su Jianguo glanced at Su Changlong, then slammed down his chopsticks. How did I raise such a foolish son? You don't even understand your own child. With that, he stood up and left, leaving Su Changlong utterly bewildered. Honey, did I say something wrong? Lu Hongmei shook her head. No, you didn't. Su Changlong pointed in the direction his father had gone, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Then why has father been calling me an idiot and a good-for-nothing lately? He used to praise me as his wonderful son. He's changed, father has changed. He's really changed, so much that I don't even recognize him anymore. Why is that? Lu Hongmei patted his shoulder and comforted him. Maybe it's because Xiao Bai isn't here. He used to take all that for you. Now that he's gone, it's all on you. Compared to your 3 daughters, you really are a bit disappointing. Su Changlong. I am Major General, have become the most worthless one. Where can I even complain? 3 days later, at the 105 military factory test range. A majestic, intimidating camouflage tank stood in the center of the testing ground. The 105mm cannon barrel exuded a terrifying deterrent force. A heavy machine gun mounted on the left side of the turret seemed to warn all who approached, "Enter the range, and you will die." 3 military district commanders had come to observe the tank test. On the research department side, Su Jianguo and Zhou Weimin watched the demonstration. A crowd gathered at the observation post waiting anxiously. Academician Su, we heard that the entire tank self-development project was designed and manufactured by your grandson alone. Truly remarkable, worthy of being Academician Su's grandson. The speaker was Commander Li Xingshi of the 759th Military District. At that moment, another officer in military uniform, Commander Zheng Xingho, laughed. "Oldly, you're already starting with the flattery. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You just want to secure the first batch of tank orders to upgrade your 759th Tank Regiment's equipment." Li Xingshi smiled. "I came with a military order. I must secure the first batch of orders. Old Shin, do me a favor. I'll owe you one. Whatever you need in the future, just ask." Another Commander Xin Yuanqing of the 546th Military District laughed. "Oldly, don't bother. We all came here with our own missions. Before we arrived, we all heard about the 4th-generation tank's performance. With so many units eyeing it, do you think I'd let you have it? If I could, I'd take the whole person too." Standing nearby, Zhou Weimin's mouth twitched slightly, and he whispered with a smile. "Teacher, it seems our Xiao Bai is very popular. If not for the earlier explanation, this might not just be a fight over the tank." Su Jianguo's face was beaming with joy. Xiao Bai has really brought honor to the old Su family this time. Just then, Wu Zhongming led Su Bai and his team into the observation area. "Sorry we're late. We made some last-minute adjustments to the test shells. Let me introduce everyone to the chief engineer of the tank project, Su Bai. He is also the youngest national project chief engineer in China at just 20 years old." Before arriving, Su Bai had already learned everyone's identity, greeted each one, and then his gaze fell on Su Jianguo. "Grandfather." Su Jianguo's eyes were filled with deep affection. "You've worked hard these past few days. Your parents miss you very much. They asked me to bring you some things. I'll have Xiao Zhou give them to you." Su Bai nodded and turned to Zhou Weimin. "Uncle Zhou." Zhou Weimin smiled and nodded. "Good lad, worthy of being a Su child. You've really shocked both me and your teacher this time." Su Bai scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Chief Engineer Su is so young. His future is truly limitless. Li Xingshi chuckled. "I have an unmarried daughter at home. I think you two should get to know each other." Upon hearing this, Su Jianguo and Zhou Weimin's mouths twitched violently. Good heavens. The child's parents are still standing right here, and they're already arranging a match in front of them. Shouldn't they consider the propriety? "Oldly, get lost," Xin Yuanqing said with contempt. "Have you forgotten how old your daughter is? She's a 30-year-old woman, and you're still thinking about Su Bai? Isn't that a bit too absurd?" The others listening had their mouths twitching as well. "Good heavens, you're not exactly reliable either. At your age, calling a 20-year-old kid your brother." Li Xingshi retorted. "What do you know? An older wife is like a treasure. 3 years older means a gold brick, 10 years older means a gold mountain." "Bah, you shameless old bastard, how dare you say such a thing?" Commander Zheng Xingho of the 401st Military District cursed. "Oldly, can you have some dignity? How can you say something like that? You're a disgrace to your age." He turned to Su Bai and smiled. "Xiao Bai, I have a granddaughter who is only a few years younger than you. I think you two are a perfect match. Want to get to know each other? I can tell just by looking at your 8 characters that you're destined to be together." Li Xingshi fumed. "You old fool, who are you calling a disgrace? You're no different yourself." Xin Yuanqing cursed. "I think neither of you are good men. I've known you for decades, and I know exactly how many nostrils you have." Zheng Xingho, "Old Xin, you old bastard, who are you talking about? You want to fight?" Xin Yuanqing rolled up his sleeves. "Anytime, I'm ready." Su Bai, Wu Zhongming, others. If not for the military uniforms, one would think the three were old men quarreling in a vegetable market. Just then, Su Jianguo's one sentence instantly deflated their tempers. "Actually, Commander Long of the Central Theater Command is very interested in my Su Bai. I think you all should forget about it." The 3 men froze mid-motion, their will to fight gone. Commander Long was their superior, who would dare to compete for his future grandson-in-law. Su Bai gave a thumbs up. "Awesome." Half an hour later, the tank test officially began. Su Bai explained the tank's various parameters to everyone. "The first item we will test is the tank's speed, performance, and climbing ability. Everyone can look at the center of the test site. We have prepared a 60-degree steep slope, a 30-degree incline, and a 1.3-meter obstacle crossing. All of these will be carried out at full speed." Hearing this, everyone present observing the test couldn't help but gasp. "Young Su, what's the speed of this tank?" Li Xingshi couldn't help asking. Su Bai replied, 80 kilometers per hour. If pushed to the limit, it can reach 100 kilometers per hour. "What? 80 kilometers per hour?" Xin Yuanqing exclaimed in shock. "At that speed, won't it flip on a 60-degree slope?" Su Bai smiled. "Everyone will see for themselves." With the command given, the tank belched thick smoke and charged forward like a giant steel tiger. Its speed astonished everyone present. What's more, it moved as if on flat ground, not at all like traversing a mountain road. This wasn't driving a tank off-road, it was like driving a sports car on a highway. Wasn't it a bit too fast? At the 105th Military Factory Testing Ground, facing a 1.3-meter obstacle ahead, the tank, as if completely ignoring it, charged forward at full speed with a roar. Everyone in the observation area felt their hearts race. Chief Engineer Su. That's a 1.3-meter obstacle. Perhaps we should slow down in case it rolls over. Yes, slow down, take it easy. This speed is too fast. I can't take it anymore. My heart can't handle this. It's too thrilling. I've never seen a tank driven like this. To be honest, I want to try it myself. It must feel amazing. Su Bai smiled and said, everyone, the tank our factory designed and developed has extremely high stability. A 1.3-meter obstacle is definitely not its limit. As his words faded, the tank, like a steel tiger skimming the ground, effortlessly crossed the 1.3-meter obstacle at an uncanny angle. Everyone present was stunned. It just went over like that. I didn't even react. The stability is incredible. I almost thought it would tip over. Damn, if this tank were on the battlefield, it could crush anything in its path. How awesome is that? Su Jianguo and Zhou Weimin stared at the tank, their mouths twitching sharply. Master, can the Gray Bear country's tanks get over this slope and obstacle? Su Jianguo nodded. If they tried to cross a 1.3-meter obstacle at this speed, they'd probably roll over immediately. Even if they went slowly, they'd get stuck and unable to move. Hearing this, Zhou Weimin's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. Master, this isn't just a tank designed by Xiao Bai. It's a battlefield monster. The power and stability are simply overwhelming. Su Jianguo couldn't help but sigh. Hearing the data is one thing, but seeing it in person is entirely another. This scene is so stunning that even the top tank from Eagle Country might not be as impressive. How did this child design such a thing? For all these years I never realized he had such ability. Master. Zhou Weimin smiled bitterly. We can only blame the boy for hiding it too well. Not just you, probably no one in the family expected this. This child must have had something on his mind before, otherwise he wouldn't have become a different person. As for what it was, Master. Su Jianguo shook his head and gazed at Su Bai's back. His heart was a mix of emotions. This kid usually acts like he doesn't care about anything, all laid back and casual. No one in the family knows his true thoughts. It seems I should thank old Wu. Only after coming here has this child truly become himself. Zhou Weimin nodded, then suddenly raised an eyebrow. Master, can we take Xiao Bai back now? The resources and equipment at the Chinese Academy of Sciences are far beyond what's here. If he goes back, he'll surely develop better. It's not impossible for him to take over your mantle in the future. Hearing this, Su Jianguo shook his head. Children have their own paths. What we should do is not choose for them. Rather, we should pave more paths for them, letting them choose and experience for themselves so they can grow. Zhou Weimin nodded solemnly, then looked at Su Bai, who was explaining the tank to several military officers with ease. A relieved smile appeared on his face. This child has grown up. Master, you can rest assured now. Su Jianguo smiled. Yes, it's time to let go. On the testing ground, the tank stopped in the center. Not far ahead, a soldier was placing 10 anti-tank mines on the ground. Everyone saw this, and their eyebrows twitched sharply. Li Xingshi exclaimed in shock. Chief Engineer Su, what are you doing? Are you planning to drive the tank over the mines? 10 anti-tank mines would blow the tank to pieces. This isn't a test, it's demolishing the tank. Yes. As each mine was placed on the ground, Shen Qingyuan watched with a pounding heart. Chief Engineer Su, I know you're very confident in the tank you designed. But those aren't ordinary mines, they're anti-tank mines. On the battlefield, even the tanks Eagle Country gave to Monkey Country were blown to pieces. And you're placing 10 of them. No matter how powerful the tank is, it can't withstand that. Zheng Xingho also felt sorry for the tank. Engineer Su, maybe we could start with just one and see how it goes. Yes, take it slow. Let's see the result first. Others nodded in agreement. Su Bai smiled. Everyone, please rest assured. The armored tank developed by our factory features all-welded steel armor, composite frontal armor, and explosive reactive armor on the sides. It has no problem dealing with anti-tank mines. Later we'll also conduct frontal and side artillery impact tests. Everyone's eyes widened as they swallowed hard. Good heavens, is it really that tough? Let's begin. At Su Bai's command, the tank drove straight toward the minefield. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions erupted. Thick black smoke rose from the center of the field, blocking everyone's view. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the pungent smell of gunpowder. No one doubted the mines were real. Boom, boom, boom. The tank, like a steel beast, burst out of the smoke with a roar that shook the mountains and rivers, showing no signs of damage. Not even a single chip of its military green camouflage paint was missing. Was this too absurdly powerful? At that moment, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. They were deeply shaken by what had just happened. Old Shin, have you ever seen a tank this tough? Am I dreaming? Li Xingshi asked, somewhat dazed. Shen Qingyuan swallowed hard, his eyes filled with shock. Old Li, it's not just you. I feel like I'm dreaming too. Before we came, no one said the tank would be this incredibly fierce. If this gets sent back to the army, I'll be the favorite son of the entire theater. Zheng Xingho's eyebrows twitched sharply. He seemed to be scheming something. He stopped watching the test and made an excuse to leave. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, professionals watch the technique. Among the crowd, Su Jianguo and Zhou Weimin were the most astonished. Old Wu, why didn't you tell us earlier that Xiao Bai's tank armor was so formidable? Wu Zhoming smiled. Old Su, you can't blame me for this. I only heard from Xiao Bai himself that it would be impressive. But I didn't expect it to be this impressive. The reason I was late earlier was that Xiao Bai suddenly decided to use 10 anti-tank mines. When I heard that, my expression was no better than yours. Bang, bang, bang. Before everyone had recovered from the shock of the mines, another series of explosions rang out from the center of the field. 3 soldiers were firing anti-tank rocket launchers at the front of the tank. Everyone stood frozen, stunned. Good heavens. This wasn't a first tank test. It was a real battlefield drill. Did it have to be this intense? Hello, is this Commander Long? It's Little Zhang. After leaving the observation post, Zhang Xingho found a quiet corner and made a phone call to the theater commander. I just watched the tank experiment test, and it was simply phenomenal. A dozen landmines were like toys. They couldn't even scratch the tank armor. If our theater could be equipped with this batch of tanks, the pressure on our border with Haozuo would definitely ease significantly. Lung Guanshan said, understood. I will vigorously apply for this on my end. Keep a close watch on your side. Don't let the old guard from other theaters snatch it away from us. Zhang Xingho replied, understood, Commander Long. The experimental test site. After the frontal bombardment, they proceeded to blast the sides repeatedly, yet still caused no real damage to the tank. The tank continued to charge across the site like a fierce tiger, its speed unimpaired. At this moment, Zhang Xingho returned to the post and saw the cratered field at the center, no less than a miniature battlefield. His eyebrows twitched sharply. Can someone tell me what happened while I was gone? Why has the field turned into this? Looks like it was shelled by artillery. Li Xingshi, full of emotion, explained, Engineer Su just conducted an all-around bombardment of the tank with cannon fire. This is the result you see now. Hearing this, Zhang Xingho's mouth twitched violently. Good heavens. An all-around bombardment of a tank. Even on the battlefield, no one gets this treatment, does he? The test continued, with the final item being the tank's firepower assessment. Rabbit Country has long suffered from firepower insufficiency phobia, always striving for over-the-top striking capability. Ladies and gentlemen, below we will test the firepower system and its high-precision fire control system. This tank is equipped with a 5.8mm coaxial machine gun and 112.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. The main weapon is a 125mm caliber 50 caliber smoothbore cannon. Vertical angle -8 to 14 degrees, a rotation speed 40 degrees per second. 8 rounds per minute with an automatic loader carrying 22 rounds and ready ammunition of 20 rounds, totaling 40 rounds. How many? 40 rounds. Li Xingshi was dumbfounded. What did it mean for a tank to carry 40 rounds of ammunition? Damn it. This wasn't about fighting, it was about saturating the entire battlefield with firepower. Others were also stunned upon hearing this terrifying ammunition capacity. Currently, Rabbit Country's tanks carry only 20 rounds, fully half of this amount. It was simply a mobile powder magazine. If a dozen of these tanks appeared on the battlefield, the firepower alone would rival an entire artillery battalion. It perfectly solved the firepower insufficiency problem. What is Engineer Su up to? Shen Qingyuan noticed several soldiers placing a piece of homogeneous steel armor at least a kilometer away from the test site. Hearing this, the others also took notice. Su Bai smiled and explained, as you can see, the range for this firepower test is 2 kilometers. And it's a moving target. Testing the tank's firepower and fire control system. Su Jianguo seemed to sense something and raised an eyebrow. Xiao Bai, how thick is that steel plate? At least over 500 millimeters, right? Su Bai replied, 700 millimeters. What? 700 millimeters. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Penetrating 700 millimeters of homogeneous steel armor at 2 kilometers. Was he kidding? This wasn't some television drama. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed. Everyone picked up their binoculars and looked toward the distant impact point. The homogeneous steel plate, just moments ago intact, now bore a massive hole blasted by the tank's armor-piercing round. Everyone couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. That 700mm homogeneous steel plate had been effortlessly pierced. What terrifying creation had Su Bai built? Zhou Weimin's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Master, isn't this range and power a bit over the top? If this were on the battlefield, wouldn't a single shot at close range pierce through an enemy tank? Xiao Bai's tank is simply too terrifying. Hearing this, Su Jianguo smiled. The tank's performance far exceeds everyone's expectations. From now on, many people will likely be unable to sit still. 105 Military Factory Conference Room. Su Bai and his group gathered in the conference room to discuss the tank mass production order. After final negotiations, the 105 military factory would produce 30 tanks within 6 months and deliver them to the 3 major military regions. Simultaneously, skilled researchers and technical workers would be dispatched to various military factory affiliates under each military region to provide guidance. They aim to expand production capacity in the shortest possible time. To equip all military regions across the nation as soon as possible. Everyone was highly satisfied with this result. Li Xingshi smiled. and said, Chief Engineer Su will proceed as you've said. We have no objections. Yes, we can fully accept this result. Sun Qingyuan also nodded and smiled. Chief Engineer, Su hasn't been to the troops yet, has he? When you have time, come visit my place. The 546th Military Region always welcomes you. Hey, Commander Shin, what are you doing? Our people from the 105 Military Factory are still right here. Wu Zhongming joked. You're poaching my 105 Military Factory people right in front of me. Isn't that a bit too blatant? Shen Qingyuan laughed. Just kidding. It's just polite talk purely out of courtesy. Zheng Xingho smiled and said, then I'll also say it casually. Chief Engineer Su is welcome to visit my side anytime. Li Xingshi also expressed his welcome at any time. If Elder Wu weren't presiding, these people would have already started snatching talent. Master, should we go recruit him back? Zhou Weimin explained, Xiao Bai is our person. Su Jianguo smiled and said, never mind. That child seems quite content staying here. Let him stay a while longer. It may prove greatly beneficial for his future. Hearing this, Zhou Weimin nodded. This child has truly grown immensely since coming here. To be honest, I'm a little scared now. If he surpasses me, wouldn't that be incredibly embarrassing? Su Jianguo glanced at him. Seems you've forgotten something. Xiao Bai is now an honorary academician. He may have already surpassed you. Zhou Weimin. That night stars dotted the sky like jewels embedded in the velvet darkness, dazzling and brilliant. Su Jianguo and his grandson Su Bai took a leisurely stroll near the daytime test site. The tank was parked not far ahead of them. Have you been adjusting well during this time? The evening breeze carried a slight chill, gently fluttering the corners of their clothes. I've grown quite accustomed to it. Su Bai smiled and said, I initially thought the food here would be subpar. Who would have guessed there's meat at every meal? Look, I've even gained a few kilograms. Su Jianguo chuckled. You really have put on some weight. You should thank old Wu for that. If not for him, you wouldn't have had meat every day here. Before you arrived, they could only afford meat once every 3 days. Sometimes they went an entire week without it. Su Bai paused, taken aback. Su Jianguo smiled and said, never mind. Those are all matters of the past. You did an excellent job this time. Not only did you save the country a substantial amount of funds, but you've also opened an entirely new path for domestic tank development. Su Bai smiled faintly, but said nothing. In truth, it was all thanks to the system. What are your plans going forward? Are you planning to conduct in-depth research on the tank? Su Jianguo's gaze fell upon the distant tank as he said calmly, I've discussed it with old Wu. We believe you should continue your research on tanks. You will undoubtedly secure a place in the world tank field in the future. What are your thoughts? Su Bai pondered for a moment, about to speak when the system's voice suddenly sounded. System, point at the night sky and answer. My ambition has never been limited to the ground. It reaches for the sea of stars. Reward charm 1. Su Bai's mouth twitched violently. This felt somewhat juvenile, indeed too awkward to utter. However, turning it over in his mind, failure to complete the mission meant death. As long as he didn't feel embarrassed, the embarrassment would belong to others. I never expected that even. Grandfather. Moi. Su Jianguo was startled and turned to look at Su Bai. Above them stretched the boundless starry sky, and beneath their feet lay the vast earth. At this moment their two figures appeared utterly minuscule. Grandfather. The cool breeze whistled through the surrounding leaves, producing a rustling sound. Su Bai slowly pointed toward the night sky. Grandfather, my ambition has never been confined to this earth. It reaches for the sea of stars. Su Jianguo stared at Su Bai, frozen in place. At that moment the two figures seemed to freeze beneath the vast sea of stars. The youth's vow would one day be realized. System mission complete. Charm 1. After the tank project officially entered mass production, Su Bai finally had some leisure time. The analysis of the air defense missile had also entered its third phase, and all analysis would be completed within 15 days at most. At that time, the development and deployment of the air defense missile would be completed at the 105 military factory. Once the American fighter jets appeared overhead, they would definitely be shot down. Brother Bai, when will we be able to shoot down those planes? This thing has been flying over our heads for 3 consecutive days. What if something goes wrong? Inside the mountain air raid shelter, students, workers, and researchers were all taking refuge. American fighter jets had appeared over the factory for 3 consecutive days, a situation never seen before. For safety, everyone except those maintaining normal factory operations had temporarily taken shelter in the mountain air raid shelter. Wu Zhongming and Zhang Taizhan stayed outside to maintain order. Du Peng felt a chill whenever foreign fighter jets flew overhead. If they really dropped something by accident, who knew how many people would die? He didn't dare say it out loud, worried about affecting others' morale. His heart had been tense these past few days. It won't be long before we have blue skies and white clouds overhead, Su Bai said firmly. Only our own fighter jets will be protecting us. Lung Yu nodded. I also believe that day won't be far off. It definitely won't be long, He Shu agreed, his eyes filled with hope. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the shelter, sending tremors through the mountain. People screamed as chaos erupted around them. What's happening? Why the explosion? Could it be that? Fui, what are you saying? Academician Wu and Director Zhang are still outside. Don't speak such nonsense. Rest assured. Although the global situation is turbulent, other countries haven't reached the point of outright hostility yet. It's probably not as bad as we imagine. Then what was that explosion just now? Du Peng's eyes widened in shock. Brother Bai, that couldn't have been an explosion, could it? Su Bai's expression grew grave as he stared at the shelter door, his thoughts unreadable. Lung Yu and He Shu fell silent, their faces equally somber. Everyone understood what that sound was, but none of them wanted to accept it. The atmosphere in the shelter grew heavy and tense. No one spoke. They stood silently or sat against the walls, heads bowed in thought. Su Bai felt an indescribable heaviness in his chest. The world was already in turmoil, and the rise of the rabbit nation was inevitable. They didn't have much time left. Boom. Another massive explosion made their hearts leap once again. Their hearts pounded in their throats, desperately hoping this wasn't what they feared. After what felt like an eternity, a beam of light pierced through the shelter door. Like a door of hope flung open, the light grew brighter, almost blinding. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the fierce glow. Come out now, it's safe, the person said heavily. The crowd slowly emerged from the shelter, the acrid smell of gunpowder filling the air as something crackled and burned nearby. As their eyes adjusted to the sunlight, they saw the factory in ruins. A massive crater lay at its center, thick smoke billowing everywhere with flames erupting from multiple spots. A heat wave hit them. A gentle breeze carried no relief. Only scorching gusts that stung their skin with burning pain. What exactly happened? Director Zhang, what happened out there? How could this be? Those two explosions just now were. Zhang Taizhan had been the one who opened the door. His right face bore severe burns. Skin and flesh fused together, raw tissue exposed. Never mind that now. Everyone start fighting the fires. Check if there are any casualties. After giving his instructions, his gaze fell on Su Bai in the crowd. Xiao Bai, come with me for a moment. Su Bai clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms until a single drop of blood seeped between his fingers and fell to the ground. The crimson stain jarring against the dusty earth. Brother Zhang, this. Zhang Taizhan let out a long sigh, his eyes heavy with sorrow. Let's not discuss it now. Come with me. Su Bai nodded and followed. I'll go with you. Lung Yu grabbed Su Bai's bloodstained hand. Su Bai shook his head. Be careful. You help here. Lung Yu hesitated, then released his hand, watching him disappear into the distance. Brother Zhang, what happened just now? On the main path of the military factory, Zhang Taizhan remained silent. Su Bai couldn't hold back any longer. Zhang Taizhan stopped, paused for a few seconds in silence, then continued walking. A gentle breeze stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, carrying them away into the distance. Brother Zhang. Su Bai stopped. The falling leaves drifted past his ears. The atmosphere was strangely calm, that particular stillness that follows overwhelming heaviness. Zhang Taizhan stopped walking and finally spoke slowly. His tone was calm, yet heavy with meaning. Old Wu he. Su Bai's heart tightened, as though something precious had been torn from him, dreading what came next. Old Wu is in the infirmary. His condition may not be good. Zhang Taizhan looked up at the sky, his expression tinged with sorrow. Old Wu asked me to tell you to come see him. A helicopter will take Old Wu to the city hospital immediately. He wants to see you before he leaves. Su Bai nodded without saying a word, walking past Zhang Taizhan and continuing ahead. The military factory infirmary. Inside the empty ward, only Su Bai remained. The bedsheet was stained red with blood, and 2 characters had been written in blood on the bedside pillow. No regrets. Su Bai stared at the words for a long time, memories flashing through his mind like scenes from a film. Xiao Bai, is the cafeteria food to your liking? Xiao Bai, do you have enough blankets at night? There are many mosquitoes here, let me set up a mosquito net for you. Xiao Bai, one day you'll definitely surpass that guy of your grandfather. Xiao Bai. Wu Zhongming's smile and voice played over and over in Su Bai's mind like a movie. It felt as though everything had just happened yesterday. Old Wu, please don't die. System control, system analysis complete. Su Bai stood by the window as cool breezes rustled the white curtains. I will make them pay for this. Those who violate our territory will be punished no matter how far away they are. Analyze the power device. System, analyzing power device. Remaining time, 95 hours, 59 minutes. A cool breeze drifted into the ward, carrying a crimson leaf that floated past Su Bai. It slowly settled at the foot of the bed, lying there silently. The night wind was somewhat chilly. At the 105 military factory, Director Zhang Tieshan's office. The factory had been bombed, and there were many matters requiring Zhang Tieshan's attention. His facial wound was only hastily bandaged before he threw himself into work. 8 out of 10, it would leave an indelible scar. Come in. Zhang Tieshan's expression softened slightly when he saw Su Bai enter. He put down his work and found a place for them both to sit. Xiao Bai, what brings you here so late? Su Bai noticed the bandage on Zhang Tieshan's face. Zhang Taizhan smiled and said, it's nothing serious, just some scars. At least it will remind me to never forget what happened today. Hearing this, Su Bai said nothing more. Director Zhang, what are the plans for the factory recently? Or rather, how does the higher-ups plan to handle this matter? Zhang Taizhan let out a long sigh. Under the yellowed light, the two sat facing each other, their hearts heavy. It's not easy to handle. Issues between nations cannot be resolved by simple right and wrong. Let the higher-ups handle the negotiations. We just need to do our own jobs well. So what did you want to see me about this late? Su Bai nodded. Actually, at that moment the system's voice suddenly rang out. System, damn it. Tell Zhang Taizhan you want to build anti-aircraft missiles and shoot down those bastards. Reward reduced technology analysis time by 10 days. The corner of Su Bai's mouth lifted slightly. It seemed the system couldn't tolerate it either. What is it? Just say it. Zhang Taizhan said calmly. Actually, before I asked you to meet Elder Wu academician, Wu had already instructed me on something. Su Bai was taken aback. Zhang Taizhan smiled. It's not a big deal. He hoped I could arrange for you to leave the Northwest 105 military factory. You are the future of the nation. Staying here is somewhat dangerous. What if today? I won't leave for now. Su Bai's voice suddenly rose an octave. Damn son of a bitch. I'm going to build anti-aircraft missiles right here. Shoot down those bastards. One comes one down, two come both down. We'll make the 105 military factory the safest factory. Zhang Taizhan was dumbfounded. What the hell? Why are you suddenly shouting? Anyone would think you have a system from a novel issuing strange tasks. System, mission completed analysis time reduced by 5 days. System, propulsion unit analysis complete. Su Bai continue analyzing the missile body. System, analysis time reduced by 5 days. Missile body analysis complete. Su Bai let out a long breath. The complete blueprints of the anti-aircraft missile were finally analyzed. The next step was to begin manufacturing the anti-aircraft missile system. If the Eagle Nation's fighters dared to show up, there was only one word: suicide. Su Bai, you want to build anti-aircraft missiles? After his shock, Zhang Taizhan explained, our country also has anti-aircraft missiles, but they are not very effective against the Eagle Nation's supersonic fighters. Moreover, the Eagle Nation's fighters are the most advanced stealth fighters, our air defense systems can hardly detect them. Currently, only the Bear Nation's medium to long-range anti-aircraft missile systems can pose a threat to the Eagle fighters. Su Bai had carefully studied the missile guidance system, control system, and propulsion system provided by the system. The maximum flight speed could reach Mach 10, with an altitude range of over 50 kilometers and a missile range of 300 kilometers. Its radar system employed a phased array multi-functional guidance radar boasting excellent multi-target interception capability. A single fire unit could simultaneously guide 16 missiles and intercept 8 incoming air targets. In comparison, the Eagle Nation's F-Series fighters had a flight speed of just over Mach 2. As long as they dared to appear, they could be shot down in minutes. Brother Zhang, the missile system I want to develop is even more advanced than the Bear Nation's. As long as the Eagle Nation's fighters dare to show up, they will definitely be shot down. Hearing this, Zhang Tieshan's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. But developing such anti-aircraft missiles takes more than 10 years. It's not something that can be done in a short time. I think we should take it slow. Let me send you away first, and then we can make plans later. Su Bai shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, the system issued another task. System, tell Zhang Taizhan that I have already completed the missile development work in this period. The design blueprints can be ready in a few days. Apply for research funding from the higher-ups. Reward analysis opportunity for the world's best fighter, the enhanced version of the Jiangnan fighter. Holy shit. Holy shit. Was it really coming? Su Bai almost jumped up in excitement. And it was an enhanced version. How awesome would that be? He couldn't wait to analyze and see it. Zhang Taizhan saw Su Bai fall silent and thought his words had discouraged him. He quickly comforted him. You're still young. In the future, you'll definitely be able to develop anti-aircraft missiles even better than the Bear Nations. What you need to do now is ensure your own safety. I'll call your grandfather now and have him send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Zhang Taizhan was about to get up and make the call when Su Bai spoke. In the modest office under the yellowed light overhead, Su Bai's gaze was unprecedentedly resolute. Brother Zhang, actually during this period, I haven't only developed the tank project. Hearing this, Zhang Taizhan froze in his movements and turned to look at Su Bai. Su Bai continued. Actually, I also completed the development of the anti-aircraft missile on the side. Give me a few days and the blueprints can be designed. I want you to call the higher-ups today and apply for research funding. Zhang Taizhan was stunned. Completely stunned. His eyes bulged bigger than a cow's, and under the yellowed light his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Good heavens. You developed a tank and casually created an anti-aircraft missile on the side. Is it that easy? Then what are we old farts supposed to do? System mission completed. Received analysis opportunity for the enhanced version of the Jiangnan fighter. News of the 105 military factory being attacked by Eagle Nation fighters quickly reached the Capital Research Department and various military departments. They immediately organized relevant meetings to discuss the next steps. Everyone, the topic we are discussing here today is very serious. But it is also a fact we must face. Perhaps we will experience it again in the future. Su Jianguo, director of the research department, presided over the meeting. Present besides Su Jianguo from the Huaxiao Academy of Sciences were representatives from the 3 other major domestic research institutions. Academician and Ran from the National Aircraft Design Institute, Academician Du Shiji from the National Nuclear Energy Institute, and academician Zhang Haichao from the National Ship Design Institute. Among them, academician and Ran was the only female academician among the four. Her research in the field of aircraft was unparalleled in the country. Director Chun, is Old Wu okay? Su Jianguo replied. After a night of treatment, he is out of danger. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. That he was alive was the best outcome. Old Wu almost went before me. Su Jianguo shook his head with a wry smile. Director Chun, are there any casualties at the 105 military factory? Su Jianguo nodded. Fortunately, academician Wu promptly arranged for most people to take shelter in the bomb shelter, thus avoiding mass casualties. Only 2 people suffered varying degrees of injury, but fortunately, no life-threatening injuries. However, the 105 military factory has sustained some damage and will require some time to rebuild. How infuriating. Su Jianguo slammed the table heavily. What do you mean an accident? This was clearly deliberate by the Eagle Nation. They are testing our limits. And Ran nodded. We must do something about this, or they will become even more rampant. Hearing this, Su Jianguo let out a long sigh. That is a matter of national diplomacy, not something we should discuss. Our task is to develop technology. Only when we are armed to the teeth will the enemy not dare to have any improper intentions. At this, the atmosphere in the meeting room turned heavy. Although the Rabbit Nation had been vigorously developing technology in recent years due to the Bear Nation's own problems, it had stopped providing technical support. Breakthroughs in various fields were becoming increasingly difficult. Academician, and how is our fighter jet research going? And Ran sighed and shook her head. Since the Bear Nation stopped providing technical support, our fighter jet development has hit a bottleneck. I'm afraid it will be difficult to make breakthroughs in the short term. Su Jianguo nodded. The fighter jet situation was within his expectations. The aerial domain has always been our weakness. Does anyone have any good ideas to prevent such tragedies from happening again? The meeting room fell silent, and everyone looked troubled. The performance of the Eagle Nation's fighters was such that across the world only the Bear Nation had the confidence to shoot them down. No other country had that capability. We in the military can deploy more anti-aircraft artillery around the 105 military factory. Hopefully it will have some effect, the military representative offered his opinion. Su Jianguo shook his head. Our air defense capabilities cannot pose any threat to the Eagle fighters. In the long run, we need to develop our own top-tier anti-aircraft missile system. Only a system like the Bear Nation's S-series can completely solve the problem. Old Su, we all understand what you're saying. Du Shiji, academician of the National Nuclear Energy Institute, said, given our current capabilities, it's almost impossible. Even if we start developing now, it will be at least a decade or more. It's impossible to prevent the tragedy from recurring in the short term. Zhang Haichao, academician of the National Ship Design Institute, let out a long sigh. In the end, it's because we are not strong enough. The Navy's situation is even tougher than the Army's. I feel this more deeply than you all. No matter how difficult, we must start development. Su Jianguo said solemnly. If we don't start now, we'll remain like this in the future. If we start now, at least one day in the future our descendants won't have to face such things. Development is imperative. Su Jianguo nodded after hearing the opinions. Development is imperative, but finding a chief engineer for the project is very difficult. Our country is starting from almost zero in the field of top-tier anti-aircraft missiles. Do you have any suitable candidates? The people in the meeting room fell into thought, racking their brains for suitable candidates. By the way, isn't the chief engineer for the tank project the grandson of the Su family? Old Su, does your grandson have any research in this area? And Ran's words drew everyone's attention to Su Jianguo. Su Jianguo smiled. That boy is only 20. It's already remarkable that he developed the tank project. Your expectations of him are a bit too high. Let's think of other suitable candidates. Hearing this, the others just smiled. It was just talk. At that moment, the meeting room door was pushed open. A staff member from the research department walked in and whispered something in Su Jianguo's ear. Su Jianguo raised an eyebrow. That's what they said. The staff member nodded. That's indeed what they said. Su Jianguo nodded. You can leave now. Everyone. Su Jianguo swept his gaze around the room, finally landing on Su Jianguo. The suitable candidate has come to us. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Who? Su Jianguo couldn't help asking. Su Jianguo laughed. Old Su, you're a sly old fox. Keeping this from us at this point, isn't that a bit too much? At this, everyone present turned to look at Su Jianguo. Su Jianguo himself was bewildered. Director Chen, I haven't done anything, have I? Su Jianguo smiled. Do you know who just called? Your precious grandson. Do you know what he said? Su Jianguo shook his head in a daze. Su Jianguo laughed. He applied to the research department for top-tier anti-aircraft missile research funding, and he will provide complete anti-aircraft missile design blueprints within 5 days. The performance is even better than the Bear Nation's S-series. So aren't you an old fox pretending not to know? Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. They stared wide-eyed at Su Jianguo. Provide design blueprints within 5 days. Performance even better than the Bear Nation. So we were overthinking. Who was overthinking? Su Jianguo was also dumbfounded. I said I don't know. Would you believe me? I'm also completely confused. Are you sure you're talking about my grandson? Can someone tell me what's going on? How many secrets does that boy Su Bai have? Director Chen, are you sure it was my grandson who called you? The others also looked at Su Jianguo, as what had just happened was truly shocking. Many people wondered if they had misheard. Su Jianguo smiled. There's no mistake. That's exactly what your grandson Su Bai said. I confirmed it multiple times. He is confident he can submit the top-tier anti-aircraft missile design blueprints within 5 days. Old Su, don't tell me you don't know about such a big thing. Su Jianguo was about to cry. I really don't know. If I knew about such a big thing, wouldn't I have said it? This is such a slap in the face. Good kid, couldn't you give a heads up? Why be so sudden? Lucky I'm in good health, or I'd be scared to death. Director Chen, I really don't know. Let me digest this. I think I need to take that kid for a paternity test. I seriously doubt if he's from the Su bloodline. How is he even more impressive than me, the one who planted the seed? The atmosphere at the 105 military factory, having survived the bombing, had visibly changed. Oppression, anger, and sorrow. Every emotion was written on everyone's faces. A fire ignited in everyone's hearts, hoping to change everything before them as they worked frantically. Has Su Bai eaten on time? Before Su Bai's private studio, Long Yue Du Peng and He Shu were delivering his meals when Zhang Taizhan suddenly appeared behind them unnoticed. His expression appeared less heavy than yesterday, seemingly improved. However, the scars on his face remained deeply unsettling. He ate, but he's been staying inside the whole time without coming out. Lung Yu asked with concern, Director Zhang, could Su Bai be thinking about something foolish because of this incident? Keeping himself locked away inside isn't right either. Exactly. We're all quite worried about Brother Bai. I hope nothing serious has happened. Du Peng's mood wasn't good, either. His usual smile had disappeared. Zhang Taizhan smiled with relief. It's good that Su Bai has such good friends like you. Don't worry, Su Bai is fine. He's just doing something quite important. This matter is important to him, to you, and to the entire nation. For now, don't disturb him. Just bring him his meals on time. Du Peng's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. Director Zhang, could Brother Bai have actually developed an anti-aircraft missile? Lung Yu and He Shu froze, their gazes shifting toward Zhang Taizhan. Zhang Taizhan simply offered a cryptic smile, without confirming or denying anything. Yet the implication was clear. That's enough. Whatever it is, don't mention it to anyone outside. Understood. The three nodded in stunned silence. All right, get back to work. I'll go check on him inside. Watching Zhang Taizhan enter the studio, all three swallowed hard. Do you think that counted as confirmation? Did Brother Bai really develop an anti-aircraft missile? Du Peng exclaimed in shock. Shouldn't we be preparing to shoot down aircraft? Old He, why is Brother Bai so impressive at our age? Look at us, we're just useless dead weight. He Shu gave him a sidelong glance and walked away without looking back. Lung Yu chuckled and turned to leave as well. Hey, don't go. You're not trash on the trash, okay? Old He, don't be upset. Let's talk about Brother Bai, how about that? I think we should declare our allegiance early, otherwise we won't even qualify as henchmen later. He Shu quickened his pace and Du Peng jogged after him. Still busy with the blueprints. Inside the studio, Zhang Taizhan walked in and sat down. Make sure to rest when you have time. Your health matters most. Su Bai set aside his work, turned around with a smile, and said, Brother Zhang, time is tight, and the task is heavy. The more I work each day, the safer our country becomes. Let's focus on finishing this period first, then we'll see. Zhang Taizhan smiled and invited Su Bai to sit and chat. While chatting, he could also let Su Bai take a break. You're only 20 years old. The tank project just got on track, and now you're starting anti-aircraft missile development. How can you be like those elderly academicians in their 50s or 60s, lacking the vitality young people should have? Although I don't understand what goes on in the minds of geniuses like you, from my perspective, you still need to relax sometimes to give your brain a rest. If you overwork your brain, something might. Su Bai smiled and said, Don't worry, Brother Zhang, I know what I'm doing. This bit of research won't overtax my mind. Hearing this, Zhang Tieshan's mouth twitched several times. Good heavens. You call an anti-aircraft missile a bit of research? Then what would qualify as major research? Will the entire planet be too small for you in the future? Talking to you really stimulates my nerves. I feel like what's on my shoulders isn't a brain but a talking pile of shit. Su Bai smiled and asked, Brother Zhang, what did the Capital Research Department say? Did they agree to allocate research funding to us? Xiao Bai, here's the situation. Zhang Taizhan explained, research funding at the national level is extremely tight. Every field urgently needs research funding. The higher-ups want you to take the blueprints to the capital. Present and explain the blueprints in front of the senior researchers at the research department. As long as the design blueprints are feasible, funds will be allocated even if other provinces have to cut back. What do you think? Su Bai nodded. Actually, I expected this outcome. Research funding is like a bottomless pit. Whatever you pour in disappears completely. Returns are rarely visible in the short term. Even if we secure funding this year, next year other projects will still create pressure. Hearing this, Zhang Taizhan sighed deeply. Both you and I understand the country is facing difficulties. Science and technology, people's livelihood, all aspects require financial support. Funding for many projects is squeezed from between the teeth. Sometimes there really isn't a good solution. So what's your plan regarding this? Are you going to the capital, or do you have other plans? Su Bai smiled and replied, What else can I do? I'll have to go to the capital to request funding. Without money, even having design blueprints is useless. However, the blueprints will likely need a few more days to complete. Zhang Taizhan nodded. I've already explained the situation. How about 5 days from now? Su Bai thought for a moment. Then 5 days it is. I'll have the blueprints ready on time. By the way, has old Wu's condition stabilized? It has. Zhang Taizhan smiled and said fortunately the location was slightly off, so the injuries have stabilized. However, he hasn't woken up yet and may need a few more days. Brother Zhang. Yes, is there anything else? I'd like to visit old Wu before heading to the capital. Alright, I'll arrange it. In the modest studio, the two faced each other and shared a smile. For 5 days, neither Su Bai nor the system rested. The 5th generation Superfighter J-20 also had 5 system modules requiring analysis. These included airframe design, engine stealth materials, fire control system, and flight control system. Each module required 6 days to analyze. Complete analysis would take 1 month, granting access to all the advanced J-20 fighter technology. Compared to other nations, the progress was nothing short of explosive. As the sun rose and set with light and darkness, alternating time slipped through like water in one's hands. Ungraspable and irretrievable. City First People's Hospital. Soldiers under He Weihua's command, armed and ready, guarded the hospital entrance corridors and ward doors. Remember, your mission today is to protect the young man who just went inside and the document bag he's carrying. Regardless of what happens, ensure the young man's personal safety first and the documents in the bag second. Even at the cost of our lives, the safety of both the person and the documents must be guaranteed. Inside the hospital ward, Su Bai sat before Wu Zhongming's sickbed, holding the design blueprints of an air defense missile in his hand. Elder Wu, they said you're not in immediate danger, but you've been unconscious all along. I think hearing this might wake you. A gentle breeze drifted into the ward, carrying a hint of chill. Wu Zhongming lay quietly on the hospital bed. Elder Wu, look, the first sheet in my hand is the guidance system of the air defense missile. It's the missiles I once locked on. There's no escape. Su Bai spoke as if to himself, while Wu Zhongming listened in silence. Neither knew how long they had been conversing. Chief Engineer Su, it's about time. We need to get moving. He Weihua entered the ward to remind him. His mission was to ensure Su Bai's safe arrival in the imperial capital at all costs. Su Bai nodded, let out a long sigh, and looked at Wu Zhongming. Let's go. He Weihua glanced at Wu Zhongming, sighed deeply, and turned to leave the ward. Su Bai stood at the doorway, turning back for one more look at Wu Zhongming, as if hoping to see something before leaving. But fate did not grant his wish. Chief Engineer Su, time is running out. We must depart immediately. Outside the ward, He Weihua urged. Su Bai nodded and left the ward. 10 minutes later, Zhang Taizhan entered the ward, intending to wipe Wu Zhongming's body. To his surprise, Wu Zhongming had awakened, his eyes open and staring out the window. Elder Wu, you're awake. Zhang Taizhan quickly turned and rushed out. Doctor. Elder Wu is awake. After a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed that Wu Zhongming was completely out of danger. Only then did Zhang Tieshan's anxious heart finally settle. Tieshan, I had a strange dream just now. My consciousness was hazy, but I could clearly hear that child Su Bai explaining the air defense missile design blueprints to me. Elder Wu, look, I'll take you to shoot down planes. Hearing this, Zhang Tieshan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Finally, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Elder Wu, you have no idea what happened during the days you were unconscious. It wasn't a dream. Just moments ago, that child Su Bai was explaining the air defense missile design to you. But unfortunately, you were still unconscious at the time. What? You're saying it wasn't a dream? How is that possible? That child Su Bai is so young. How could he? Zhang Taizhan interrupted with concern. Elder Wu, please don't get too excited. It's true. The child is probably already on his way to the train for the imperial capital, planning to take the blueprints to the capital to apply for research funding. After hearing this, Wu Zhongming felt as if he had just awakened from a dream. A dream that upon waking had turned everything into reality. How wonderful. It's truly wonderful that the dream was real. Suddenly, Wu Zhongming thought of something and wanted to express it. But after a moment's reflection, he simply smiled. Never mind, it's bound to be lost anyway. Let that child Su Bai make his own choice. Zhang Taizhan didn't understand the implication. Elder Wu, what are you talking about? What choice? Wu Zhongming smiled and said, this time when Su Bai goes to the imperial capital, do you think the old fellows there will let him return so easily? They'll surely try every temptation to keep him there. Zhang Taizhan grew worried. Damn, Elder Wu, that's serious. I'll set off for the capital right now to keep an eye on that child. Wu Zhongming shook his head. Forget it, let the child decide for himself. Call him and tell him I'm fine, so he won't worry. That child has a kind heart, he cares deeply about many things. Zhang Taizhan nodded. A breeze blew into the ward, rustling the leaves outside the window. On the train heading to the imperial capital. I understand, Brother Zhang. Tell Elder Wu that I will definitely return. Su Bai put down the phone, a faint smile curving his lips. The scenery outside the window seemed even more beautiful. The next morning, the train arrived precisely at the imperial capital railway station. Su Bai and his team headed straight for the Ministry of Science and Research. At 9 in the morning, at the main entrance of the ministry, Minister Su Jianguo and a host of other dignitaries were already waiting outside. Originally, Su Bai would not have received such treatment. However, given the incident at the Northwest 105 military factory and the national importance of the air defense missile blueprints he provided, Minister Chun had personally come out to greet him, a gesture of recognition for the 105 factory. Staff members passing by the ministry's main gate had never seen such a grand reception. They detoured around, whispering among themselves. Damn, what's going on today? Even Minister Chun came out to welcome someone. Who could it be? No idea, not a single clue. Could it be a foreign researcher of great importance coming for an exchange? Probably. Otherwise, why would Minister Chun show up? Something big must be about to happen. Let's wait a bit longer and see before we leave. Just then, several military jeeps stopped at the gate. A squad of armed soldiers disembarked and secured the perimeter. Only then did Su Bai and He Weihua step out of the vehicle. Everyone present gasped at the sight of Su Bai. He was so young, even younger than they had imagined. Old Su, you truly have a remarkable grandson. So young, the nation has a bright future. Su Jianguo smiled at Minister Chen's praise. The child is still young. He needs to work harder and improve further. Let's go over. Su Jianguo nodded. Before arriving, Su Bai had already inquired about the names of the key personnel from his grandfather Su Jianguo. After greeting them one by one, he followed them into the main office building, heading to the top floor meeting room. The onlooking staff of the ministry stood frozen, watching Su Bai's retreating figure. Someone please tell me what just happened. My mind is a blur. Wasn't it supposed to be an important foreign research exchange? Why is a young fellow here? Does anyone recognize him? What's his background that even Minister Chun and the 4 academicians of the research institutes came out to greet him? Who knows? If I ever got such treatment, I'd laugh in my dreams. I can't wrap my head around it. He looks barely 20, yet he commands such respect. Forget it, we're just small fries. There are plenty of things beyond our understanding. Inside the top floor meeting room of the Ministry of Science and Research. This meeting gathered not only the 4 academicians of the research institutes, but also a group of scientific experts involved in missile-related fields to evaluate the design. The main reason was that the country had a complete blank in the field of cutting-edge air defense missiles with no experts capable of making a systematic assessment. They could only rely on the power of collective wisdom to understand Su Bai's design blueprints as thoroughly as possible. Why hasn't he arrived yet? The waiting is killing me. Exactly. Minister Chun called me back overnight, and I even signed a confidentiality agreement. Can you imagine how urgent this is? It's strange though, when did we produce such an outstanding missile expert in this country? Not a single word leaked out. Don't think you're the only one in the dark. I've checked. Everyone here is just as clueless. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. You all know about the successful self-development of our tanks, right? It happened just as suddenly with no prior announcement. Now that you mention it, there does seem to be some similarity between the 2 projects. Could it be? Impossible, you're overthinking. Pure coincidence. How could it be the same chief engineer? Your imagination is running wild. Just talking, that's all. After all the surprises our country has seen lately are a bit too staggering. At that moment, a researcher rushed back to his seat at the door. He's here. Minister Chun and the others are back. Everyone in the room returned to their seats, waiting in silence for the mysterious chief engineer to appear. A meeting that would determine the future of the Rabbit Nation was to be held in the top floor conference room of the research department. Soldiers armed with live ammunition stood guard outside the conference room door. The entire floor had been sealed off a day in advance, with every exit guarded by soldiers carrying real weapons. Any personnel unrelated to the meeting were strictly prohibited from entering the floor under severe military control. As Su Jianguo and his party entered the conference room, a noticeable murmur arose. The expected senior researchers did not appear. Instead, a young man accompanied them. Many researchers in the room sized up the young man, whispering among themselves. Minister Chun brought back a young man. What about the air defense missile researchers we were promised? Didn't they come? I'm not sure. Maybe something delayed them on the way. This young man looks a bit familiar. Seems like old Su's grandson. Now that you mention it, he really is. Isn't his grandson supposed to be at the Northwest 105 military factory? Why is he here? Strange, very strange. What is this little kid doing here? Could he be related to this project? Hearing this, the others were taken aback. Could Su's boy really be connected to this project? Otherwise, why would he be in the conference room? Do you remember the tank self-development project at the 105 military factory? Could it be that the air defense missile project is also tied to Factory 105, and that's why Su's boy is here? Thinking about it, things start to make sense. The tank project also emerged suddenly from Factory 105, so this air defense missile project is likely from the same place. Su's boy happens to be at Factory 105. Maybe he's a student of some mysterious researcher and is attending on their behalf. This explanation was widely accepted as it seemed the most plausible. Everyone quiet down. Su Jianguo presided over the meeting as the room fell silent. Academicians from the 4 major research institutes sat on both sides with Su Bai seated next to Su Jianguo. Before the meeting begins, I believe everyone understands its purpose. You have all signed the relevant confidentiality agreements, so I won't dwell on that. Now let us officially commence the meeting. Su Jianguo glanced at Su Bai and then looked away. Allow me to introduce Su Bai, the researcher in charge of the Air Defense Missile Project. All questions regarding the blueprints will be answered by Su Bai. As his words fell, the room fell into a profound silence. It was as if a remote control had pressed the pause button. Everyone's movements froze. Their expressions were uniformly one of shock and disbelief. Minister Chen, what did you just say? One of the attendees couldn't help asking. You mean the air defense missile development was completed by the young man sitting next to you? Isn't that somewhat impossible? How old is he? Not even 20, about the same age as my child. At this age he should still be in university. How could his knowledge base possibly handle such a complex national research project? It's simply unbelievable. At this others nodded in agreement, finding it difficult to digest such astounding news. Minister Chun, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just hard to accept. This is Su's boy, isn't it? I even held him when he was a child. How could he suddenly become an air defense missile engineer at this age? It's too abrupt. That's right. Minister Chin, could you explain if there are any special circumstances? We'd like to understand the situation. Yes. Let us understand so we can gradually digest this. Otherwise the meeting will be half-hearted. Su Jianguo scanned the room and smiled. I almost forgot. That's my oversight. I should explain. After all, Chief Engineer Su is extremely young, and it's understandable that you all find it hard to accept without an explanation. Chief Engineer Su. One person in the crowd interjected curiously. Minister Chen, did I hear you correctly? You called Su's boy Chief Engineer. Is he the Chief Engineer of a national project? This remark caused another uproar in the room. A 20-year-old Chief Engineer of a national project. Not only would that be unheard of outside, but even within this conference room few had ever held such a position. Of course, the academicians from the 4 major institutes were exceptions. Each had managed numerous national projects. Su Jianguo smiled. There's nothing wrong with the title. Su Bai recently completed a very important national research and development project, and he handled the entire process, from design to manufacturing, entirely on his own. So calling him Chief Engineer is quite appropriate. At this, jaws nearly dropped to the floor. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Bai. Chief Engineer of a national project. He completed the entire project and manufacturing process without a research team. After Su Bai entered the conference room, one shocking revelation after another detonated like bombs among the crowd. For a moment, everyone's minds were reeling as if they were dreaming. Not long ago he completed a national project on his own. Could it be? One of them exclaimed in shock. Could it be the latest tank development project? The only national project completed recently is that one. Minister Chin, you're not referring to that project, are you? Su Jianguo nodded with a smile, confirming it. A collective gasp filled the room. Everyone involuntarily drew in a sharp breath, staring at Su Bai in astonishment. The tank project from a while back was completed by Su's boy alone. This. Old Su never even hinted at it. No wonder everything happened so suddenly. A 20-year-old chief engineer of a national project. Secrecy was indeed crucial. Thank goodness I came to this meeting, or I'd have missed witnessing a miracle. I thought Su's boy was sent to the military factory for discipline, but old Su was actually hiding the tank project. He fooled us all. When Su's boy was little, he even peed on me. Clearly he was gifted from the start. No, wait. A younger researcher in the crowd seemed to sense something amiss. If Su Bai was the chief engineer for the tank project recently, then it makes sense for him to be here. But why is he now a researcher for the air defense missile project? And he can answer questions about the blueprints. Could it be? The young researcher seemed to realize something terrifying. He stared at Su Bai in shock. Could the air defense missile project also have been developed solely by Su Bai? The moment he spoke, the room fell into an eerie silence. Each person's eyes bulged like oxen's as they stared at Su Bai in disbelief. That youthful face relentlessly assaulted everyone present. At 20 years old, he had not only developed the most advanced tank, but also the most cutting-edge air defense missile. What the hell? Even a novel wouldn't dare to write such a plot. It was October, and the weather in the imperial capital was still pleasant. The morning's events had spread like wildfire through the research department, and many were speculating about Su Bai's identity. Have you all heard about what happened this morning? Minister Chun and a group of senior academicians went to the entrance to welcome a young man. Who doesn't know about this? It's already spread throughout the research department. Everyone is guessing the young man's identity. Latest news. Someone says they've seen that young man somewhere. Tell us quickly, what is that young man's name, and who is he? The person who spoke earlier shook his head. Don't ask me, I don't know. The person who knew was taken away by soldiers. Damn, just knowing his identity gets you taken away. Who is he to have such background? It's said that the top floor meeting room has been sealed off. This matter is probably serious, we should talk less about it. A young man causing such a stir. If it were me, I'd definitely show off like crazy. Top floor meeting room. After some time to digest, everyone gradually came to accept the fact. Their looks at Su Bai were all different, as if they had been through a dream. At 20 years old, to have successively developed 2 top national projects. Even the 4 grand academicians couldn't have done that right. Not just the academicians, how many young talents have emerged in our research history? But compared to this kid Su Bai, they still fall far short. In terms of scientific achievements at his age, Su Bai is indeed unmatched. However, the contributions of our predecessors to the country cannot be denied. There is no doubt about that. Without our predecessors, there would be no us today, and no Su Bai as he is now. At the same age of 20, we were also considered prodigies. But compared to Su Bai, comparing people drives one crazy. Come on, not to mention comparing at 20 years old. Even at your current age, you can't compare to Su Bai. Can't compare. I don't even know what it feels like to be a chief engineer, and I probably never will. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Su Jianguo smiled and exchanged a few casual words with the senior academicians beside him. See, I told you this would cause quite a stir. At this age with these achievements, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't believe it. The other three academicians nodded with a smile, their eyes somewhat envious, as they looked at Su Jianguo. Old Su just keeps smiling. You're grinning from ear to ear. And Rand turned to Su Bai and joked, little Bai, your grandmother has no grandchildren here. How about becoming my grandson? How about it? Come with Granny and to study fighter jets. Su Bai smiled and replied, that's great, Grandma. Actually, I have some knowledge of fighter jets too. Once I'm done with this period, I'll go to the Aircraft Design and Research Institute to visit you. Hearing this, and Rand smiled happily. Her kind smile was very warm. Su Bai had never known his grandmother. His impression of her was only from photos. He had always felt a certain regret. All right, Grandma will wait for you to come. Hey, no, that's not allowed. Du Shiji, the senior academician from the National Nuclear Energy Research Institute, laughed and said, and Rand, isn't this a form of poaching? I want to adopt Su Bai as my grandson too. Little Bai, Grandpa, Du will take you to study nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is currently the world's most important energy project. Nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion. If we can master controlled nuclear fusion, then future energy will no longer be a problem. So how about it? Interested? Little Bai, come with Grandpa Jiang to study warships. Jiang Haichao, the senior academician from the National Ship Design and Research Institute, laughed and said, the sea is the ultimate goal for a man. We aspire to become the king of warships. After hearing this, Su Bai's mouth twitched fiercely. Academician Jiang, are you serious? That sounds a bit Chinibyu. Enough, you two old fellows, that's enough. Su Jianguo couldn't stand it anymore. His biological grandfather was right here. Couldn't these people be more mindful? Let's focus on the meeting first. We can talk about the rest later. Minister Chen smiled and said, let's begin the meeting. There will be plenty of time to chat later. For the rest of the morning, Su Bai was explaining the air defense missile blueprints. Su Bai tried to explain in as much detail as possible, making some difficult technologies seem easier. A group of leading figures in the research community experienced the feeling of being students again. They were like the worst students. If they got distracted, they couldn't understand it all. Old boy just dozed off for a moment. Did you take notes? I can't follow anymore. What's the deal with that power unit? Oldly, don't ask. I'm also completely confused. I haven't had this feeling in a long time. It's actually quite nostalgic. Oldly said. Old Joe said. A lot of time was wasted in the morning and the blueprints weren't finished. To save time, meals were brought to the conference room at noon, and everyone ate while studying. The soldiers on guard at the door were deeply shocked by the scene. Thanks to these researchers who work hard for the nation's strength, we have our country's prosperity today. Yes, sometimes when I see these researchers, I regret not studying harder when I was in school. All right, with our brains, we can only do this. Leave the research to the smart people inside. The meeting continued until late at night before finally ending. The youngest researcher present was already over 35. After a full day of intense learning, everyone was somewhat mentally exhausted. Many closed their eyes to rest for a while. This kid Su Bai is truly remarkable. Being able to design such top-tier air defense missile blueprints. I never expected this. The key point is that the various parameters and data are very rigorous. Even though I haven't scrutinized them in detail, I'm sure there are no problems. How did Su Bai get such precise experimental data? There are no relevant laboratories or experimental devices in the country to provide him with experiments. Where did he obtain the experimental data? Hearing this, several researchers nearby widened their eyes in shock. Are you saying that all this data is derived from Su Bai's calculations and conjectures? That's too bold. Bold as it may be, these data really look fine. All right, the mind of a genius is always beyond our imagination. I think the blueprints are feasible. I think so too. I wholeheartedly agree. Everyone, it's getting late. After a 5-minute break, Minister Chen spoke again. Now that everyone has a basic understanding of the blueprints. Now I want to hear your opinions. How feasible is the air defense missile designed by Su Bai? This question caused a brief silence in the room. Minister Chen, let me speak first. Su Jianguo, as Su Bai's grandfather, took the lead. After a day of meetings, the biggest feeling I have is that I'm old. Everyone's eyes fell on Su Jianguo, listening attentively. Su Jianguo smiled and said, indeed, I'm old. The young people are getting more and more capable. Anyway, after listening to little Bai's explanation all day, I still have many things I don't understand. The technology involved is among the most advanced in the world. It's normal for us not to understand. Su Jianguo paused and continued, what I want to say is that this design blueprint, in my opinion, has no logical flaws. Some of the technologies are also being researched by the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Many of the data match up, so there are no major issues. I agree to allocate research funds and formally establish the air defense missile project so that the previous tragedy does not happen again. That's all I have to say. Su Jianguo nodded and looked at the other senior academicians. And Rand smiled and took the microphone. Then I'll say a few words too. Old Su has already covered the main points. Now let me talk about other aspects. As she spoke and Rand looked at Su Bai, today's session has been very enlightening for me. From Little Bai's designs I have received great inspiration for my research on fighter jets. I think this blueprint is highly feasible. I also agree to allocate research funds and formally establish the air defense missile project. Moreover, I think it's most appropriate for Su Bai to serve as the project's chief engineer. I agree. Du Shiji also expressed his opinion. I have no problem. The design blueprint is perfect, almost like a work of art, Jiang Haichao praised without reservation. Hearing this, Minister Chen smiled and nodded, scanning the room. Let's vote by a show of hands. As the words fell, all arms were raised, not a single one lowered. Minister Chen scanned the room and nodded with satisfaction. Then I officially appoint Su Bai as the chief engineer of the Air Defense Missile Project. The Air Defense Missile Project is formally established and research funds will be allocated within the next 3 days. At the Academy of Sciences family residential area, Su Bai had rarely returned to the capital, so he surely went home to see his parents. At noon, the whole family gathered together for a meal. Sister Third Su Lu had specifically asked for a day off to come back for the meal. Third sister, that's enough. I can't finish all these dishes. Eat when you're told to eat. This is nothing yet. Over at the 105 military factory, you probably haven't been eating well. Look how thin you've become. As she spoke, Su Lu picked up a large chicken leg and placed it in Su Bai's bowl. The large bowl of rice was piled high, an almost overwhelming sense of happiness filling the air. Eat, have more. You rarely get to come back, so make sure to rest and nourish yourself. For these few days I'll prepare delicious food at home for you. Stay a few more days before heading back. Su Bai replied, Third sister, I have to return tomorrow. There are still many matters to attend to there. What? Su Lu was taken aback, shocked. You're leaving tomorrow? How can a fresh graduate be busier than Grandpa, the old academician? Besides, as a student, what you're doing isn't that important. You could make a phone call about it. Surely someone else can handle it. Stay at home and rest for a couple more days. There's no rush. Mother Lu Hongmei also chimed in concernedly. Yes, Xiao Bai, it's not often you get to come back. Just stay at home for a few more days and get proper rest. It won't be too late to go after you've rested well. At this point, Father Su Changlong spoke up, asking, were those matters already assigned to you? Su Bai nodded. Hearing this, Su Changlong sighed deeply and said calmly, then you should return tomorrow. The military factory values discipline. Do what is expected of you and don't bring shame to our Su family, understand? Go ahead. In the evening your mother will pack some good food for you to eat on the way. Su Bai nodded. Su Jianguo didn't say anything but exchanged a glance with Su Bai and they smiled at each other. Xiao Bai, don't feel any pressure at the 105 military factory. At your age you're already extremely outstanding, far surpassing your 3 older sisters and even your father. Take your time. You're still young and we have plenty of time. Understood? Su Bai nodded. Grandpa, I understand. Su Jianguo nodded with a smile. I trust you to handle things well. You're much better than your father. Eat. Have more. If you need anything in the future, just speak up. As long as Grandpa is here, I can help you along the way. Su Bai smiled. Thank you, Grandpa. The other 3 at the dinner table nearly dropped their jaws. What was going on? How could such a harmonious scene between grandfather and grandson appear in the Su family? In the past, they were always at each other's throats. What had happened today? Impossible. There must be something wrong with how he was dreaming. Dad, are you alright? Su Changlong asked. Did you forget to take your medicine today? Su Jianguo said angrily. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Get lost. I'm not eating anymore. You've made me so angry I'm full. You never did well in school from childhood on. Just seeing you annoys me. If you were as capable as your son, I wouldn't be this angry. I'm going to watch TV. You 3 eat. At the dinner table, Su Changlong and the others looked bewildered, watching their elderly father walk into the living room to watch television. Wait, what's going on with me? Su Changlong looked wronged. I wasn't good at studying when I was young. I was almost always first place in every exam. How can you say I couldn't study? And now you're saying I'm not as good as my son. As he spoke, Su Changlong looked at Su Bai with a wronged expression. Xiao Bai, did you ever rank first in your childhood exams? Su Bai shook his head. Su Changlong asked again, then did you get a full scholarship in college? Su Bai shook his head once more. See, that settles it. Why am I being told I'm bad at studying? Clearly you're worse at studying than me. Why aren't you being criticized? Su Changlong in his 40s nearly burst into tears. Xiao Bai isn't even as good at studying as I am, so why is he better than me? Why doesn't Dad criticize him, but only me? Lu Hongmei comforted him. Changlong, Dad is just trying to motivate you. Beside her, Su Lu also said, Dad, Mom's right. This is just a way of encouraging you. After all, apart from Xiao Bai, you have the worst grades in the family. Grandpa is used to scolding Xiao Bai, but sometimes he needs to target someone else. Su Changlong. Damn it. What sin did I commit? Why am I always the one getting hurt? The television news was broadcasting the announcement of the establishment of the Air Defense Missile Project. It was also revealed that the chief engineer would be Chief Engineer Su. This arrangement was agreed upon by the research department primarily to have Su Jianguo use himself as a distraction to draw attention away from Su Bai. Most likely the public would assume Su Jianguo was the chief engineer rather than his 20-year-old grandson, providing good protection for Su Bai's personal safety. Dad, our country has established an air defense missile research project. You're also serving as the chief engineer for this project. Why haven't we heard anything about this before? Su Changlong asked in shock. Su Jianguo rolled his eyes. How did I end up having such a useless child? Who said the chief engineer is me? All three at the table were stunned. Grandpa, didn't the TV say the chief engineer's surname is Su? Could it not be you? Su Lu said in surprise. Su Jianguo looked at his granddaughter and immediately explained with a smile, your grandpa specializes in aerospace, not missiles. The chief engineer isn't your grandpa either, it's someone else entirely. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Su Bai, and he smiled meaningfully. Su Lu and Su Changlong followed his gaze to Su Bai as well. They paused for a moment before returning to their earlier conversation. Dad, if you're not the chief engineer, then who is he? Who could it be? Someone with the surname Su? Su Changlong joked, could it be Su Bai? Xiao Bai, is it you? Damn it. Dad, you actually believe that? Su Bai. Hearing this, Su Lu laughed. Our Xiao Bai will definitely become the chief engineer of a national project in the future. As impressive as Grandpa. Su Jianguo's face darkened as he glared at Su Changlong. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. This project involves a lot of secrecy. Don't go around gossiping about it. If the confidentiality unit calls you in for questioning, I won't help you. Hearing this, Su Changlong's mouth twitched. Are you still my father? It's just a joke. Xiao Bai is only 20 years old. No one would take it seriously if he said so. Could Xiao Bai really be the chief engineer of this project? That's impossible. Dad, why are you taking this seriously? Su Bai's mouth twitched on the side. He silently pitied his father in his heart. You're rubbing against the edge of death. You won't die, but it's close. The next moment, Su Jianguo exploded. He drove Su Changlong out right there and ordered Su Bai not to come home for a while. Outside the residential compound courtyard, Su Changlong looked utterly defeated, still holding a half-eaten bowl of rice. A gentle breeze blew, curling up the withered yellow leaves on the ground, the picture of desolation. Old Su, what's the performance today? Why are you eating outside? You weren't driven out by the old man, were you? The next day, early morning, Su Jianguo alone escorted Su Bai to the train station. To avoid unnecessary attention, He Weihua waited at the special entrance of the station, tasked with escorting Su Bai safely to the 105 military factory. Xiao Bai. At the special entrance, the train was already waiting at the platform. Su Jianguo stood at the platform, patted Su Bai's shoulder, eyes reddened, and smiled with relief. You've grown up, become an adult. This time going to the 105 military factory, you must pay attention to safety. Remember, no matter when your safety is the most important, you must be careful. Su Bai nodded and smiled. Grandpa, don't worry, I'm very afraid of death. Your grandson still has to give you a great-grandson. You little rascal. Su Jianguo smiled. Get on the train. Su Bai nodded, turned, and boarded the train. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. System, turn around and tell Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely let you retire early and take over your banner reward brain power 1. Su Bai was startled, stopped at the vehicle entrance, and turned to look at his grandfather. Grandpa. Su Jianguo was taken aback. Su Bai smiled. Grandpa, don't worry, I will definitely let you retire early and take over your banner as soon as possible. And become the topmost scientific researcher in the country, contribute to the nation's scientific research path. System, mission accomplished, reward brain power 1. Su Jianguo was startled at first, then smiled. Grandpa will be waiting for that day in the imperial capital. The train slowly departed from the platform. Su Bai sat by the window, his grandfather's figure gradually fading from sight. Don't worry, I will definitely become the topmost scientific researcher. Homesick. In the carriage, He Weihua smiled. Heaven pities the traveler far from home. The feeling of hometown is most unforgettable. Su Bai smiled. I used to think leaving home would give me more freedom, but now that I'm free, I actually miss the past. He Weihua smiled. That means you've grown up. Sometimes growth requires sacrifice. Treasure your youthful days. Su Bai smiled, his gaze turned to the window. The train, like a long dragon, kept moving forward. Brother Bai is so good, bringing us so many delicious things from home. From now on, Du Pang will be your #1 lackey. Whatever you need, just command. In Su Bai's office, Du Pang, He Shu, and Lung Yu were sharing snacks. I called you here today to discuss something. I need to ask for your opinions. The three put down their snacks. Du Pang asked curiously, Brother Bai, is it about shooting down planes? If it's about shooting down planes, count me in first, I'll definitely join. Su Bai smiled. It is indeed about shooting down planes. I plan to develop an air defense missile and need your help. Are you willing to join? Su Bai's intention was to cultivate top talents for the 105 military factory as much as possible. He had the system destined not to stay here long. By cultivating more top talents for Factory 105, he could leave with peace of mind. After hearing this, Shu stood up excitedly. Air defense missile, it needs us. Can we really do it? Su Bai stood up, patted his shoulder, and said sincerely, you can, as long as you are willing. You will definitely succeed. Shu nodded without hesitation. I'll join. I will study hard. In the future, I will become a top scientific researcher like you. Su Bai smiled. You will definitely succeed. Then his gaze turned to Lung Yu. Lung Yu stood up with a smile. How could the missile project be without me? You know my major. I'll join too. Lung Yu extended her right hand. The others were taken aback. What are you waiting for? The Air Defense Missile Development Team is officially established. Let's cheer and encourage each other. The other three laughed carefreely and also extended their right hands. Go, go. 5 minutes later, a soldier appeared in the office with a confidentiality agreement, and Zhang Taizhan was also there. Brother Bai, do we really have to sign a confidentiality agreement? Du Pang stared at the confidentiality document in his hand in shock and swallowed hard. It had only been a few days since the last time, and now he was signing a confidentiality agreement because of Su Bai again. This was too exaggerated. The gap between people was too big. Why is Brother Bai so outstanding? Zhang Taizhan smiled. You should be secretly happy. There are countless people who want to participate but don't have the chance. And you're here complaining about signing the confidentiality agreement. Sign it quickly so we can start the project. Du Pang grinned sheepishly. I'm just shocked. Ever since I've been with Brother Bai, life has been like reading a novel, one wave after another, so thrilling. Hearing this, everyone else laughed out loud. Their gazes turned to Su Bai, unable to help but sigh. Since Su Bai came to Factory 105, first his fitter skills surpassed the old masters, then his casting skills shocked everyone. Finally, the national top-level project, the tank, entered mass production in less than half a month under his hands. Until this moment, the Air Defense Missile Project officially began. Everything that happened here was because of Su Bai, truly like a plot in a novel. Su Bai smiled. The systems analysis of the Super 5th Generation Fighter Jet Sword 20 engine had 2 days left. After finishing the air defense missile work, it would be time to leave and complete the development of the Super 5th Generation Fighter. To truly become the overlord of the airspace, a domestically developed ultra-high-performance fighter was necessary. The sun rose and set. Between light and darkness, time passed bit by bit. The Air Defense Missile Project was too important to the nation, and the number of researchers this time was not very large. Among the students, only Lung Yu and the other two participated in learning. The research personnel were composed of veteran researchers in ammunition from Factory 105 and several researchers brought from the imperial capital. The required materials were also delivered to Factory 105 the day after Su Bai left the imperial capital. October 1st was a day worth celebrating for the whole country. The Air Defense Missile Project had been going on for nearly a month from start to now. The project progressed very smoothly, everything followed the design drawings, and no problems occurred. The first air defense missile was officially completed on October 1st. A military green-painted air defense missile was placed in the center of the factory. About 6.5 meters in length, 0.5 meters in diameter, and a launch weight of about 1200 kilograms. Although it didn't look very large in size, its super speed of Mach 10 fully demonstrated its terrifying lethality. Dozens of researchers and senior technicians from the project team gathered around the finished air defense missile with joyful smiles on their faces. I can't believe it. We manufactured the air defense missile in just 1 month. It's like a dream. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Chief Engineer Su's design drawings had almost no issues. We weren't really developing, we just manufactured according to the drawings. Yes, it saved a series of steps like research and development, component testing, etc. Otherwise, we couldn't have finished manufacturing in 1 month. Where is Chief Engineer Su? He hasn't been seen in the past few days. I don't know, maybe he's in his office. Send someone to notify him. Su Bai's office. 10 minutes ago, the analysis of the 5th generation Super Fighter Sword 20 was completed. This data transmission took longer than expected, actually taking 2 seconds to finish. Su Bai's mind also gained complete design drawings related to the 5th generation fighter. It must be said that the 5th generation fighter was indeed a cross-era technological product, gathering sci-fi elements. Yingjiang and Huaxiong were able to firmly dominate the sky, and a large part of that was inseparable from the 5th generation fighter. The 5th generation fighter, known as the Divine 5th generation machine, used stealth-absorbing materials to maximize its stealth performance. This was also the source of its absolute advantage in dominating the air. While Su Bai was pondering, the office door was pushed open. Lung Yu stood at the door with a faint smile. Su Bai, the air defense missile is complete. In the imperial capital on October 1st, a bright red flags fluttered everywhere. Adults and children alike carried small red flags, playing with them wherever they went. Faces beamed with happiness, brimming with pride in their motherland's prosperity and strength. Teacher, there's a call from the 105th Military Factory. Zhou Weimin hurried into the office. Teacher, wonderful news from the 105th Military Factory. Su Jianguo rose excitedly from his seat. Has the air defense missile project made new progress? That's right. Zhou Weimin smiled. Xiao Bai just sent word that the air defense missile has been completed. He will deploy the first missile near the 105th Military Factory for testing. The second one is also in urgent production. We expect the second air defense missile to be ready within a week. After that, as the production process continues to optimize, it will go even faster. And do you know what that kid said? Zhou Weimin chuckled. He said choosing this day to complete it was meant as a gift to the nation. Just look at how thoughtful this child is. Upon hearing this, Su Jianguo burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent, excellent. The 3 consecutive compliments acknowledged both Su Bai's scientific achievement and his thoughtful consideration. Enough talk. I will personally inform Minister Chun about this matter. The research funding for the air defense missile project was scraped together from other projects. He has been under considerable pressure these days. Zhou Weimin smiled. Teacher, let me accompany you. Imperial Capital Research Ministry. Inside Minister Chin's office, academicians from 3 major research institutes were discussing next year's research funding plans. And Ran, we've been old friends for quite some time now. The moment you open your mouth, you're asking for a 30% increase in research funding. How do you dare ask for that? You have no idea how difficult my life has become. We're barely keeping the pot boiling. Chen Jiangua pointed at Jiang Haichao and Du Shiji. Look at them. Their funding remains the same every year. They understand my difficulties and you should learn from them. Well, Jiang Haichao, academician of the National Ship Design Academy, spoke hesitantly. Minister Chen, could you give us a slight increase in next year's funding as well? Our project has made a small breakthrough. Du Shiji of the National Nuclear Energy Research Academy nodded. Yes, the funding has been tight every year. Not much, just 10% would suffice. Hearing this, Minister Chen nearly spat blood from anger. You all come to me asking for money. Where am I supposed to get it from? Look at your projects. Years of stagnation, and yet you still want increased research funding. Do you take me for some god of wealth? Minister Chen paused and continued. If only you were like that child Su by succeeding project after project. Even if it cost me my entire fortune, I would never let you lack research funding. 10%. I'm increasing all 3 of your research budgets by 10%. No haggling. Any other issues? And Ran and the other 2 exchanged knowing smiles. Their original intention had always been 10%. Asking for 30 was merely a negotiating tactic. Everyone knew that this year's sudden emergence of 2 major projects, the tank and the air defense missile, had put enormous strain on the budget. Minister Chen, rest assured, better days are just around the corner. And Ran explained. The tank project has entered mass production. Next year will bring substantial military orders. You'll receive abundant research funding, and by then you'll be a landlord in rich soil. Shoo shoo shoo. Minister Chen dismissed the 3. This money merely goes from one pocket to another. What difference does it make? At this moment, Jiang Haichao smiled. Minister Chen, surely you haven't forgotten about international orders. Our tank's performance is no inferior to the Americans. Moreover, based on my understanding, our mass production pricing holds a significant advantage, giving us strong market competitiveness. We can certainly secure substantial orders. If the air defense missile achieves the same success, we won't have to worry about funding anymore. Hearing this, Minister Chen seemed to have discovered new territory. In the past, their weapons and equipment had been so backward that they had never even considered export plans. Fortune changes over 30 years. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine such a day would come. The air defense missile certainly cannot be sold abroad for now. It is a strategic asset of our nation. As for tanks, that's not possible either. We must wait until we develop a new generation of tanks. Minister Chun, Jiang Haichao smiled. Then endure for another year or 2. With that young Master Su's research capabilities, I estimate they won't need long to develop the latest generation of tanks. When that happens, good days will arrive. Thinking about a future free from financial hardship, Minister Chun could no longer suppress the smile spreading across his face. By the way, how is that young Master Su's air defense missile project coming along? Any results yet? And Rand suddenly asked. Jiang Haichao chuckled. The project has only been running for a month. Such results cannot come so quickly. At least 2 or 3 more months are needed. Completing it before the year ends would already be remarkable. Du Shiji nodded. I hope we can produce it this year. It will add another layer of protection to our airspace in the future. Bang bang bang. A knock sounded at the door. Su Jianguo strode in with a booming laugh. Minister Chen, wonderful news. Excellent news. Su Bai has sent the latest update. The air defense missile project has been completed. The first missile has been positioned at the 105th military factory and is ready for testing. Upon hearing this, all 4 men in the office froze in utter astonishment. Du Shiji and Jiang Haichao's expressions turned peculiar. Good heavens. That slap to their faces stung terribly. The 105th military factory had recovered to its former vigor after a period of rest. Upon learning that the factory was undertaking air defense missile research, many workers beamed with joy and redoubled their efforts. They eagerly anticipated the day when air defense missiles would be deployed, never having to fear fighter-bomber raids again. At noon in the cafeteria, Zhang Taizhan and Su Bai were dining. Veteran workers passing by all stopped to greet Su Bai with warm smiles. When do you think our factory will get the air defense missile installed? I truly wish that day would come soon. It should be soon, I suppose. I've heard the air defense missile has already been completed. Seriously, completed so quickly? It's been less than a month. Who exactly is the chief engineer? How can someone be so accomplished completing it in just a month? At this point, one person leaned in mysteriously. Let me share a piece of news with you. Some are speculating that the chief engineer of the tank project and the chief engineer of the air defense missile project may be the same person. Hearing this, many people in the cafeteria gathered around in shock. No way. Where did you hear that? We had no idea. Indeed, that seems impossible. Isn't this just wild speculation? The tank project and the air defense missile project belong to entirely different fields. It's unlikely one person could reach the world's top tier in both simultaneously. Why not? Look at that young master Su Bai. Hasn't he already reached the pinnacle in both fields? He has surpassed veteran craftsmen with decades of experience. Anything is possible. Anyway, I believe the two projects share the same chief engineer. Enough. Let's eat. Regardless of who it is, this is good news. For us, for the 105th military factory, and for the entire nation. That's right. We'll focus on our own work and leave the rest to the researchers. Deep in the night at the border of the northwestern airspace, a top-tier fifth-generation fighter jet of the Eagle Country appeared silently like a ghost in the pitch-black night, gliding over the border. Ghost calling Command Center, I have entered the border of Rabbit Country's airspace requesting permission to proceed. Command Center, permission granted. Be careful. Contact us immediately if you need assistance. The pilot sneered, don't worry Command Center. With Rabbit Country's weaponry, even if I flew right over their heads, it wouldn't be a problem. Last time 2 bombs went down, but the fireworks weren't pretty and my mood wasn't great either. This time I'm requesting to drop 4. I'll be a good guy and help them end their miserable lives. Command Center, Ghost, your mission is to reconnoiter Rabbit Country's technological situation. Don't go too far and cause any trouble. The pilot Tom chuckled casually. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Nighttime is the perfect time to enjoy fireworks. I'm sure it'll be beautiful. The fighter's engines roared with tremendous thrust, streaking a brilliant light across the night sky before vanishing into the clouds. 105 Military Factory. Under the dark night in the empty space behind the Air Defense Missile Research and Development Center, an air defense missile stood silently in the middle. Not far away was a makeshift control panel with Du Peng and 2 soldiers sitting there. Why, it's been a week already. Why haven't the Eagle Country's fighters come yet? Sitting here every day, I'm practically rusting. Du Peng couldn't help complaining. Since the missile was completed, he had been assigned as the launcher, all for the sake of personally shooting down a plane. A whole week had passed, and he was practically growing mold, yet no fighter had appeared. Su Bai comforted him. As a hunter, we need patience. Maybe they'll come in a little while. Just then Leng Yu and He Shu arrived to deliver food. Zhang Taizhan followed closely behind. How's the work? Not easy, huh? Du Peng ate while complaining. It's really not easy. The worst part is not knowing when the enemy will come. The waiting is agonizing. Leng Yu smiled. Fatty, you've got to step up. Do you know what it would mean if you actually shot down a top-tier Eagle Country fighter? So far, no country in the world has recorded shooting down an Eagle Country fighter. If you succeed, you'll become famous. When the story comes out later, your name will be written in history. You'll truly be immortalized. Really? Those words left Du Peng dizzy with excitement, his imagination running wild. He grinned foolishly. Maybe I'll even be the first entry in the family genealogy. That's not impossible. If that happens, I'll bring immense honor to the Du family. Du Peng suddenly became extremely serious, staring at the air defense missile radar system on the console without blinking. Du Peng will be immortalized and make it onto the family tree. Everyone else burst into laughter. Zhang Taizhan looked at Su Bai with concern. It's getting late. Go back and rest early. You've been busy lately. Take some time to rest properly. Otherwise, when old Wu returns, he'll give me a scolding. Su Bai smiled. It's fine. I'll rest in a bit. Then we'll stay here with you. Leng Yu chuckled. I can't sleep anyway. Let's watch the stars together. I'm not joining you. I'll go back to read. He Shu had just turned around when Du Peng grabbed him. You can read here. We can chat together so I won't be so bored. The others smiled. Su Bai gazed into the deep night sky when suddenly the system's voice echoed in his mind. System, notify everyone that the Eagle fighter may appear at 9 o'clock. Have Zhang Taizhan activate the emergency alarm. Reward analysis of air defense artillery. Su Bai was startled. He quickly checked the time, 8:50. That meant the Eagle fighter would appear over 105 in 10 minutes. The scene of the last bombing flashed through Su Bai's mind. If the air defense missile failed to down at the night, bombing would not be as lucky as last time. He couldn't gamble their lives on the missile's hit rate. Brother Zhang, activate the air raid siren immediately. Everyone must be in the bomb shelter within 10 minutes. Remember, I mean everyone. Zhang Taizhan was stunned, as were the others present. Xiaobai, what's going on? Zhang Taizhan couldn't help asking. Su Bai said urgently, Brother Zhang, there's no time to explain. Please trust me this once. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. The few people present stared at Su Bai. The scene fell silent. Even their breathing was clearly audible. Zhang Taizhan hesitated for a moment, as if making a decision. All right, I'll sound the alarm now. You all get to the shelter quickly. Zhang Taizhan gave a brief instruction and hurried off. Within 10 seconds, the piercing air raid siren sounded, followed by the factory lights blazing on. A tense atmosphere enveloped the 105 factory as the workers evacuated in an orderly, urgent manner. It was the result of hundreds of drills. Su Bai, we should evacuate too, Lung Yu reminded. Su Bai shook his head. I need a little more time to set the missile to automatic launch mode. You go ahead to the shelter. Just then the two soldiers behind him stepped forward. Chief Engineer Su, please evacuate immediately. Protecting your safety is our duty. Su Bai said, you go first. I'll follow. The soldiers did not move. Lung Yue, Shu, and Du Peng also stayed. Bai will wait for you. Du Peng grinned carelessly. Shu nodded too. Lung Yu said seriously, we believe in your air defense missile. It will definitely bring down that Eagle fighter. Su Bai looked at them and smiled. Since that's the case, let's watch the most expensive fireworks show together. Su Bai sat down at the control panel. Fatty, you're in charge of launching. When you hear my command, don't hesitate. Fire immediately. Du Peng nodded nervously. Bai, leave it to me. Time ticked by. All factory personnel evacuated into the shelter in the first wave. Zhang Taizhan waited anxiously at the shelter entrance, but Su Bai and the others were nowhere to be seen. Engineer Fan, you take charge here. I'll go check on Su Bai and the kids. Fan Wei said anxiously. Factory Director Zhang, I'll go with you. No need. You stay here and keep watch. I'll be right back. Zhang Taizhan rushed out of the shelter without looking back. Fan Wei stood at the entrance, his heart unsettled. At the missile launch center, Su Bai kept his eyes on the time. 9 minutes had passed since the system's warning. In the final minute, the Eagle fighter should appear overhead. This time he would ensure it never returned. Why are you all still here? Zhang Taizhan appeared behind them. Come on, get into the shelter now. Xiao Bai, you too. Su Bai smiled. Brother Zhang, it's too late. 10 seconds, and the fighter will be here. Why not take a gamble? Zhang Taizhan was stunned. 10 seconds. How do you know the time? How do you know the Eagle fighter will appear? Su Bai gave a wry smile. This was hard to explain. He could only bluff with the missile's radar system. Brother Zhang, the missile's built-in radar system, picked it up. Du Peng looked dumbfounded. I didn't know that. The words had barely left his mouth when the roar of a fighter engine echoed through the sky. The group instinctively looked up, but the pitch-black night revealed nothing. Yet the engine roar lingered in their ears, indicating it was not far away. At least it wasn't flying at ultra-high altitude, or they wouldn't have heard a sound. It really came. Zhang Taizhan felt a chill of fear. He never expected the Eagle fighter to actually show up. Thankfully, thanks to Su Bai's warning, everyone had evacuated into the shelter. The casualties would have been unimaginable otherwise. Fatty, lock on target. Fire. Du Peng didn't hesitate for a second and pressed the launch button. The missile's propulsion system ignited, spewing a pale blue flame that illuminated the surrounding 10 meters, as bright as day. The searing heat could be clearly felt even dozens of meters away. Their facial skin stung with a burning sensation. The flames surged, and the terrifying thrust sent the missiles soaring into the night sky. Like a glittering star rising slowly. Everyone present looked up at the sky, their faces filled with fascination. So beautiful. This was the brutal beauty of science. System mission completed. Reward opportunity to analyze the air defense artillery system. Su Bai had no time to bother with that. The moment the missile launched, he ran with the others towards the air raid shelter. Whether it hits or not, safety comes first. Brother Bai, isn't it a bit embarrassing to run back now after being so cool just now? You fat bastard, which is more important, looking cool or staying alive? What if the missile misses? We'd just stay out here waiting to die. Hearing this, Zhang Taizhan and the others laughed while running. Good lad, I thought you were going to die a hero, but it turns out you're afraid of death too. Su Bai cursed. Brother Zhang, why don't you stay and watch the fireworks? I think it's quite fitting. Zhang Taizhan smiled wryly and quickened his pace. Meanwhile, the radar of the ghost fighter jet in the night sky kept blaring alarms. Pilot Tom was initially calm. As one of the Eagle's top aces, he often carried out covert missions in other countries. Being locked onto by air defense weapons was nothing unusual. Once he had entered the airspace of the Grizzly Bear country and was locked onto by their air defense missiles, but he still flew out unscathed. A string of such achievements made his reputation grow in the squadron, and he became increasingly arrogant and reckless in his missions. However, it was quite unexpected that this time on a similar mission, he was locked onto by the Rabbit country's air defense weapons. Ghost Calling Command Center. There's a new discovery in the border airspace of the Rabbit country. They seem to have an air defense system that can detect fighter jets. I am currently being locked onto by an unknown missile. Command Center, impossible. The Rabbit country's radar system cannot be that advanced. Did you expose any trace prematurely? Tom, reporting to Command Center, I am indeed locked onto by a special radar system. The air defense missile is at. Suddenly Tom's pupils dilated, or red dot on the radar panel was flashing and rapidly approaching him. The speed of the red dot kept increasing. Mach 1, Mach 2, Mach 5, Mach 7, Mach 10. Tom was finally terrified. What the hell was this thing? Why did the Rabbit country suddenly have such a terrifying weapon? It's approaching me at Mach 10. Command Center, what? Mach 10. Tom, are you sure you didn't misread? How could the Rabbit country have such an advanced air defense missile? Tom said in shock, calling Command Center, I'm absolutely sure. I'm trying to shake off the missile now. Requesting support. Command Center, the fastest support will take 20 minutes to arrive. Silence. The Command Center fell silent. Tom also ended the call. 20 minutes. By then, everything would be cold. As a top ace, Tom reacted immediately. He kept climbing to higher altitudes, hoping to shake off the missile's lock. But it was all in vain. The missile seemed to have eyes, and no matter how he changed his flight path, it could adjust its attitude and lock onto the target in an instant. A chill rose in Tom's heart. With over a decade of flying experience and hundreds of missions, he had never felt such fear. Death was so close. It was as if he was locked onto by a mysterious eastern dragon that would not relent until it tore him apart. Under the moonlight, a black fighter jet streaked across the night sky, with a missile trailing behind it like an arrow. Damn it! Tom released chaff and pulled up at a 90-degree angle. The terrifying G-force twisted his face into a grimace, but the effect was obvious. The chaff didn't detonate the missile, but inertia caused the missile to fly forward a distance before turning and relocking onto the target. Just as Tom breathed a sigh of relief, the missile reappeared not far behind him. Fuck you. Fuck Rabbit Country, fuck you. To improve the fighter's maneuverability, Tom decisively dropped the auxiliary fuel tank to reduce weight. This indeed made the aircraft more agile, but faced with the terrifying speed of the air defense missile, everything was futile. Tom seemed to realize this and decisively activated the ejection system. The cockpit ejected instantly, but then it was too late. The missile pierced the fighter jet at a terrifying speed. A deafening explosion. The scorching flames from the explosion engulfed Tom, leaving not even a trace of bone. In the night sky beside the moon, a beautiful firework bloomed. Su Bai and the others who had just stepped into the air raid shelter pulled back their feet and turned to look at the night sky. A firework burst in the sky and countless small fireballs like meteorites streaked across the night. At that moment, everyone present was stunned. Brother Bai, did we actually succeed? Du Peng's eyes widened as he swallowed hard, seeming incredulous. Zhang Taizhan replied blankly, could it be someone setting off fireworks next door? He Shu dumbly added, then those fireworks must be pretty expensive. Lung Yu said, probably not cheap. At this, people inside the shelter heard the noise and curiously came out. Everyone followed Su Bai, and the others gazed to the night sky. The night sky was clear, and the waning crescent moon was bright and clearly visible. A ball of fire the size of a basketball fell from the horizon and eventually disappeared. The scene was silent. The chirping of nocturnal insects could be heard clearly. Then someone in the crowd asked and answered himself, what was that fire just now? Was it the Eagle's fighter jet? Seems like it. Could it be that we succeeded? A person beside him replied, looking at the sky as if in a dream, feeling unreal. Xiaobai, did we really do it? Zhang Taizhan asked. Su Bai wasn't sure either and immediately ran towards the control panel. Seeing this, Zhang Taizhan anxiously chased after him, even stumbling and falling on his, but getting dirt all over. He ignored the pain, dusted himself off, and continued chasing. The others also followed. They too were eager to know the result. At the gate of the Air Defense Missile RD Center, everyone gathered, not speaking or discussing, silent, waiting for the result. Then a figure emerged from the gate. Su Bai had a joyful expression, stood at the entrance, scanned the crowd, and took a deep breath. He shouted, we succeeded. We succeeded. We are the first country to shoot down the Eagle's top-tier fighter jet. We did it. Silence. Utter silence. Then thunderous cheers erupted. On everyone's faces, pent-up emotions burst forth. Excitement, elation, joy, pride. All kinds of complex feelings intertwined. The gloom that had hung over the 105th military factory, the gloom that had shrouded the Rabbit Country's airspace, was completely dispelled at that moment as the fireball fell. Many veteran workers couldn't contain their emotions and broke down in tears of excitement. Decades. Finally, we have lived to see this day. I spent most of my life here, never thought I'd see this day, but I did. Ha ha ha. 10 years of sharpening a sword, sweeping away 10,000 miles of dark clouds. This sword has been weighted for far too long, so long that I almost forgot. The vast mountains and rivers regain clarity, the 10,000-mile landscape evergreen. From now on, this mountain range will never see scorched earth again, only infinite hope. We succeeded, we succeeded. Du Peng excitedly hugged He Shu, wiping his tears on the other's shoulder, who just smiled and didn't mind. Old He, I succeeded. I really shot down the plane. He Shu's mouth twitched a few times. He felt something was off, but couldn't put his finger on it. Lung Yu appeared beside Su Bai, at some point a smile on her face. You did it. The fireworks were beautiful. Under the moonlight, Lung Yu's long hair fluttered, seeming to radiate light. Su Bai smiled and said, yeah, the fireworks were really beautiful. And a bit expensive. Uffed. Lung Yu suddenly burst out laughing, then gave him a big hug. She planted a kiss on Su Bai's cheek. Silly. Lung Yu shyly turned and left. Su Bai was stunned. This was the first time he had been kissed by a girl since transmigrating. What was this? Was it considered harassment? Should he kiss her back? Otherwise, wouldn't he be at a loss? Then, as Su Bai was pondering how to flirt, a heart-wrenching cry sounded in his ears. Everyone turned to look at the back of the crowd. There Zhang Taizhan sat on the ground like a big child, snot and tears streaming. How many years? Do you know how I survived all these years? I've been through so damn much. Everyone exchanged glances, seeing Zhang Taizhan like this for the first time. Many suppressed their laughter, afraid that Zhang Taizhan would settle scores later. Just then, He Weihua appeared with a squad of soldiers. Chief Engineer Su, everything is ready. Before the missile was successfully developed, Su Bai had given a command to Huihua. Once the air defense missile shot down the Eagle's fighter, he was to bring the troops to see him immediately, to prepare for what came next. Su Bai nodded and looked at Zhang Taizhan. Brother Zhang, I'm going to pick up the plane wreckage. Are you coming or not? Zhang Taizhan immediately changed his expression, regaining his usual factory director's authority. I remember you guys. You laughed just now, didn't you? Tomorrow you'll clean the toilets for a month. Then he looked at Su Bai and said, let's go. Move out. Su Bai. Others. With such talent, it's really a pity he didn't become an actor. Huihua's unit, following the coordinates provided by Su Bai, located the wreckage of the fighter jet in the mountains 50 kilometers from the military factory. The fuselage was already beyond recognition, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. However, the most crucial black box was successfully retrieved, containing various flight data of the fighter jet, which would greatly aid future fighter jet development. The black box was immediately sent back to the 105 military factory. The wreckage of the fighter jet, after a thorough search by over 100 personnel throughout the night, was all brought back to the factory, not even a single screw left behind. Every component of a top-tier fighter jet was worthy of study. Of course, this was true for the former China. After Su Bai analyzed the complete Super Sword 20 fighter jet, nothing else seemed as important. At dawn, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Everyone in the factory had been too excited to sleep all night, worried that what had happened was a dream and that they would wake up to find everything back to how it was. After the events of last night, the factory personnel realized that the air defense missile was developed by Su Bai. Everything was led by Su Bai, which explained it all and was no longer a secret. Many people recalled the tank project and connected the two. The conclusion that both projects were led by Su Bai spread throughout the factory. Zhang Tieshan, seeing that he could no longer conceal it, immediately sought help from Huihua and had all factory personnel sign confidentiality agreements. Since the factory was already a classified unit, implementation was not too difficult. Everyone realized the seriousness of the matter and became even more tight-lipped. I never expected that young Su is the chief engineer of both projects. No wonder he was often absent during the early stages of the two projects. Who could have thought that a 20-year-old would be the chief engineer of a national project? Even if you told me now, I'd think it was a joke. Indeed, if factory director Zhang hadn't admitted it himself, and we hadn't signed the confidentiality agreement, I would still find it hard to believe. A prodigious youth blooming with brilliance, gifted beyond compare, unrivaled. The nation has hope for the future, and we have expectations. One day this young man will make the world hear the roar of the dragon from the east. At the 105 military factory's Air Defense Missile R&D Center, various charred parts of the Eagle fighter jet were laid out in the middle of the workshop. Each part was labeled and recorded in documents to ensure none were missing during transport. The aircraft's black box was also among them, though it could not yet be deciphered. Engineer Su, all parts are here, none missing. Huihua handed the parts inventory list to Su by completing his report. Su Bai nodded. Commander He, you've been busy all night. Go rest now. Huihua looked at the charred fighter jet parts and smiled. How can I sleep? This is a world-class fighter jet that we shot down. Once the news gets out, the world will be shocked. Zhang Taizhan smiled. We can't say anything about this, or we'll be in big trouble. We did nothing last night. Huihua grinned knowingly. Understood, understood. Last night we were all sound asleep. We don't know anything about any fighter jet. Everyone present laughed. At that moment, Du Peng asked curiously, Brother Bai, what's our next move? These parts are all burnt out. Is it really useful to bring them back? Su Bai explained with a smile, they are of some use. He turned to Zhang Taizhan. Brother Zhang, call the capital and inform them. Let them handle the rest. I have some things to take care of back home. Su Bai had obtained the air defense artillery system yesterday, and there were only 2 modules to analyze. The analysis time was also short. One module required 12 hours, so it could be fully analyzed in a day. It was actually a type of close-in air defense artillery array system, primarily for precise defense against low-altitude threats, destroying targets through dense artillery coverage. Under full firepower coverage, the system's air defense artillery could fire over 5,000 rounds per minute, forming a dense network of fire. Not only drones and helicopters, but even fighter jets or missiles would find it difficult to pass through such fire coverage. Su Bai planned to complete the design drawings of the air defense artillery as soon as possible and leave them at the 105 military factory for trial production. With long-range strikes covered by air defense missiles and close-range air defense by artillery, the 105 military factory would have no lingering worries. Zhang Taizhan nodded, arranged for security, and then called the capital to report the situation. At dawn, the streets of the capital were bustling with activity. The air was filled with the aromas of various breakfasts, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk pancakes. Full of the breath of life. Zhou Weimin was buying breakfast for his teacher. Just then his phone rang. Teacher, I'm buying breakfast. What? Okay, I'll be right back. In Minister Chin's office at the research department, 4 academicians from the National Research Institutes had arrived early along with military representatives. Old Su, what's going on? Why did you call us all here? And Rand couldn't help asking. Not sure. I only got the news this morning and rushed here. Su Jianguo looked at the other two. Do you two know what happened? Du Shiji and Zhang Haichao shook their heads. No, we're as clueless as you. It must be something big or they wouldn't be in such a hurry. Their gazes shifted to Major General Qi, the military representative. Major General Qi smiled. Everyone, it will be clear once Minister Chen arrives. I can reveal in advance that it's not bad news, and it's related to the 105 military factory. The four of them were stunned. Again, related to the 105 military factory. Could it be that Su Bai had another technological breakthrough? They quickly dismissed the absurd thought. It hadn't been that long. If Su Bai made another breakthrough in research, it would be truly unbelievable, and they old fellows would have no face to remain in their positions. 5 minutes later, Minister Chen returned to the office, his expression mixed with joy and concern. Please sit down, everyone. I need to discuss something with you. Minister Chen looked at and ran. This matter might be particularly important for your fighter jet development. General Qi, you can explain the situation. Major General Qi nodded. Let me briefly explain the situation. Last night, he spent 5 minutes summarizing what had happened at the 105 military factory. The 4 academicians present were stunned after hearing it. That kid actually shot down a fighter jet. Holy crap, is this a dream? Upon hearing the news, academician and Ran was the first to rise, intending to head straight to the Northwest 105 military factory. She realized this was an absolute opportunity. Studying the fighter jet wreckage and the black box might yield a breakthrough in fighter aircraft research. The nation's fighter jet development would usher in a new chapter, making it possible to create a top-tier fighter entirely of its own. And Ran, sit down first. There's no rush, Minister Chen advised. The fighter wreckage will definitely be given to your institute, I guarantee that. Besides informing you of the news today, there are some matters we need to discuss. And Ran finally sat down and continued the discussion. Su Jianguo was still shaken. Minister Chen, is this news really from the 105 factory? It feels like a dream. That was a world-class fighter jet with no record of being shot down. Xiao Bai's anti-air missile brought it down with a single shot, and on the very first test. It's almost unbelievable. Du Shiji, sitting opposite Su Jianguo, couldn't help but marvel. It's truly extraordinary. To down a world-class fighter without any prior testing. Such a feat has no precedent in global history. A 20-year-old kid accomplished all this. It really feels like a dream. Zhang Haichao nodded, filled with emotion. The waves behind drive on those before, and the new surpassed the old. When we were 20, we were still in school dreaming of becoming national researchers and contributing to the country. We are far inferior to Su Bai. At such a young age, he is already striving for the nation's future. Sometimes I feel deeply ashamed. Hearing this, and Rand smiled reassuringly. Old Jiang, we must admit we're aging. Times change, technology evolves, and our thinking must keep pace. We should stay in step with the era. It's a joyful thing to see the younger generation stand out and even surpass us in some areas. Then she chuckled. At least I'm not blushing. In the field of fighter jets, that kid Su Bai hasn't surpassed me yet. I can still hold my ground there. Zhang Haichao smiled. Actually, I think old Wu should be the one blushing. After all, the fields Su Bai has mastered are exactly what he was preparing to work on. Now that Su Bai has done it, old Wu's face must be burning red. Enough, what are you laughing at? And Ran rolled her eyes. Use your brain. Old Wu is probably the happiest now. He not only gained a genius student like Xiao Bai, but can also retire early in his old age. How comfortable his life must be. Look at us. Our research projects have made no progress. Even if the state doesn't pressure us, we can't let ourselves off the hook. Every year we waste so much national manpower and resources with no results. Oh, and Ran sighed deeply and said no more. The others felt a bitter taste in their mouths. How did old Wu get so lucky picking up a genius student like Xiao Bai for free? When would it be their turn to pick up such a student and enjoy a comfortable life? Old Su, Zhang Haichao joked. When will you let Xiao Bai drop by my place? Maybe there will be an unexpected harvest. Su Jianguo couldn't help but laugh. Old Jiang, do you think research is like growing cabbages? Something you can just do on a whim? Xiao Bai specializes in land warfare equipment. Isn't your naval domain a bit too far a stretch? Exactly. Du Shiji laughed. Don't mind this guy. His head is full of mush. Old Su, have Su Bai come to my place, the domain gap isn't that big. Su Jianguo. Good grief. Why don't you two go perform a duet? Each one is more shameless than the other. I, as his grandfather, haven't said a word, and you're already trying to steal him away. That's too much. And Rand smiled. No matter what you think, I'm definitely going to have Xiao Bai visit my place. Maybe it'll have some effect. Old Su, don't refuse then. Su Jianguo chuckled. It's up to you. If the kid is willing to go with you, I have no objection. But remember one thing, don't interfere with Xiao Bai's talent in land warfare equipment research. Given his talent in that field, the future will be significant, whether for him personally or for the nation. And Rand smiled. Don't worry, do I seem that reckless? Having him visit me will broaden his horizons and benefit him, nothing harmful. Su Jianguo nodded, reassured. He truly feared that Su, by being young, might stray and waste his talent in land warfare research. That would be a great loss. By the way, Zhang Haichao asked, Minister Chun, how is old Wu recovering? He's been resting for over a month now. Shouldn't he be discharged soon? Chen Jiaguo smiled. He's scheduled to be discharged the day after tomorrow. I plan to visit academician Wu in the northwest. That's the second matter. I intend to go to the Northwest 105 factory to see academician Wu and bring back the fighter wreckage. What are your plans? Su Jianguo said. I happen to miss my grandson, so I'll go along too. I'll go personally as well. And Ran explained, the fighter wreckage is too important. I'm worried about any mishaps during transport. I'll go myself to handle it, and also ask if Xiao Bai is willing to visit my place. Zhang Haichao and Du Shiji exchanged glances. Then I'll go too. Haven't seen old Wu in a while. I'll go as well, catch up with him. Su Jianguo's mouth twitched fiercely. You old farts keep making up excuses. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Minister Chen smiled. There's one more thing the higher-ups have decided. I think I should let you know. Everyone listened attentively. Chen Jianguo elaborated. As you know, our people currently lack confidence. The authorities have decided to publicly announce the success of these 2 research projects. Of course, Su Bai's name won't be mentioned. Only the research achievements. First, to boost public confidence. Second, to serve as a warning to the eagle. This time the eagle will have to swallow the loss and stay silent. What do you think? Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Su Jianguo couldn't help but ask, is Xiao Bai's safety really ensured? Chen Jiaguo reassured him. Old Su, you can rest assured. Xiao Bai's identity is classified as top state secret. Apart from me and a few individuals, no one has the authority to access it. Additionally, the security team and the military have arranged for covert protection of Su Bai. Within the country, I can guarantee he won't suffer a single scratch. Su Jianguo nodded, temporarily relieved. Compared to research, he cared more about his grandson's safety. City Hospital. Su Bai came to visit old Wu with documents. Today was the day of discharge. Xiao Bai, I heard from Taizhan about your matter. Inside the ward, only Wu Zhongming was there. Su Bai stood by the window. Compared to before, Wu Zhongming had become much thinner. Outside, the weather was clear with a gentle breeze. Wu Zhongming smiled calmly. You've worked hard during this time. Without you, the 105 military factory might have. Su Bai interrupted with a smile. Old Wu, this is what I should do. Hearing this, Wu Zhongming nodded, smiled, and said no more. His gaze fell on the document bag behind Su Bai, and he paused. Then he smiled. You're not just here to pick me up, are you? Speak your mind. Su Bai handed the documents to Wu Zhongming. Old Wu, this is the anti-aircraft artillery system I've been developing, which can better strengthen our air defense capabilities. Take a look when you have time. Wu Zhongming raised an eyebrow, shocked as he stared at the documents in his hand. Did you research and design this during this time? Aren't you? Su Bai smiled. Wu Zhongming paused, then also smiled. Compared to previous developments, the anti-aircraft system was indeed not impressive, but how it was developed no longer mattered. You really are a child full of surprises. Is this a discharge gift for me? Su Bai smiled. You could say that. Actually, there's something else I need to discuss with you. Wu Zhongming smiled. Let me guess. Are you planning to leave the 105 military factory? Hearing this, Su Bai was stunned. Old Wu, how did you know? Wu Zhongming explained with a smile. Do you remember what you said on your first day at the 105 military factory? Su Bai paused, then gave a bitter smile. In his mind, he recalled that day scene as if it had happened yesterday. So unreal. So many things had happened during this time. Many people and matters had quietly changed. His mindset had also changed. Wu Zhongming recalled that day in his mind. I remember you said that day you wanted to develop your own fighter jets and shoot down the Eagle's fighters. From that day on, I understood that you don't belong to the 105 military factory. You have your own goals, your own ideas. You don't belong to any single place. I'm well aware of that. Wu Zhongming sighed. I just didn't expect this day to come so soon. Your growth is truly astonishing. I'm an old man inferior to you. All these years I've truly wasted so many of the nation's resources. I feel guilty toward the country. Old Wu. Su Bai said, for technology to advance and the nation to become strong, we cannot do without the contributions of your generation. Our growth depends on your dedication. You are the generation that has contributed the most to the country. You gave up your families, yourselves, even your freedom, all for the strength of the nation. Wu Zhongming waved his hand, his gaze turning to the window. No more, no more. Too much sentimentality. I'm not used to it. Su Bai smiled. At that moment, the ward door was pushed open. Chen Jiaguo and Su Jianguo, along with a few others, walked in smiling. This child has really grown up to be able to say such words. Su Jianguo did not hesitate to praise Su Bai as soon as he entered. It seems that the experiences at the 105 military factory during this time have not only made you grow in research, but also psychologically. Old Wu, I really have to thank you properly this time. Wu Zhongming smiled. It's all the child's own growth. I didn't contribute much. You are also Xiao Bai's teacher, so naturally, you have your merit. And Rand's gaze fell on the documents in Wu Zhongming's hand. Jokingly, she said, Old Wu, what you're holding isn't a new weapon system developed by Xiao Bai, is it? Du Shiji laughed. Alright, stop teasing Old Wu. He just got discharged. If it were really the latest development, how could it be carried in a shabby document bag? You guys are really a bit boring joking about this. And Rand smiled, just a joke to lighten the mood. Back in the day when Old Wu was in school, he used to joke with me like this. Just having some fun. Hearing this, the others also laughed, and the atmosphere became much lighter. Ms. and Rand, you've made the wrong joke today. The others were stunned by Wu Zhongming's words. Then Wu Zhongming took the documents out and placed them on the bed. What's in here is Xiao Bai's latest development, the close-in anti-aircraft weapon system. You all guessed wrong. Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes at the documents on the bed, their mouths twitching violently. Good heavens. Your 105 military factory is way too casual. Getting cocky, definitely getting cocky. That anti-aircraft system is not considered research, is it? Just casually placed on the bed. Old Wu, you're not joking with us, are you? Du Shiji pointed at the documents on the bed, shocked. It's only been a few days, and you're saying this is Xiao Bai's new design drawings. Wu Zhongming nodded, feeling immense satisfaction from the shocked expressions on their faces. I never thought I'd see this day. What a thrill. That's right, is that so strange? Why the shocked expressions? You really haven't seen the world. At our 105 military factory, all important RD projects are carried in these document bags. It's very ordinary. The people present almost spat out blood. Very ordinary. Haven't seen the world. Give you full marks for showing off. May I pick it up and take a look? And Rand couldn't help asking. Wu Zhongming looked at Su Bai. Su Bai smiled, sure. Only then did Rand pick up the documents and look at them. The others also gathered around, carefully examining the documents. Wu Zhongming was not in a hurry. He sat quietly by the window as the discharge procedures still needed some time. A gentle breeze blew through and the ward was exceptionally quiet. The wall clock ticked away as if reminding everyone to cherish time. This is incredible. And Rand couldn't help exclaiming, breaking the silence. The muzzle velocity is over 1150 meters per second, with an effective range of 3500 meters. When firing at full capacity, it can unleash 5000 rounds per minute. With such terrifying firepower, even a mosquito couldn't fly through. You're only talking about the fire coverage of a single anti-aircraft gun. Du Shiji said in shock. If 100 such close-in defense guns were deployed along a defensive line, just thinking about it is terrifying. That would form a terrifying close-range air defense line with firepower covering the entire battlefield along the line. Once formed into a scale, it would be an absolutely terrifying artillery coverage system. Jiang Haichao couldn't help cursing. Old Wu, you actually treat this weapon system as nothing. I still don't have a decent warship. It's a case of drought for some, flood for others. Old Wu, I want to punch you. This is too damn unfair. Wu Zhongming was in a great mood and didn't argue with them. I'm just being unfair. If you have the guts, bring out your own equipment to pick on me. Jiang Haichao, you. Apart from Wu Zhongming, the happiest person present was Su Jianguo. No matter how you show off, it was all created by my grandson. In 2 words, awesome. At that moment, cheers erupted outside the window, and even the hospital corridor buzzed with discussion. Damn, have you seen the national news? Our self-developed world-class tank has entered mass production. Really? Are you sure it's a top-tier tank entering mass production? Not only the tank entering mass production, but even the world-class air defense missile has been successfully developed and tested and is about to enter mass production. Amazing, my country. Quietly dropping a big surprise. My heart can't take it. Today is a happy day. Let's buy some good wine and food to celebrate at home. What are you drinking? Did you forget what the doctor just said? Honey, just a little bit. I'm just happy to see our country becoming stronger. Inside the ward, Su Bai was stunned by everything he heard outside. Grandpa, what's going on? Su Jianguo smiled. This is all the higher-ups' intention. It's also a warning to the eagle. Su Jianguo explained, not discussing this with you beforehand was our oversight. After all, you are the project's chief engineer. I apologize on behalf of the nation. Minister Chen, you misunderstood me. Su Bai explained, I was just a bit surprised. Actually, there's nothing wrong with going public. It's only beneficial for the country. I wholeheartedly support it. Hearing this, everyone present smiled. Su Jianguo still apologized. For your safety, the country has not revealed your identity. Rest assured you will be given the honor you deserve at an appropriate time in the future. I believe that day will not be too far off. A gentle breeze blew and a withered yellow leaf drifted into the ward with the wind. Everyone's gaze turned to the scenery outside the window with faint smiles. Outside the window was the vast, beautiful landscape they had dedicated their lives to protecting. Conference room of the 105 military factory. Su Bai and his group returned from the hospital and visited the missile RD center. The aircraft wreckage was successfully loaded onto transport vehicles ready to be shipped to the First National Flight Research and Design Institute. All matters concerning the fighter jet have been handed over. Now let's talk about Su Bai's matter. Minister Chen smiled and said, before you came you already knew the situation. This young Bai plans to leave the 105 military factory. Academician Wu, what do you think? Wu Zhongming shook his head and smiled. Although I'm reluctant, Xiao Bai is brought enough to the 105 military factory. His departure was only a matter of time. I won't hold him back, he has his own plans. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Su Bai and smiled. Xiao Bai, come back and visit when you have time. After all, this is where your scientific research began. Su Bai nodded. I will, Grandmaster Wu. Wu Zhongming nodded, his eyes filled with reluctance, and said no more. Xiao Bai, how about visiting Grandpa Zhang's place? Jiang Haichao laughed. At my place not only can you do research, but you can also go fishing at sea and enjoy the sea breeze. It's incredibly fun. How about dropping by my place? Maybe you'll get some inspiration for warship design. Hey, keep bluffing. You've already fooled everyone silly. Du Shiji said to Su Bai, don't listen to that old man's nonsense. I've been to his place countless times. The air is full of the smell of salted fish. Once you stay there long enough, the stench clings to you and won't go away. It's really unpleasant. With that, Du Shiji changed his tone. Speaking of fresh air, my place has the freshest. Atop the mountain, every morning I wake up to see the sunrise over the golden peaks. It's absolutely breathtaking. You don't know, according to experts, breathing in nature can prolong life. Look at me, I'm in great shape. I can climb 5 flights of stairs without getting winded. How about taking a stroll over at Grandpa Du's place? Maybe you'll make a new discovery. The people present twitched their mouths, fiercely looking at the two with strange expressions. Whoa, anyone would think you two were salesmen. So professional. Xiao Bai. And Ran smiled and said, I heard from Old Wu about your first day at the 105 military factory. You want to develop your own top-tier fighter jet, don't you? Su Bai nodded. The others all looked at Su Bai, their eyes filled with admiration. At such a young age to have such ambition, you'll definitely achieve great things in the future. And Ran continued with a smile, come and stay with Grandma for a while. Take a walk, explore. I don't expect you to make any breakthroughs in fighter jets. Broadening your horizons and experiencing the charm of different research fields will be of great help to your future path. Zhang Haichao and Du Shiji looked at each other, exclaiming that this was too bad. Olden really knew how to talk. Not only was she beautiful, but her words were also pleasant. Su Bai was likely going to follow the beautiful and Ran. Damn, this was serious. Su Bai actually didn't need to think about it. The design drawings for the Super 5th Generation fighter were already complete. He had to take the drawings to the National Aircraft Research and Design Institute to build the Super 5th Generation fighter. Just then the system's voice suddenly rang out. A slight smile curled at the corner of Su Bai's mouth. Was there new technology coming? System, tell everyone present that you have completed the development of the Super 5th Generation fighter, and you will be rewarded with the opportunity to analyze the 5th Generation bomber, the Hong 20. Damn, these two brothers are complete. If the Jian 20 is a sword in the sky, then the Hong 20 is a moving powder keg in the air. Its terrifying endurance and payload capacity are a nightmare on the battlefield. No matter where the battlefield is in the world, the Hong 20 can definitely arrive within an hour and precisely destroy the target. Su Bai didn't expect the system to bring such a huge surprise. Once the Air Force is equipped with the Jian 20 and the Hong 20, they will definitely reach world-class levels, breaking the Eagle's blockade in the fighter jet domain. Seeing that Su Bai wasn't speaking, the others thought he was still thinking and said nothing more. Su Jianguo smiled and said, Xiao Bai, go wherever you want. Don't think too much and don't burden yourself. You can continue researching in your familiar field or explore other areas. Grandpa supports you either way. Hearing this, and Ran nodded and smiled. Your grandfather is right. No matter where you go, we respect your choice. Actually, we just hope you can experience more research fields. It will help you on your future path. At this point, Zhang Haichao and Du Shiji also nodded and spoke. Xiao Bai, the path of scientific research is both lonely and interconnected. You need to determine what path you want to take in the future. Now is critical. Du Shiji nodded after hearing this. Old Zhang finally said something sensible. Don't be pressured, don't hesitate. We old folks are still here and can always provide you with some help. Speak your mind boldly. Minister Chen also smiled and said, Xiao Bai, the country will always support you. As his words fell, the conference room fell into silence. At this moment, the older generation of researchers were sharing their experiences, hoping the younger generation could avoid some detours and carve out their own path. The road of scientific research is long. Not everyone has the older generation of researchers to help pave the way. And Ran said she hoped Su Bai could help their research, but that was not the case. They were more intent on cultivating Su Bai to walk a different path. Su Bai took a deep breath, stood up, and swept his gaze around. Everyone, actually, I have already made my choice in my heart. I want to go to Grandma and place the Aircraft Design Research Institute. Actually, I have already completed the development of the 5th Generation fighter. I want to go to Grandma and to build the fighter. Silence. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. A chill rose from the soles of everyone's feet to the top of their heads, leaving them stunned. Whoa, are you kidding me? You've actually developed a 5th Generation fighter. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and earning the opportunity to analyze the H-20. The autumn air was crisp and a gentle breeze drifted into the conference room. Xiao Bai, what are you saying? You've completed the development of a 5th Generation fighter. And Ran asked in shock, don't you know that our country hasn't even conquered 4th Generation fighter technology yet? Only a handful of nations like America possess the technology for 5th Generation fighters. Not one of these countries managed to develop such aircraft without investing enormous financial resources, manpower, and materials over decades. The difficulty involved is far beyond what one person could accomplish alone. And Ran looked at Su Bai with utmost seriousness. Tell me honestly right now, did you really develop a 5th Generation fighter? This is no joke. Everyone else fell silent, staring at Su Bai, their inner shock as tremendous as an earthquake. If Su Bai's words were true, it would be an unprecedented seismic event. The entire aerospace research sector would be shaken to its core. It would also catalyze progress across related fields, including defense industry, materials science, and civilian applications. Even from a national perspective, this is a monumental undertaking. Su Bai replied earnestly, "Grandma, and everything I'm saying is true. During my years studying abroad, I actually pursued numerous research projects. However, to ensure a smooth return to China, I kept many things undisclosed. Recently, I've had the opportunity to organize them all, including the fifth-generation fighter research." Everyone present couldn't help but gasp sharply. Completing several cutting-edge research projects during university studies was almost unthinkable. Is this something a human being can accomplish? Could Xiao Bai be an alien or a reincarnated person? Otherwise, achieving all this at 20 would make him an absolute genius. "Old Su, you damn old fool, what have you done?" Du Shiji suddenly erupted, pointing at Su Jianguo's nose and scolding him furiously. "How could you let your grandson endure in silence for so many years, never knowing what grievances he suffered? What kind of grandfather are you? Did you ever care about your own grandson?" "Exactly." Zhang Haichao couldn't help but unleash his own fury, his whiskers bristling and eyes wide, his hair standing on end, as if a grandmaster were channeling all their power. "I used to think you were decent, but I never imagined you'd be so unreliable. Your own grandson developed a fifth-generation fighter, and you had no idea. And you called him a spoiled brat before. What spoiled brat?" "A spoiled brat, my ass. Have you ever seen a playboy develop top-tier tanks? Or design advanced air defense missiles?" Zhang Haichao swallowed hard and continued his tirade. "Now he's built a fifth-generation fighter, and you're calling him a spoiled brat. That description fits you better. Look at your state. I get more annoyed the longer I look. Come Xiao Bai, be my grandson. Being this old bastard's grandson is pure suffering." Hearing this, Su Bai's lips twitched, and he glanced apologetically toward his grandfather. "I'm sorry, Grandpa, but I had no choice but to explain it this way. Please bear with me. That. Su Jianguo was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? Why was everything suddenly his fault? "I genuinely had no idea. What are you all doing?" And Ran rarely took this tone, questioning Su Jianguo directly. "Old Su, this time you're in the wrong. This time I won't side with you either. Don't tell me you didn't know about this. You know how crucial fifth-generation fighters are to our nation, and you understand what developing them sooner would mean for the country. How could you possibly be unaware?" Su Jianguo stood speechless. "Honestly, I'm just as confused. I truly had no idea." Su Jianguo looked toward Minister Chen with a desperate gaze. Chen Jianguo smiled gently. "Xiao Bai, did your grandfather know about this?" Su Bai gave an awkward smile. "Minister Chen, I haven't told anyone about the development work. These projects are too critical to the nation, so even my closest people weren't informed." "Did you hear that?" Everyone heard it. Su Jianguo glared at the two elderly men opposite him. "I genuinely didn't know about this. If I'd known, would I not have reported it immediately? Am I out of my mind? Stop cursing us old men around." Hearing this, Zhang Haichao and Du Shiji exchanged embarrassed smiles. "It was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We were only concerned about Xiao Bai." Exactly. "We're getting old, and our tempers are short. Please forgive us." "Ha ha ha." Wu Zhoming burst out laughing. "Watching the three of you argue is entertaining. It's like listening to a stand-up comedy routine. The 105 military factory hasn't been this lively in ages." As he spoke, Wu Zhoming turned to Su Bai and smiled. "Xiao Bai, it really has to be you. We old men only quarrel like this over someone like you. It's been too long since we've seen anything this exciting." Su Bai offered an awkward smile. "Look at the mess we've made." "Xiao Bai," and Ran asked, "I'd like to understand how far along your fifth-generation fighter development has progressed. Have you cracked all the relevant technologies, including stealth materials?" Hearing this, everyone else turned their gaze towards Su Bai as well. Su Bai nodded. "From materials to the engine and the fighter's control systems, everything has been fully mastered. I have all the relevant experimental data and parameters here as well. Once the blueprints are reviewed, we can move straight into the manufacturing phase." A collective gasp rippled through the room. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp sharply once more. Skipping the research phase was impressive enough, but having experimental test data already ready meant they could proceed directly to production. This was simply too remarkable. The human resources, materials, funding, and time saved would undoubtedly amount to an astronomical figure. The first three savings were considerable, but time itself was what mattered most to the nation. A rough estimate suggested at least 20 years could be saved. "Xiao Bai." Minister Chen rose from his seat, visibly moved. "I truly don't know how to express my gratitude to you. On behalf of the nation and as an individual, I thank you for your contributions to our country." The others also rose to their feet, their attention fixed on Su Bai. Su Bai instinctively stood up as well. "Xiao Bai, Grandpa is proud of you." Su Jianguo smiled with satisfaction. "You've surpassed even Grandpa." Zhang Haichao nodded. "To be honest, Jiang, Grandpa now wants to take you to the National Ship Design Research Institute even more. Who knows, there might be some inspiration to be found. However, today you should go with Miss. And instead, she needs you more." Du Shiji laughed. "Once Miss. An's affairs are settled. Do Grandpa welcomes you to his facility. Wu Zhoming smiled. When you have time, come visit this old man and see the 105 military factory. In the afternoon, under the crisp autumn sky, Su Bai finalized arrangements to depart the 105 military factory in the northwest the following day. Before leaving, he needed to bid farewell to his friends. Perched on the hilltop beside the factory, the four sat neatly on rocks, gazing down at the complex below, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken emotion. Partings are often wordless. There are things one wishes to say, but cannot find the words for, desires to hold on to that slip away regardless. All that remains is to keep them quietly locked within the heart. Brother Bai, you're really leaving? Du Peng felt a pang of melancholy and reluctance deep inside. Su Bai nodded. It's time to go. There are many things waiting for me to do. I'm leaving the 105 military factory in your hands. I hope when I return you'll each be capable of handling things on your own. Du Peng nodded, though his spirits remained low. He resembled nothing so much as a heartbroken bride. We should stay in touch by phone from now on. But it will be difficult to meet in person again. Su Bai murmured wistfully, if only we had smartphones. Smartphone? Du Peng asked, curious. Brother Bai, what kind of new gadget is that? Su Bai smiled. Nothing much. You'll find out someday. Brother Bai. He Shu adjusted his reflective glasses. Take care. Su Bai nodded. You too. Keep an eye on Fatty for me. He's not as composed as you are. He Shu nodded firmly. I will. Another stretch of silence fell between them, the atmosphere tinged with something unspoken. Lung Yu sat quietly to the side, saying nothing. Seeing this, He Shu pulled Du Peng along and departed. On the mountaintop, cool breezes stirred their hair as Lung Yu finally spoke, her voice calm and measured. When are you leaving? Su Bai gazed ahead. Tomorrow morning. And you, what are your plans? Continuing to stay at the 105 military factory, I assume. Lung Yu leaned back against the rock with one hand, tilting her face upward toward the sky as strands of hair danced beside her ears, carrying a faint fragrance. Of course I'm staying here. I want to develop an impressive missile just like you did. Your air defense missile gave me great inspiration this time. I want to stay and try my hand at it. Su Bai nodded, looking into the distance at a loss for words. In that moment, even the air seemed to settle into stillness. The two of them simply gazed upward at the sky as clouds drifted lazily overhead like cotton candy. Did you ever have feelings for me? Lung Yu's sudden question left Su Bai caught off guard. After a brief pause, he managed to reply, I did have feelings for you. Lung Yu appeared momentarily disappointed, yet there was also a hint of pleasure in her expression. She smiled. Then that counts as liking someone. That's enough for me. Lung Yu rose to her feet, smiling as she turned to leave. You fool, I really do like you. The wind carried away only Lung Yu's departing figure, leaving nothing behind. Su Bai offered a smile. Until we meet again, if fate wills it. In the capital, at the Huaca Academy family residential area. After leaving the 105 military factory, Su Bai did not immediately head to the National Aircraft Design and Research Institute. Instead, he stayed in the capital for a few days to spend time with his family. Xiaobai, you won't leave this time, right? Mother Lu Hongmei placed a piece of rib on her son's plate and smiled. From now on, stay at home. If you want to do scientific research, go to your grandfather's place. The Huaca Academy is a wonderful place for study and research. There are many national academicians, and learning from them will surely lead to success. Becoming a national academician like your grandfather in the future is not impossible. Su Jianguo nearly spat out his rice, his expression somewhat strange. Teaching this kid? It would be better for him to teach me. Becoming an academician at 20. He himself had only become a national academician at nearly 50, a gap of 30 years. The disparity was truly immense. Dad, are you alright? Lu Hongmei brought water to the old man. It's nothing, just choked a bit, Su Jianguo said with a smile. That's good then. Lu Hongmei continued, Dad, can Xiaobai get into the Huaca Academy? If possible, please arrange it. It would put our minds at ease if he's nearby. Of course, if it's really not possible, then forget it. We can't break the rules and pull strings. Su Jianguo was momentarily at a loss for words. He smiled. Hongmei, you don't need to worry about Xiaobai's studies. He has his own path. Academician and Ran has already taken Xiaobai as her student, and he's going to study at the First Institute of Aircraft Design. And Su Mu is also there, so they can look after each other. No need to worry. Lu Hongmei was taken aback. Dad, are you talking about academician and Ran? Why would she take an interest in Xiaobai? She's very strict, you know. When she took Su Mu as a student, it went through several rounds of assessment. Why is it so casual with Xiaobai? Dad, is the information reliable? Su Jianguo laughed. Academician and Ran said it to my face. How could it be false? Don't worry, it's the same as being in the capital, no danger. Lu Hongmei finally nodded in satisfaction. She instructed, after you go, follow your second sister and study hard under Academician and Ran. Academician and Ran is a top expert in fighter jet research. You must study well, understand? Su Bai smiled. Got it, Mom. I'll study hard. Lu Hongmei nodded approvingly. Her child had truly grown up. Across from them, Su Jianguo had a strange expression. Who would be teaching whom when he got there remained to be seen. Knock, knock, knock. Just then Su Changlong burst in with a beaming face, immediately plopping down. Dad, great news, great news. The 105 military factory has developed an anti-aircraft gun system. You have no idea how powerful it is. It can fire 5,000 rounds per minute with incredible speed, long coverage, and considerable firepower. I don't know which genius developed it, but it's damn impressive. Once the troops are equipped with this gear, their combat effectiveness will skyrocket, easily reaching world-class standards. As he spoke, Su Changlong smiled at his father, completely unaware of his son's strange expression. Dad, you must have known about this in advance, right? Su Jianguo glanced at him. Something on your mind, oi? Su Changlong grinned. Could you do me a favor? Could you go talk to that mysterious researcher and see if they can produce a batch for your son's troops first? Last time I only got 1 tank, which wasn't even enough to fill a crack. Could you also put in a good word for me? What do you think, Dad? Su Changlong continued. It's going to be deployed sooner or later anyway. Just move my order up a bit. How about it, Dad? Su Jianguo now found his son more and more foolish. He couldn't fathom how the same genes could produce such a specimen. What you're talking about is the 105 military factory's business. I don't have a say in it. He then looked at Su Bai. Maybe your son can help you. Hearing this, Su Changlong was stunned, staring wide-eyed at his son. Dad, are you kidding me? What can this little brat do for me? It's good enough if he doesn't cause trouble at home. Dad, I think this. Before he could finish, Su Jianguo kicked his son in the backside. Su Changlong stumbled and fell to the floor, utterly bewildered. What was going on? I didn't say anything wrong. Why did the old man get angry again? You worthless fool. Su Jianguo's anger made the atmosphere tense. You came to ask, but you won't listen. If I tell you to go to Xiaobai, then go to Xiaobai. His word carries more weight than mine at Factory 105. How did I end up with a fool like you? Having said that, Su Jianguo turned to Su Bai, his expression instantly softening into a grin. Xiaobai, this has nothing to do with you. Let's just continue eating. Su Bai looked at his father with sympathy. Without his father's sacrifices, this family would soon become harmonious. Su Changlong on the floor was completely dumbfounded. Not at his father's attitude, but at the implication that Xiaobai held sway at Factory 105. Could it be? Su Changlong scrambled up and sat beside his son, grinning obsequiously. For the sake of the troops, I'll do anything. It's only natural for a father to ask his son for a favor, right? Xiaobai hee. Su Changlong giggled foolishly, while his wife Lu Hongmei looked on with a grimace. Dad, I'm full. I'm going out for some air. Su Changlong ignored his wife and continued chatting with his son. Xiaobai, is what Grandpa said true? Can you really speak at the 105 military factory? Su Bai felt sorry for his father and couldn't bear to refuse, since it wasn't a big deal anyway. Dad, you talking to me like this feels strange. I'd rather you go back to being strict like before. Su Changlong paused, cleared his throat, and put on a serious face. His voice deepened. Is this better, son? Su Bai. What could he say to that? He had never realized his father was such a goofball. You two chat. I'm going out for some air. Su Changlong couldn't stand his foolish son any longer and also went out. Su Changlong laughed. Now it's just the two of us. Easier to talk. Was Grandpa telling the truth? Can you really have a say at the 105 military factory? Su Bai nodded. I can say a few words. Is that unscientific? Extremely unscientific. Su Changlong pondered. You're just a student on assignment. How long have you been at Factory 105 to have a say? And there's another strange thing: after you went to Factory 105, their research and development made leaps and bounds. Plus, Grandpa's attitude toward you has changed recently. Could it be that you are? Su Bai was dumbfounded. Dad, you're really something. If you keep guessing, don't blame me if something happens. You made it up yourself. Dad, actually it's nothing. Wait, let me guess, said Su Changlong. Su Changlong's eyes were determined and excited. I think I've stumbled onto something big. You and Grandpa are hiding something. You are. Holy crap. Su Bai was stunned. Dad, you can't really have guessed it, can you? You must be a student of that mysterious researcher, right? The scene froze. Su Bai stood there with his mouth agape. What do you think? Dad hit the nail on the head, didn't he? Su Changlong said smugly. I've noticed the changes in you and Grandpa. You think I'm stupid? Do you really think I see nothing? I wasn't sure before, but after what Grandpa said just now, I'm 100% certain you're connected to that mysterious researcher. There's no other possibility except being his student. Heh. Su Bai's mouth twitched violently, and he let out a cold laugh. Dad, you're really smart. I couldn't hide it from you. Su Changlong said proudly. It's just that your Grandpa is too clever, which makes me look a bit slow. Outside, everyone else calls me truly smart. So can you help with what I mentioned? It's really important. Su Bai nodded. I'll make a phone call. Wait for me. 5 minutes later, Su Bai returned after making the call. How did it go? Su Changlong asked anxiously. Is your mysterious teacher easy to talk to? After all, you're not exactly an outstanding student. The teacher might not take you seriously. Su Bai smiled. Are you talking about your own school days? Hey, I'm an excellent student, so of course I can speak up. Su Changlong was stunned. It's settled. Su Bai nodded. It's settled. Just submit the relevant documents when you get back. But the production capacity is limited for now, so only a small batch can be allocated. You really are my good son. Su Changlong ran out excitedly. Su Bai shook his head with a wry smile. Dad, if you ever find out the truth, are you going to strangle me? 3 days later, second sister Su Mu also returned home. With a cascade of jet black hair jeans and a white blouse, her countenance was impeccably pure. Su Mu's mission was to escort Su Bai to the Southern National Aircraft Design and Research Institute No. 1. She served there as a researcher specializing in fighter aircraft. It must be said that compared to the 105th Military Factory Flight Design Research Institute, the treatment was truly exceptional. They even traveled by a chartered plane, whether arranged by Director Chun or academician, and Ran Su Bai was at the very least indulging in a rare luxury. On the plane's second sister, Su Mu asked Su Bai how he had been getting along at Factory 105, engaging in casual conversation. "Little brother, have you taken a fancy to any girl at Factory 105? I heard that batch of students includes quite a few pretty girls. You're not getting any younger, it's time you found a girlfriend." Su Bai's mouth twitched sharply. "Second sister, you're still as gossipy as ever, not at all like a scientific researcher. What are you talking about?" Su Mu straightened her posture and adjusted her glasses. "Your second sister is already an associate researcher at 25, equivalent to a senior engineer. You know that senior engineers are divided into 3 grades. Although your sister is only a 3rd grade senior engineer, do you know what lies above? Professor researcher. Your sister has a chance to become a national academician before 50. Impressive, isn't it?" "Impressive. Truly impressive. I became a national academician at 20. Su Bai rolled his eyes. "Sister above 3rd grade senior engineer, there are still 1st and 2nd grades. Only after passing those 2 grades do you reach professor researcher. Moreover, professor researchers are also divided into 3 grades corresponding to 2nd to 4th grade researchers. A national 1st grade researcher is the true big shot. National engineering academicians and science academicians like academician and Ran, who is a national 1st grade researcher. You still have a long way to go." Su Mu was stunned after hearing this, her eyes wide as she stared at Su Bai. In her memory, her little brother, though clever, had always been lazy and unrestrained. He had never been interested in scientific matters. What was this today? He was so familiar with the hierarchy of scientific researchers. "Little brother, you've changed. You're actually so familiar with research ranks. But you should know how impressive it is that your second sister became a 3rd grade senior engineer at 25. You're only an intern researcher now. To reach my level, you'd need to endure at least 5 to 10 years. Your sister became a 3rd grade senior engineer in just 3 years. Now you know how formidable that is, right?" At that moment, the system voice suddenly rang out. System jokingly said, "Actually, I am a national academician. Reward H20 analysis time shortened by 5 days. What a timely blessing." The H20 had 5 analysis modules, each taking 6 days, requiring a full month to complete. Shortening it by 5 days, equivalent to finishing 1 module, was indeed excellent. "Second sister. Moi. Actually, I am already a national academician." Su Mu. System, congratulations on completing the task. Module analysis time shortened by 5 days. After several hours of flight, Su Bai and his sister finally arrived at the Southern National Aircraft Design and Research Institute No. 1. This institute was the nation's premier aircraft design research facility dedicated to the development of top-tier aircraft. It had once reverse-engineered and modified the Grizzly Bear State's 3rd-generation fighters to produce the nation's first indigenous 3rd-generation aircraft. But that was the past. A new challenges now lay ahead, waiting to be faced. "Xiao Bai, did you remember everything I told you on the plane?" The mentor is usually very stern, rarely smiling, and even more serious during research work. "You can't joke around like you did on the plane. This opportunity to come here is rare. You must cherish it." Su Bai nodded with a smile. "Don't worry, second sister. I'll fit in better here than you. From now on, I'll have your back." Su Mu. Anyone can brag. The main gate of the first academy of the National Aircraft Design and Research Institute. "Xiao Bai, what do you think? Isn't the gate of Design Academy No. 1 magnificent? Is it much better than you imagined?" Su Mu said proudly. Su Bai nodded. "Indeed, much better than the No. 105 military factory in northwest China." "Naturally." Su Mu pointed to the main building directly behind the gate. "This is the main office building, where senior engineers like your sister have their offices. Further back there is another auxiliary building, and you must never go there without reason." Su Bai was puzzled. "Why? Is there some kind of monster inside?" Su Mu glanced around vigilantly and whispered, "All the professors and academicians work there. All 10 senior academicians of our first academy are based there. As you know, the older generation of researchers has a certain generational gap with us. They are extremely strict about everything. If you accidentally bump into them, you will inevitably get a scolding." "Got it." Su Bai nodded. It didn't sound particularly frightening. "Besides that, there are a few more things I need to remind you about." Su Mu continued. "Academician and Ran is the head of the entire design and research first academy. Below him are 5 project teams, each led by 9 senior academicians. You will gradually get familiar with these in the future. Your second sister, Me, is in the engine project team, which is also the team our teacher leads. If nothing goes wrong, you may also study in the engine project team. Tomorrow, I will apply to our teacher to take you on as an intern. It should not be a problem. Now let me take you to the dormitory. I will arrange the details." Su Mu repeatedly emphasized, "Remember not to joke around recklessly. Our teacher is a very serious person. He is not only strict with researchers, but also very responsible towards students. Understood. Got it, second sister. Su Bai stared into the distance puzzled. Second sister, look, isn't that academician, and ran walking over. Hearing this, and ran paused and looked over. What the hell? It really was their teacher coming. Why was the teacher coming out at this time? Xiao Bai remembered to be polite. Got it. Su Bai nodded. Sumu felt a bit nervous inside since this was Xiao Bai's first time here. They must not leave a bad impression. Young researchers coming and going saw academician and ran walking toward them, as if carrying an imposing aura that silenced everyone present. They stood respectfully on the sides, daring not to breathe loudly. Is he really that scary? Academician and ran seemed quite amiable. Su Bai could not understand why this was happening. Why does it seem like the teacher is walking straight toward me? Could I have forgotten some research task? No way am I that unlucky. Sumu felt uneasy inside. Seeing academician and ran approach, she smiled and greeted, Teacher, are you going out? Not going out. I am here to pick up your brother Su Bai. And Ran smiled and looked at Su Bai. You are here so quickly. Why not stay at home a few more days? Hearing this, Su Mu was stunned. The teacher specially came out to receive his younger brother. What is going on, good heavens? Someone tell me what kind of situation this is. It is unprecedented. And that amiable smile, why is it so warm and friendly? Is this still the teacher I know? What is wrong with you, teacher? Su Bai scratched his head and smiled. I miss home when I am away, but after returning home, I want more freedom. So I came early. After all, there is nothing much to do at home. And Ran chuckled, you child. Let me take you to see the dormitory. If you need anything, just tell your teacher. I will make the arrangements for you. Teacher, that is not necessary. Su Bai pulled on his second sister, Sumu. Your sister can take me. I will tell her if there is anything I need. Sumu hurriedly nodded blankly, still not having recovered from her shock. Leave it to the teacher, I will arrange everything. A teacher for a day is a father for a lifetime. I am also half your family. Since this is your first time here, the teacher must personally make proper arrangements. Come on, let the teacher take you to see the dormitory. Sumu, you follow as well. Saying this, and Ran walked toward the dormitory area without waiting for their response. Sumu looked at Su Bai in shock. Good heavens, what kind of treatment is this, you kid? The teacher has so many students yet never treated anyone this way. Not only did he come to welcome you personally, but he also specially arranged the dormitory especially with that smile. I have followed the teacher for 3 years, and I have never seen such an amiable smile from him. Goodness, what have I experienced today? I really want to gossip about this with my colleagues. Su Bai's mouth twitched several times. Second sister, the teacher has walked far ahead. Are you sure you don't want to catch up, or you will get scolded? Su Mu froze, then immediately sprinted at full speed toward academician and ran. Su Bai shook his head helplessly. Second sister doesn't seem to be doing too well here. The first academy of the National Aircraft Design and Research Institute is divided into 2 major dormitory areas. The first dormitory area consists of single apartments housing the older generation of researchers in the academy who dedicated their lives to the country. The second dormitory area provides twin rooms prepared for young researchers in the first academy. The rooms are numerous, facilities are well equipped, and it is very suitable for young people. Teacher, are we going the wrong way? Sumu reminded softly. Dormitory area 2 should be to the west. We are currently heading east. We are not lost. We are going exactly where we should. And Ran explained, Xiao Bai is young, and it is his first time here. I have arranged his dormitory in area 1 so it is easier to look after him. Sumu was completely stunned after hearing this. Young. First time here. Easier to look after him. So he gets arranged into area 1. What kind of divine treatment is this? Did my little brother step on dog poop? Sumu looked at Su Bai with envy. Several senior academicians thought that living in area 1 would make it much more convenient to ask questions regularly. This kid really hit the jackpot. Isn't this inappropriate, teacher? Su Bai smiled. I can live in the same place as my second sister. There is no need to specially arrange accommodation. How can that be? And Ran firmly refused. You are still young. Living next to your teacher makes me feel at ease. Your grandfather and your mother can also rest assured. Su Bai smiled and said no more. What about me? What about me? Sumu felt unloved at this moment. Same grandfather, same mother, same teacher, why don't I have this treatment? Wait. Sumu recalled what was just said and was shocked. Living next to the teacher. Good heavens. That means dormitory no. 2. Goodness, the dormitory no. 2 that has been unoccupied for years is actually given to Xiao Bai. What is going on? What kind of divine treatment is this? Teacher, what is wrong with you? The 3 of them walked for about 10 minutes. Along the way, they encountered quite a few young researchers who respectfully greeted academician and Ran. From their expressions, Su Bai could see genuine respect and reverence. And Ran would nod in response to each greeting and sometimes sternly remind them about their research tasks. Most remarkably, academician and Ran could casually call out everyone's name. Su Bai truly did not expect this. The older generation of scientific researchers is indeed worthy of respect. The East District dormitory was indeed much better. A row of single-story cottages, each with a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, plus a small courtyard furnished with a table and a few chairs. It was far superior to the 105 military factory. Xiao Bai, what exactly is going on? Teacher has never been this good to a student before. Is there something you're hiding from your second sister? Sumu demanded. Subai spread his hands and smiled. Second sister, what could I possibly hide from you? When we were kids you knew every little thought in my head. How could I keep anything from you? Sumu nodded after hearing this. Alright, maybe teacher really thinks you need looking after since you're young. Everything's tidy here. Let me take you to get something to eat. After we eat, I'll take you to get a meal card. Second sister, I already have one. Subai pulled out a meal card with a gold border on which a few bold flowing characters were written. Exclusive for academicians. Holy crap. Sumu was completely stunned. Xiaobai, where did you get this meal card? Subai explained, teacher gave it to me before he left. He specifically told me to eat whatever I want and take good care of myself. Bloody hell. Sumu slumped back in her chair feeling as though her worldview had shattered. She muttered under her breath. You really don't know how lucky you are. Teacher even gave you the academician exclusive meal card. Envy, jealousy, resentment. Subai couldn't help asking, second sister, it's just a meal card. Is it really that big of a deal? Just a meal card. And you ask if it's a big deal. Sumu explained, do you know what those words mean? From now on you can eat for free. Then Sumu shamelessly linked her arm with Subai's beaming. Little brother, from now on you are your second sister's meal card. This way I can save a lot of money and buy more books. Subai worriedly said, second sister, teacher gave this to me. Are you sure that if teacher finds out he won't say anything? Hearing this, Sumu shivered coldly and shook her head repeatedly. No, absolutely not. If teacher ever finds out I'm dead meat, you'd better use it alone. My life is more important. Subai smiled. All day Sumu took Subai around to familiarize himself with the environment, and he roughly understood the layout. At night Subai sat in the courtyard admiring the moonlight. The moonlight over the 105 military factory still looks more beautiful. Subai turned his attention to the system analysis. The 5 modules of the Hong 20 had already analyzed the engine and material modules. The remaining airframe, fire control, and control modules would still need 15 days. At this pace the Hong 20 is expected to enter mass production next year. He hoped to analyze other types of aircraft technology in the coming period. Just then a middle-aged man walked into the courtyard. Are you Subai? Subai nodded. The man smiled. I'm from the secret unit of the First Flight Design Institute. Academician and Ran asked me to inform you that the meeting is ready. Please come with me now. Wait a moment, I need to grab a file. Under the moonlight, the middle-aged man stood quietly at the door, but his mind was in turmoil. I didn't expect Chief Engineer Su to be so young. Truly a young talent. Alright, let's go. Subai walked out holding a folder. The man's gaze fell on the folder, and he produced a black briefcase. He smiled. Chief Engineer Su, Academician and Ran specifically instructed that you put the file into the briefcase for safekeeping. Subai was taken aback, then shook his head with a wry smile. It seemed that Academician and Ran still had shadows from the 105 military factory. The man carefully placed the folder into the briefcase, ensured everything was secure, and closed it. He also set a password. He knew well the importance of the file. Any mistake would make him a traitor to the nation. Subai laughed. There's no need to be so cautious, it's just a file. The man let out a long breath and smiled. Chief Engineer Su sure knows how to joke. Alright, Chief Engineer Su, let's set off. Academician and the others must be waiting. Subai nodded. Under the moonlight, the 2 figures disappeared one after the other around the corner of the street. In the special meeting room of the First Flight Design Institute, many overtime researchers passing by the building noticed the lights on and couldn't help but glance curiously. Strange, why is the special meeting room lit tonight? Something big must be happening. Maybe someone forgot to turn off the lights. It's not the end of the year, what big event could there be? Enough. This is beyond our guessing. Let's focus on our research. By the way, did you hear what happened at the main gate today? Sumu. Special meeting room. 10 academicians of the Design Institute gathered there waiting for a very important person. Academician, and what's the matter that you called us for a meeting so late? The speaker was another senior academician from the engine project, Kong Xiangwang, also advanced in years with white hair and a slightly stooped figure. And Ran smiled. You'll know when the person arrives. Today will change the future path of our Design Institute. Perhaps one day this institute will stand at the pinnacle of world aircraft design. The other academicians exchanged puzzled glances. Academician, and what are you hiding? It's driving us crazy. Standing at the top of world aircraft. We never dared to dream of that before. Did something happen at the 105 military factory? Tell us. It's almost certainly related to the 105 military factory. They've been making a name for themselves in national research lately. First they completed a top-tier tank, then a state-of-the-art air defense missile project. And just yesterday, I heard they launched a new air defense artillery system project. Truly impressive. We've been wondering if the 105 military factory has some genius. How did they suddenly take off? Now seeing Academician An's reaction, it's probably connected to a secret state-protected research talent. Upon hearing this, Rand chuckled. You're close but not entirely correct. If it were only that there wouldn't be such a big commotion tonight. I need to remind you all. How are you old fellows feeling physically? And Rand smiled as he scanned the room, his gaze settling on the middle seat. Academician Chow, you're the oldest here, and your health isn't great. Don't get too excited. Do you have emergency medicine on you? Chao Qinghe, an academician from the Flight Materials Project team, laughed. Academician, and you're underestimating me. I lived through turbulent times when I was young and have seen it all. Even when enemies pointed guns at my head, I didn't flinch. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I won't even raise an eyebrow. Hearing this, the other academicians burst into laughter, and Ran also smiled. That's good to hear, but I still hope you have your medicine ready. Because what happens tonight will be hard for everyone present to accept at first. Emotional fluctuations are normal. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the meeting room door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the conference room door, and all eyes tensely fixed on it. Could it be that a mysterious researcher had arrived at Design Institute? No. 1. Come in. The door was slowly pushed open from outside. Su Bai entered the conference room smiling and greeting and Ran. Master. And Ran smiled. Come sit next to me. Su Bai nodded to everyone and took a seat beside Ran. The middle-aged man unlocked the briefcase, placed it in front of Su Bai, turned around, and left the door closing behind him. The atmosphere in the conference room grew quiet. All eyes remarkably converged on Su Bai, some still processing the situation. Academician and Ran, this young lad is. Cheng Xiandu, the elderly academician of the Fire Control Project team, couldn't help but ask. Others also curiously looked Su Bai up and down, their hearts filled with questions. And Ran smiled and explained, this is my new student Su Bai, and also the grandson of old Su. And he is also the protagonist of today's meeting. At these words, the elderly academicians were shocked and surprised. Academician, and I'm getting more and more confused. What does today's meeting have to do with Su's kid? Speaking of old Su's grandson, I still have some impression. I once tutored him in math homework when he was a child, and it almost gave me a heart attack. Haha, academician Chu, so that happened. I never would have guessed. Chu Wenhua, another elderly academician from the Fire Control Project team, laughed. That was so many years ago, I've long forgotten. If it weren't for the kid looking familiar, I wouldn't have recalled it at all. Su Bai gave an awkward smile. He hadn't expected that there was such a story. A math homework that actually nearly gave an elderly academician a heart attack. It must have been extremely difficult. Academician, and stop teasing us, and just say it. If this goes on, our old hearts really will give out. Bao Youwei, the elderly academician of the Airframe Structure Project team, said anxiously. Others nodded in agreement. The moment Su Bai entered the conference room, everyone's curiosity was nearly bursting. And Ran smiled. All right, before the meeting begins, there's one more thing to do. At that moment, the conference room door was knocked again. The middle-aged man who had left earlier entered with documents. Academician, and everything is ready. Can we sign now? And Ran nodded. Distribute them. The middle-aged man nodded and handed the documents to the elderly academicians one by one. Honorable academicians, this is a top-level confidentiality agreement. Please sign it. Not a single word of today's meeting may be disclosed to outsiders. Otherwise, you will be subject to treason charges according to relevant regulations. Stunned. Completely stunned. The elderly academicians' eyes widened wider than a bull's, staring incredulously at the documents in their hands. Even we have to sign a confidentiality agreement. Academician, and do we really have to sign? What major event requires even us old-timers to sign such an agreement? I haven't signed one of these in years. I never thought I'd have to sign one again today. Academician, and what is all this about? And Ran explained, it's not just you who signed the agreement. Old Su, Old Wu, and others like Du Shiji and Jiang Haichao have also signed the relevant agreements. I also signed the agreement at the 105 military factory. First sign the confidentiality agreement, and then I'll tell you what it's about. Hearing this, the elderly academicians nodded and signed the agreement without any hesitation. 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man left the conference room, and the elderly academicians could no longer sit, still eagerly asking about the situation. And Ran smiled. All right, let's begin today's meeting. Let me reintroduce Su Bai, the kid from the Su family. And Ran paused, and the hearts of the elderly academicians seemed to pause with him. National Honorary Academician Su Bai, National Tank Project Chief Engineer Su Bai, and National Air Defense Missile Project Chief Engineer Su Bai. Oh, and also the Chief Engineer of the Anti-Aircraft Gun System Development, Su Bai. Now you all should understand why Su Bai is here in the meeting room, and why you had to sign the confidentiality agreement. Silence. Eerie silence. The conference room seemed to have been pressed pause, or everyone was frozen. A national honorary academician and simultaneously the chief engineer of 3 national top-tier projects. Was this really an introduction of a young man? Such a flawless research career was something even the elderly academicians present could hardly match. Too shocking. This. Old Chow, are you okay? Where's your heart medicine? Lu Tian, the elderly academician beside him, immediately took out a pill from his own pocket and gave it to Chao Qinghe, who then recovered. Are you alright, old Chow? Others also stood up and looked at Chao Qinghe with concern. I'm fine, just too excited. I'm okay now. Chao Qinghe waved his hand, tried to stand up again, but finally had to remain seated. His eyes fixed on Su Bai, filled with a mix of doubt, excitement, curiosity, and various complex emotions. Xiao Bai, hello. How old are you this year? Su Bai answered seriously, Academician Chao, I'll be 20 after the new year. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. So young, only 20 years old. Is what Academician and said just now all true? Chao Qinghe couldn't help but ask. Everyone's gaze once again fell on Su Bai, full of anticipation. Su Bai nodded. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp again. A 20-year-old national academician who has also served as the chief engineer of 3 national top-tier projects. Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a story. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous that such a thing could happen. No wonder we had to sign a confidentiality agreement tonight. It's because of this. No other young person in the world could achieve all this. Academician, and so this is the secret you were keeping. What a wonderful surprise. Upon hearing this, Rand smiled. Hey, don't misunderstand. This is not the topic of tonight's meeting, nor is it the secret I was keeping. There are some things I need to clarify first. Xiaobai completed several projects entirely on his own. There was no research team, everything was done by him alone. And the topic of tonight's meeting is the development of a 5th-generation fighter jet. Xiaobai had already completed the research and development of the 5th-generation fighter at the 105 military factory, and he brought the design drawings with him. Today's meeting is for everyone to study the drawings together, striving to complete all aspects of the fighter project by the end of the year. At these words, the conference room fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at Su Bai in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Was this a joke? He had completed the development of a 5th-generation fighter, just like that. The night wind carried a chill, yet the atmosphere in the conference room was unusually vibrant. Academician Chao Qinghe stared at Ran in astonishment. Academician, and what did you say? Did this kid Su Bai develop a 5th-generation fighter jet? Am I hearing this correctly? At that moment, everyone's gaze shifted to Ran and Su Bai. His heart churned with waves 100 meters high, slamming heavily against his chest as his breathing grew rapid. Ran smiled and said, of course it's true. Xiaobai has already completed the development of a 5th-generation fighter. All the research materials and design plans are contained in the case before me. Later Xiaobai will distribute them to each project team and walk you through the blueprints. Upon hearing this, the elderly academicians present were completely unable to remain composed, their shocked gazes fixed upon Su Bai. Even the blueprints are complete. This. Hurry and share the blueprints with us. And Ran nodded, turning to look at Su Bai. The blueprints were then distributed one by one among the project teams. The elderly academicians in attendance focused entirely on the documents, and the conference room fell quiet. Pure white moonlight streamed through the window into the conference room. Beneath its glow, the silhouettes of the elderly academicians appeared somewhat aged. Su Bai watched this scene quietly, his heart filled with countless emotions. These elderly figures before him had dedicated their entire lives to the nation. In their youth, they had once been full of vigor, marching forward with bold enthusiasm. Even in their twilight years, they continued striving toward the goals they held dear. Their silver-white hair, stooped backs, and wrinkled skin bore the marks of time upon their bodies, yet none of it had touched their hearts. Deep within remained dreams, a profound love for the motherland and lofty hopes for the magnificent landscapes that spanned the land. They held equally passionate dedication to their research and to the work before them, offering silent contributions to the nation with unwavering sincerity. This. K. Xiangwang from the Aero Engine Research Project Group couldn't steady his trembling hands. This is the turbo engine system equipped on top-tier fighter jets. The afterburner thrust reaches an astonishing 156 knots, intermediate thrust at 91.8 knots, and a thrust-to-weight ratio of 9.5 to 10.5. The bypass ratio is only 0.3. K. Xiangwang turned his gaze towards Su Bai and asked eagerly, Xiaobai, are these figures accurate? Can the turbo engine system truly achieve such formidable thrust data? Currently what we're researching falls far short of these values, quite considerably so. Does such a powerful engine have a designation? Su Bai replied, this developed engine is called the Turbine 15. It is a dual-spool high-bypass turbofan engine featuring an afterburner and variable thrust vectoring nozzles. Variable thrust vectoring nozzles. K. Xiangwang and the other academicians were utterly stunned. You mean this is a variable thrust vectoring engine? Su Bai nodded. Indeed, this is a variable thrust vectoring engine. Its performance metrics across every dimension are no inferior to Eagle's most advanced fighters. The specialized stealth materials it employs can absorb various radar wavelengths to an extraordinary degree, achieving near-invisible concealment. It can eliminate targets from 10,000 meters altitude without being detected. A collective hiss of breath rippled through the room. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to resist drawing in a cold gulp of air. The fighter's performance far exceeded all expectations. Its capabilities across every dimension matched Eagle's top-tier fighters, and even surpassed them in several aspects. Su Bai smiled and said, esteemed grandpas, perhaps I should give a general walkthrough of the fighter blueprints. This way everyone will gain a clearer understanding of the documents. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Chao Qinghe exclaimed eagerly. Xiaobai, please go ahead and explain. It will help us understand the blueprints better. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, you should be the one explaining. We'll understand much better. Has anyone brought paper and pens? Lend me some. I brought some, but I need them for my own notes. Figure something out yourselves. At that moment, academician Su Jianguo from the Aero Engine project rose to his feet anxiously. Xiaobai, wait a moment. Let me go grab some paper and pens to take notes. At my age, my memory isn't what it used to be. Lao Kong, grab one for me too. Once Lu Tian spoke up, the others chimed in, as well, each requesting a set. In the end, Su Jianguo had someone prepare materials for everyone. 5 minutes later, everything was ready. Su Bai began detailing the fighter's relevant performance parameters. Everyone, let us begin with the fighter's performance specifications. This Jian-20 fighter has a fuselage length of 21.2 meters, wingspan of 13.01 meters, total height ranging from 4.45 to 4.69 meters, and wing area of approximately 73 square meters. Su Bai carefully explained each parameter and data point related to the fighter. In the conference room, the 10 elderly academicians listened attentively, their pens occasionally scratching against paper, the very picture of diligent senior students. The atmosphere was excellent. Aside from Su Bai's voice, the only sound was the soft rustle of pen tips on paper. As night deepened, their wholehearted engagement with the material made 3 or 4 hours slip by almost unnoticed. The elderly academicians, all well along in years, showed signs of fatigue upon their faces. Noticing this, Su Bai felt it was about time to call it a day. Esteemed grandpas, I think we should stop here for today. How about we continue tomorrow? The relevant data in these blueprints cannot possibly be covered in just 1 or 2 days. Upon hearing this, the elderly academicians present each looked somewhat unconvinced. Xiaobai, keep going. Don't bother with us old fellows. Pulling all-nighters is second nature to us. Back in our younger days, which one of us here hadn't burned the midnight oil for several consecutive nights? That's right, Xiaobai, continue explaining. We're nowhere near finished. Persisting until dawn poses no problem. If we don't complete this study, we won't be able to sleep when we return. We feel restless all over. Don't let my old age fool you. I'm in excellent health from head to toe. I could wrestle a bull and win. Exactly. The old man here has never been afraid of staying up late. I could outlast an owl if I had to. Hearing this, Su Bai offered a polite, yet slightly awkward smile. Good heavens. They were really stretching the truth now. He never expected the elderly academicians to be quite such talented braggarts. Enough, let's stop here for today. And Ran explained. Xiaobai has been traveling all day. He's exhausted and needs rest. More important than these blueprints is Xiaobai's health. Upon hearing this, the elderly academicians immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly. Young people must not stay up late. They must rest before 11 o'clock. Staying up late as a young person is terrible for one's kidneys. Look at Lao Kong. His face shows the effects of all those late nights back in his youth. Do not follow his example. Lao Bao, who are you calling kidney deficient? When we were young and compared ourselves peeing, when did you ever defeat me? Bao Yue retorted indignantly. Tell me which time I didn't win. You've got the nerve to bring this up. Damn it. Su Jianguo, unwilling to be outdone, rose from his seat and headed for the conference room door. Old Bao, let's head up to the rooftop right now and see who really has kidney deficiency. Perfect. Xiaobai, you be our witness. Today I will make this old man admit defeat wholeheartedly. Bao Yue shot back defiantly. Who's afraid of whom? Let's go then. Su Bai's lips curved into an awkward smile. These elderly academicians certainly had plenty of fire in their bellies. Late at night in Zone 1 dormitory, Su Mu worried that Su Bai might feel uncomfortable on his first day, so she made a special trip to check on him. At that moment, a bustling chatter came from the corner of the path. Xiaobai, if you have any needs, just tell us, old fellows. We'll do our best to satisfy you no matter what. Yes. Try the quilt and bed tonight. If they're not comfortable, I'll have someone bring some from home tomorrow. They're homemade from the countryside, very soft. Also, don't worry about cleaning the dormitory. I'll have someone do it every day. Su Bai smiled and said, no need, I can handle the cleaning myself. Absolutely not. Chao Qing has said, don't bother with such trivial matters. Just relax your mind, do what you love, engage in research, and take time to unwind. It's only a 20-minute drive to the city center from here with plenty of fun things to do. Young people should relax appropriately. Oh, it helps with research. Hearing this, the other academicians nodded in agreement. Isn't this place not freely accessible? Su Bai asked awkwardly. Nonsense. Kong Shengwang said, I'm in charge of daily affairs, how come I don't know about that? I'll give you a pass tomorrow. You can come and go as you please. Xiaobai. Suddenly Su Mu's shocked voice rang out from ahead. Second sister, what are you doing here? Su Bai smiled and walked forward, followed by the few old academicians who also chuckled and followed. Su Mu was completely stunned. She hadn't seen clearly who was in the dim light, but when they approached, she was dumbfounded. 5 or 6 old academicians were neatly lined up beside Su Bai. A thick, imposing aura of knowledge surged forward. In 3 years here, she had never witnessed such a grand scene. What was more shocking was that her younger brother was leading the group. Good heavens! What on earth had happened? Could it be that her little brother had taken the old academicians out to fight? Second sister, why are you here so late? Su Bai asked with a smile. Oh. Su Mu snapped out of it, and first greeted the old academicians respectfully. After going around greeting everyone, she was thoroughly exhausted. Alright, you siblings chat. We old folks won't intrude, Chao Qing has said with a smile. Xiaobai, see you tomorrow. Su Bai nodded. The other academicians also smiled, said their goodbyes, and left. At the entrance of dormitory No. 2, only Su Bai and his sister remained. Under the streetlight, their shadows stretched long. Little brother, what was that all about? How did those old academicians chat with you so happily? Are you close? Su Mu's curiosity was overwhelming, and she couldn't help asking. Su Bai smiled. Just as he was about to speak, the system's voice suddenly rang out. System, tell your sister that the old academicians saw your talent and all scrambled to take you as their student. Reward analysis time shortened by 5 days. Damn, exactly what I was hoping for. How awesome is this system? Second sister. Moi. I heard from Mom that you had to go through a lot of trouble to become academician and rant student. Is that true? It is true, Su Mu explained. I went through 3 rounds of selection which eliminated dozens of top students, and only 2 were left. I was one of them. It's the same not only for academician and Ran, but for all the old academicians. Their standards for taking students are very strict. For example, academician Chao Qinghe hasn't taken a student in years. I heard he hasn't found anyone worthy. Su Mu asked suspiciously, why are you asking about this? What does it have to do with what just happened? Could it be that some other old academicians also want to take you as their student? Su Bai smiled and said, actually yes. Several old academicians seem to want to take me as their student. They almost fought over it just now. I'm a bit troubled now. I don't know what to do. Su Mu was left speechless. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. What did you just say? Say it again. Su Mu exclaimed in shock. Su Bai replied, the old academicians saw my talent and all want to take me as their student. They almost fought over it just now. System, task completed. Analysis time shortened by 5 days. System Sword 20 airframe module analysis complete. You mean they all want to take you as their student? Under the streetlight, Su Mu's shocked voice pierced through the night and gradually faded into the darkness. Early the next morning, Su Bai got up early to find his sister and go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Second sister, how come you have dark circles? Didn't you sleep well last night? Su Mu stared at him with panda eyes, a hint of resentment in her voice. Do you think I could sleep well last night? Su Bai's lips twitched a few times. He gave an awkward smile. Second sister, nothing really happened yesterday. Why couldn't you sleep? Want me to take you to see a doctor and get some medicine? Su Mu, like a walking corpse, cast a resentful glance at Su Bai and slowly drifted toward the cafeteria. Wherever she passed, people made way. Damn, is it haunted in broad daylight? Su Mu, what kind of look is that? No wonder she's the most hard-working youth in the first academy. She must have stayed up late doing research again. Can't compare, can't compare. Look at how hard she works while we're far behind. Comparing people only infuriates. That's a true genius. To others, every word seemed like praise, but Su Mu heard the opposite. Su Bai had become the subject of praise. Her mood hit rock bottom. All of you get the hell away from me. I don't want to see blood today. Hearing this, everyone quickly backed off, trembling in fear. Su Bai shook his head helplessly. Second sister, how are you ever going to get married like this? The food in the First Academy of Aircraft cafeteria was much better than that of the 105 military factory. Besides big meat buns, there were also noodles, dumplings, wontons, and the like. Su Bai ordered 2 large bowls of wontons and sat down to eat with his sister. Second sister, eat. Why aren't you eating? I can't eat. Su Mu stirred the wontons and let out a long sigh, looking utterly hopeless. Mu, there you are. I've been looking for you for a long time. A sunny young man sat down beside Su Mu and introduced himself to Su Bai. This must be my brother-in-law. I'm Su Jianguo, your future brother-in-law. I originally planned to pick you up yesterday, but I was delayed by an experiment, so I couldn't make it. Sorry. Su Bai's lips twitched violently. Brother-in-law. Future brother-in-law. What the hell is going on now? Get lost. I'll give you 3 seconds. Disappear immediately. Otherwise choose between a broken hand or a broken foot. Killing intent. Such heavy killing intent. Life comes first. Su Jianguo wisely made an okay gesture, picked up his breakfast, and scurried away. Brother-in-law, the timing isn't right today. Let's talk another day. Su Bai was speechless. Damn, he just left like that. At that moment, a buzz of discussion arose in the cafeteria. Many people turned to look at the entrance, standing up respectfully. Su Mu also followed the gaze toward the door and froze. Holy crap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 old academicians were coming to have breakfast together. What a coincidence. Could it be for little brother? The cafeteria. 9 academicians appeared together at the entrance, causing quite a stir. Many researchers dining inside promptly rose to greet them. What's going on today? It's rare to see several senior academicians having breakfast together. They're usually too busy with projects to gather, so this is indeed strange. The sight of 9 senior academicians gathering like this is hard to come by. Could something major be happening? Perhaps they finally cracked the project and are celebrating together. Under everyone's gaze, the senior academician smiled and walked toward Su Bai. Xiao Bai, you're up so early. Did you sleep well last night? Are the bedding comfortable enough? If not, just let us know and we'll arrange a change. Do you find the breakfast to your liking? If not, tell us and we'll switch it up. How are you adjusting to the local climate? If you feel unwell anywhere, you must tell us immediately. The 9 academicians chipped in one after another, their demeanor utterly bizarre. Everyone's jaws hit the floor, dumbfounded, and staring as if they'd seen ghosts. Bro, punch me. I must still be asleep. Is that senior academician Chao? His smile is far too amiable. Have you ever seen academician Bao smile? Good heavens, he actually smiled. Oh Lord, come save me. My worldview is crumbling. Is this still the formidable senior academician I once knew? Someone tell me who that young man is and why he's receiving such high treatment. You have 5 minutes. I want every detail about this person. Sumu felt it most acutely, his sense of reality beginning to fracture. Were the 9 academicians genuinely considering taking Xiao Di as a disciple? What exactly made him so extraordinary? It made no sense. Oh heavens, take this prodigy away already. Subai greeted them with a smile, after which the 9 academicians hurriedly dragged over 2 tables, pushed them together, and gathered around him for breakfast. They almost came to blows over who got to sit beside Subai. The bystanders nearby were questioning their own realities. Good grief. 9 academicians dining with a single youth, nearly squabbling over seating arrangements. It looked straight out of a novel. Could this man be the legendary martial prodigy coveted by all? Mate, don't tell me that young man is some super genius straight out of a novel. That's why all 9 senior academicians want to take him as a disciple. This is exactly how those scenes play out. Please stop reading those urban sci-fi web novels. Do you really think everyone is the protagonist who gets weird missions from a system and reaps rewards? Wake up. By the end of breakfast, Su Bai's name had swept through the institute like a gale. In less than an hour, everyone from top to bottom knew of the scene where Su Bai dined with the 9 academicians. It briefly claimed the #1 spot for the year's most talked about topic. Su Bai could only shake his head in resignation. Things had evidently gotten a bit out of hand. After breakfast, Su Bai returned to the conference room with the 10 senior academicians to continue what had been left unfinished the day before. A simple lunch was consumed in the meeting room, and the session carried on without pause. A gentle autumn breeze rustled through the trees, scattering golden leaves across the ground to form a luminous path. Beneath the setting sun, the scene glowed exceptionally beautiful. Everyone must be tired. Let's call it a day here and continue tomorrow. The attendees rubbed their tired eyes, visibly weary. Over 10 hours of full-throttle learning, digesting entirely new material, was indeed exhausting. I never imagined the design of a top-tier fighter jet would be so complex. We were previously confident we could finish it within a decade. Looking back, that was truly fanciful. Relying solely on ourselves, it might take 20 years to achieve a breakthrough. Hearing this, Chao Qinghe nodded in agreement. After a full day and night of learning, my reflections run deep. Xiao Bai managed to independently complete such a monumental and complex research project. It is absolutely awe-inspiring. Us old-timers feel entirely inadequate by comparison. Absolutely. Academician Bao Yue remarked with emotion. In our younger days, we might have been considered prodigies among prodigies. Many of us won numerous awards and completed minor projects by the age of 20. But Academician Bao Yue smiled wryly, but compared to Xiao Bai, the gap is truly staggering. To be honest, my heart was quite stirred last night. It was like finally experiencing what it means when someone else's child is a genius. Hearing this, many present couldn't help but laugh. Old Bao, that doesn't sound like you at all. Academician Lu Tian chuckled. You used to refuse to acknowledge anyone's superiority. What's gotten into you today? Admitting defeat. Academician Bao Yue offered a self-deprecating smile. I'm convinced, truly convinced. Xiao Bai is one of the few people old Bao acknowledges as superior. Such youthful promise. I trust him to guide the nation's scientific endeavors in the years to come. Actually, there's one thing I eagerly await now. If we can live another 20 or 30 years, might we get to witness that glorious day? Hearing this, the other senior academicians sighed, deeply, profoundly moved. If only such a day could truly arrive, and they could witness it with their own eyes, they would die without regret. 3 days later at noon, the lectures on the 5th-generation fighter jet finally concluded. Su Bai let out a long breath of relief. It was over at last. At that moment, academician and Rand suggested, now that we have a general understanding of the 5th-generation fighter design proposals, we should form a project team as soon as possible and strive to complete the manufacturing work for the fighter jet at an early date. Hearing this, the senior academicians nodded in unison. I suggest we formally establish it right now with Xiao Bai serving as the chief engineer of the project. I believe no one will object. No objections, no objections. Xiao Bai is the most suitable candidate by far. The chief engineer role is definitely not an issue. There will be no changes to the various sub-project teams either. We will continue to oversee them. Xiao Bai will handle the overall project coordination and will simply lend a helping hand. Chao Qinghe smiled. I never imagined that at my age I'd still have the opportunity to contribute to the youth. This old frame of mine can at least say it has lived purposefully without wasting the nation's grain. Chao Qinghe mused. Once this project is complete, this old man plans to retire. In my remaining years, I wish to travel and see the magnificent landscapes of our motherland. This is the only small wish left unfulfilled in my life. At that moment, the golden afternoon sun streamed into the conference room, warm and deeply comforting. Everyone looked at Chao Qinghe with faint smiles. Senior Chao, you really should go out and see the world. You are the eldest here, have spent the longest time at the institute, and are essentially a founding veteran. When you were young, we heard you say you wanted to travel and see the mountains and rivers. Who would have thought decades would slip away like this? Time flies so fast. Indeed, time moves incredibly fast. We used to have boundless energy, but now. Haha, walk a few steps, and we're already panting. I recall a saying that was truly apt. We always assumed growing old was a distant prospect, only to realize in this very moment that youth has long since passed. Sometimes I even wonder how the mountains and rivers we swore to protect are faring. We haven't left this place in decades, so I wonder if much has changed. Huge changes indeed. Su Bai smiled. Because of your silent guardianship, the motherland has grown stronger, more beautiful, and more prosperous. You truly ought to take a walk and see the breathtaking landscapes of our nation. See for yourselves how magnificent the country you have safeguarded has become. After deliberation among the 10 academicians, it was decided that the project, codenamed Sword 20, the 5th-generation fighter, was officially established. Simultaneously, 5 sub-projects were set up, each led by 2 of the 10 academicians, to be jointly developed and completed. In addition, a bold decision was made, a plan to cultivate new talent. Aside from the existing researchers on the sub-projects, a batch of young researchers would be selected through institute-wide examinations to join the project team. A total of 10 people would be recruited, 2 for each sub-project. The examination topics would be set by the 2 academicians in charge of each sub-project. The announcement of the 5th-generation fighter project sent shockwaves through the entire institute. Whispers of discussion could be heard everywhere on the roads. For the young researchers, it was an absolute golden opportunity, not only to participate in a national project and collaborate with the 10 academicians, but also a fine chance to learn. Many young researchers were eager to take the examination. The atmosphere in the cafeteria that evening was noticeably different. Quite a few young researchers were carrying specialized books, presumably planning to cram some professional knowledge for the assessment. We were still developing the 4th-generation fighter just a few days ago. How did the 5th-generation fighter project suddenly get established? Unless someone has cracked the RD for it. According to unverified sources, the 5th-generation fighter might have been a breakthrough by a mysterious researcher, which is why the project was launched so abruptly. Really? Is that true? Impossible. What's impossible? Haven't you seen the news these past few days? National research projects have been releasing good news one after another. Isn't that obvious? At this, one person couldn't help asking why. I don't get it at all. The speaker replied, are you dense? Isn't it clear enough? It means the country has been hiding many projects. The previous air defense missile project, the tank project, and the recent air defense gun system all popped up out of nowhere. Now the same thing is happening here. Isn't that obvious? The 5th-generation fighter project has already been successfully developed. This project is established precisely to build the 5th-generation fighter. Trust me, if you get a chance to join the project team this time, it will definitely become the most brilliant moment of your life. Upon hearing this, many became even more excited and more determined to take the exam and enter the project team, to participate in and create a 5th-generation fighter of their own nation. Urgi, let's eat first. You can read later. The food's getting cold. You eat first. Let me finish this section. Su Mu's attention was entirely on the book, with no heart for the meal. Su Bai shook his head helplessly and silently continued eating. Just then, future brother-in-law Su Jianguo appeared beside them, accompanied by 3 others, also carrying thick professional books. Mumu, let's go to the library together tonight to study. I found some senior fellow students from other project specialties to study with. Our chances of passing the assessment will be higher. Su Mu remained unmoved, her focus still on the book. Su Jianguo smiled at Su Bai, then lowered his voice. Mumu, this assessment is extremely fierce. First and second class senior engineers have all signed up. They all want to enter the project team and catch a glimpse of the mysterious chief engineer. We must join forces to have any hope of passing. Don't you want to see the chief engineer behind the 5th-generation fighter? That's a master who can develop the world's top fighter engine. Don't you really want to know him and work on research with him? A world-class top research expert of such extraordinary talent. I'm sure everyone here wants to see him in person. Then Su Jianguo asked Su Bai, brother-in-law, tell me, don't you want to see him? Not really. Eating is more important than that, Su Bai replied. Su Jianguo wasn't offended. You're still young and don't understand. I don't blame you. One day when you stand at brother-in-law's level, you'll understand the charm of scientific research. By then you'll be even more eager than I am to behold the master's presence. All right. Su Mu put down her book and said seriously, let's join forces, but only for the assessment. Of course. I'm determined to pass this assessment. Su Jianguo said with full confidence. No matter who it is, no one can stop my progress. I must meet that mysterious research master. If possible, it would be best if he could accept me as his student. Hearing this, Su Bai's mouth twitched several times. Hey, the relationships are getting messy. You want to be my brother-in-law and also my student. What are you trying to do? Su Jianguo had already made a study plan for the assessment. Mumu, there are 5 days until the assessment. I've prepared a 5-day study plan. For these 5 days, the institute will suspend all research projects to prepare for the new project. We'll study in the library from 6 in the morning to 10 at night. I believe that together we can definitely pass the assessment and enter the project team. Upon hearing this, Su Mu nodded, picked up her book, and stood up. Xiao Bai first. Your second sister is going to the library. This assessment is very important to me. Get used to things on your own these few days. Su Bai nodded. Just as he was about to say something, the system's voice sounded. System, help your second sister study and successfully enter the project team. Reward, reduce analysis time by 10 days. Holy crap. Reduced by 10 days. Adding the 5 days of exam preparation, wouldn't that mean the Hong 20 analysis would be completed? Su Bai would never miss this opportunity. As the project's chief engineer, passing the assessment would be a piece of cake. Second sister, I have nothing to do anyway. I'll go to the library with you to study. I know a fair bit about fighter jets. Maybe I can help you. Hearing this, Sumu nodded. Alright. Since your mentor has no time to take you these days, come with me to the library to study. And get used to the research environment here. Su Jianguo laughed. Don't worry, brother-in-law is here. I'm a second-class senior engineer, and I have some say in the institute. From now on, brother-in-law will look out for you. Whatever it is, just say the word. Su Bai smiled. In his heart, he thought, in the future, you'll be following me, man. The content of the assessment was actually quite simple. Topics related to fighter jets. Su Bai only needed to give his second sister some pointers, and passing would be easy. However, to be more discreet, he decided to prepare a bit more thoroughly. Second sister, you go ahead to the library. I'll go back to the dormitory to prepare a bit, and join you later. Sumu nodded. The group left the library. Before leaving, Su Jianguo smiled, and said, brother-in-law, hurry up. Tonight I'll show you what a top student looks like. Su Bai. Today let me show you what a true scholar looks like. The library of the First Aircraft Design Institute. The library spans 5 floors. The first and second floors house various research books on aircraft, while the third and fourth floors store materials from aircraft design projects along with research insights, penned by veteran scientists. The materials on the third and fourth floors are rare volumes kept under strict custody. Entry requires a written approval from academician Kong Xianglong, who oversees daily library operations. These rare texts may only be consulted within the library. Borrowing is prohibited to prevent unnecessary loss. The 5th floor holds all research and development data collected since the founding of the Design Institute. Ordinary researchers are not permitted to enter. Even under exceptional circumstances, access requires accompaniment by one of the 10 senior academicians. The 5th floor is considered the lifeblood of the entire First Aircraft Design Institute. On ordinary days, few people visit the library. It is mostly used for quick reference searches, and very few linger. Since the assessment announcement was released, the 1st and 2nd floors have been packed. The library opens at 6 in the morning and closes at 11 at night. If you do not secure a seat by 6:30, you will find none for the rest of the day. These researchers are skipping lunch entirely, bringing only a few steamed buns as their meal. They are determined to pass this assessment no matter what it takes. The following evening, the library remained brightly lit, the air thick with the fragrance of knowledge. Any ordinary child who disliked reading would be overwhelmed by even a single breath of that atmosphere. Most people lacked the innate constitution to endure such dense intellectual energy. Only Su Bai, gifted beyond his years, could withstand it, remaining absorbed for 2 or 3 hours at a stretch. Mumu, this approach won't work. Su Jianguo glanced around warily. If we're studying like this, everyone else is doing the same thing. Our advantage is minimal, and passing the assessment is far from guaranteed. We need to find another way. Sumu nodded. At present, we only know that the 5 project teams have each been assigned exam questions by 10 senior academicians. The topics relate to their respective projects, but without knowing the specific details being tested, it's hard to pinpoint where to focus. We only have 5 days. We need to use our time on the core essentials. Isn't academician Chow fond of you? Did he not give you any hints, or did you not go ask about the exam questions privately? Su Jianguo smiled bitterly. Do you think I didn't try? The moment the assessment was announced, I went straight to ask my professor. Do you know what he said? Sumu listened attentively. Su Jianguo explained. He actually said that although these 10 senior academicians are setting the questions for this assessment, the chief engineer is extremely strict. If anyone leaks the questions, they could be removed from the project. My professor said that. What else could I do? Hearing this, Su Mu was stunned. The chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter project is that strict. Even a senior academician like Elder Chow could be kicked off the project. That's impossible. Your professor was probably just testing you. Su Jianguo smiled bitterly. Whether it's true or not, my professor said it, and I really have no choice. Tell me, who exactly is this mysterious chief engineer? Why is he so ruthlessly strict that even my professor fears him? Perhaps he is a researcher even more senior than Elder Chow. Su Mu explained, otherwise the nation would not keep him under secret protection while he develops 5th-generation fighter technology. But once we join the project team in the future, we'll need to be extremely careful. Veteran researchers tend to be rigid and uncompromising. We must tread lightly. Hearing this, Su Bai's lip twitched. Old Chow is using me as an excuse. He just doesn't want to say it himself. Su Jianguo nodded and sighed. I wonder if the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter project is even here. Do you think if I could just catch his attention, my chances would improve? You'd have 0 chance. Su Bai chuckled. Brother Su, rather than wasting time thinking about that, you should focus on your review. I believe this assessment shouldn't be too difficult. After all, they need to give young people a learning opportunity. Little brother-in-law, you don't understand. You haven't reached my level yet, so you have no idea how unforgiving this tier of competition truly is. Su Jianguo patted Su Bai on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. Once you've spent enough time at the institute, you'll realize how much there is to learn, and that time is always insufficient. Then Su Jianguo added encouragingly, but little brother-in-law, I have great faith in your talent. When you reach my age, you will surely achieve heights equal to mine. In 20 or 30 years, you may have the opportunity to become a national project chief engineer, and even an academician is not impossible. Hearing this, Su Bai merely smiled and nodded without saying anything. Sumu could take it no longer. Little brother, don't listen to this guy's boasting. He talks day and night about becoming a national academician. The people at the institute are tired of hearing it. Mumu, that's not fair. Su Jianguo said seriously, I will definitely become a national academician. This isn't empty boasting. It's calculated based on my current talent, learning capacity, and all other conditions. Even my professor has said that I have a chance to become an academician within 20 years. How is that boasting? Su Jianguo looked at Su Bai. Once I become a national academician, I'll bring you along to work on projects together. I'll train you to become a national academician as well. With our combined efforts, we'll sweep up every domestic research honor available. First-class merit, national honorary academician, national lifetime achievement medal, the whole lot. We'll collect them all. And then we'll conquer the world, showing those foreign devils what we're made of. Su Jianguo spoke with increasing fervor, a foolish giggle escaping his lips as visions of the future danced before his eyes. Idiot. Sumu rolled her eyes. Little brother, don't get too close to this type of person. You'll catch his foolishness. Su Jianguo. Su Bai. Second sister, actually I have some research experience in aircraft design. If there's anything you don't understand, I can take a look. You might be surprised by the results, Su Bai said. Sumu smiled gratefully. Little brother, thank you for your kindness. But the engine knowledge I'm studying is far from the theoretical concepts found in textbooks. It's mostly personal understanding of engine projects requiring top-tier knowledge reserves and extensive research experience. For example, what we're discussing now, the working principles and possible configurations of Eagle's most advanced turbofan engines. There is no domestic material on this whatsoever. We're relying entirely on personal R&D experience to speculate from scratch. I expect the engine project assessment will be similar. Answers will vary widely, and ultimately it comes down to how the professors evaluate them. Sumu smiled. Little brother, you lack research experience in this area, so it will be difficult for you to help me. Exactly, little brother-in-law. Su Jianguo laughed. Once you reach your second sister's level, you'll naturally be able to help her. Your knowledge reserve is still insufficient. Focus on your studies and research. That is your task. Second sister, actually I'm quite familiar with 5th-generation fighter engines. Su Bai said. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Hearing this, Su Mu and Su Jianguo stared at each other in disbelief. Are you kidding me? You're familiar with this. You didn't listen to a single word of what we just said, did you, eh? Little brother, you're well versed in 5th-generation fighter jets. Su Mu almost gasped, unable to help asking, did you have any exposure to related things during your time studying abroad? Or did you witness the Eagle's state-of-the-art fighter engines with your own eyes? Su Mu questioned herself. Impossible, such secrets are known only to the Eagle's core researchers. An ordinary undergraduate like you would never have access to these. How can you be so familiar with fighter engines? Upon hearing this, Su Jianguo nodded. Su Bai explained with a smile. Actually, I don't know that much. When I was studying abroad, my aerospace engineering professor once participated in the development of cutting-edge fighter jets. He inadvertently mentioned some engine data during class. It wasn't highly classified information for the Eagle, but it might be of some help to us. I believe it should help you, second sister, pass this assessment. Su Mu's eyes lit up. Great. Little brother, I'm counting on you for this assessment. I never expected that you, little brother, would be the reliable one. Su Bai smiled. Hey, little brother-in-law. Su Jianguo hesitated, somewhat embarrassed to ask, did your professor ever discuss fighter materials? If so, help your brother-in-law out this time. After all, we're family, aren't we? Who's family with you? Su Mu glared. If I hear you say that to my little brother again, you won't see tomorrow's sun. Su Jianguo shrank his head like a dog and muttered weakly, future fam. Su Mu glared. Su Jianguo immediately backed down. A wise man knows when to retreat, he just wouldn't say it in front of her. Su Bai shook his head helplessly. Really didn't know what to say? Second sister, brother Su, your professor did cover all that. But I need some time to organize the materials. Tomorrow I'll give you the materials at this time. I'm sure it should be no problem passing the assessment. Ha ha, awesome, little brother-in-law. Su Jianguo got carried away and slung an arm around Su Bai's shoulder. See, I told you family helps each other. I predict little brother-in-law will become a national academician in 15 years, only a little behind your brother-in-law. Bam! Su Mu delivered a devastating kick to the groin, and Su Jianguo doubled over like a cooked shrimp, hopping and writhing, groaning in pain. Too ruthless. Why does old Su have a taste for this? Who knows? Maybe he's a bit twisted in his mind and enjoys SM. Do you think old Su will be impotent in the future? Even a donkey's dick can't take that much punishment. Old Su is truly a role model for our generation. He can actually endure this. The surrounding guys shook their heads while the girls blushed. Little brother, let's go. Sumu pulled Su Bai out of the library. Su Bai silently mourned for Su Jianguo. Brother, hope your little brother is okay. The next day in the evening at the library, Su Bai placed the selected materials on the table. Second sister, brother Su, see if these are helpful. Some of the materials are quite difficult to comprehend. Feel free to ask me any questions. No need to trouble you with this, little brother-in-law. Su Jianguo said confidently, with my brother-in-law's knowledge base, I can certainly understand these materials. Take a break, little brother-in-law. After the exam, I'll treat you to a feast. Sumu, idiot. Su Jianguo confidently looked at the materials and froze, eyes wide as if he had seen a ghost. Hey, are you okay? What's with that expression? Sumu curiously looked at her own materials and also froze. Their expressions were almost identical. They exchanged glances, both feeling the same. Can't understand, totally can't understand. I recognize each individual number, but together they make no sense. Su Bai smiled and said, second sister, brother Su, if there's anything you don't understand, I can explain. Hearing this, Su Mu and Su Jianguo smiled awkwardly. Little brother, I'll take a look first, and if I have questions I'll ask you later. Right, I'll also take a look first to get a sense of things. Su Bai nodded. Then take your time, feel free to ask if you have any questions. Hee okay. Su Mu smiled, then glared fiercely at the materials, as if trying to understand them by staring. Su Jianguo was no better. His eyes were even wider than Su Mu's, almost as if he wanted to stare the materials to death. Su Bai didn't disturb them, and focused on reading a book about bombers. Half an hour passed in a flash. At this moment, Su Jianguo's forehead was sweating, his vision blurry, and he felt utterly drained. His brain felt like it was about to explode. This was far from a general overview of fifth-generation fighter materials. Many parts were close to touching core areas. Various experimental data and models were completely incomprehensible. How did this kid Su Bai manage to memorize all this? Could he really understand all of it? Even more impressive than me, his brother-in-law. This defies science. Su Jianguo gritted his teeth. He couldn't lose face in front of his future brother-in-law, and plunged headfirst into the ocean of knowledge again. Meanwhile, Su Mu was not much better off. Her gaze occasionally wandered to Su Bai. How strange. Where did little brother get these engine materials? More than half of it is incomprehensible. If I really have to ask him, how can I maintain my dignity as his second sister? No, I'll try again. I refuse to believe it. Su Mu also plunged headfirst into the ocean of knowledge. Su Bai was fully absorbed in his book, unaware of what was happening outside. Late at night, a loud thud, a dull sound echoed from the floor. Su Jianguo ultimately couldn't withstand the high-level knowledge. He overexerted, his brain collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, twitching occasionally, looking utterly defeated. Holy shit, old Su is amazing. He's gone crazy studying for the exam. Truly a man destined to become an academician. Impressive. Damn, this bastard old Su is actually working this hard. The pressure for this exam is huge. I'm going to pull an all-nighter tonight. No one leave, let's battle till dawn. See who can outlast whom. By the way, shouldn't we call an ambulance for old Su? He looks like he's dying. Su Bai looked at Su Jianguo and twitched his mouth a few times. Brother, isn't this a bit too dramatic? It's not like I asked you to cultivate a supreme secret manual. Why are you going crazy? I can't take it anymore. Sumu put down the materials in frustration. Little brother, I can't understand. Quickly explain it to your second sister. Well, Su Bai pointed at Su Jianguo, who had already foamed 3 liters of white foam. Second sister, shouldn't we first send brother Su to the infirmary? If he keeps foaming like this, he's probably going to die. He's fine. Su Mu said to Su Jianguo. If you can't understand, just pretend to be dead. Are you dead or not? If not, get up and continue studying. Ding. Su Bai's mind seemed to hear a BUM. Su Jianguo jumped up like a zombie, sat down, completing the actions in one fluid motion. His face showed no expression at all. Study that, little brother-in-law, help us explain. Su Bai, talented, truly talented. In this day and age we lack nothing except talent. 5 days later in the afternoon, the researchers participating in the assessment made their final sprint, giving their all for the evening exam. Su Jianguo and Su Mu, after several days of training under Su Bai, felt greatly boosted in confidence and brimmed with self-assurance. Brother-in-law, I used to think I was already a remarkable genius. But now I see you are the true genius. Within 15 years, no 10, you'll definitely become a national academician. From now on I'll follow your lead, is that okay? Su Bai smiled and said nothing. Su Mu glared and said, Su Jianguo, don't you lead my little brother astray. He is the future of our Su family. Watch your head. Su Jianguo chuckled sheepishly. I know the root of the Su family. But it's strange. Su Jianguo looked Su Bai up and down. Brother-in-law, with your understanding of the 5th-generation fighter jet, you could also take the assessment and surely pass. Why don't you join? It would greatly help you in the newly established Design Institute. No. 1. Upon hearing this, Su Mu also found it odd and looked at Su Bai. Little brother, how about I talk to the teacher and let you sign up for the assessment? Participating in a national project and completing a scientific research project with a group of academicians. Such a precious opportunity is rare. It will be a valuable experience for your future scientific research path. Su Bai smiled and said, "Second sister, how do you know I haven't already joined? The 10 senior academicians were all eager to take me as their student." "You mean you're already in the project team?" Sumu stared at Su Bai in shock. "We have to work so hard just to get a chance to take the assessment and enter the project team. And you were directly pre-selected? The senior academicians hold you in such high regard." Su Jianguo was full of envy. "Brother-in-law, this is a bit too much. Directly pre-selected. You're probably the only one in the entire design institute. No. One. If this gets out, everyone in the institute will be jealous. I've been in design institute now, one for so long, and I've never seen a senior academician place such trust in anyone. Do you have some secret?" Suddenly Su Jianguo thought of something and stared at Su Bai. "Brother-in-law, you didn't steal the design blueprints of the 5th-generation fighter jet from the Eagle country, did you? Otherwise, how could you be so familiar with 5th-generation fighters and be specially recruited into the project team?" This. Su Bai was caught off guard by the question. For a moment, he really didn't know how to answer. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sumu said with irritation. "The design blueprints of the 5th-generation fighter are top secret. Go ahead and try stealing one from the Eagle country." "Huh." Su Jianguo scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "Just a joke to lighten the mood. By the way, brother-in-law, have you met the chief engineer of the project? Is he very rigid and old like my teacher Chao Qing'a? Could you get me his autograph? I'd be grateful, brother-in-law." This. A wry smile twitched at the corner of Su Bai's mouth. "The chief engineer is not rigid at all. He's very young and handsome. As for the autograph, no problem. I'll give it to you once you're in the project team. After all, you have to sign the confidentiality agreement." Su Jianguo clasped his hands in salute. "Brother-in-law, I thank you again. Little brother, please get one for me too." Sumu said shyly. Su Bai nodded. "Actually, once you're in the project team, you can ask for his autograph yourselves. The chief engineer might even know you." Su Jianguo laughed. "Brother-in-law, stop joking. How could the chief engineer know insignificant people like us? If it weren't for this assessment opportunity, we might never have a chance to meet him in our lives." As his words faded, the institute-wide broadcast of Design Institute No. 1 rang out. It announced that the assessment would be held in the main conference hall at 6 o'clock sharp with a time limit of 2 hours. There were 10 questions in total, and completing any one of them would allow entry into the project. The announcement played 3 times before falling silent. With 2 hours left until the assessment, people gradually left the library. "Mumu, we should go back and prepare too." Su Jianguo and Su Mu stood up together. "Little brother, wish us luck." Su Jianguo smiled. "Brother-in-law, see you in the project team." Su Bai smiled. "I'll be waiting for you in the project team." At 6 in the evening, the assessment officially began in the conference hall. A total of 150 people participated, and the hall was less than half full. As the 10 senior academicians entered, a tense atmosphere filled the entire hall. "Old Su, why isn't the chief engineer here? I wanted to see him in person." Su Jianguo laughed. "You'll see him once you pass the assessment. Anyway, I've already reserved 1 spot for myself and 1 for Mumu. As for the other 8, you can fight over them." The others heard this and felt a bit annoyed. "Old Su, you've been a bit arrogant lately, so cocky. Pre-selected spots. When the results come out, you'll be calling me daddy. Don't cry then." Su Jianguo said smugly, "Bring it on, don't hold back. Watch me crush you all into dust today. Let you know that sitting next to me during the assessment is a painful experience." On the stage, the 10 senior academicians took their seats, and the assessment papers were distributed one by one. The hall fell silent. The moment the 150 or so participants saw the questions, their brows furrowed. For a moment, they didn't know how to start writing. A few researchers with richer scientific experience slowly began to write, pausing to think for a long time. After writing a little, then writing a bit more, progress was extremely slow. Damn, these 10 questions aren't assessment questions. They're basically about building a 5th-generation fighter jet. Exactly, all 10 questions are almost the same. The first asks for a possible structure of the 5th-generation fighter engine as detailed as possible. The second asks for a detailed design drawing of the fighter's airframe. What is this? It's a headache. No wonder they only recruit 10 people. The questions are terrifyingly hard. Probably only a few will pass. Old Su, look at you. They turned to look at Su Jianguo and were stunned. Su Jianguo's pen was flying across the page almost without pause. In a short while, he had already filled half a sheet. Really? Is Old Su this fierce? Must be an illusion. I must have forgotten to take my meds, seeing things. Whether you took your meds is uncertain, but Old Su definitely took some Viagra, otherwise how could he be so vigorous? Fake Old Su is just doodling all for show. Right, Old Su is too proud, he's just scribbling nonsense. On the stage, the 10 senior academicians quietly observed everything. Academician Chao, it seems your student Su Jianguo has a chance to pass the assessment. And Ran said with a smile. Academician, and actually we all know in our hearts. Chao Qing's gaze fell on Su Jianguo. Given Su Jianguo's knowledge base and research experience, he really shouldn't be able to pass. I'm afraid this time that kid Xiao Bai gave him a little help on the sly. Otherwise Jianguo would have no chance of passing. Academician Bao Yue smiled and said, even if it's help, it's Su Jianguo's luck. Why don't the others have such good luck? But you really should thank Academician. If it weren't for her student being Xiao Bai's sister, you wouldn't have such luck. And Ran smiled. Both Su Mu and Su Jianguo are talented kids. They're just too young and lack project experience. Being able to participate in this project will be immensely beneficial for their future. Perhaps one day one of them will sit in our seats and become the pillar of Design Institute No. 1. Xiao Qinghe sighed with emotion. I hope so. Compared to that kid Xiao Bai, they still fall far short. Hearing this, the other academicians smiled. Naturally, they are far behind. Even we ourselves are a bit behind Xiao Bai. The waves behind are growing too fast. We old fellows will soon be left on the shore. A youth's ambition soars to the clouds, spreading wings to fly high in the 9 heavens. The future belongs to the young. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Bai had kept himself busy these past few days at Design Institute No. 1, carefully redecorating the courtyard. A lounge chair, a small wooden table, a teapot, and a charcoal grill. All were in place. Beneath the moonlight, Su Bai reclined comfortably on his chair, savoring the tranquil night. By my calculations, the examination should be drawing to a close by now. Only the final module remains before the H20 analysis can be completed. I'll have my hands full for a while then. Tomorrow I ought to have a word with old Kong about getting a small refrigerator to keep some meat frozen. On quiet evenings, grilling some meat wouldn't be a poor indulgence. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. System mission complete. Analysis time shortened by 5 days. System H20 fire control system analysis complete. Su Bai smiled faintly. At long last it was done. Tomorrow evening, he would begin formally preparing the H20 materials. He resolved to complete both projects before the Spring Festival. Su Bai slowly closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Time slipped away unknowingly until laughter drifted from beyond the courtyard walls. I told you so, the boy has it easy. Look at him, they're comfortably enjoying the moonlight. Kong Xiangwang and Chao Qinghe, along with several other academicians, appeared at the courtyard gate. Chao Qinghe joked, "It seems our young friend is quite confident about the 5th-generation fighter project. So relaxed and carefree. In my opinion, the 5th-generation bomber project should also be entrusted to him. Let us old folk leisurely enjoy the beauty of this moonlit evening." Su Bai rose and opened the courtyard gate. "Uncle Chao, you are too kind with your jokes." Chao Qinghe, advanced in years, leaned back against a lounge chair. The others sat on small stools, gathered in a circle, chatting and laughing. Ever since Su Bai brought the 5th-generation fighter materials to Design Institute No. 1, the atmosphere had noticeably shifted, far more relaxed. The 10 senior academicians could finally set their worries to rest. Smiles were a common sight on their faces now, a change that some of the younger researchers had not yet grown accustomed to. Under the luminous moonlight, the senior academicians gathered around the young man, discussing the future of the motherland. Each face bore a smile radiating hope and expectation for the nation's tomorrow. His laughter drifted into the distance. The scene seemed to freeze in that moment, beautiful and harmonious. The gears of generational succession began to turn. "Xiao Bai, we plan to arrange a meeting for you with everyone tomorrow. Does that work for you?" Su Bai. The next day at 8 o'clock in the morning. The autumn breeze carried a cool chill. 50 members of the 5th-generation fighter project team gathered in the conference room of the Project RD Center. Among them were Su Mu and Su Jianguo. At present, the atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat tense. The project had just been established, and aside from the 10 academicians, no one had yet met the project's chief engineer. Having learned last night that the chief engineer would meet with everyone today, many were so excited they could hardly sleep. Su Jianguo in particular had been thrilled all night, without closing his eyes, staring at the clock with dark circles under them, waiting for this very moment. "Old Su, did you really stay up all night excited?" "Sleep? What sleep? Today we're meeting the chief engineer. How could I possibly sleep?" Su Jianguo's panda eye showed no trace of drowsiness. He was so exhilarated he nearly floated. "I'm about to meet my legendary idol. What matters is sleep. I'll have plenty of sleep once I'm dead. But right now, not a chance." Beside him, a researcher gave a thumbs up. "Brilliant. By the way, where's your brother-in-law?" Su Jianguo glanced around, searching for Su Bai's figure. "Didn't he join the project team? Why isn't he at the meeting?" Su Mu replied, "He'll probably be here soon." The conference room doors swung open, and the 10 senior academicians entered with an imposing aura, instantly quieting the room. "Everyone." And Rant's voice resonated through the room, and all eyes turned toward him. "I am delighted to build our own 5th-generation top-tier fighter alongside you all in the period ahead. Due to certain special circumstances regarding this project, everyone is required to sign a confidentiality agreement. If anyone is unwilling to sign, you may withdraw from the project freely." Upon hearing this, the attendees murmured for a few seconds before all signed the agreement. They were already familiar with confidentiality agreements from previous national special projects, and this only further underscored the significance of the endeavor. "I am pleased to see no one has withdrawn." And Rand smiled with relief. "This project will be unforgettable for all of you. Your worldview, cognition, and even psychology will undergo profound transformation. You will witness events that your current understanding deems impossible. Prepare yourselves mentally." The attendees stirred with excitement, their interest in the project intensifying. "Mumu, what did academician mean by changing our worldview and cognition?" Su Jianguo asked. Su Mu shook his head. It likely relates to that mysterious chief engineer. I can't explain it, but I have a strange feeling inside. I have a sense that something extraordinary is about to happen. Su Jianguo widened his eyes. You feel it too? I've had this feeling since last night. Something significant is about to occur, isn't it? Su Mu fell silent, his gaze fixed on the doorway. That peculiar sensation within him grew ever stronger. The meeting is about to begin. Where is the brother-in-law? Su Jianguo asked anxiously. Could something have happened on his way here? Everyone, academician and Rand suddenly spoke, cutting through the murmurs. Allow me to introduce our project's chief engineer. He single-handedly completed the entire research and development process of the 5th-generation fighter project. All the academicians, including Rand, turned toward the door. Shall I come in? As his words fell, a familiar figure entered the conference hall, and the entire room fell into an eerie silence. Su Jianguo and Su Mu nearly popped their eyes out. Little brother. Brother-in-law. You're the chief engineer now. The moment Su Bai stepped into the conference room, an absolute silence fell over the assembly. All eyes turned toward him in sheer astonishment, disbelief etched across every face. Su Jianguo and Su Mu looked at each other as though they had seen ghosts. Everyone, this is Su Bai, chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet project. And Rand gestured for Su Bai to take a seat beside him, then proceeded to introduce him amidst the awestruck gaze of the entire room. Su Bai single-handedly completed the entire research and development of the 5th-generation fighter program. Among all those present, including the other 9 academicians beside me, none surpassed Su Bai in the realm of 5th-generation fighter technology. The research department has issued a special directive formally establishing the 5th-generation project with Su Bai appointed as chief engineer. The 9 of us will be responsible for 5 sub-projects assisting in the completion of the overall 5th-generation fighter initiative. And Rand's introduction was met with several seconds of eerie silence, which then erupted into widespread commotion. Isn't he Su Mu's younger brother? How did he become the chief engineer of our project? No wonder. No wonder. That's why academician and personally came out to greet him the first time he visited. So that's why. Damn, now that is a true master. Turns out we had already met the chief engineer before. Only when the true face of Mount Lu comes into view can one understand why one cannot see its full form while standing amidst its peaks. To become chief engineer at such a young age, such extraordinary talent, is rarely seen in this world. If not for the testimony of 10 senior academicians, I would never have believed it, even if it were spoken to my face. Under 20 years old, who would believe that? I certainly wouldn't. A true genius. Su Jianguo nearly dropped his jaw in shock, swallowing hard as he turned with wide eyes towards Su Mu. Suzy, so your brother-in-law joined this project to serve as chief engineer. Novels wouldn't dare write something like that. No wonder he's so familiar with 5th-generation fighter development. Could he really have smuggled technical drawings back from abroad? Su Mu was equally stunned. No wonder grandfather's attitude toward my little brother changed so drastically. Our entire family has been kept in the dark. Suddenly Su Mu seemed to recall something, her eyes widening. Could it be? Good heavens, the entire Design Institute 1 is about to be shaken to its foundations. Su Jianguo nodded. Becoming chief engineer of a 5th-generation fighter project at 20. If this truly gets out, who wouldn't expect Design Institute 1 to tremble? That's not what I'm referring to, Su Mu said in shock. I just thought of something even more terrifying. If this is true, my little brother is nothing short of a monster among geniuses. Su Jianguo was bewildered. Something even scarier than that. Impossible. Su Mu said with shock. If my judgment is correct, my little brother is likely connected to several recent projects. He may very well have been the one leading most of them in recent times. Recent projects. Gulp. Su Jianguo swallowed hard, eyes wide with shock. You're not talking about those RD projects at Factory 105, are you? That's impossible. Are you joking with me? How old is my brother-in-law? Could he possibly be involved in so many RD projects? Su Jianguo shook his head, unable to believe Su Mu's conjecture. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Becoming chief engineer of a 5th-generation fighter at 20 is already historically unprecedented. You're saying he also participated in completing those other projects? Nothing would make me believe that. That's more outrageous than me being a woman. Believe it or not, my judgment is never wrong. Su Mu said earnestly. Ever since my little brother joined Factory 105, their top-tier RD projects have been completed one after another. That's just a coincidence. Su Jianguo explained. A large group of researchers entered Factory 105 at the same time. It's not just my brother-in-law alone. Someone else could have been involved in completing those projects. Su Mu shook her head, firm in her conviction. If it were only that, I wouldn't dare be certain. But after my little brother returned from Factory 105, grandfather's attitude toward him changed dramatically. When you connect all these signs, it would be strange not to draw conclusions. Hearing this, Su Jianguo's heart pounded. This was thrilling, genuinely breathtaking. More dramatic than any novel. If everything were true and it leaked out, the entire scientific research community would be shaken to its core. Suzy, I half wish what you're saying were true. But deep down, I still can't believe it. It's far too absurd. At that moment, Su Mu seemed calmer than before. Having endured so many shocks, her nerves had gone numb. Actually, my thoughts aren't much different from yours. I can't believe it, yet I have no choice but to accept it. Let's wait and see. I believe the instructor will give us answers shortly. The conference hall buzzed with restless energy, as the explosive news proved difficult for many to process. Several attendees raised questions from their minds. Academician, and I'm not doubting what you've said. I simply find it hard to accept, and wish to confirm once more. Is Su Bai really the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter project? And as you just mentioned, the entire project was developed by Su Bai alone. Can such a cutting-edge complex research initiative truly be accomplished without a research team? Hearing this, several people nodded. They harbored the exact same question. Everything was far too outrageous, overturning every assumption they held. And Rand smiled. I understand how you feel. When we first learned the news, we were in much the same position as you. But the facts are exactly as I've stated. Everything that has transpired in this meeting today will shatter your previous understanding. It may even profoundly impact the course of your lives. And Rand paused, then continued. If things ended there, perhaps you could gradually come to terms with it. What I am about to share was originally classified state secret information. However, to ensure the smooth progress of the project, we have ultimately decided to disclose this matter to you all. The crowd erupted into murmurs once more. Good heavens! Was there something even more outrageous than this? Su Jianguo's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Oh my god, academician, and isn't about to reveal what you're talking about, is he? Yeah. Susie, my self-esteem has taken a devastating blow. I'm afraid it will never recover in my lifetime. My brother-in-law is showing off far too much. Some comparisons simply cannot be made. Su Mu offered a bitter smile. You haven't suffered as severely as I have. After all, in our family's perception, my little brother was always considered the one with the weakest academic performance. You can understand how I feel right now, can't you? Hearing this, Su Jianguo's lips twitched involuntarily. Your family calls that poor academic performance. Then what am I? A complete failure. That was simply too humiliating. On the podium, Rand delivered his warning with gravity, meeting the astonished and puzzled gazes of everyone present. Everyone, what I am about to share must only be discussed within this conference room. Not a single word is to be mentioned outside this meeting. Otherwise, you will know exactly how serious the consequences are. The conference hall fell completely silent. It was a rare sight to see academician and so grave and earnest when entrusting something. After listening, everyone hardly dared to breathe, all eyes fixed upon Su Bai, while others seemed to lose their luster entirely. Everyone, I wonder if you have heard anything regarding Factory 105 lately. With these words, many began to murmur among themselves as though they had guessed something. It's starting. Su Jianguo was almost jumping with excitement. Mumu, what you said might actually be true. Academician is about to begin the introduction. An epic earthquake is about to erupt. Damn, it's so thrilling to know the inside scoop. I really want to shout it out. Idiot. Su Mu's heart had long since grown numb, yet she accepted everything with an unexpected calm. At the same time, a tiny whisper of secret delight stirred within her. Elder sister, and are you referring to those top-tier research projects recently completed at Factory 105? We already know quite a bit about those, but what does that have to do with today's meeting? Facing the crowd's questions, Rand smiled gently. Of course there is a connection, and a very important one. Surely you must want to know who the chief engineer of these projects is. Factory 105 was once an ordinary establishment. Why has it now advanced so rapidly to become the foremost military factory in our country? What exactly has happened? Don't you want to know? Hearing this, everyone's curiosity was thoroughly aroused. One after another, they cast eager and puzzled gazes toward Rand. Academician, and please tell us already. Look at how impatient they all are. Kong Changlong chuckled. And Rand smiled and said, enough. I suppose many of you have already guessed something. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. The fact that Factory 105 achieved such rapid breakthroughs in several top-tier projects in such a short time is entirely due to one person. And that person sits right beside me, Su Bai, chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter project. He serves as the chief engineer for multiple projects at Factory 105 and possesses extraordinarily rich experience. There is also another reason why Su Bai has a seat alongside us old folk. And Rand continued, recently the Ministry of Science and Technology, in recognition of Su Bai's contributions to the nation's scientific research, specially bestowed upon him the title of Honorary National Academician, making him the youngest academician in our country's history. In other words, Su Bai is of the same caliber as us, the only difference being his youth. As for those minor honors, I will not dwell on them. They are hardly worth mentioning. A collective hiss of astonishment rippled through the room. Everyone involuntarily sucked in their breath, and an eerie silence fell over the crowd, so complete that one could hear the hurried breathing of those seated nearby. It was no less than an earthquake among the attendees. In an instant, everyone's minds went blank, utterly deprived of the ability to think. Full 30 seconds of silence passed before composure gradually returned. Then came a wave of commotion. Good heavens, what on earth has he been through? Are we witnessing something from a novel suddenly come to life? Serving as chief engineer for several top-tier projects at only 20 years old, is there anyone on this planet as formidable as him? If this weren't reality, I would swear Su Bai must be a reincarnator. Only someone reborn could achieve everything he has. No wonder academician and warned us that our perceptions would be completely shattered. This isn't merely a change, it's a forceful annihilation. Among the younger researchers, shock predominated, while the older generation, though more reserved, was deeply stirred. One researcher in his 50s rose to his feet with visible emotion. This is a blessing for our nation. To see such extraordinary talent emerge is truly a momentous occasion for the country. The old man spoke with fervor. I can already envision the brilliant and resplendent future path of our national scientific research. Haha, who would have thought I would live to witness history being made? A lifetime dedicated to research. No regrets remain. Hearing these words, many researchers were deeply moved. The fortune of our nation spanning thousands of years has finally found its heir in this moment. Su Bai is only 20. He still has a vast future ahead, destined to become a leading figure in our nation's scientific research. The wheels of history will begin to turn anew. It is entirely possible that Su Bai could become the guiding light of global scientific research. There is every possibility. At 20, he has already accomplished such feats. What will he achieve in 10 years, 20 years, or even 50? I dare not even imagine. Several older researchers let out heavy sighs. As several academicians were preparing to leave the conference hall, Su Bai called out to everyone. Bai, is there something else you'd like to say? And Ran asked with a smile. The others stopped and turned to look at Su Bai. They were utterly fond of the young man before them. Su Bai smiled and said, Academician, and actually there's something I'd like to discuss with you all privately. Could we go to your office for a bit? Let's sit down and have a proper conversation. The others exchanged glances, somewhat puzzled, but Ran nodded with a smile. Then let's have lunch in the office. Su Mu and Su Jianguo watched Su Bai and the 10 senior academicians walk away, chatting and laughing, their eyes filled with envy. Mu, let's go get our marriage certificate tomorrow. Thud. Su Jianguo was hit solidly with a kick, his face contorted in pain, daring not to cry out loud. Damn it, Mu, that's too harsh. She's still young, she wouldn't target anything more than toes. Su Mu didn't even look back as she walked away. This time it's just toes, but next time who knows where it'll hit. Su Jianguo suddenly felt a chill between his legs. His most vital asset was at stake. After all, he'd still need it for marriage. At the office building, academician and Rant's office, the 10 elderly academicians gathered around Su Bai and sat down, steam rising from the tea on the table. Bai, there's no one else here, so feel free to say whatever's on your mind. And Rand said calmly. The others' gaze fell on Su Bai, curiosity evident in their expressions. Su Bai spoke up. Elder and I wanted to ask if there's any hope of increasing this year's research funding. And Rand paused briefly, and the other academicians followed suit with a moment of surprise. Bai, could it be that the funding for the 5th-generation fighter isn't sufficient? Kong Xiangwang pondered for a moment. If that's the case, we could certainly allocate additional funding appropriately. The 5th-generation fighter project has received strong support from above, so Minister Chun would surely find a way to secure some resources for it. Su Bai shook his head. Elder Kong, what I need isn't just a small amount of funding. If it were only a minor matter, there would be no need to bring everyone here to discuss it. I'm hoping to see the funding doubled in the short term, and if possible tripled, would be ideal. According to the data from the system, the H-20's construction costs would be substantially higher than the J-20's. Doubling the funding would barely cover the H-20A, but with 1.5 times the budget, there was confidence in completing both projects within 4 months. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Upon hearing this, the 10 senior academicians couldn't help but draw sharp breaths. A doubling of the funding. You should know that to complete the 5th-generation fighter project before years in, Design Institute 1 had already committed their entire annual budget to it. If they were to increase it even by half again, or even 1.5 times, it wouldn't be enough to cover even a full year of research funding going into next year. Even the research funds for the following 6 months would need to be committed as well. It's simply an astronomical figure. Neither Kong Xiangwang would dare make such a decision, nor likely Minister Chen either. By air. And Rand broke the silence. Do you understand what it means to increase the funding by 1.5 times in such a short period? Design Institute 1's annual budget is already the highest among all aircraft design institutes in the country. It accounts for nearly a quarter of the nation's aircraft funding. Doubling the budget by 1.5 times would be equivalent to 1/3 of China's entire aerospace research funding. And Rand continued, even with a proper justification, I wouldn't dare propose such a request. By air. Academician Chao Qinghe spoke calmly. From what we understand, the 5th-generation fighter doesn't require anywhere near this amount of research funding. Could you have some other plans in mind? Hearing this, the other academicians raised their eyebrows, seemingly just realizing the implication, and looked at Su Bai in astonishment. By air, is academician Chao speaking the truth? Do you perhaps have other objectives in mind? If that's the case, we might be able to apply for the funding, but you should also prepare for the worst-case scenario. After all, it's the end of the year, and most of the allocated funds have already been spent. The research department is running lean as well. It's unlikely they could provide additional funding even if they wanted to. Su Bai nodded. I understand everything you're saying, but I still hope to secure the funding approval. This is crucial for my upcoming plans. What other plans do you have in mind? Tell us about it. And Rand said, we can offer our guidance. If there's any possibility, we'll set aside our pride as 10 elderly men and we'll travel to the capital ourselves and beg for the funding if we must. We absolutely cannot let this delay your plans. Upon hearing this, the other academicians nodded in agreement. Their research path mattered far more than funding. Share your plans with us. We're all here to help and provide guidance. These 10 of us old fellows will serve you from here on out. Your path is the top priority. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I'll find a way to secure the funding. Su Bai nodded. Gentlemen, the 5th-generation fighter program has already been established, and I'd like to launch another project simultaneously. If the J-20 represents our nation's sharpest sword, then this next project will be our nation's heavy hammer, dramatically strengthening our air defense capabilities. Silence fell. A dead absolute silence. A national heavyweight project. The 10 senior academicians were all stunned. Does this mean it's a project on par with the top-tier 5th-generation fighter? What could it possibly be? The atmosphere shifted instantly, growing tense and solemn. The 10 elderly academicians breathed faster, their minds racing through possible candidates. A top-tier early warning aircraft, an ultra-large transport plane, or perhaps a state-of-the-art bomber. By air. Before Rand could ask further, a knock came at the door. At that moment, Su Bai's stomach gave a rumble of its own. And Rand chuckled. We're all hungry. Let's eat while we talk. Lunch consisted of simple boxed meals from the cafeteria. Even at the academician level, they dined alongside regular staff. For housing, it was simply that the elderly academicians found it inconvenient to live with young people, and the young people found it awkward as well, so a separate residential area was arranged specifically for them. By air, and Rand asked, picking back up where they'd left off, what exactly is this national hammer you mentioned? The others set down their chopsticks and turned to look at Su Bai. Su Bai set down his meal box. The H-20. The world's most advanced 5th-generation stealth bomber capable of reaching any battlefield globally within an hour. If armed with nuclear weapons, it would deliver absolutely devastating strikes against our enemies. This so-called national heavy hammer is no exaggeration. Silence. An eerie stillness fell over the room. The entire scene seemed frozen in time, as if someone had hit pause. The 10 elderly academicians sat speechless, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at Su Bai. The atmosphere was utterly bizarre. Reaching any battlefield across the globe within an hour. This would grant them global strike capability. A sharp clatter broke the silence as Chao Qing, his chopsticks slipped from his hand and hit the floor. He looked at Su Bai in disbelief, his hands trembling slightly. By air, what you're saying, it's true. We truly have the potential to build the most advanced bomber in the world. The other academicians finally came to their senses, their faces alight with excitement as they gazed at Su Bai. If all of this came to fruition, no nation would dare encroach upon their sovereign airspace once more. This would truly be the nation's heavy hammer, steadfastly securing the motherland's skies. The autumn wind was slightly cool, bringing waves of refreshing crispness. Xiao Bai, are you saying it's truly a 5th-generation bomber? And Rand asked in shock, what stage have you reached? Have you completed the research and development? The others looked at Su Bai with expectant eyes. The research and development and design phase is already complete. We just need to draw up the blueprints. Su Bai said, give me 10 days and I can produce the complete blueprints. By then, once the funding is in place, both fighter jet projects can proceed simultaneously. They will definitely be unveiled domestically before the end of the year. Hiss hiss hiss. The 10 academicians couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Good heavens. Already completed the research and development, just the blueprints missing. You're too impressive. So all of us old folks are just here to be shocked with you, huh? This. The happiness came too suddenly. Chao Qinghe was excited and overwhelmed, not knowing what to say. We've completed a top-tier 5th-generation bomber. That's technology only mastered by the Eagle and the Bear, and we've just done it like this. How does it feel? Like a dream, like I haven't woken up? Academician Chao Kong Xiangwang smiled bitterly. Don't say it's a dream. Even in a dream, I wouldn't dare to imagine it. Completing the world's top 2 types of fighter jets in the same year. This has never happened in the history of fighter jet development. Even the Eagle and the Bear took more than 10 years apart to fully break through the relevant technologies. Our step here has spanned a full decade. The pace is somewhat exaggerated. Even in a dream, I wouldn't dare to think of it. Kong Xiangwang paused, looked at Su Bai, and couldn't help asking, Xiao Bai, have you really completed it? I want to hear your affirmative answer one more time. Su Bai smiled. It's done, just the blueprints are left. I will definitely be able to draw the blueprints within 10 days. Good. Kong Xiangwang shouted excitedly. A young talent spreads his wings and flies, safeguarding the motherland's rivers and mountains. Xiao Bai, you have fulfilled the dream that we 10 old folks shared when we first came together. Academician Chao, academician, and academician bow. Kong Xiangwang's excited gaze swept across everyone one by one. Our original dream has been fulfilled. It's truly been accomplished within our lifetime. The others' eyes were moved, slightly reddened. Su Bai roughly knew what dream Kong Xiangwan was referring to, but the story behind it was definitely not simple. Xiaobait. Academician and Rand's emotions rarely showed a different fluctuation, filled with a myriad of feelings. You may not know much about the founding history of our first design institute. That was over 10 years ago. Everyone's thoughts traveled across time and space within Rand's words, as if returning to their youth. 10 overseas students gathered at the entrance of the National Aircraft Research Institute. Inside the empty gate, there was not a single figure. Even the gate itself was temporarily constructed. And Rand, have you really made up your mind? Stay with us and build our own top-tier fighters and bombers. This process might consume all our youth, and it's not certain to succeed. Do you really intend to stay here and change everything here? The 9 young men's gazes fell on the only young woman in the team. She had short hair, touching her shoulders, heroic and spirited, with an unwavering determination in her eyes for the future. Senior brother Chow, I have decided to stay here. I have a feeling that here we can give the nation wings to soar high. Soaring under the azure sky, becoming the eagles and dragons of this sky. Chao Qinghe adjusted his glasses and said excitedly, since that's the case, let's the 10 of us work together to fulfill this dream. To give the motherland wings to take off. What about you? The others were emotionally stirred. Why did we gather here from all corners of the land, if not for this dream? Yes, for that original dream in our hearts, I will join all comrades to realize our dream. With lofty ambitions reaching the clouds one day, we will soar freely for the dream. For the dream. For the dream. For the dream. And Rand looked excitedly at her like-minded companions and smiled. For the dream. The scene gradually blurred, the deepest emotions in everyone's hearts were touched, stirring profound feelings. How many years has it been? Chao Qinghe sighed with emotion. How many years have we been striving for this dream? During this time, we even doubted ourselves, wasting so much of the nation's manpower, financial resources, and materials every year. If we didn't succeed, would we be worthy of the country and the people who believed in us? Every time I think about this, I can't sleep well at night. Indeed. Academician Zhou Weimin let out a long sigh. How difficult it was for us 10 to come together back then. Along the way we have gone through so many springs and autumns, and only then did we achieve today's scene at the first Design Institute. Today the dream has suddenly been realized, but feels like a distant dream. Zhou Weimin looked at Su Bai and smiled. Xiao Bai, I should say thank you to you. It is you who have fulfilled our dreams. Just like the Jian, 20, and the Hong, 20 as well, you have made up for the regrets in our hearts. You have allowed us to fulfill our dreams in our twilight years. Don't worry about the funding. Tomorrow I will personally go to the capital. Even if I have to sleep on the floor at Minister Chen's office door, I will get the funding for you. We have waited too long for this day, we don't want to wait any longer. What are your opinions? Chao Qinghe was the first to stand up. I'm an old bone, I haven't visited the capital in a long time. This time this old man will accompany you on this trip as my last bit of modest effort. Academician Chao, if all of you are going, how can we be left out? Bao Youwei, Lu Tianjia, Zheng Ding Wanxian, Shiming Cheng Xiandu, and Zhu Wenhua, 7 academicians stood up one after another. Just as we 10 came back, then let's go the same way now. Count me in. Old Bao, buy a ticket for me. I want a window seat. We're just one step away, we have to finish this together. It even feels a bit like the old days. Let's go together to the capital. Old Chu, why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you going? Who said I'm not going? You've all said the emotional words, what's left for me to say? Everyone was amused, and looked at the last one and ran. Just like back, then they were all waiting for Rand to make the decision. The only female researcher among the 10, her talent was no less than any of the men present. And Rand smiled and slowly stood up. For the dream. Hearing this, the others smiled. For the dream. For the dream. Su Bai finally stood up slowly, his eyes moved. The stories of the older generation from that era were so pure. For the sake of the motherland and their dreams, they could abandon their own lives and silently contribute to the country in the shadows. Su Bai smiled for the dream. In the office, 10 elderly people smiled at the young man, the scene seemingly frozen in time. Legacy. The stories of the 10 veteran researchers subtly influenced the young generation, like Su Bai. This is legacy. System mission completed. Reward analysis of the Jian 31 multifunctional stealth light fighter. 10 days later, news of the 10 academicians rushing to the capital spread throughout Design Institute 1. The explosive information swept through the entire institute, like an earthquake. It should be noted that among the 10 academicians, academician Chao Qinghe had never left Design Institute 1. Now even he was rushing to the capital, and all sorts of speculation flew about. Have you heard? The 10 academicians are rushing to the capital. The capital might even experience a major earthquake. It's not just the capital. Since the establishment of our 5th generation fighter project, all eyes have been focused on us. This unprecedented mobilization of 10 academicians has drawn even more attention from all sides. Something major must be happening. Some speculate it could be connected to the 5th generation fighter project. Are you saying there's a flaw in the project? That's absurd. What nonsense are you spouting? I just got word from old Su that the 5th generation fighter project is going smoothly. There must be another reason. According to unreliable sources, our Flight Vehicle Design Institute 1 is likely facing its greatest challenge ever, about to launch a dual project initiative. Once this news broke, the entire Design Institute 1 erupted like an avalanche, triggering another wave of heated discussion. Holy shit, launching a dual project means it'll be on par with the 5th-generation fighter project. The most crucial point is that our institute will likely draw researchers from other flight vehicle design institutes to collaborate on completing the project together. You're all missing the key point. The chief engineer for both projects is likely the same person, which would be unprecedented. Good heavens, what kind of deity could possibly develop 2 world-class projects simultaneously? I truly envy those who get to join the project and catch a glimpse of the master in person. Breaking news. The 10 academicians have set off and are already en route to the capital. Accompanying them is a mysterious young man whose identity remains unclear. The entire Flight Vehicle Design Institute 1 was rocked by this news. The fact that a certain young man was traveling with them only fueled more speculation. Cafeteria. Su Jianguo listened to the various rumors around him with envy. Mumu, your brother-in-law, is about to turn the world upside down. What kind of situation would require all 10 academicians to gather in the capital to address? Has your teacher not let slip any details? Or hasn't your brother-in-law shared anything with you? Sumu shook his head with a wry smile. Ever since discovering that his younger brother was the chief engineer behind the 5th-generation fighter project, he'd been carrying a weight on his shoulders. After that last meeting, I have no idea what my younger brother discussed with the 10 academicians. He's been locked away in his studio for 10 days now, and though we've crossed paths a few times, he hasn't said a word about it. He just told me to prepare myself. Once he returns, the entire Design Institute 1 is going to shift into action. It'll be exhausting, so he wants me to rest up during this period. Sumu countered, has an academician Chao shared anything with you? Su Jianguo shook his head. After returning that day, teacher didn't mention a word, but he was in an extraordinarily good mood. He's been smiling every single day, even claiming that his brother-in-law is his lucky charm. I've never seen him this joyful. Even once during lunch break, he actually laughed himself awake. Isn't that strange? Your teacher is the same. Sumu exclaimed in shock, my teacher too. She was eating lunch one noon, and suddenly burst out laughing. She was laughing so happily. I've been by her side for so many years, and have never seen her this joyful. She seemed to lighten up instantly, looking years younger. Could the other academicians be the same? Su Jianguo nodded vigorously. I'd say most likely they all are. Maybe your brother-in-law used some kind of soul-replacing technique on them. Perhaps their souls have been taken over by someone else. What nonsense are you talking about? Sumu retorted curiously, you're the one who's been possessed. Su Jianguo chuckled, just joking. I really can't figure out why these elderly academicians are all changing so dramatically. And this time all 10 of them have mobilized. The fuss is simply too enormous. Sumu smiled and let out a deep sigh. I truly find myself increasingly unable to understand my younger brother. Looks like we'll just have to wait for him to return to find out what's going on. Su Jianguo put on a serious expression and wrapped his arm around Sumu's waist. Indeed, I find myself less and less able to understand my brother-in-law. Could he have been possessed? Or perhaps controlled by some system that forces him to complete bizarre tasks? Otherwise, why wouldn't he bring forth all his research achievements at once? Sumu gritted his teeth. Su Jianguo, you're seeking death. Su Jianguo froze, his lips twitching several times. He turned and bolted. Mumu, I'll definitely take responsibility for you. Su Jianguo died. A flying shoe struck him squarely on the back of the head, sending him rolling his eyes and collapsing unconscious. Holy crap, wife, your aim is terrifyingly accurate. Could you have been possessed as well? Sun Jiangwo's office at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Teacher, something terrible has happened. Zhou Weimin rushed into the office, gasping for breath. What's all the panic about? Didn't I teach you to stay calm under pressure? Sun Jiangwo remained composed. When have I ever shown panic, Xiao Zhou? You still need more experience. Zhou Weimin panted. Teacher, this is genuinely serious. I can't stay calm about this. 10 academicians from the Flight Vehicle Design Institute have arrived in the capital. Even Elder Chao came along. They must be planning something significant. What? Sun Jiangwo rose abruptly from his seat. Those 10 old men actually came to the capital. Insane, absolutely insane. 10 national academicians abandoning their projects to converge on the capital. Have they lost their minds? Teacher, remain composed, Zhou Weimin urged. I can't remain composed. Sun Jiangwo instructed. Keep watch here, and I'll pay Minister Chen a visit. The entire capital will tremble from this disturbance. What in the world is happening? Zhou Weimin chuckled. Indeed. What in the world was happening? Whenever Xiaobai went somewhere, that place would shake. This was abnormal. Now it was the Flight Vehicle Design Institute 1's turn. By the way, before leaving, Sun Jiangwo turned and asked, did Xiaobai come with them this time? Zhou Weimin shook his head. I don't know. Xiaobai's whereabouts are classified. The Flight Vehicle Design Institute 1 hasn't revealed anything either. But this matter is very likely connected to that child Xiaobai. Hearing this, Sun Jiangwo nodded. Right now across the entire country, only that kid could orchestrate something this grand. 10 senior national academicians appearing together in the capital. Could this be some kind of forced abdication? Minister Qin's place is probably dangerous territory. Should I still go? Zhou Weimin remained silent. Is this really how a teacher should behave? He was deeply contemptuous of his teacher. Su Jianguo pondered for a moment. No, I must go after all. Otherwise, if Xiaobai causes some disaster, I won't even know what happened. Xiaozhou, you shouldn't stay here either. Come with me. Teacher, this isn't right. Running from danger while pulling a student along. Is this how a teacher should act? Zhou Weimu's lips twitched violently. Teacher, can I skip this? I've been having kidney pain lately. Kidney pain, huh? Su Jianguo replied seriously. Coincidentally, I know a medical specialist. He specializes in porcine kidney transplants. Would you like to try that? No, teacher, I'll go. All right. Zhou Weimin chuckled softly. Teacher, does this medical specialist also study donkey kidneys? Su Jianguo had no words. Northwest 105 Military Factory, Close-in Firepower Research Center. Explosive news. 10 senior academicians from the Aircraft Design Academy 1 are heading to the imperial capital with great momentum. A seismic event is about to shake the scientific research world. Du Ponzi, what did you say? Shen Meiyu stepped forward and asked. You said 10 senior academicians went to the imperial capital together. Why? Is this news reliable for such a major matter? After Su Bai left the 105 military factory, the close-in firepower system project was established. The project difficulty was not significant, yet it presented a valuable learning opportunity. Wu Zhoming specifically arranged for students who had previously studied under Su Bai to participate in the project. These individuals held Su Bai in near reverent awe, viewing him as an extraordinary figure. Upon hearing the news, other students immediately set aside their tasks and gathered around. Pongzi, is what you said true? Did 10 academicians really go to the imperial capital together? Why is that? I recall the senior academicians from the Aircraft Design Academy 1 rarely leave, dedicating themselves entirely to research. That's definitely false information, or if you're going to boast, at least make it plausible. I'd never lie to you. Du Ponzi explained. I just heard this from Elder Wu. How could it be false? Could you have forgotten who went to the Aircraft Design Academy 1? Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, seeming to realize something. At that moment, Leng Yu emerged from the crowd. Pongzi, any news about Su Bai? Seeing it was Leng Yu, Du Pongzi sighed heavily and said, no news about Su Bai yet. Don't you talk on the phone often? Haven't chatted these past few days. It's fine. Leng Yu turned and left, uninterested in the matter of the 10 academicians. Leng Yu. Du Pongzi called out to stop her, but there is some news. I'm not sure if it's reliable. I heard Brother Bai went to the imperial capital together with 10 academicians. Based on Brother Bai's usual behavior, this is likely connected to him 8 out of 10 times. Only he could cause such a commotion. Thank you. Leng Yu paused before departing. The crowd erupted into chaos. Holy shit, Su Shun is about to make another move. What project will this be? Fighter jets. He's only been at the Aircraft Design Academy for a few days, and Su Shun is already nearly in control of the entire Design Academy 1. Worthy of the man, I acknowledge. His strength is absurd, almost defying heaven itself. Brother Pang, does your Su Shun Sycophant Association still accept members? I want to join. We accept everyone. Those who like eating big meat buns get priority. Night fell over the research department. The senior academicians from Design Academy 1 have come to my office for tea. Are you from Academy 2 looking to join as well? What are you plotting? Are you trying to ascend to heaven? Stay put and behave yourselves. You'll be notified if anything comes up. Su Jianguo hung up the phone and massaged his forehead, feeling as though his head might split open. Since word spread that 10 academicians from Design Academy 1 were coming to the imperial capital, his office phone hadn't stopped ringing, and his mind felt like it was about to explode. Director Chen doing the math, they should arrive in about 2 hours. Su Jianguo had come to the research department and hadn't left since staying until now. Su Jianguo sat down wearily. About right. We've already arranged someone to pick them up. These old academicians don't know what they're up to, and they won't say over the phone. They insist on all 10 coming together. Su Jianguo asked, don't you know what's happening? Hasn't Xiaobai told you anything? Su Jianguo smiled. No, that kid keeps things mysterious too. I believe it must be something significant. Otherwise those 10 old men wouldn't possibly come to the imperial capital together. I'll stay here today to see what's going on. Su Jianguo nodded. It shouldn't be anything bad, right? Hopefully it's not about additional funding. I'm genuinely out of money. Hearing this, Su Jianguo smiled bitterly and said, Director Chen, please don't say such things carelessly. Sometimes when you say something, it actually happens. At 8 o'clock that evening at the Imperial Capital Railway Station, 2 young staff members from the research department stood at the special exit platform watching the interior. Oldly, I heard 10 academicians are coming to the Imperial Capital this time. After all these years in reception work, this is the first time I've seen such a grand occasion. I'm a bit nervous. Save it, I'm nervous too. Those are 10 senior academicians, my idols. After all these years working reception at the research department, this is by far the biggest event. We might not get another opportunity like this. Let's perform well later. Absolutely no mistakes. At the platform exit, a young man and 10 elderly people walked out. They were dressed very ordinarily. Anyone who didn't know better might think they were a senior tourist group. Oldly, what's going on? Why is that young man walking ahead of the 10 senior academicians chatting and laughing? One of the young receptionists exclaimed in shock. The materials didn't mention anything like this. Should we ask? Old Li's expression grew grave. Years of reception experience told him today's matter was probably not simple. Don't ask, don't speak. Just do your job, understand? Otherwise, if something goes wrong, no one can save you. The young receptionist's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Holy shit. Could he be witnessing something incredibly important? Who exactly was that young man before him? At 10 o'clock that night, the conference room on the top floor of the research department was brightly lit. Su Bai and the 10 senior academicians were seated inside, the atmosphere somewhat somber. Researchers passing by on the floors below couldn't help but gaze up at the rooftop. With 10 academicians personally visiting the research department tonight, the entire department was likely to experience an unprecedented upheaval. Academician, and since you're all here, just say what's on your mind. Su Jianguo scanned the room with a smile. You from the Aircraft Design Academy 1 aren't making such a grand entrance just to come drink tea with me, are you? Whatever it is, don't hesitate to ask. I'll do my best to help. And Rand patted Su Bai's shoulder and gave him a meaningful look before speaking. Director Chen, the reason for our sudden visit today is indeed a rather tricky matter. If the 10 of us don't come, I'm worried we won't be able to handle it. Su Jianguo paused for a moment before asking, what is it? Speak. Then I'll say it. And Rand stated calmly, the Aircraft Design Academy 1 plans to request an additional 1.5 times the current research funding. I hope you can approve this within 7 days. What? An additional 1.5 times the funding. Su Jianguo nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Are you planning to build a spacecraft? Why do you need so much funding? Su Jianguo's heart ached sharply. Just when you fear something most, it arrives. Academician, and this is rather putting me in a difficult position. Other matters are manageable, but this funding has truly been exhausted this year. I genuinely cannot produce more. You know this better than anyone. And Rand smiled. We are naturally aware of this, Director Chen. You certainly don't have this much funding on hand. So we discussed this before coming. We're not here to request funding. We're here to plunder it. Hearing this, both Su Jianguo and Su Jianguo looked completely bewildered. And Rand turned to Su Jianguo and smiled. How about transferring some from the Chinese Academy of Sciences to us? And also the 2nd and 3rd Aviation Academies, the Naval Ship Design Institute. A small contribution from each would suffice. Su Jianguo. Su Jianguo. So you're not here to request funding after all. You're clearly here to rob us blind. Late at night, under the bright moonlight, soldiers stood guard at the gate, and the research department was exceptionally quiet. Academician, and so you're really here to plunder our funding with no room for negotiation at all? Su Jianguo said in shock. I haven't agreed to funding increases for other research units in any past year. Now you want to extract funding from their pockets, which is tantamount to taking their lives. I simply cannot do this. The other old guys will definitely fight me to the death over this matter. Su Jianguo also shook his head firmly. Academician, and what do you need so much funding for? The funding for the J-25th generation fighter is definitely sufficient. Even if there's a shortfall, it would not exceed double. Do you have some other intention? Su Jianguo's gaze subconsciously fell upon his grandson Su Bai. The source likely lay with his grandson. Su Jianguo also asked, let's set the funding issue aside for now. First, tell us why you need additional funding. Give me a sufficient reason, otherwise the funding cannot possibly be approved for you. Hearing this, the senior academicians of Design Institute one exchanged glances and smiled. Minister Chen ran and spoke as the representative. Our reasons are certainly sufficient, otherwise we would not have made such an elaborate effort to appear here. Upon hearing this, Su Jianguo and Su Jianguo instantly became interested and listened intently. Minister Chen, academician Su ran and said seriously, this time we have come prepared to launch a dual project plan. The J-20 project bears the codename Sword of the Nation, and the other project we intend to launch carries the codename Heavy Hammer of the Nation. Su Jianguo's eyebrow twitched, slightly lost in thought. Heavy Hammer of the Nation. Could it be a research project on par with 5th-generation heavy fighter jets? This? How? When Su Jianguo's gaze fell upon his grandson Su Bai, his voice abruptly ceased. He exclaimed in shock, it was you, kid, who orchestrated this. At this moment, Su Jianguo's gaze also landed on Su Bai. Old Su, are you saying the other project plan was also created by this child Xiao Bai? But only a few days have passed. What on earth is going on, academician, and why has Design Institute one suddenly produced a top-tier research project at the same level as 5th-generation fighter jets? How could there have been no prior news about this? Ran and explained, Minister Chen, academician Su, truthfully, we only learned of this 10 days ago ourselves. Your guesses are not incorrect. Everything was indeed created by this child Xiao Bai. We originally intended to set off 10 days ago, but Xiao Bai needed time to prepare the blueprints, which is what caused the delay. Hearing this, Su Jianguo was somewhat bewildered. Academician, and you have spoken this long, without yet telling me what the project is. You are truly keeping us in suspense. It is unbearable. Ranan smiled. Actually, it is not a particularly grand project, merely a 5th-generation bomber. Oh, bomber. Su Jianguo exclaimed in shock. What did you say? What project? Ran and smiled. The 5th-generation bomber project? H-20. Yes. Su Jianguo and Su Jianguo could not help but draw sharp breaths. What did you say? A 5th-generation bomber? Su Jianguo asked in shock. Are you referring to the top-tier bombers that only the Eagle and the Bear, the 2 superpowers, currently possess? And you call this nothing? Ran and nodded. Indeed. It is a 5th-generation stealth bomber capable of reaching any corner of the globe within 1 hour. It is absolutely a presence at the level of aerial dominance. With it, our offensive capabilities in the air defense domain will reach the world's super first class. Becoming the 3rd nation in the world to possess a top-tier bomber carries profound significance. Silence. The room fell into an eerie quiet. Su Jianguo's breathing grew rapid after hearing this. Academician and Xiaobai, how confident are you that you can complete this project? I want the most direct figures. Minister Chun, Su Bai said, under sufficient funding we can with absolute certainty complete the bomber project before the end of the year. Absolutely certain. Can it be completed before the year ends, eh? Su Jianguo rose excitedly and paced back and forth within the room. Xiaobai, are you truly certain of absolute certainty? This is no trivial matter. Su Bai nodded decisively. Minister Chun, I dare guarantee it. And I have even brought the blueprints. Minister Chun, Chao Qinghe smiled. I can stand guarantee for Xiaobai. If any issues arise with the project, hold this old man directly accountable. I can also guarantee for Xiaobai. Kong Xiangwang declared. Me too, I can as well. And me? The 9 senior academicians rose one after another. They had sat here today precisely for this moment. Ran and rose with a smile. Minister Chun, I too can guarantee for Xiaobai. For the entire project I can take full responsibility. Should any problem arise, I alone will bear it. Today all 10 of us old guys standing here choose to place our trust in Xiaobai. Otherwise we would not have traveled such a great distance. The atmosphere is rather moving. Su Jianguo rose with a smile, his gaze firm as he looked at Su Bai. Xiaobai, grandpa supports you as well. Minister Chun, I can also guarantee for my grandson. I believe in him, as should problems arise I too can guarantee. Oh my. You have misunderstood my meaning. Su Jianguo said with a wry smile. I naturally trust that this child Xiaobai can accomplish so many projects. I am not concerned in the least about the project encountering problems. The only matter troubling me now is the funding issue. Everyone sit. Let us talk seated. The others sat down and Su Jianguo continued. By year's end I have no research funding remaining on hand. Moreover, I estimate other research units have little funding remaining as well. It is likely not easy for us to assemble this sum. Su Jianguo looked at Su Bai. Xiaobai, could the project be postponed until next year? Next year I will certainly provide you with ample funding, this I can guarantee. Hearing this, the others said nothing and turned their gazes towards Su Bai. Everything depended on his judgment. Su Bai smiled. The nation having no money for scientific research, such a scenario had never occurred to him before. At this moment the system voice suddenly resonated. System, do not agree to postpone the project until next year. Inform everyone that a new project awaits next year and the funding has already been reserved. Reward shorten analysis time by 5 days. Good heavens. The recent missions have been quite favorable, all involving shortened analysis time. This proved perfectly suited for the J-31 analysis. Thus merely 10 days remained to complete the analysis task. Su Bai's gaze swept around the room. Minister Chun, I fear the project cannot be postponed until next year. Su Jianguo paused, then asked Xiaobai, next year's funding will be very ample. The project lacks not these few months. I guarantee that as soon as the new year arrives, Design Institute No. 1's funding will be arranged first. There will absolutely be no delays. What say you, is this acceptable? Hearing this, the others looked towards Su Bai. If it were merely a matter of several months' delay, it indeed appeared to carry little loss. After all, the nation's research funding was tight, and such was unavoidable. Su Bai shook his head. Minister Chun, I believe next year's funding may also be extremely tight. I suggest that the funding allocated to Design Institute No. 1 must also be doubled. With these words spoken, not only Su Jianguo was baffled, the others were equally stunned. What was happening? Next year's funding was to be doubled as well. Were you truly planning to construct a spaceship? The evening breeze was slightly cool, yet the atmosphere indoors was somewhat heated. What's going on? Su Jianguo looked at Ran and the others. Your funding for next year will also be doubled. What projects do you have next year? I didn't know about this. Upon hearing this, Ran and the others were taken aback. What was going on? It wasn't what they had been told when they arrived. Were they even snatching next year's funding too? Xiaobai, what are you doing? Ran asked. The others' gazes fell on Su Bai. Su Bai explained, academician, and the reason I want to start the dual projects before the year ends is that we have even more projects to complete next year. If we postpone the H-20 project to next year, our tasks for next year will be very difficult to complete, and the funding will be extremely tight. It's better to resolve this year's projects all at once so that everyone will be more relaxed next year. After hearing this, everyone stared at each other in bewilderment. What's going on? There are many more projects next year. How can you alone be more formidable than all of us combined? Academician, and what is happening here? Chao Qinghe was stunned. The surprise came too suddenly. And Ran smiled wryly. Don't all look at me like that. I don't know what's going on either. Xiao Bai, you don't have other projects, do you? Su Bai nodded. I want to build a complete air combat system for the country. From attack-type fighters to defense-type fighters, and even early warning transport and special-purpose aircraft. A series of fighter types will be my goal. So, I said we will only be busier in the future. Silence. A silence so profound that a pin drop could be heard. Su Bai's words were like an atomic bomb detonating before them, bringing a cataclysm of mountains crumbling and tsunamis crashing. Their minds lost the ability to think. Academician Chao, am I dreaming? It feels like a dream. Pinch me and see. Kong Xiangwang exclaimed in shock. Chao Qinghe was also bewildered. Don't wake me up. I want to continue dreaming. Xiao Bai. And Ran asked, can those projects you mentioned really be established next year? Can we truly build our own air combat system in the next few years? The Eagle and the Grizzly each took decades to establish a complete system. Can we really accomplish it in just a few years? Isn't the difficulty a bit too high, eh? Upon hearing this, the others looked at Su Bai. The difficulty was indeed immense. Completing in a few years what top nations took decades to achieve was a big step. But if they could truly build a complete air combat system, as Su Bai described, Rabbit Country's air combat domain would definitely stand at the world's pinnacle. Su Bai nodded. I have great confidence. In fact, the development of various fighter types is interconnected. Once one is designed, the others are relatively simple. Recently, I've been thinking about the J-31 multi-role 5th-generation light fighter. Once these two projects are completed, we can launch related projects next year. After that, other types of fighters will be developed more or less. Actually, it's not that difficult. Silence. The office was eerily silent. Everyone's expressions were strange. Simple. Why didn't they feel that at all? The capital's night had already taken on the appearance of a world metropolis with its dazzling lights and modern cityscape. The old grandfather clock in the room ticked. System, mission completed, analysis time shortened by 5 days. Delightful, another 5 days gained. Su Bai hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. Xiao Bai. Su Jianguo said seriously, we might need your help with the funding. I definitely don't have any money left, and other units don't have much either. We'll probably have to plunder all the remaining funds from the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th aircraft design institutes just to barely scrape together enough. However, this won't be easy. Minister Chen, just tell me what you need me to do. I'll do anything for the funding. Su Bai said directly. Minister Chen, if funding is really tight, the Chinese Academy of Sciences can also transfer some. Su Jianguo suggested. Su Jianguo smiled. We don't need the Academy's funds for now. Your research is at a critical stage. Xiao Bai, actually, there's not much to do. You and the design blueprints of the H-20 are the most persuasive things. As long as they see them and approve, they will naturally transfer the funds. After all, the original intention of the 5 major aircraft design institutes is to build the strongest air force for the country. With a common goal, many things become easier. Su Bai nodded. Minister Chen, I understand. I'll handle it. Upon hearing this, Chun Jiangguo nodded and smiled wryly. In the past, it was always you coming to me for funds. I never thought the day would come when I'd be asking you for funds. No. To be precise, it's extorting funds. Only your first institute could pull this off. All right, tomorrow I'll notify the other 4 design institutes to come over. They heard you were in the capital and wanted to see what's going on. Perfect timing to have them come and deliver the money. Hearing this, everyone was amused. Laughter drifted out the window into the starry sky. The next day, the other 4 major aircraft design institutes were in an uproar. Early in the morning, they received a notice from the Ministry of Science and Technology requiring the 4 major aircraft design institutes to rush to the capital immediately. The notice did not specify the reason. However, this matter caused quite a stir in the scientific community. First, 10 academicians rushed to the capital late at night, and now the 4 major aircraft design institutes were summoned. Many speculated that a major upheaval was about to occur in the aircraft field. After this quake, the domestic aircraft field would undergo a complete transformation. Big news, big news. In the cafeteria of the first Aircraft Design Institute, a young researcher rushed into the cafeteria and announced loudly to the crowd, latest news, the other 4 major aircraft design institutes will also be heading to the capital today. It's likely related to our old academician. The aircraft field is about to undergo earth-shaking changes. The cafeteria buzzed with commotion. Holy crap, something big is happening. All 5 major aircraft design institutes heading to the capital. This is a scene you might not see even once in a decade. Anyone with inside info? Spill the beans. I've got the big scoop. I'll say it's almost certainly related to that mysterious chief engineer. Probably only he has such influence to summon the academicians of the other 4 design institutes to the capital. Who is this person? How does he have such ability? To know what happens next, listen to the next installment. In the crowd, Su Jianguo and Su Mu were dumbfounded. No way, no way. 10 academicians rushing to the capital late at night wasn't enough, and now they're dragging in the academicians from the other 4 design institutes. Mu, your brother-in-law is going to cause a huge stir. Awesome. Look at all these people talking about how impressive your brother-in-law is. When will I ever have such influence? I could die without regrets. Sumu rolled her eyes and whispered, actually there's a way you can achieve that too. What way? Tell me. Strip naked and run around the cafeteria? Then you'll instantly become the talk of everyone. Su Jianguo. Was she joking? I'm really well endowed. I'm afraid others would feel inferior if they saw. Earthquake and epic earthquake. Something huge is happening. At the Factory 105 Research Center, Du Peng had gotten wind of the news again. After 10 academicians rushed to Daidu, the academicians of the 4 major aircraft design institutes have also gone to Daidu. The entire Daidu, and even the whole aircraft field, are about to experience a massive upheaval. According to unreliable speculation, the Air Force sector will undergo unprecedented changes next year. The research center buzzed with excitement. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Damn fatty, where did you hear that? Is it reliable?" "More reliable than my own dad," Du Peng assured. "The news has spread everywhere outside, it's just that we're a bit behind here. I've been squatting by the wall outside Master Wu's office, eavesdropping these past few days. I just heard it from Master Wu, it can't be false." Upon hearing this, the crowd became restless. Everyone knew in their hearts that it might have a lot to do with Su Bai. This is insane. Su the God is going to dominate the entire aircraft field. Damn, from now on we should call him Su the Emperor instead of Su the God. Is it too late to buy a ticket to follow Su the Emperor? Look at Su the Emperor, we all have 2 shoulders and 1 head, but why is he so different from us? At 20 he's already a figure who can stir up an entire research field. There's no one else like him. Only Su the Emperor can do that. Try anyone else, they'd be too shaky to stand before such big shots. Don't you have work to do? Wu Zhongmin and Zhang Taizhan were standing at the entrance of the research center, apparently having appeared out of nowhere. Everyone shrank their necks in fear and slunk back to their posts. Du Peng tried to slip away, but Zhang Taizhan grabbed him by the neck. "Where do you think you're going, you little rascal? You think I didn't know you were hiding by the wall? You're in charge of the toilets for a month. If I find even a single turd on the seat, you'll clean them for another month." Du Peng's face fell. "Brother Zhang, just let me eat shit, okay?" Zhang Tieshan. He didn't expect this kid to have such a hobby. After Du Peng left, Lung Yu stepped forward to inquire. "Master Wu, did Su Bai really go to Daidu?" "About what Du Peng just said?" Wu Zhongmin smiled. "It's all true. That kid Xiao Bai is probably up to something big this time. All departments in Daidu are in turmoil. It probably won't calm down anytime soon." Upon hearing this, Lung Yu smiled a very happy smile and said nothing more. "By the way, I've read your RD project report." Wu Zhongmin smiled. "I think after we finish the current project we can start the RD work you mentioned. But the funding won't come until next year. The experimental phase might have to start next year." "That should be fine, right?" Lung Yu shook her head. "No problem. But if you have any concerns, just tell me and your teacher will help you solve them." After Su Bai left, Wu Zhongming selected Lung Yu from among the students to formally take her as his disciple. He intended to train her to become the future successor of Factory 105. Lung Yu said, "Master, I may not be as outstanding as Su Bai. This project might take a year, or even a dozen years, and it might not even be completed. Should we really do it? Perhaps if we call Su Bai back the project." "Shall you?" Wu Zhongming interrupted with a smile. "Not everyone is Su Bai. This is how normal scientific research works. It's normal for projects to take years, or even decades. Some researchers spend their entire lives exploring. Does that mean we shouldn't do it just because it takes a long time? Maybe if we call that kid Su Bai back, the project might be completed in no time. But it might also take a dozen years. I know what's on your mind. You want to prove that you are worthy of standing beside that kid Su Bai in the future." Wu Zhongming said earnestly, "Child, go ahead and do it. The future needs to be boldly forged. I am very optimistic about this intercontinental missile project. You can draw on the previous air defense missile design materials from Su Bai. Maybe it can be achieved in a year or 2. It will give that kid Su Bai a big surprise." Upon hearing this, Lung Yu let go of her concerns and nodded vigorously with a smile. "Master, I will work hard." Wu Zhongming nodded. "Go get busy." "Master Wu." Zhang Taizhan looked at Lung Yu's back and smiled. "Actually, this girl is quite talented. At least she is definitely the top among these students. I am well aware of that, otherwise I wouldn't have formally taken Lung Yu as my student." Wu Zhongmin shook his head with a bitter smile. "That kid Su Bai is too outstanding. His talent overshadows everyone of his generation. It has caused some originally talented kids to lose their luster. Actually, there are many good seeds among them that can be cultivated. Maybe I can consider taking on 2 more students when I have time." Zhang Taizhan smiled. "If only we could run into a few more kids like Su Bai." "You?" Wu Zhongming chuckled. Daidu Research Department. After 2 days of travel, the 4 major aircraft design institutes finally gathered at the guest hotel of the research department. "Old Lu, what does your second institute think about this? Why did Minister Chen call us all here? The first institute must be up to no good." The directors of the 4 major aircraft design institutes gathered in the guest hotel room, discussing what might happen at the meeting tomorrow. Xiang Tian of the 3rd Design Institute first expressed his view. "I'll say this first, no matter what the first institute is plotting, we must stand united. We must absolutely not panic." Lu Changxing, director of the 2nd Institute, nodded. "I felt the same way before coming here. But we need to figure out what's going on first. What if it's something good? We have no reason to oppose it. Lu Ming, academician of the 4th Institute, nodded. Old Lu is right. We need to understand the situation. I believe academician and Ran wouldn't act recklessly. It's not like she's really planning to merge our 4th Institute, right? That kind of thing should be impossible. What's impossible? Xiang Tian, academician of the 3rd Institute, said. If it's about merging us, I'll be the first to oppose. If it's something else, we'll discuss it, depending on the situation. Hearing this, Lu Chongqing pondered. I think a merger is unlikely. Maybe there's another reason. Hasn't the 1st Institute recently launched a 5th-generation fighter project? Could it be related to that? Xiang Tian Xiao of the 3rd Institute shook his head. The 5th-generation fighter project is probably not the reason. The 5th-generation fighter project couldn't cause such a big commotion from the 1st Institute. I still think the 1st Institute intends to use this opportunity to merge us. Old Xiang, why do you keep bringing this up? It's been so many years, and you're still holding a grudge. Xiaomu, academician of the 5th Institute, advised back then academician and also gave up the idea. It's been over a decade. You should let it go. Let it go. I can't. Xiang Tian said discontentedly. The design institutes were all founded by us. Back then and ran backed by 10 academicians wanted to dissolve all of us and merge us into the 1st Design Institute. If we hadn't united, would our design institute still exist today? Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Everyone's spirits were somewhat low. The 1st Design Institute had 10 academicians while the other 4 institutes together had only 15. If the 4 institutes hadn't united back then, they would have been merged. Old Xiang, it's all in the past. And Ran hasn't mentioned it since, has she? Why can't you let it go? Lu Chongqing tried to persuade him. Tomorrow's meeting must be about something else. And Ran alone doesn't have enough influence to make Minister Chun invite us all. Hearing this, Yiming nodded. Maybe it's related to that mysterious chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter that we've never been able to meet. Only he has the power to persuade Minister Chen to gather us all. That doesn't make sense. Xiao Mu from the 5th Institute expressed his view. If it's this mysterious chief engineer, then why? Just for the 5th-generation fighter. That's impossible. Lu Chongqing said. Maybe something big is about to happen. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to see. Old Lu, everyone. Xiang Tian looked around the room. I've always been impartial and focused on the matter itself. If what I said happens tomorrow, then I'll say the same thing I said 10 years ago. Let Ran present something that can convince us. Otherwise, I will never agree to a merger. The entrance to the research department. Su had been staying at home these past few days and hadn't accompanied academician and the others to the research department. Young man, are you also from the research department? Subai turned around to see 4 elderly men standing behind him. Grandpa, can I help you with something? This is the research department, and I count myself as one of them. Xiang Tian smiled and said, to join the research department at such a young age. Your future is truly limitless. Young people nowadays are truly remarkable. It seems we've really grown old, we can't keep up with the younger generation. Lu Chongqing chuckled. Young man, the conference room 703 is over there. We're here for a meeting, but we're not very familiar with this conference room 703. Could you possibly point us in the right direction? You're heading to conference room 703. Subai paused for a moment. Today's meeting was being held in conference room 703. Could these 4 elderly men before him be the academicians from the other 4 aircraft design institutes? You must be senior academicians from the aircraft design institute, correct? As it happens, I'm heading that way too. I'll guide you there. Xiang Tian hesitated for a moment, then laughed. Then we trouble you, young man. We haven't been out in ages. My memory isn't what it used to be. Subai nodded and led the way with the 4 academicians following closely behind. They paid no mind to Subai's claim that he was also going there, assuming he simply had errands to run in that direction. Outside the building housing conference room 703. This building here houses conference room 703. The room itself is on the 7th floor. Let's head up. Hearing this, Xiang Tian smiled and said, we truly apologize for the inconvenience asking you to escort us upstairs. I hope we're not disrupting your schedule. Indeed, it would be unfortunate to delay your work. Lu Chongqing remarked, 7th floor, is it? We can manage on our own. You should go about your own affairs. Being admitted to the research department at such a young age demonstrates considerable talent. We cannot allow matters concerning a few old men like ourselves to interfere with your responsibilities. The other 2 academicians nodded in agreement. Precisely. Attend to your own business. We'll find our way. We old fellows can still navigate this far without assistance. Go about your duties. Subai offered a smile. At that moment, the system voice suddenly chimed in. System, with the most understated tone, informed the 4 academicians that you are also attending the meeting in room 703. Reward 1 to appearance. What the hell? Appearance. This is a must-have. Who would turn down an opportunity to look better? 4 senior academicians. Subai looked at the 4 men and said calmly, actually, I should have been clearer. Today my task is also to attend the meeting in conference room 703. System task complete. Appearance 1. As the words faded, Subai felt a slight tingling sensation on his skin, and then nothing more. Bloody hell. That's it. Are you joking around, system? The four academicians paused upon hearing this. Xiang Tian couldn't help but ask, "You're also attending the meeting in conference room 703. Impossible. We know everyone attending this meeting. Aside from Minister Chen, the 10 academicians from Design Institute 1 and Old Su from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, there shouldn't be anyone else." "Then who are you?" Suddenly Xiang Tian seemed to realize something and stared at Su Bai with widened eyes. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be? You're far too young. There must be some misunderstanding." The other three academicians looked bewildered, unable to process what they were hearing. "Old Xiang, what's impossible? What are you talking about?" "Exactly. What's with all the sudden alarm? Even if a young person is joining our meeting, perhaps Minister Chen arranged it. What exactly are you questioning?" Xiang Tian suddenly laughed. Nothing. I've just been overthinking things, scaring myself unnecessarily. Such a thing could never happen. Young man, since you're also attending the meeting, let's go together." Su Bai didn't mind and nodded, leading the way ahead. Xiang Tian and the other three followed behind. "Old Xiang, what were you trying to say just now? I didn't quite grasp your meaning." "Indeed, I also failed to understand. What do you mean by scaring yourself?" Xiang Tian explained with a wry smile. "I was overthinking things just now. Just think about who's attending the meeting and you'll understand what I'm thinking." Hearing this, Lu Changsheng and the other two paused momentarily. "The 10 oldsters from Design Institute 1 along with Minister Chen plus ourselves. Oh, and Old Su from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and that chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter we've never met. That should be everyone, right? No one else." The three seemed to have thought of something and stared with wide eyes. "Old Xiang, you don't mean to say that the young man before us is that mysterious chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter, do you? Only you, old man, could come up with such an idea. How could a 20-year-old develop a 5th-generation fighter and serve as the national chief engineer?" "Exactly. To even consider such an absurdity shows you've truly grown old. Your mind is becoming increasingly foggy." Xiang Tian laughed. "I just got startled for a moment. It's just this small group meeting. When someone suddenly appeared, I instinctively assumed it was that person. Only afterward did I realize how absurd it sounded. I was overthinking it." Lu Changsheng smiled. "You truly are growing old. If it were me, I wouldn't even entertain such a thought. Consider more reasonable possibilities. This young man is likely Minister Chen's assistant taking notes during the meeting." Xiaomu nodded. "That's correct. Old Lu always maintains clear thinking. A 20-year-old national project chief engineer. That's simply too preposterous. One wouldn't dare dream of such a thing happening. I suspect you're still half asleep, indulging in daydreams." Academician Yi Ming smiled. Enough. Let's head to the meeting first. Once we reach the conference room, everything will become clear anyway. But Old Xiang, please refrain from such fanciful thoughts in the future. They're quite frightening." Hearing this, the others chuckled, while Xiang Tian's aged face showed a hint of embarrassment. "Enough, let's drop the subject. Before long, the members from Design Institute 1 might overhear and think I've truly lost my faculties, mocking me behind my back." Lu Changsheng laughed. "You deserve the ridicule. If such absurdities could occur, I could walk on my hands and eat with my feet." The others nodded in agreement, still smiling. "If old Lu can walk on his hands and eat with his feet, then I can walk on one hand and eat with one foot. You're one-upping each other. Next I'd be ascending to immortality, floating in the air." Suddenly Xiang Tian halted and remarked, "Have you noticed anything different about this young man? He does appear somewhat more handsome than before." At the entrance of room 703 in the research department, 10 senior academicians from the First Design Institute along with Minister Chen and Su Jianguo were waiting by the conference room door. Su Bai turned the corner of the corridor, walking and chatting cheerfully with the senior academicians from the 4 major aircraft design institutes. Minister Chen smiled and said, "Academician, and it seems today's meeting will go smoothly. Little Bai has already gotten along well with the old fellows. I believe there shouldn't be any major problems." And Rand smiled and said, "This child is always so endearing wherever he goes. I thought today would be tough, but it seems we were overthinking it. Old Su, your grandson, is truly remarkable. He excels in research and is also socially adept, far surpassing us old fogies. You deserve credit for that." Su Jianguo felt immensely pleased upon hearing this. This child has always been a source of ease since childhood. His achievements today are entirely his own doing. And Rand chuckled. "Of course," Su Jianguo added with a laugh, "but there's still a tiny bit of my contribution. Little Bai might have been influenced by my scientific research from an early age, which led him onto this path. So I do have some credit." And Rand's mouth twitched several times, offering an awkward smile. The others forced stiff smiles. They had seen shamelessness, but never this level. "I think you just provided the seed," joked academician Ding Wanqian. Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. What kind of remark was that from an old academician? Truly improper. Minister Chen smiled awkwardly. "Let's not stand here. Let's go greet them, give those old fellows face, and everything else will be easier afterward. What do you think, academician?" And Rand nodded. "Let's go. After all, we're about to snatch money from their pockets. It's only right to give them that courtesy. They'll feel better about it." Minister Chen smiled and led the group towards Su Bai and his party. Meanwhile, the academicians from the 4 design institutes noticed the situation at the conference room door and immediately sensed something was amiss. Something's off. Academician Xiang Tian frowned as he saw the large group approaching. Minister Chun and Ran and Old Su are coming to receive us. When did we ever command such respect? Something's very wrong. Today might be a Hongmen banquet. Old Xiang, are you overthinking? Lu Chongqing said, isn't it just them coming to greet us? It's just politeness. You're definitely overthinking. No. Xiang Tian shook his head repeatedly. I'm not overthinking. We don't have that much face. Minister Chun personally came to greet us. Everyone stay steady. Xiaomu laughed. Come on, old man, you're getting more absurd by the minute. Keep it simple. They're just being courteous. Exactly. Yiming joked to Su Bai. If we don't have that much face, then Little Bai must have it. Maybe they're here for Little Bai. Don't you think? Lu Chongqing chuckled. Hey, old Yi, saying they're here for Little Bai is more plausible than Old Xiang's idea. If we don't have that face, then it must be Little Bai, no one else. Ha ha ha. Xiaomu patted Su Bai's shoulder and joined in the jest. Little Bai, thinking about it, your face is even bigger than ours. Then what Old Xiang said earlier might be true. At this, the 4 of them froze. Even Xiaomu himself was stunned. On second thought, the more they considered it, the more absurd it seemed. Old Xiao, you accuse me of thinking too wildly, but look at yourself. Xiang Tian laughed. You're the one who's really old. Connecting those dots. At this, Lu Chongqing and Yiming chuckled. For a moment, both had indeed entertained a terrifying thought. Could Su Bai really be the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter project? All right, Minister Chun and the others are coming. Let's pick up the pace. The corridor was only about 100 meters long. Soon the 2 groups converged, all wearing smiles. Academician Xiang, Academician Lu, Academician Yi, and Academician Xiao. Thank you for the long journey. Minister Chun said with a smile. Xiang Tian laughed. Minister Chun, we're old friends, no need for formalities. Let's get down to business, we can chat leisurely later. During this, Xiang Tian and Ran exchanged a glance, nodding without a word. Minister Chen smiled. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Let's head to the meeting. Little Bai, you're late. Why didn't you come with your grandfather? Su Jianguo explained. I came from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Little Bai stayed home with his parents. That's why he's a bit late. Su Bai smiled and nodded. You're old Su's grandson. Xiang Tian exclaimed in shock. Lu Chongqing and the others were also slightly surprised. No wonder you looked familiar. You're old Su's grandson. Yiming laughed. I thought you looked familiar too. When you were little, you even sat on my shoulders. Now you've grown up so fast. Time flies. Indeed. Xiaomu sighed. Time really flies. The younger generation has grown so big. We're truly old. I wonder how much longer we can hold on. I don't know if I'll live to see the glorious future of the Air Force. Old Xiao. Xiang Tian urged. There you go again with the sentiment. Let's focus on business. Xiaomu composed himself. Forgive me, everyone. Let's go to the meeting room. Academician Xiao is still so sentimental. He hasn't changed a bit. Minister Chen smiled. Since we're all familiar, let's go to the meeting room for detailed discussions. Inside the conference room, everyone took their seats. Since we all know each other, let's officially begin the meeting. Wait, Minister Chen, isn't someone still missing? Xiang Tian interrupted. Su Jianguo, the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter project, hasn't arrived yet. We traveled a long way for 2 reasons. First, for business. Second, an important reason is to meet that mysterious chief engineer. Minister Chen, you're not going to keep us from seeing him, are you? Lu Chongqing nodded. We've been eager to meet that mysterious chief engineer on the way here. Such a talent has emerged in the field of aircraft design. We old fellows simply must see him. Minister Chen, could you please ask the mysterious chief engineer to come out? Xiao Mu and Yiming nodded. Hearing this, Minister Chen's gaze fell on Su Bai, his expression strange. The others also looked at Su Bai with similar expressions. Su Bai smiled. Due to confidentiality regulations, I'm not sure how to broach this. Xiang Tian and the others were bewildered by the expressions. Minister Chen, why are you all staring at Little Bai? He hasn't told me anything about the chief engineer. Minister Chen said with a hint of amusement. Haven't you noticed anything? Doesn't it strike you as odd that Little Bai is here in the meeting room? Isn't that unscientific? The others looked at Xiang Tian's group with smiles, as if anticipating a good show. Hearing this, Xiang Tian became even more confused. Isn't Little Bai your assistant? Suddenly, Lu Chongqing sensed something, his eyes widening. Minister Chen, you don't mean to say that Little Bai is? Minister Chen, you don't mean to say that Xiao Bai? Lu Chongqing paused, swallowing hard to steady his emotions. Even he found the next words absurd. Old Lu, what are you trying to say? Finishing half a sentence drives me crazy. Xiao Mu was utterly bewildered by what was happening, his mind a muddled mess. Old Xiao, what's the rush? I need to organize my thoughts. Even I find what I'm about to say ridiculous. Xiao Bai. Lu Chongqing looked at Su Bai. Answer me, are you the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet project? What? Xiang Tian exclaimed in shock. Old Lu, are you saying Xiao Bai is the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet project? Have you lost your mind? Xiao Mu was equally stunned. Old Lu, how is that possible? Xiao Bai is only... Shut up. Lu Chongqing was deadly serious, his breathing becoming rapid. Minister Chen, am I right? Xiao Bai is actually the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet project, isn't he? Otherwise you wouldn't have said what you did earlier, and you were shocked by our reaction. The three of them Xiang Tian focused their gaze on Minister Chun, their hearts churning with waves of shock. Minister Chun, is old Lu telling the truth? Is Xiao Bai really the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet project? Minister Chun nodded. I thought you already knew, seeing you chatting so cheerfully. Xiao Bai is indeed the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet project. It's shocking, but it's the truth. Everyone else here knows the situation. Xiang Tian turned to Su Jianguo. Old Su, is your grandson really the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet? Did you know about this? Su Jianguo smiled. Xiao Bai is my grandson, it's only natural that I know. And let me correct one thing. Xiao Bai is not just the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet project, he is also the chief engineer of several other projects. Each one is a top national project. Don't doubt that. Silence. Utter silence. The others waited quietly for Xiang Tian and his group to digest the information. After all, it had taken them quite some time to come to terms with it. Xiang Tian and the others were stunned, as if a bomb had exploded in their minds. The powerful shockwave left their minds blank. Xiao Bai actually the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet project. This was just too absurd. The morning breeze carried a refreshing coolness. The atmosphere in the room eased. Minister Chen, why didn't you tell us this earlier? Xiang Tian smiled sheepishly. We've made such a blunder. Now you're all having a laugh at our expense. Lu Changsheng and the others nodded sheepishly. This blunder would probably haunt them for the rest of their lives. Old and losing face. Isn't that infuriating? Minister Chen chuckled. I saw you all chatting so happily and arriving together. You know how important this meeting is, we wouldn't just bring any young person to attend. Use your brains a little, and you could have guessed something. Xiang Tian smiled bitterly. We did guess, but when we thought about. He glanced at Su Bai. Xiao Bai is just too young. A 20-year-old national project chief engineer. How could we have guessed? If you hadn't all told us personally, I'd still find it hard to believe. This is too absurd. It never crossed my mind. Lu Changxing nodded. Before coming we had many speculations about the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter jet. None of them matched Xiao Bai. The gap is just too huge. A 20-year-old national project chief engineer. It's earth-shattering. Xiao Mu sighed. Our country's future in scientific research has hope, a direction forward. Old Xiao, what the hell are you sighing about? Yi Mu was shocked. I haven't even recovered yet, and you're sighing for no reason. Shocked, just be shocked. A 20-year-old chief engineer. Dare you even dream of it? You wouldn't even dare to dream. Hearing this, everyone else burst into laughter. A little interlude before the meeting lightened the mood. Alright, since everyone is clear on the situation, let's get down to business. Minister Chen scanned the room, and the atmosphere turned serious. Old Xiang, I've called you all here for one thing. Academician Anren is short on funds and needs to transfer some budget from your 4 major design institutes for project research. Not just this time, next year's budget will also be reduced for the first design institute's RD projects. The meeting room fell silent again, but this time the atmosphere was tense. Minister Chun, Xiang Tian began. I won't say much, just one question. Aside from the 5th-generation fighter jet project, does the first design institute have other projects that require a large budget? If so, we are willing to cut our own funding. We share the same goal. As long as it contributes to the nation's aviation field, it doesn't matter where the money is spent. With that, he deliberately glanced in Anren's direction. Anren simply nodded and smiled, saying nothing. Old Lu, do you all share the same opinion? Minister Chun asked the other three. Lu Changsheng and the others nodded. Minister Chun, if it's truly a matter of insufficient funds for multiple projects, we are willing to cut our budget for the first institute's RD. The 4th institute is also willing to cut its budget. The 5th institute as well. With their affirmative answers, Minister Chen smiled. Anren, I told you the other 4 institutes wouldn't be a big problem. As long as we have a solid reason, Old Xiang and the others are reasonable. Anren rolled her eyes and said with irritation, what did someone say before the meeting? That this time we'd have to snatch the budget from Old Lu and the others whether they liked it or not. Hearing this, Minister Chen's mouth twitched violently. He laughed awkwardly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must have misheard. I am the Minister of the Scientific Research Department. You all get your budgets from me. How could I do such a thing? Xiang Tian and the others darkened their faces, their mouths twitching violently. Few would believe that statement. Minister Chen, we have no problem with the budget. But you should tell us the specific reasons. Xiang Tian asked. Let me answer that. Anren suddenly spoke up. You all know something about the 5th-generation fighter jet project, right? The budget for the Sword 20 project at the first institute is actually sufficient. But a new project came up that needs to be carried out simultaneously. Xiao Bai has developed the H-25th generation bomber based on the Sword 20. We plan to proceed with both projects at the same time, which is why we're short on funds. This revelation stunned Xiang Tian and the others, their eyes widening like brass bells. What did you say? A 5th generation bomber. You've developed it. As they were in shock, the system sounded in Su Bai's mind. System, integrate the 5 major design institutes to collaborate on research projects. Reward analysis opportunity for the KJ, 500 medium-range early warning aircraft. Holy shit. Subai was shocked. He hadn't even finished analyzing the last one, and now another one came. Can it slow down? Being force-fed is uncomfortable. The capital never lacked bustling figures. Researchers poured in and out of the Ministry of Science and Research doors continuously. The nation's achievements to date owed much of their credit to these individuals. And Rand, you're saying your team is developing a fifth-generation bomber. We have absolutely no reference materials on this domestically. How do you plan to begin the research and development? Are you confident? Xiang Tian couldn't help but voice his skepticism with a barrage of questions. Old Xiang, there's something you might not fully understand. And Rand said calmly, if we were simply doing research and development, we wouldn't be coming to you for funding. The annual funding is sufficient to support research and development for 2 projects. This time, in addition to the Jian 25th generation fighter entering the manufacturing phase, the H 25th generation bomber will also enter its manufacturing stage. We've never had 2 top-tier projects enter the manufacturing stage simultaneously before. The funding required is astronomical, which is why we have no choice but to request an allocation from you to fill this gap. Hiss. Xiang Tian and the others couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this. You're skipping the entire research and development phase to go straight into the final manufacturing stage. How is this even possible? None of our major design institutes had any bomber research experience. How did you accomplish this in such a short time frame? Did you somehow obtain classified information from abroad? That's certainly not what happened. And Rand chuckled. You should ask Xiao Bai how he achieved this. Anyway, Xiao Bai did all the work entirely on his own. We had nothing to do with it. Hearing this, Xiang Tian exclaimed in shock. You're saying Xiao Bai also developed the 5th generation bomber? One person completing the RD for 2 cutting-edge fighter projects in such a short time. This is simply beyond belief. So you came here today just to tell us about this. Lu Changxing shared the same expression of astonishment. If that's the case, why did we wait until now to come? We would have flown over overnight. Other nations need decades to complete research like this, and we've already achieved it. As he spoke, Lu Changxing burst into sudden laughter. This happiness has come too suddenly. We weren't prepared for this. It's hard to process all at once. Old Yi, the bomber you've been dreaming about day and night, has finally arrived. You should be thrilled now. Yiming turned to Su Bai, eager to see the blueprints. Xiao Bai, did you bring the drawings? We'd like to take a look. Yes. Xiao Mu exclaimed excitedly. Hurry up and show us the blueprints. Those are 5th generation bomber designs. Only 2 countries in the world currently possess this technology. Previously, even a close-up photograph was incredibly precious, yet today, we have the opportunity to examine the actual design schematics. I'm so thrilled I could take flight. Su Bai smiled. The curtains were drawn and the room's lights dimmed. He placed the prepared blueprints onto the projector. Everyone's attention fixed on the screen, their faces illuminated with deep concentration. Everyone, these are the design schematics for the H 25th generation bomber I conceived. Old Yi, look right away. Xiang Tian pointed at the display data in astonishment. The H-20 airframe designed by Xiao Bai closely resembles your original vision. Length 47 meters, wingspan 45 meters, height 15 meters. Almost identical in data. Yiming offered a wry smile. The measurements differ only slightly, but the fundamental design approach diverges substantially from what I originally envisioned. Xiao Bai's H-20 design captures a distinctly futuristic aesthetic. If the Eagle's bombers resembled swallows in flight, the H-20 is more like the hilt of a sword. Its lethal edge lies concealed within promising devastation the moment it strikes. Excellent description, Old Yi. I thoroughly appreciate it. Xiang Tian's gaze remained fixed on the H-20's silhouette, his admiration evident. This is precisely the bomber I envisioned. Xiao Bai, could you walk us through the detailed specifications? Absolutely, do share them with us. Yiming smiled eagerly. Even studying these ourselves, many aspects remain unclear. Hearing this, Su Bai nodded. Then let me briefly walk everyone through the key parameters and performance specifications. The display shifted, revealing the core data. Su Bai explained, what you're seeing now represents the H-20's essential parameters. The H-20's airframe incorporates advanced stealth technology designed to minimize radar cross-section, significantly reducing the likelihood of detection and tracking by enemy air defense systems. The engine is the same type used in the Jian-20, so I won't dwell on that detail. Let's focus instead on the most critical aspect, the payload capacity. You've likely heard the saying that our nation suffers from a fear of insufficient firepower. When it comes to munitions, we prioritize maximum volume and capability. The others chuckled at this. Any of the 5 aerospace design institutes would emphasize firepower when discussing fighter development. Insufficient firepower constituted a fundamental design failure. Xiao Bai, what's the H-20's payload capacity? Yiming asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Su Bai smiled. Its payload capacity is exceptional. The maximum payload reaches approximately 45 tons, capable of carrying diverse munitions, including long-range cruise missiles, hypersonic air-launched cruise missiles, hypersonic air-launched ballistic missiles, and heavy anti-ship missiles. Of course we haven't yet mastered all these missile systems domestically, but I'm confident we'll be equipping the H-20 with them soon enough. 45 tons of payload. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Such an enormous capacity paired with versatility across all warhead types was simply staggering. That wasn't merely an aircraft, it was a mobile ordnance depot in the sky. And crucially, it was stealth-capable, delivering devastating strikes against enemies at any moment. No wonder the Grizzly and the Eagle dominated the skies for so many years. It was difficult to imagine they possessed such formidable aircraft decades ago. Even looking at the present day, without Xiao Bai's involvement, the Rabbit Nation wouldn't have completed development within a decade, let alone reached manufacturing. Xiao Bai's single project had saved the nation over a decade of development time, with the financial savings amounting to an astronomical figure. Once the Rabbit Nation achieved mass production of the H-20, the global balance of power would shift dramatically. This isn't merely an aircraft, it's a monster of the skies. Xiaomu reflected, we previously had no real understanding of fifth-generation bombers or their destructive potential. Now that we've gained even a basic grasp, I realize just how terrifying its capabilities truly are. A single aircraft like this armed with nuclear weapons could easily annihilate a small nation. It represents the perfect fusion of scientific advancement and destructive power. Incredibly impressive. Xiang Tian nodded in agreement. Indeed, from the moment I first saw the H-20, I sensed something extraordinary about it. In my understanding, the more elegant an aircraft's design, the more exceptional its performance tends to be. The H-20 perfectly exemplifies this principle. Enough of this back-and-forth discussion. Let Xiao Bai finish explaining the remaining designs before you continue chatting. Who would care about your reflections when there are blueprints to study? Lu Changxing urged anxiously. Continue, Xiao Bai. Xiang Tian and the others snapped out of their reverie. Go ahead, Xiao Bai, we won't interrupt. Yes, keep going, don't let us distract you. From this point forward, until you finish the blueprint presentation, I won't say a single word. Hearing this, Su Bai smiled. Now let's continue with the flight speed. The H-20 can maintain Mach 2 even at maximum payload capacity, and regarding other. The meeting stretched through the entire morning, with everyone having lunch in the conference room. After lunch, the afternoon session resumed, with the blueprint explanations continuing well into the night until they had covered the H-20's various performance aspects. Late at night, stars dotted the dark sky. The group showed signs of fatigue after consuming considerable amounts of tea. Everyone that covers the general specifications of the blueprints. Feel free to raise any questions you may have, Su Bai invited. The attendees exchanged glances, brows furrowed in thought. Having processed so much information at once, they hadn't had the chance to properly absorb the blueprints or formulate questions. Xiao Bai, Xiang Tian suddenly spoke up. I have no questions about the blueprints themselves, but there's one issue regarding the project outside the technical specifications. Given the workload of both projects, Design Institute one likely lacks sufficient personnel. Your intention is clearly to complete both projects before year's end, correct? I believe you'll need researchers with substantially deeper expertise to successfully execute these projects. Hearing this, the others furrowed their brows. It was indeed an overlooked concern. Without adequately addressing this, even with funding secured, the projects might still fail. Su Bai found himself amused by the situation. It was as if someone had handed him an opportunity on a silver platter. Academician Xiang, I had actually considered this as well. I have a proposal I'd like to share, though I'm unsure if it's appropriate to express. Please speak freely, Xiao Bai. You're welcome to share any thoughts here, Xiang Tian replied. Su Bai nodded. To complete both projects before year-end, relying solely on one institute would present considerable challenges. Therefore, I intend to temporarily unify the 5 aerospace design institutes and select specialized personnel to jointly accomplish these 2 major projects. This will also establish a foundation for future collaboration. Upon hearing this, everyone present paused momentarily. Their gazes instinctively turned toward Ran and Xiang Tian, expressions growing somewhat peculiar. Su Bai also hesitated briefly. What was the situation here? Could there be an underlying story? System mission completed. Reward opportunity to analyze KJ 500. The research department was brightly lit late at night, with busy figures coming and going incessantly. Overtime work had long become commonplace for researchers. The conference room was quieter than outside. Everything was eerily silent, and everyone's expressions seemed somewhat strange. Su Bai paused for a moment. Director Chen, is there something I'm not aware of? Hearing this, Director Chen sighed and looked at Ran. Actually, let me explain. Ran took over the conversation. It's not really a big deal. I proposed this idea back then. I planned to integrate the 5 aviation design institutes, believing that resource integration was the only way to develop our own top-tier fighter jets. But as time proved, I was wrong. Ran looked at Xiang Tian with a calm gaze. If we had truly merged the 5 design institutes back, then the situation might not have been as good as it is now. Orderly, healthy competition is the best development model. Ran raised a hand to interrupt Xiang Tian. I actually wanted to say these words to you all a long time ago. Back then I was too naive, thinking integration could change everything. I didn't consider your true feelings. Fortunately, you all raised objections at that time. Otherwise, and ran. Xiang Tian interrupted sternly. It's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. The situation now is different from before. We have a clear common goal. This time my third academy agrees to the integration. What are your opinions? Xiang Tian looked at the three people beside him. Lu Chongqing smiled. If you have no objections, what could we possibly have? Then I have no objections either. Xiaomu smiled. What about you, Lao Yi? Xiang Tian asked. Yiming chuckled. If it's integration, then let's integrate. This way we can also participate in the project and understand how top-tier fighter jets are constructed. Xiang Tian nodded and turned his gaze back to Enran and Su Bai. Our 4 design institutes have no objections. If we're going to integrate, then let's do it properly, so everyone can communicate more easily. Then it's settled. Enran, what do you think? Hearing this, Enran shook his head. I disagree with the integration. I suppose Xiao Bai feels the same, right? Su Bai nodded. Yes, I also oppose integration. Only when multiple aviation design institutes coexist can there be orderly development. This time we need to build cooperation experience and lay a foundation for the future. Seeking cooperation amidst coexistence and competition, that is my original intention. The conference room fell silent. Xiang Tian and the others calmed down and thought for a moment, nodding. Old Su, I truly envy you. Having such an outstanding grandson. Not only is he a rare talent in scientific research, but his vision is also top-notch. It seems we are truly old and should step aside from the historical stage, making way for the younger generation. Xiao Bai, do you plan to succeed me at the third academy? I can retire right now. Hey. What are you doing, you old man? And Ran hastily intervened. Old Xiang, it's a bit much to steal my student right in front of me. In the future, I plan to have Xiao Bai succeed me at the first academy. If you try to steal my student now, I'll have to fight you. Xiang Tian laughed. I can't afford to provoke you. Your reputation in the aviation field is formidable, and Ran. Before, for the sake of research, you almost knocked out old Kong. I simply can't mess with you. However, succeeding both the third academy and the first academy won't conflict with each other. Kong Xiangwang rolled his eyes. If you're going to compete for people, just do it. Why keep bringing up the past? That incident was over 10 years ago, and you still remember it. I'm speechless. Lu Chongqing smiled. We have to admit it. It was truly unforgettable. That scene feels like it happened just yesterday. How nostalgic. Indeed. Xiao Mu's thoughts drifted to the past. So many years have passed in a flash. We've grown old too. I really miss the past. Unfortunately, we can't go back to being young. But this life hasn't been lived in vain. We should be content. Hearing this, everyone nodded. For them, the growing strength of the motherland was the meaning of their lives, making their lives truly worthwhile. Su Bai gazed at the elderly men with graying hair, deeply moved. The motherland will never forget you. The era will never forget you. Director Chen smiled. Since we've reached an agreement, let's issue the announcement tomorrow. The following day, major news broadcasted continuously on national television. For the first time, 5 aircraft design institutes collaborated to form a joint project team working together to develop 5th-generation top-tier fighter jets. Once the news was broadcast, the entire nation erupted in excitement with comments on the official webpage surpassing 1,000. In an era before smartphones became widespread, such a figure was absolutely astonishing. Suddenly, the topic of 5th-generation fighter jets became the hottest discussion everywhere people went. From local government offices down to community parks, a wave of enthusiasm for scientific research swept through society. This greatly stirred people's yearning for scientific research. Schools seized the opportunity to launch themed activities related to science and research, planting seeds of scientific curiosity in young minds from an early age. As these seeds sprouted and grew, many would follow in the footsteps of their predecessors, dedicating themselves to building a stronger, more prosperous nation. Xiao Bai, are you going out? Yes, Mom. I've arranged to meet with Glasses and the others this afternoon, so I won't be back for dinner tonight. Be careful then. Come back early. I know. Su Bai had several childhood friends from his childhood days in the Academy of Sciences residential compound. The compound had its own school system, allowing students to progress directly from elementary through high school. The classmates and desk mates you shared in elementary school were likely the same people throughout high school, with very few changes occurring. Over a decade of friendship forged such unbreakable bonds between them. This time Su Bai returned and found his childhood friends all available, so he decided to organize a gathering. At 7 in the evening, the capital's nightlife was just beginning. On the streets, handsome men and beautiful women dressed in fashionable attire created a stunning visual spectacle, making the capital's nights even more vibrant. Many men couldn't help but steal glances, treating themselves to a visual feast. Lao Bai, look at those girls ahead. They're really cute. The speaker was Li Guang, one of Su Bai's childhood friends, a tall man with a buzz cut, standing at 185 centimeters and built with muscular strength. Li Guang's grandfather was also a senior researcher at the Academy of Sciences, coming from a family with deep roots in scientific research like Su Bai's. However, things took a surprising turn by Li Guang's generation. While every family member was highly educated, Li Guang seemed to have the opposite qualities: simple-minded, yet physically imposing. After graduating from an ordinary university, he opened a gym where he could enjoy watching attractive women, making him something of an oddity. His grandfather frequently scolded and disciplined him for this, and during that period it was common to see Li Guang being chased and beaten by his grandfather throughout the academy residential compound every few days. Each time he got beaten, Li Guang would run to Su Bai's house to beg for food, making them close companions in more ways than one. Li Guang, you haven't changed at all. Glasses, don't start criticizing me again. Aren't you the same old you? Li Guang laughed. With those glasses, all you ever think about is biological research. Dealing with toads, snakes, and white mice all day. What's the point when there are beautiful women right in front of you? Fong Wen adjusted his glasses, their lenses catching a glint of cold light as his sharp eyes studied his friend. You brute will never understand the beauty of biology, he said quietly. One day when I unravel the secrets of human life, we might achieve immortality. I could create gene-enhanced warriors far stronger than you in no time flat. No need to train like you do. Li Guang chuckled. So how's your progress coming along? When I finally succeed, make sure you let me test it on you. That way I'll have contributed to your research. Fong Wen blushed and mumbled, I'm still just an intern researcher. There's still a long way to go. They all burst into laughter. Fong Wen, you're just as shy as ever, Zhu Chang said. Despite mediocre grades, he'd found good success after joining the military. Lao Li just wants to become a superhero and save helpless girls everywhere, Zhu Chang teased. Am I right, Lao Li? Li Guang smiled. Chang Gu, some things are better left unsaid. We men understand each other. Don't you agree, Lao Bai? Su Bai chuckled. Actually, I'm quite interested in solving the mystery of human life too. Keep pushing forward, Lao Fong. Make sure to give me a shot when you succeed. Just wait and see. I told you so. Lao Bai thinks the same thing deep down. We men all share the same thoughts. Li Guang clapped his hands and laughed. Lao Bai is different from you. Fong Wen asked. Lao Bai, after returning from your studies abroad, I heard you went to the 105 military factory. We planned to see you off, but everything happened too suddenly, and we couldn't make it in time, which is why we didn't come. Zhu Chang and Li Guang nodded in agreement. Why did you choose to go to the 105 military factory back then? I heard the conditions there weren't great. Besides, you don't really like research work, don't you? Didn't you say you preferred a free life? Su Bai smiled. It wasn't my choice. My grandfather pushed me into it. But after joining the 105 military factory, I went through a lot and learned many things. Eventually, I found myself on the path of scientific research too. So you started doing research just like Lao Fong. Li Guang sighed. I really can't imagine hearing those words come from your mouth. Lao Bai, you've changed so much. I'm seeing traces of my grandfather in you now. You're not going to end up like him when you're old, are you? That would be unbearable for me. What's wrong with being like Grandpa Li? Fong Wen replied. Grandpa Li made enormous contributions to the nation's scientific research. Without people like them, we wouldn't have the comfortable lives we enjoy today. It's not just Grandpa Li. It's also Grandpa Chang, Grandpa Lao Bai, and my grandfather. They dedicated their entire lives to the country, often sacrificing their own personal lives. They devoted themselves entirely to research so that we could live in a stable and powerful nation. To live happy lives. In the future, I want to be just like them. As the alcohol flowed, and they grew slightly tipsy, their emotions naturally spilled over. Fong Wen rarely spoke, so it was unusual to hear him express himself so eloquently today. What's gotten into him? I didn't say anything bad about my grandfather. Li Guang was puzzled. Normally when they joked around, Fong Wen would just fire back a few remarks without getting emotional. Today's reaction was unexpected. Lao Li, you haven't heard yet. Zhu Chang smiled. I'd say it's probably because of today's news that made Fong Wen so emotional. What happened? Li Guang looked confused. I've been at the gym all day and haven't been outside. What kind of news is happening out there that got Fong Wen so worked up? Zhu Chang explained, our country is about to have its own 5th-generation fighter jets. The key point is that there will be 2 types, top-tier stealth fighters and top-tier stealth bombers. Such major news, and you don't even know about it. What exactly are you focusing on all day? Is there nothing but muscles and pretty girls in that brain of yours? I genuinely didn't know. Li Guang was stunned. Wait, how did our country develop 5th-generation fighter jets so suddenly? My grandfather always used to say it would take at least 10 or 20 years to design our own 5th-generation fighters. How did they establish a project team so quickly, and why 2 at once? Twins. Li Guang was amazed. Which research expert achieved such an ambitious goal? Zhu Chang, has your grandfather mentioned anything about this? Zhu Chang shook his head. Not that I knew. My grandfather only found out today from watching the news. He was so excited he nearly gave himself a heart attack. Lao Fong, has your grandfather told you about this? Fong Wen shook his head. My grandfather also just learned about it today from the news. But he did reveal one thing. As he spoke, Fong Wen looked at Su Bai. Only Grandpa Lao Bai attended that special meeting among everyone at the Academy of Sciences. I wonder if Grandpa Lao Bai mentioned anything about this. Or perhaps talked about that chief engineer. Hearing this, Zhu Chang and Li Guang both turned to look at Su Bai. Lao Bai, do you have any insider information? Spill it. Yeah, do you have any first-hand news, or can you get us an autograph from that expert? So many pilots in the military worship this expert. Can you help us out? Even Fong, when adjusted his glasses, his eyes lowering as the lenses caught a cold white gleam. Can you help me get one too? I'll reward you heavily. Heh, heh. Su Bai's corners of his mouth twitched awkwardly. Well, alright, my grandfather said this involves top-level secrets. Even he can't reveal any details about it, or he'd be taken away secretly. Hearing this, all three sighed deeply and returned to their seats. Li Guang said dejectedly, I should have known. How could Grandpa Su possibly leak such important information? There must be a confidentiality agreement in place. Otherwise the news wouldn't be kept so strictly confidential. Not even our grandfathers know about it. Zhu Chang nodded with a smile. As a military pilot, I really hope to fly a fifth-generation fighter jet one day. You don't know yet. The Air Force has already started selecting pilots. They're choosing a group of outstanding pilots to prepare for test flying fifth-generation fighter jets. If I get selected, I'll definitely have the chance to meet that chief engineer. I'll see if I can get an autograph or something. Really? Fongwen stood up excitedly. Changgu, you're definitely going to get selected. You have to get us an autograph when the time comes. Li Guang nodded vigorously. I want one too, I'll hang it in my gym. Lao Bai, aren't you going to get one? Su Bai paused, his expression turning strange. Then, I want one too. Wait, Changgu, you're really starting the pilot selection process? That's surprisingly fast. Zhu Chang nodded. The orders came down today. They're preparing to start the selection immediately. I'm not boasting, but with my skills I have a high chance of being selected. Then you'll be envious that I get to meet the chief engineer of the fifth-generation fighter. Fong Wen and Li Guang truly looked envious, their eyes practically gleaming. Su Bai's expression was a bit odd. I hope you'll be this happy when the time comes. Lao Bai, what did you just say? Zhu Chang asked. Su Bai smiled. Nothing, just saying you're very handsome. When you actually meet him, don't get too shocked. How could I be? Zhu Chang laughed. I definitely won't be scared, but I'll be excited and thrilled. Li Guang grinned. If it were me, I'd be excited too. That's a real research giant. When he appears, there's bound to be epic music playing. His presence must be extraordinary. Definitely stronger than my grandfather's. Not necessarily. He might be just like us. Su Bai laughed. Lao Bai, I can't agree with that. Li Guang said, how could a research giant be the same as us? When you become a research giant yourself, you'll have your own entrance music too. Let me tell you, that presence is truly extraordinary. The kind that makes people unable to breathe. Su Bai rolled his eyes. Is it really that exaggerated? You're getting more and more absurd. You're just making it all up in your head. Lao Bai, don't think I'm joking. Even Fong Wen joined in the fantasy. You haven't seen the old academicians at our research institute. That presence is something only extraordinary people possess. Lao Li is absolutely right. The more accomplished the researcher, the greater their personal magnetism. It forms naturally around them, not something they deliberately show off. The person who developed fifth-generation fighter jets is definitely extraordinary. Hearing this, Su Bai nodded proudly. Of course he's not an ordinary person. Zhu Chang laughed. That's definitely not an ordinary person. When you meet him within the bounds of regulations, I'll tell you all about him properly. At that moment, drumbeats and firecrackers echoed through the streets. A lively parade appeared on the street, with many people gathering to watch. How exciting. Let's go check it out. Li Guang pulled the others along to see the commotion. Changgu, I'll lift you up so you can ask what's going on and why everyone's so excited. Zhu Chang hesitated. Can you handle this? Don't look at me being thin. I weigh 160 jin. Stop talking nonsense. 160 jin is nothing for me. Li Guang's muscles were genuine. He lifted Zhu Chang with ease. Both were tall, and Zhu Chang stood out like a crane among chickens, appearing above everyone's heads. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Friends, what's going on here? Why is it so lively? Among the celebratory crowd, a university student-looking young man held up a fighter jet model high in the air. He addressed the group loudly, celebrating the successful development of our country's fifth-generation fighter jets. This is a moment worth remembering and celebrating. Zhu Chang smiled as he looked down at his three childhood friends, their faces filled with excitement. This moment, the celebrating crowd, the lively atmosphere, and the four of them smiling, was etched into memory. The scene froze at this moment, everything so beautiful. The successful development of fifth-generation fighter jets signaled the nation's rise to greatness, no longer constrained in the skies. Only then could the motherland truly be called powerful. The next morning, Su Bai packed everything and prepared to embark on a new journey. Under the golden sun, his three friends stood at the gate, smiling as they watched him. Lao Bai, you're being too secretive about leaving without saying anything. Yeah, if I hadn't heard from my grandfather that you're leaving today, I wouldn't have known at all. We're just here to see you off and wish you a bright future ahead. A bright future indeed. Su Bai looked up at the rising sun, brilliant, but not harsh. It felt like hope was also rising. Everything will have hope. Su Bai suddenly smiled. You guys won't hit me later, right? Li Guang and the other two were all stunned simultaneously. Within 2 days of the special meeting's conclusion, research funding for the 4 major aircraft design institutes had already been allocated, surpassing even the initial projections. Progress on other fronts advanced steadily as well. Upon hearing the news, Institute No. One was utterly thrown into an uproar, finally understanding the reason behind the 10 senior academicians' journey to the capital. Deep admiration filled them for the 10 elder academicians, while their curiosity regarding the mysterious chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter project only grew. What manner of person could accomplish such a monumental feat? Speculation about the enigmatic chief engineer grew increasingly fanciful and absurd. Yet only those directly involved in the project knew the truth. Reality was far more staggering than any conjecture. The day Su Bai's identity was revealed would undoubtedly trigger a seismic wave across the global scientific community. Institute No. 1 Cafeteria. Mumu, why hasn't my brother-in-law returned yet? All those rumors about him are swirling outside. Sometimes I simply cannot resist the urge to spill the secrets and show off. Sumu shot him a withering glance. If you want to get taken away while on the toilet, go ahead and try revealing anything. The ears might find some peace that way. Su Jianguo chuckled. I wouldn't actually say it. I value my life. Besides, he's my brother-in-law. How could I betray my own? It's just that knowing secrets ahead of time feels truly invigorating. I wish it could feel even better. Sumu found it too trivial to respond, continuing to eat in silence. Muttering to himself, second sister, you're eating here. Su Bai carried his tray and sat down beside them, shoveling food into his mouth as if nothing unusual had happened. Both Su Mu and Su Jianguo were taken aback. Little brother, you're back. Why haven't the teachers returned? Su Bai's favorite dish at the cafeteria was always the stir-fried pork with chili peppers. The local chilies were wonderfully pungent. They split into 4 teams to handle matters at the other design institutes. He swallowed another mouthful. Su Jianguo gazed at Su Bai in astonishment, swallowing hard. Brother-in-law, are we really going to swallow up the other 4 design institutes this time? Won't we dominate the domestic aircraft field from now on? Don't talk nonsense. Sumu asked, little brother, what exactly is going on? We only heard about the collaboration from the news as well. What are the exact details? And there's also... Sumu glanced around cautiously and whispered, what about the 5th-generation bomber? When did you pull it off? I had no idea at all. Right. Su Jianguo nodded in utter shock. Brother-in-law, you're simply too damn impressive. To come up with it so effortlessly, I wonder how that little head of yours even works. Su Bai focused intently on his meal. Second sister, brother Su, could you wait until I finish eating before we talk? Mother hasn't let me have any spicy food at home these past few days. I've only got a taste for this cafeteria stir-fried pork. Let me finish. Hearing this, Su Mu chuckled exasperatedly. Mother's cooking really isn't good enough for you. Su Bai merely smiled and continued eating. After lunch, Su Jianguo could no longer contain his curiosity. Brother-in-law, when did you actually develop the 5th-generation bomber? You usually seem so relaxed. How did you suddenly produce such explosive news? You don't know our expressions when we saw the news. Our jaws nearly hit the floor. Su Bai smiled. It just happened, really. Nothing difficult about it. Nothing difficult. Su Jianguo stared in disbelief. You call this nothing difficult? Senior, this is currently the world's most advanced fighter technology. It took other nations decades to achieve this. You accomplished it in the same span of time it takes to eat a plate of stir-fried pork with chili. If those foreign scientists truly found out, they'd likely cough up blood and perish on the spot. Su Bai merely smiled and said nothing. His gaze fell upon Su Mu. Second sister, the 5 design institutes will have new movements coming up. You've probably heard some of it from the news, right? Su Mu nodded. You mean the collaboration among the 5 institutes? We know a little about that, but not the specifics. Su Bai nodded. It's quite normal you don't know the details. The news lacked thorough explanations. Actually, a sudden voice interrupted him. Inform them of the Design Institute's plans for the coming years, and you will receive a beauty reward of +1. Unbelievable. If this continued, he would soon become strikingly handsome. Su Bai quite enjoyed these minor tasks. Second sister, brother Su, this collaboration is actually preparation for the future. In the coming years, the 5 design institutes will face heavy workloads, and more research personnel will likely be drawn into the project. Your responsibilities will increase substantially as well, so be mentally prepared. There are still missions ahead for the coming years. Su Mu was stunned. You mean besides the 2 5th-generation fighter projects, we have new undertakings planned? Su Jianguo looked at Su Bai, his eyes brimming with sheer awe. Good heavens. Brother-in-law, you're truly defying the heavens. Don't tell me you're planning to build a spacecraft. Su Bai nodded. In the future, I intend to develop a series of aircraft tailored for the Air Force. From attack to defense, reconnaissance, and transport, I will construct an integrated combat air force for the nation, ensuring the country stands at the world's forefront in every aspect of aerial warfare. Hiss. Both Su Mu and Su Jianguo couldn't help but widen their eyes and gasp sharply. To comprehensively build a first-class world air force. Good heavens. Were the words of a mere 20-year-old youth spoken aloud. Cast outside, no one would believe it. They would surely be deemed insane. Su Mu understood this deep within her heart. If it was her little brother, he might genuinely achieve it within just a few short years. Perhaps even sooner. Little brother. Su Mu struggled to compose herself. Second sister has a request, I hope you will grant it. Second sister wishes to participate in the upcoming projects and contribute what she can. Of course, second sister also harbors a personal desire to witness more top-tier warplanes. And there's me too, brother-in-law, count me in. Su Jianguo exclaimed with emotion. Brother-in-law, your brother-in-law also wants to join the later projects. This has been my lifelong dream. Gazing at their sincere expressions, Su Bai smiled. Second sister, brother Su, I was actually afraid you would complain about the hardship. The coming years will keep us remarkably busy. It won't just be us, the other 4 design institutes will be equally occupied. An ever-increasing number of research personnel will be drawn into the endeavor. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Second sister does not fear hardship. Sumu assured them. I am the granddaughter of our esteemed Su family. How could I possibly fear adversity? Second sister feels mainly excitement and thrill. Our aviation dreams lie right before our eyes. You just thinking about it sends shivers of joy. Su Bai smiled and said no more. System, task completed, beauty +1. As the words faded, Su Bai felt a wave of coolness wash over his body, though he could not pinpoint exactly what had changed. It was simply invigorating. Brother-in-law. Su Jianguo glanced around cautiously. After these 2 projects, what exactly are we building next? Reconnaissance aircraft, transport planes, or something else? Su Bai smiled. We're building a spacecraft. Spacecraft. Su Jianguo froze on the spot, his eyes bulging in sheer astonishment. Good heavens. Had they already pivoted from aerial dominance to cosmic civilization? The leap in ambition seemed rather enormous. But little. Su Jianguo attempted to clarify, but Su Bai's figure had already vanished. Mumu, where did my brother-in-law go? He said we're building a spacecraft together? Idiot, how can you believe that? Sumu rolled her eyes and rose to leave. Su Jianguo sat foolishly muttering to himself. I do believe him. How could I not? I'd believe him even if he built a time machine. Still, why does brother-in-law look so much more handsome after his trip? It's truly strange. He's actually become handsomer than me. This defies all logic. The 10 senior academicians returned to the first design institute and immediately convened a project meeting laying out specific arrangements for collaboration among the 5 major design institutes. Driven by the senior academicians from the 5 major design institutes, the project cooperation progressed smoothly. The Sword 20 project was assigned to the first design institute, while the Bomber project was jointly undertaken by the other 4 institutes. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. The sun rose and set, light and darkness alternated. Time flew by swiftly. The imperial capital welcomed its first snowfall of the year. White snow blanketed the entire city, dulling the urban clamor and adding a touch of tranquility. Shall I try some of this newly arrived tea leaves? Even your grandfather wouldn't bear to drink it on ordinary days. You're in for a treat. In Minister Chen's office at the research department, steaming tea brought a sense of warmth. Su Bai chuckled. Minister Chen, it's a waste to give me this tea. I'd rather have cola. Minister Chen laughed. I'll have some drinks placed in the fridge tomorrow. You can have cola whenever you come. Su Bai smiled, not taking it seriously. The room was quiet with hot tea emitting wisps of steam. The 2 discussed the projects. Xiaobai, how are the 2 projects progressing? Can they be completed before the new year? Minister Chen, no major issues. Most parts are done, we're just waiting for the engine ignition test. Su Bai looked out the window. If my calculations are right, the ignition test should have results by now. The phone on the desk rang. Hello, yes, speaking. Really? That's great. On behalf of the entire research department, I express our gratitude for your efforts. Okay, rest assured that's all. Chen Jiahua hung up and returned to his seat, visibly excited. Minister Chen, is it the result of the engine ignition test? Asked Su Bai. Chen Jiahua nodded with excitement. The test was a great success. They all praised your design drawings highly. Never have they seen such precise drawings with every experimental parameter exactly matching the data. Xiaobai, the nation truly owes you a debt of gratitude. Feel free to make any requests, and we will do our utmost to fulfill them. Su Bai shook his head with a smile. Minister Chen, I have no wants, so I lack nothing. But regarding the 105th military factory in the northwest during winter, I hope you could arrange for more supply runs to ensure nothing goes wrong. Guarantee the supply of provisions without any issues. Rest assured, even if you hadn't mentioned it, we would have paid attention. The 105th military factory holds a special significance to the nation. We will never let down the heart of any researcher who contributes to the country. I can assure you of that. Su Bai nodded. Thank you, Minister Chen, on behalf of the 105th military factory. Chen Jiahua smiled. No need to thank me, but it's simply my duty. Don't you have any personal needs or unfulfilled wishes? Su Bai smiled wryly. Truly none. If I did, I'd definitely mention it. That's a tough situation. Minister Chen sighed dejectedly. You make us feel a bit embarrassed. Go ahead, ask for something. Su Bai was amused. He never imagined a day would come when the nation would beg him to accept a reward. He had never dreamed of such a thing happening. Just then the system's voice sounded. System, pack the tea leaves and take them home. Reward tea ceremony skill learning card, duration 1 hour for improving tea ceremony skills. Su Bai was taken aback, his expression turning odd. Taking tea and even the packaging. Wasn't that a bit like a bandit? It felt a little improper. He couldn't bring himself to ask. 5 minutes later, Su Bai left carrying a jean of tea leaves. It was obvious that Minister Chen's face twitched a few times in pain. Minister Chen, I've made my request. Feel better now. Su Jianguo's mouth twitched fiercely. He forced a smile. Better. I have plenty of this tea. Come back for more when it's gone. Sure, I'll drop by when I'm free. Su Jianguo's mouth twitched again. Damn, didn't this kid know the meaning of politeness? He'd taken the whole gene and still wanted more. By the way, Minister Chun. Su Bai suddenly remembered something amusing. Has the test pilot for the 5th-generation fighter been confirmed? Is there a man named Zhu Chong? Zhu Chong. Wait a moment. Su Jianguo turned and retrieved a file, which clearly listed the names of pilots who had passed the 5th-generation fighter test. Zhu Chong. Let me check. Found him. Last on the list barely passed the assessment. He's a backup test pilot. What's the matter? Do you know him? Su Bai smiled. A childhood friend. Nothing important, just checking. I'll head back now. Thanks for the tea, Minister Chun. System mission complete. Reward tea ceremony learning card duration 1 hour. A golden card was placed in the system inventory. Su Bai hummed a tune as he headed home. That kid. Just like his grandfather. Su Jianguo stood at the window gazing at the snowy landscape outside. 1,000 miles of frozen earth, a myriad miles of drifting snow. What a splendid snow country. A timely snow promises a bountiful year. This has been a wonderful snowfall. May next year be the same. The nation's rise is just around the corner. At the imperial capital Huaqian residential compound, a heavy snow had dressed the neighborhood in a new exceptionally beautiful coat. Children chasing and laughing, throwing snowballs on the road added a touch of fairy tale charm. Su Bai. Su Bai turned around and froze. A rabbit ear had a white fluffy down jacket, a familiar fair face, standing in the heavy snow. Lung Yu. What? Surprised to see me. Lung Yu's silvery laughter rang like a winter sprite. Su Bai smiled. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to the capital? I would have picked you up at the station. Really? Would you really have come to the station for me? Lung Yu, like a winter fairy, playfully kicked snowflakes as she walked step by step towards Su Bai. In the cold air, a faint fragrance reached his nose. A century-old tree in the middle of the compound was draped in white. The snow fell, heavier flakes dancing in the sky. Snowflakes landed on their collars and hats. The two stood quietly on either side of the tree, smiling at each other. Have you been well? Pretty good. I heard you've been busy. I've heard many things about you. Oh, is it that I'm very handsome? Indeed, very handsome. They laughed. Lung Yu laughed, and Su Bai laughed along with her. At that moment, the white snow became the medium, freezing the scene in time. After a heavy snowfall, the new year was approaching with less than a month until the spring festival. The 5 major aircraft design institutes' fighter jet projects had entered their final phase. The test flight will be conducted soon. Xiaobai, the project is in its final stage. The test flight should be ready in about 7 days. The H-20 will probably need 14 days for its test flight. Both projects are progressing steadily according to plan. Inside Su Jianguo's conference room at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the academicians from the 5 design institutes were reporting on their project progress. As the new year drew near, Su Bai had been staying in the capital all this time. Matters requiring special attention for the projects were discussed in meetings held in his grandfather Su Jianguo's office. This annoyed Su Jianguo to some extent. After all, wasn't it treating the Chinese Academy of Sciences as a temporary office space for the 5 major aircraft design institutes? However, a few small favors from Ran Xiangtian and the other 4 academicians quickly resolved the issue. Come try some tea leaves that Chief Chen managed to get. I usually can't bear to drink it myself. You're truly fortunate. Su Jianguo set out the teacups and poured the tea. Everyone tell me how it tastes. Old Su, could this be Chief Chen's De Hong Pao? I've been longing for it for ages. Last time he only gave me a little over an ounce. He's so stingy. How much did you get from Chief Chen this time? 1 ounce or 2? Asked Xiang Tian with a smile. Su Jianguo replied smugly, do you think I'm you? Would Chief Chen even bother offering just 1 ounce? A full pound. I took it all. A sharp intake of breath escaped Xiang Tian and the other 3 as they stared at Su Jianguo in shock. Good heavens. Had you completely drained Chief Chen? A full pound. Old Su. Lu Changsheng was already planning to confiscate the tea. Today you have to give me half a pound, or else I'm not leaving. Me too. Xiang Tian directly declared, if you don't give me half a pound today, I'll move into your house. I'll eat and drink at your place, you'll just have to deal with it. And Ran smiled. She had little interest in tea ceremonies, but watching her old friends act like rascals was rather amusing. Old Xiao, you usually love tea the most. Why aren't you joining them in the scramble? Xiao Mu said disdainfully, a bunch of bumpkins who only know how to waste tea. What else can they do? None of them understands the art of drinking tea. They're just pretending to be experts. I can't be bothered to stoop to their level. Old Su. Xiao Mu changed his tone. Give me all the tea leaves, and I'll show you what true tea ceremony really means. The tea I brew will be on a whole different level from theirs. The tea I make is a drink fit only for celestial beings. Nothing like it has ever been known in this world. Upon hearing this, Su Jianguo's face darkened. Good heavens. Every single one of them was coveting his tea. He really wanted to call security and throw these rascals out. I'll give out at most half a pound, you can divide it among yourselves. Not a single ounce more. The others couldn't sit still after hearing that. Only half a pound to split among 4 people. Just a little over an ounce each, far too little. Old Xiang, let me have the tea leaves. You can come to my place anytime for tea. I brew it better than you. Give me this half-pound. Why should we give it to you? Xiang Tian glared at Lu Changsheng. I'm the one who truly understands tea ceremony. You people just waste the Dahong Pao. You can't even bring out the proper flavor of Dahong Pao. Bullshit. Lu Changsheng, abandoning his usual composure, grew furious over the tea leaves. Among us, I'm the most knowledgeable about Dahong Pao. I drink it more often than anyone. I say the half-pound must be kept at my place. Giving it to you lot would be like feeding it to pigs. Hey. Yi Ming interrupted. You can criticize them too, but why drag me into it? I don't even like tea. What are you bringing me in for? A bunch of idiots fighting over half a pound of tea leaves. Where's your academician dignity? If this gets out, aren't you afraid the young people outside will laugh at you? Xiang Tian couldn't help but retort. Old Yi, you don't understand tea, so keep quiet. You have no idea how important this half-pound is. Only a few pounds of Dahong Pao are produced each year. Tell me, isn't it precious? Old Xiao, I'm determined to get this tea today. If you want to fight, bring it on. Hearing this, Xiao Mu also looked irritated and rolled up his sleeves ready to brawl. Seeing this, and Ran couldn't help but scold them, and only then did they calm down a little. Just then the system's voice suddenly rang out. System, let them hold a tea brewing competition. You use the tea ceremony learning card. The reward effect will be increased 5-fold. Holy shit. A 5-fold increase in effect. Wouldn't that be absolutely amazing? Let's do it, we must do it. Su Bai swept his gaze around the room, quietly calculating in his mind. Everyone, I have an idea that not only solves the tea distribution problem, but also provides a fair assessment of your tea brewing skills. Are you interested? Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian and the others perked up. Xiao Bai, tell us how. Yes, tell us how to do it. Today I want to make these old fellows admit defeat fair and square. Your tea brewing skills aren't even fit to polish my shoes. Who are you calling not fit to polish shoes? You want to fight? Fight if you dare. I'm not scared of you. We've fought before when we were young. Su Bai's mouth twitched fiercely. The old academicians sure had fiery tempers. Stop arguing, all of you, quiet down. As soon as Rand scolded them, they immediately became obedient. But in their hearts no one was convinced, and they refused to look each other in the eye. Su Bai smiled. Academician Xiang, Academician Lu, Academician Xiao, why don't you compete in brewing tea? Whoever brews the best tea gets the leaves. Academician and Academician Yi, my grandfather, and I will be the judges. Whatever the result, no objections. How about it? Su Jianguo laughed. That's a good idea. I've been wanting to see if you old braggarts actually have any real skill. Xiang Tian nodded. I have no objections. Let's do it this way. Today I'll show you what true tea brewing is. I'm not boasting. In the entire scientific research field you won't find anyone better than me. Lu Changsheng snorted coldly. Anyone can brag. I'd say that in the scientific research field my tea brewing skill is just like Xiao Bai's current research ability, absolute dominance. Xiao Bai, your grandpa Lu isn't bragging. Even if your research talent were applied to tea ceremony, you still wouldn't beat me. Xiao Mu said disdainfully, all talk and no action. Let's settle it in actual practice. Su Bai smiled. Then let's begin. System, use the learning card. System, task completed. The tea ceremony learning card effect has been increased 5-fold. System, if the host participates in the competition and wins first place taking the tea, leaves charm too. How could this be so cool? At this rate, I'll be off the charts handsome. Just as they were setting up the tea sets for the competition, Su Bai spoke up. Grandpas, I'd like to join the competition too. I actually know a tiny bit about tea ceremony. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned for a moment. A vague sense of unease crept into their hearts. Could this kid really know tea ceremony? He must be joking, right? System, tea ceremony experience 10. System, tea ceremony experience 10. System, tea ceremony experience 10. System, tea ceremony level 1. The three academicians officially began their tea brewing competition, while Su Bai frantically absorbed experience on the sidelines. In less than 5 minutes his tea ceremony level rose to 2. If this continued, wouldn't he be able to reach level 8 as well? After the increase in his tea ceremony level, Su Bai was now an insider. He gained a certain understanding of the three academicians' tea brewing techniques. Academician Xiang Tian's level was at most no more than 3, while Academician Lu's was slightly higher, but would not exceed 4. The highest was actually Academician Xiao Mu, whose tea ceremony reached level 6. Quite impressive. He must have spent much time studying tea leaves in his daily life. System, tea ceremony experience 10. System, tea ceremony experience 10. System, tea ceremony level 1, raised to level 7. As the competition progressed, Su Bai's tea ceremony level had already risen to 7 and was steadily increasing. The room was filled with the fragrance of tea. The tea leaves roasted over a gentle flame and repeatedly steeped in boiling water released their inner aroma, much like a life that after undergoing trials finally achieves success. This might be why many people enjoy drinking tea. Savoring tea is savoring life. First, bitter, then sweet. That is the way of becoming a true person. An hour later the three had finished their competition. The teas brewed by Old Xiang and Old Lu were tasted and deemed merely average. The last one was academician Xiao Mu's tea, which was distinctly different. This competition used green tea. Old Zhao's tea gave off a fragrant aroma like tea leaves after rain, carrying a refreshing scent. The tea liquor was clear, bright, and showed no trace of sediment. A slight sip revealed a remarkable difference. Upon entering the mouth, a subtle fragrance spread, presenting a clean, sweet taste, crisp and refreshing. Old Xiao, this tea you brewed is really good. Su Jianguo couldn't help but praise. The fragrance of the green tea has been fully released. It's far better than Old Xiang's and Old Lu's. And Ran also nodded. Indeed, it's much better. There's a lingering faint fragrance in the aftertaste. I didn't know Old Xiao had such tea brewing skills before. Yiming nodded in agreement. Even I, who don't usually like tea, have come to enjoy it after drinking this. Old Xiao, I'll have to visit your place for tea from now on. Xiao Mu smiled. No problem, but I don't have Dahong Pao. Is it really that good? Xiang Tian and Lu Chongxing, unwilling to believe, tried the taste themselves. As the tea entered their mouths, both were stunned. They licked their lips, savored a few more sips, and finally let out a long sigh as they set down their cups. Old Xiao, I concede. You old fellow really brew excellent tea. Lu Chongxing nodded. Indeed, it's excellent. Ordinary green tea brewed with a unique flavor. I have no objection to giving you the tea leaves today. But when you drink Dahong Pao, you must call us. Xiao Mu smiled. Certainly, certainly. With such fine tea leaves, I must think carefully about how to savor its unique taste. Old Su, I'll be taking the tea leaves then. Academician Xiao, I haven't competed yet. Su Bai smiled, and at that moment the system's voice sounded. System, tea ceremony level 1. Raised to the maximum level 8. Finally level 8. Su Bai let out a long sigh of relief. This feeling of improvement was truly wonderful. Oh, I forgot, Little Bai also wants to compete. Xiao Mu joked. Winning against our super research genius in tea ceremony would be a great honor. Don't be sad if you lose, Little Bai. Tea ceremony is something that requires time to settle, tasting the ups and downs of life. Only then can you brew a rich tea fragrance. Hearing this, the others nodded. Brewing tea is like life, truly so. Only by experiencing different lives can you brew different teas. Life is like tea, always so. Our super research genius might face a setback today. Actually, I rather hope Little Bai wins. It would be very interesting for a research genius to win a tea ceremony competition. Enough. Old Zhao's tea ceremony is no simple matter. It takes at least 10 years of practice to match. Little Bai is too young. And Ran watched calmly and smiled. I have high hopes for Little Bai. Maybe he'll surprise us. Su Jianguo laughed. And Ran, do you believe Little Bai can beat Old Xiao? And Ran nodded. Perhaps there's a chance. Hearing this, Xiang Tian and the others smiled. And Ran, I'm not on your side this time. Little Bai's chances are less than 1%. No winning chance. In research, our 4 major design institutes may not compare to your first institute, but in tea ceremony, there's no way we can lose. Old Zhao's tea brewing skills, even among the 5 major design institutes, no one surpasses him. Su Bai smiled and said nothing. He closed his eyes, sat calmly, and adjusted his breathing. Everyone present was taken aback. What's going on? He's not brewing tea, but closing his eyes like he's going to sleep. Something's off, something's off. Xiao Mu, with the highest tea ceremony level, raised an eyebrow, sensing something. Old Xiao, what's off? Xiang Tian couldn't help asking. Xiao Mu explained. Little Bai is calming his mind. Years ago, when I visited the tea ceremony master Chaiyizi, I saw the same scene. Little Bai now looks exactly like that. Hearing this, the others stared at Su Bai in shock. Old Xiao, are you joking? Just closing your eyes makes you a tea ceremony master. I can do that too. Little Bai is so young, his research talent is already inexplicable, and now you're saying he's reached the peak of tea ceremony. I think you've lost your mind. Exactly, it's just closing eyes. How can you exaggerate like that? Xiao Mu shook his head. I'm not really sure either, it's just a feeling. Maybe I'm overthinking it. You are overthinking. If it were as you said, we old fellows would have lived in vain. Xiang Tian said. Others nodded. At that moment, Su Jianguo mentioned that Su Bai had never been exposed to tea and usually only drank cola, which finally dispelled Xiao Mu's doubts. Old Xiao, don't worry. I know my grandson well. This kid knows nothing about tea. If you gave him Master Kong's tea, he probably couldn't even tell if it was freshly brewed. I'll give you the tea leaves later. As the words fell, Su Bai opened his eyes and moved, warming the cup, adding tea, moistening, awakening, pouring, serving. A series of movements flowed like water, full of artistic beauty. The fragrance of tea wafted out as if bringing everyone into a tea field amidst mountains and rivers, feeling the fresh scent of the tea plantation. Or as if standing by a roasting furnace, experiencing the slow baking over a gentle fire. Finally, they fell into clear water, exceptionally cool. Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. You call this not knowing tea? Are you kidding me? The office of the Hua Academy of Sciences. Rich tea fragrance permeated the room, making everyone feel as though they were amidst rolling hills and tranquil pastures, basking in leisure. What is that scent? So fragrant. Researchers passing by the main entrance couldn't help but stop, inhaling deeply. Damn, it's truly intoxicating. It smells exactly like fine green tea. It really is the aroma of tea. It feels like returning to childhood, tending crops at home. The air carries the scents of leaves, grass, and damp earth. Undeniably the fragrance of youth. It's like mother's scent. I'm starting to miss home. As the fragrance drifted further, more researchers stopped in their tracks, so captivated by the rich tea aroma that they laid down their weary footsteps. Their minds and bodies felt as though they floated among mountains and rivers washed clean of stress. A bizarre scene unfolded. The once bustling corridor now gathered numerous people, standing with their eyes closed, savoring the moment. To an outsider it might have looked like some sort of enchantment. Inside, the thick tea fragrance permeated every corner. Those present were completely intoxicated by it. I've never encountered such tea fragrance. It's overwhelmingly rich. Tea scent like this should only exist in heaven. How often can mortals catch such a whiff? Simply marvelous. Old Xiao, haven't you visited that grand master of tea? How does his brew compare to Xiaobai's? Xiaomu kept his eyes shut, his face etched with pure bliss. Not worth mentioning. The difference is worlds apart. Xiang Tian asked in shock. The grand master of tea makes something more fragrant than Xiaobai's brew. Xiaomu shook his head. The grand master falls far short of Su Bai. They don't even operate on the same plane. One is in the heavens, the other is rooted firmly on earth. To captivate souls merely through tea fragrance, it's something one usually only reads about in myths. Old Su, you've been stringing us along this whole time. Xiaomu opened his eyes and chuckled. You call this not knowing tea? Then what are we? Complete amateurs. Su Jianguo wore a profoundly wronged expression. I truly had no idea. This lad is genuinely transcendent. He even masters the art of tea. I'd never seen him so much as touch a teacup before. Absolutely unbelievable. The group could hardly believe Su Jianguo's words, their gazes turning towards Su Bai. If the fragrance alone is this extraordinary, just imagine the brew itself. Truly heaven-defying. I can't wait. The fragrance is ethereal, like drifting clouds. The taste lingers deeply within the heart. I never expected Xiao Bai to be hiding such a hidden gem. When it's ready, none of you snatch it. I'm taking the first sip. Xiang Tian retorted with mock disdain. Old Xiao, you're underestimating us too much. It's not like there's only one cup. Drink your first sip without anyone fighting you for it. The others smiled. They wouldn't actually resort to shoving each other over a cup of tea. Word spreading like this would ruin their reputations in the academic circle. Meanwhile, Su Bai continued brewing, wholly immersed in the process. In that moment it felt as though he stood amid vast tea plantations, a wooden table and a simple stool separating him from the outside world. A gentle breeze swept by, causing the tea leaves to flutter softly above the teapot. A stream of crystal clear luminous tea poured into the cup like a fragment of the heavenly Milky Way. The tea fragrance erupted at that very instant, intensifying more than tenfold. Merely catching a faint whiff brought immense peace and joy, as if ascending to immortality. It felt like wandering through the celestial realms where a gentle breeze carried the faint echoes of ethereal music. I'll start. Xiaomu lifted his teacup, his nose twitching slightly. The fragrance spiraled like a divine dragon into his nasal passages and down to his chest. Within his torso it felt as though a colossal serpent was gliding freely, opening his mind and spirit in an instant of pure clarity. This? Xiaomu stared wide-eyed at the tea in his cup, momentarily at a loss for words. The liquid seemed to have fallen straight from the heavens. Mortal language would be an insult to describe it. Stop with the this and that. If it's good, say it's good. If not, admit it. What's with the wide-eyed silence, huh? Unlike Xiaomu, Xiang Tian wasn't one for savoring slowly. He drained the cup in one gulp, then his eyes bulged in astonishment. This tea. This tea. Old Xiang, why can't you speak either? Well, what's the verdict on this tea? What are you two doing? The others lifted their cups. The tea aroma hit them instantly, filling their nostrils and making their eyes light up. Without hesitation, they downed the contents in one swallow. The liquid felt like a mighty dragon sliding down their throats into their chests, the fragrance detonating warmly within their stomachs. This tea. It's unbelievably delicious. It's as if the tea itself came alive, circulating through every vein. Miraculous. Simply miraculous. Drinking tea to this level of artistic conception, shouldn't this only happen in fantasy novels? Su Jianguo was utterly stunned, his hands trembling with excitement. What realm has this kid actually reached in the way of tea? Xiaomu sighed deeply. Likely the legendary pinnacle of tea mastery, the tea sage. Only the legendary tea sage Lu Yu could possibly rival Xiao Bai. Gulping sounds echoed as everyone swallowed. The room fell into an eerie silence, so profound that the fall of a needle could be heard. Everyone gawked, swallowing hard. Old Xiao, you're joking, right? Xiao Bai's tea mastery is that profound. Lu Yu the tea sage is a figure of legend. Even folk histories claim he ascended to immortality. Saying Xiao Bai has reached the level of a tea sage is absurdly outrageous. Xiaomu shook his head and explained, tea sage is merely a title. Some historical records have exaggerated its mystique. In truth, the way of tea is divided into ranks. The first is entry level and the eighth is the supreme peak. Transcending the eighth rank earns one the title of tea sage. Legend holds that from ancient times to the present, fewer than 5 individuals have ever achieved this state. With fragrance overflowing and the brew entering the realm of artistic conception, it's clear Zhou Bai has already reached the tea sage level. Hiss. The group couldn't help but gasp sharply, their eyes wide with shock as they looked at Su Bai. Good heavens. Quietly revolutionizing scientific research and now brewing tea to the caliber of a sage. Is he even human anymore? Could he possibly be an alien? Old Su, Xiang Tian whispered. Is Zhou Bai really your biological grandson? Please tell me he's not an extraterrestrial. Su Jianguo. Zhou Bai, pour me another cup. Yi Ming, who knew nothing about tea, seized the opportunity while others were still dazed and quietly approached Su Bai for more. Zhou Bai, another cup. Su Bai smiled and poured a cup. Yi Ming drank it in one go, grinning. Too good. Another cup, please. After requesting several cups in a row, the group finally realized Yi Ming had been sneakily drinking the tea. The situation instantly spiraled out of control. You old Yi, didn't you claim you hated tea? Secretly drinking several cups. What a waste. Such a waste indeed. Zhou Bai, pour me one too. It's incredibly delicious. Old Xiang, don't lecture me. You're no better. Zhou Bai, more tea please. Xiaomu grew anxious. There was only a small pot of tea left, dwindling with every sip. Abandoning his earlier pretense of elegance, he dove straight into the scramble for tea. Su Jianguo and the others joined the fray as well. The scene descended into delightful chaos, punctuated occasionally by grumbling from the academicians near the doorway. Old Yi, cut it out. You've already had 5 cups. Do you have any shame? What's wrong with 5? You've had for yourself. Zhou Bai, one more. Do you even look like senior academicians anymore? I've only had 3. Honestly, no dignity. Even academician and Rant's voice rang out from within. You ruffians can't show an ounce of gentlemanly grace. Can't you yield to the ladies? Move aside. I've only had 1 cup. Outside the door, a crowd of Hua Academy researchers stood frozen, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. What's going on in there? Why do the academicians look like they're fighting over something? They're actually shoving. Looks like they're battling for the tea. Could it be because of that fragrance earlier? Jesus, what kind of tea makes veteran academicians throw hands? That's shocking. What should we do? Should we go in and break it up? If they actually start fighting, won't it cause an earthquake in our national research sector? A man in the crowd stammered. Have you lost your mind? Going in there to mediate? What were you thinking? That's a clash of immortals in there. Us low-level researchers stepping in would be walking straight into a grave. Hearing this, the others nodded in terror and retreated a few steps. They feared being dragged into the maelstrom lest they perish without even understanding how it happened. At that moment, Zhou Weimin approached carrying a stack of documents. Why are you all loitering at the entrance? Got nothing better to do. It's not that, Brother Zhou. Something huge is happening inside. One researcher stepped forward to explain. Several academicians seem to be about to come to blows in there. Want to go in and mediate? Nonsense. How could senior academicians start fighting? Don't spread baseless rumors. Zhou Weimin refused to believe it. The man clarified, it's true. The elders appear to be fighting over a pot of tea. Tea? Zhou Weimin paused. Fighting over tea? What delusional talk is this? Senior academicians actually brawling for tea? You've got to be making this up. Stop speculating nonsense at the door. Get back to work. It's the truth. Ask around if you don't believe me, the man insisted. Upon hearing this, the others nodded vigorously. Brother Zhou, it's real. We heard it all. They're literally scrambling for tea. Exactly. We caught whiffs of that tea fragrance earlier. It was nearly enough to ascend to heaven, leaving us utterly serene. More than just ascension. It felt like standing atop a mountain peak, expanding one's chest and broadening one's horizon entirely. Zhou Weimin stood dumbfounded after hearing their account. Good Lord. Are you even talking about tea, or is it some kind of elixir of immortality? Enough. Stop spouting nonsense here. If the tea is truly that miraculous, I'm going in to see for myself. Just then the man who spoke earlier grabbed Zhou Weimin's arm. Brother Zhou, you have to hold yourself together. Do not under any circumstances start brawling with the academicians over a cup of tea. What nonsense are you pulling, kid? I don't even like drinking tea. How could I possibly argue with senior academicians over tea? You lot are severely underestimating me, Zhou Weimin. With that, he strode into the office, leaving the crowd outside racking their brains with anxiety. Within minutes, Zhou Weimin's voice echoed from inside. Professor, just let me have one more sip. 1 sip, please. This tea is too delicious. I've never tasted anything so exquisite in my life. A flicker of awkwardness swept over the crowd. Brother Zhou, your performance was nothing short of brilliant. Truly unbeatable. Just then several figures emerged from the rear of the crowd. As everyone recognized them, they froze on the spot. Holy shit. The big shot from the research department has arrived. Could Director Chen start fighting for tea the moment he steps inside? Should we go stop him? In the corridor outside the office at the Hawaii Academy of Sciences, nearly 30 researchers were crowded at the doorway, leaving Director Chen taken aback. What is going on? Why are you all standing at the entrance? One of the men stepped out to explain. Director Chen, there's something strange in that room. Several of the senior academicians are arguing. Arguing? It must be about the project. Let me go in and mediate. As Director Chen moved forward anxiously, the crowd held him back. Director Chen, it's not about a project dispute. It's about tea. They're fighting over tea. Several academicians seem to be scrambling for tea inside, though nobody knows why. Hearing this, Director Chun breathed a long sigh of relief. Good, it's not about a project. It's just about tea after all. It's no big deal. Huh. Director Chun paused, then asked, several academicians are arguing over tea. What exactly is going on? The group recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening, Director Chin's expression grew strange, and he fell silent for a moment. You said you smelled an unusual tea fragrance, and then the arguing voices of several academicians came from inside. They even got academician and Ran involved in the fight over a cup of tea. And then Xiao Zhou went in and also started grabbing tea. The group nodded. What nonsense? Director Chin spoke skeptically. Are you still at the Hawaii Academy of Sciences? You're making up stories. What kind of tea haven't I tasted? I've never heard of anyone arguing over a cup of tea. What tea could possibly be so delicious? I've never heard of such a thing. Director Chin, it's true. The man explained. That tea is exceptionally fragrant. Even with the door closed, the entire corridor fills with its aroma. We've never smelled such fragrant tea before. Just breathing it in for a short while makes one feel as though they're in the mountains and valleys with all fatigue swept away. Hearing this, Director Chin's gaze swept around as he fell into thought. These people had no reason to lie. Could there really be such delicious tea? No, he had to go in and see for himself today. Everyone disperse. I'll go check on the situation. Director Chin, you're really going in? We're worried that you might also. The man stammered. What about me? Director Chun said confidently. Surely you don't think I'd start arguing over a cup of tea? Nonsense. I've drunk more tea than you've eaten salt. I've tasted every kind of tea. All right, everyone scatter. Only then did the crowd slowly disperse. With curiosity driving him, Director Chun entered the office. The scene inside matched what they had described. Several academicians were indeed scrambling for the teapot. Evidently the tea inside was running low. Old Lu put down the teapot. You've already had 6 cups, and I've only had 5. Old Xiang, you've got the nerve to talk. Look at your belly. It's swollen from drinking. How can you say you should save the last bit for me? You old men complain all day about your health, but when it comes to grabbing things, each one of you is stronger than the last. I'm truly at a loss for words. Old Su, you can fight with them. I'm not joining in. It's exhausting. Old Lu, save some for me. Just a little would do. Director Chun was dumbfounded by the scene before him. What was happening? Were these the same respected, learned senior academicians he knew? How had they all rolled up their sleeves and turned into bandits? What are you doing? Stop this at once. Have you no dignity? At Director Chin's reprimand, everyone froze. He snatched the teapot from old Lu's hand. It's just a pot of tea. Is it worth fighting like this? Huh. The tea was slightly cool and the fragrance wasn't as intense as before. But at such close range, Director Chin clearly caught the aroma emanating from the swirling liquid in the teapot. His eyes lit up involuntarily. Fine tea. Ignoring everything else, he poured the remaining tea into a cup and sipped it carefully, feeling the others' gazes upon him. The tea fragrance is intoxicating, the liquor bright and clear. It's refreshing and sweet on the palate. Indeed fine tea, but surely not enough too. Suddenly Director Chun froze, staring at the teacup in his hand with utter disbelief. After the tea reached his stomach, he felt a warmth spreading from his chest, carrying the liquid's essence through his entire body. His whole being grew lighter, his mind clearer. Could this be the effect of the tea itself? Is this really just tea? Director Chin scanned the room and asked, what kind of tea is this? Why does it taste better than my Dahong Pao? Su Jianguo smiled and explained, Director Chun, it's just ordinary green tea. You can buy it at any market. Impossible. How could ordinary green tea produce such a refreshing sweet brew? Who brewed this tea? Director Chin demanded. Everyone laughed, their gaze falling on Su Bai. Who else could it be? Besides Little Bai, who else? Director Chun was stunned. You mean Little Bai made this? Little Bai, you know how to brew tea? Su Bai smiled. Just a tiny bit. I've only been learning for a short while. Hearing this, several people present couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, their expressions growing strangely contorted. Good heavens. Only been learning for a short while. Could anyone actually say such a thing? What did they who had studied for decades amount to then? Garbage. Director Chin's lips also twitched violently. To master tea art after only a brief period of study. Was this even humanly possible? Could he possibly be an alien? Little Bai. Director Chin smiled. I arrived quite late. Could you brew me another pot? The others hesitated. What the? Why fight over it? He was right here, could just brew several more pots. Little Bai, brew a few more pots. We haven't had nearly enough. Exactly, brew several pots so we can savor them properly. System, task complete. Appearance 2. Su Bai smiled and began to brew tea. Unfortunately, the learning card had expired and his level remained stuck at 9. Once again, the tea fragrance filled the entire room. Director Chun was shocked. Such an intense tea fragrance was something he had never encountered before. Su Bai brewed 3 pots in succession, yet everyone still looked unsatisfied. We're out of water. Are we still going to drink? Of course we'll drink. Wait a moment, Little Bai. Director Chin stepped out himself and shouted down the corridor. Hey, you, bring a bucket of water. No. Bring 3 buckets of water. The researchers in the corridor were dumbfounded. 3 buckets of water. Could a few of them possibly finish that much? Half a month before the new year, the streets of the imperial capital were adorned with colorful lanterns, bustling with vibrant celebrations. Adults beamed with the rare joy of family reunion, while children radiated innocent smiles. For the citizens of the Rabbit Nation, the new year is the most important holiday of the year. A lifetime of hard work is all for the happiness of family, and this moment of reunion is worth more than anything. Xiaobai, hang the lantern a bit higher, then move it slightly to the left. No, it should go a bit to the right and higher. At the courtyard entrance, Su Bai stood on a ladder while his parents below gave directions. Mom, Dad, whose instructions should I even follow? Are you going up or down? Just give me a straight answer. Su Changlong declared, listen to me, my military-grade vision of 2.0 doesn't make mistakes. A bit to the right, higher still. Just who am I supposed to listen to? MMH. Lu Hongmei planted her hands on her hips, and Su Changlong's bravado vanished in an instant. Mom, Dad, you've already started hanging lanterns. The third sister Su Lu appeared behind them with a smile. What are you two up to? Su Changlong forced composure. I'm watching your mother direct Xiao Bai with the spring couplets. Just listen to your mother properly, Xiao Bai. You're an old hand at this, your eyesight's fine. Lu Hongmei's eyes crinkled with a warm, contented smile. All right, Xiao Bai, you can come down now. Inside the courtyard, the family settled in for casual conversation. Hasn't Jie come home yet? Su Lu asked. She probably won't make it back until New Year's Eve. Su Changlong explained the Flight Design Academy has been through major restructuring lately. 5 top design institutes have merged their strengths to develop the most advanced 5th-generation fighter jet. Your sister is likely involved in the project too. Su Changlong cautioned, we can discuss this at home, but keep it to ourselves outside. Su Lu nodded, what about Jie? Will she be coming back? Su Changlong sighed deeply. Your eldest sister has a military assignment this year. No time to return. Just the 5 of us celebrating with Grandpa this year. Su Lu nodded. It was practically the same every year. Sometimes when their parents or grandfather had obligations, it was just her and her younger brother spending the holiday at home. Dad, when will the military officially deploy those 2 top-tier fighter jets? In the future, if you have the chance, could you help me apply to take a distant look at them? Su Changlong chuckled. That won't do. 5th-generation fighters are among the most advanced aircraft in the world, sharp swords of the nation. We can't just let anyone view them. If information leaks, it would be a serious matter for the country. Hearing this, Su Lu had no choice but to drop the subject. By the way, Xiao Bai, didn't you join the Flight Design Academy? Why aren't you as busy as your second sister? Su Bai's mouth twitched slightly before he offered an awkward smile. Third sister, I'm just an ordinary researcher. How could I possibly get involved in projects the way Jie does? Su Changlong laughed. Your younger brother only just joined the Flight Design Academy. Such a major project wouldn't be entrusted to an intern researcher. As you develop over time, there'll be opportunities for your second sister to guide you in research work. This way you'll grow and develop faster. Su Bai nodded. Understood, Dad. I'll work hard. At that moment, a black business vehicle pulled into the residential community and stopped at the courtyard entrance. Dad, who's that? Can vehicles enter the Chinese Academy of Sciences residential compound now? Before Su Lu could finish her sentence, the car door opened, and Su Jianguo was sitting inside. Shall I come with me to the academy? Su Bai paused for a moment, sensing something might be happening at the Design Institute. After quickly saying a few words, he ran car. Xiao Bai, and I might not be back until New Year's Eve. Su Jianguo tossed out before the vehicle drove away from the academy compound. Su Changlong and the others were left speechless. Dad, what's going on? Are we 3 celebrating the new year alone? Why did Grandpa bring along the youngest? Could research matters really require the youngest's help? Su Changlong looked completely bewildered. In the past, whenever something came up, he was always the one called upon. Now it's the grandson instead. I'm your actual son. Inside the vehicle, Su Jianguo was visibly stirred, almost feverish with excitement. Grandpa is the 5th-generation fighter preparing for test flights. That's right. The test flight is scheduled for tomorrow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed to pick you up like this, Su Jianguo said. I'll take you to the station now, and someone will meet you there. Grandpa, you're not coming with us? Su Bai asked. Su Jianguo smiled. No, I'll wait for your good news here at the academy. Remember to let Grandpa know immediately. Su Bai nodded with a smile. National Air Force 5th-generation fighter test pilot base. 3 pilots had been selected for the 5th-generation fighter test program. 2 primary pilots and 1 backup. Zhangshu Lu Chang Zhu Chang. This mission is of paramount importance to the nation. You must accurately measure every parameter of the 5th-generation fighter. Understood. The 3 shouted in unison with full conviction. The instructor nodded. Board the vehicle. Move out. They jogged toward the vehicle, which then slowly departed from the selection base. 50 pilots who hadn't been selected watched from the base, their faces showing varying degrees of envy. Do your best. Don't bring shame to our Air Force. Yes, go see what the top-tier 5th-generation fighter looks like for us. You represent us. Pilot the motherland's newest and most powerful fighter and show us the beauty of this land. Good luck, brothers. The encouraging shouts faded into the distance, and the 3 in the vehicle felt a weight on their hearts. This selection had been exceptionally brutal. Over 200 elite pilots competed, leaving only 53 at the base. After months of comprehensive evaluations, the final 3 passed. Zhang Shu and Lu Chang became official test pilots assigned to the Wudai Jian 20 and Hong 20 programs respectively. Zhu Chang's test scores were slightly lower, so he served as the backup pilot for emergency situations. Zhu Chang, you seem even more excited than I am. What's going on? Zhang Shu asked with a grin. Zhu Chang smiled. You might not know, but even before the evaluation started, I was already bragging to my buddies that I would definitely be selected as a test pilot and meet that mysterious great chief engineer. And after returning, I tell them whether the chief engineer carries such a different aura. Zhu Chang explained with a grin, especially my one buddy Su Bai. He doesn't think the chief engineer would be like what we describe. Once I meet him in person, I'll have to really put that kid in his place when I get back. Hearing this, both Zhang Shu and Lu Chang laughed. You haven't even met him yet, and you're already this confident. What if the chief engineer really is just an ordinary person like your buddy claimed? Wouldn't that be you slapping your own face? Impossible. That's the chief engineer behind 2 of the top strategic aircraft programs. How could someone that important be just like an ordinary person? Pride washed over Zhu Chang's face as he mused. I wonder if it's against regulations, but could I ask the chief engineer for an autographed photo? Zhang Shu laughed. Don't even think about an autographed photo. Before coming, we all signed the highest confidentiality agreement. How could something like an autographed photo be permitted? Let it go. Lu Chang nodded. If we can do it without revealing identities, let's see if we can get some kind of souvenir. Like a fighter jet model personally made by the chief engineer. Zhu Chang grinned foolishly. A model would work too. Either way, it's from the chief engineer. The meaning is different. Zhang Shu smiled, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, I noticed you brought a lot of military rations in your backpack. You're saving those for your buddy, right? You mentioned before that your buddy works in research at the Aircraft Design Institute. Zhu Chang said proudly. Of course I'm bringing them for my buddy. Brought some spicy strips and walnuts to boost his brain. Research work really takes a toll on the mind, so I'm going to make sure that kid gets properly nourished. Back when we were in elementary school together, that kid would have been so thrilled to see these snacks, he probably would have called me his godfather. Ha ha ha. The vehicle gradually disappeared at the end of the mountain road, and their laughter faded into the distance. National Aviation Aircraft Design Institute No. 1. Residence Area No. 1. 10 senior academicians and 4 individuals from the other 4 major design institutes waited quietly before the courtyard gate. As the people emerged from within, smiles graced their faces. They had waited for this moment far too long. So long that even now it felt like a dream. It was as though a lifetime had passed. Xiao Bai, Su Mu at the forefront of the crowd stepped forward to straighten Su Bai's attire. You're grown now, and yet you still can't keep your clothes neat. Su Bai smiled. Second sister, it's getting late. Let's be on our way. The academicians have been awaiting this day far too long. We must not delay further. Su Mu nodded and stepped aside. The 14 senior academicians gazed at Su Bai with warm smiles. Xiao Bai, it's time to depart. And Ran said cheerfully. Su Bai nodded. Let's go. The morning sun blazed like a fire of hope, illuminating their path forward. 5th-generation fighter development and test flight center. Zhu Chang, Zhang Shu, and Lu Chang waited nervously at the test flight site. Standing nearby was Su Jianguo, who was responsible for receiving the pilots on this occasion. Brother Su, Zhu Chang asked with a grin. You're on the 5th-generation fighter project team, right? You must have met the chief engineer. Pretty approachable, I assume. What should we bear in mind when we meet the chief engineer? Zhang Shu and Lu Chang listened intently. Su Jianguo laughed. Relax, brothers. The chief engineer is very easy to get along with. There's nothing particularly noteworthy. Look at me. I've become good brothers with the chief engineer. Zhu Chang paused for a moment. He exclaimed in astonishment. You're good brothers with the chief engineer? Brother Su, you're not joking with us, are you? How could someone your age possibly become brothers with the chief engineer? Zhang Shu and Lu Chang nodded. It seemed impossible under any circumstances. Su Jianguo chuckled. Why would I deceive you? When I say we're brothers, we're brothers. Once the chief engineer arrives, you'll understand. Everything remains confidential for now. Zhu Chang was somewhat skeptical, but dared not press further. He changed the subject, inquiring about Su Bai. Brother Su, there's something else I'd like to ask you. At Design Institute No. 1, you know quite a few people, don't you? Su Jianguo glanced at him. As long as you're from Design Institute No. 1, there is nobody I old Su do not know. Go ahead, tell me. Do you have some old flame at Design Institute No. 1? Ask away if you wish to know. Zhu Chang chuckled foolishly. Not an old flame. It's my childhood friend. He also works at Design Institute No. 1 conducting research. He hasn't been there long, so he may not be well known yet. I wonder if you happen to know him. If you have the opportunity to meet him, Brother Su, do look out for him. Zhu Chang, thanks you hear, Brother Su. Su Jianguo nodded. If he is indeed new, then it is quite possible I do not know him yet. Rest assured. Tell me his name, and I'll take a look when I have free time. I will certainly help when the time comes. After all, your Brother Su still carries some weight at Design Institute No. 1. Hearing this, Zhu Chang was overjoyed. He never expected that coming on this mission would present an opportunity to help Su Bai. Once they returned, he would surely make a big deal out of it before Su Bai, and treat him to barbecue, of course. Brother Su, my childhood friend's name is Su Bai. He just... What did you say? Su Jianguo choked in shock. Zhu Chang and the others were startled. Brother Su, that friend of mine, is my childhood companion. The next part. Su Jianguo swallowed hard, his eyes wide as he demanded to know more. Zhu Chang hesitated. His name is Su Bai. You're saying your friend's name is Su Bai? Su Jianguo could hardly believe it. Zhu Chang nodded. Is there a problem with that? Su Jianguo's expression grew peculiar. Your friend really is named Su Bai? Zhu Chang panicked, lowering his voice. Yes, his name is Su Bai? What's wrong, Brother Su? Could it be that somewhere I offended you? My friend he... No. Su Jianguo interrupted. You don't know anything at all. Zhu Chang was utterly bewildered. No one. He had absolutely no idea what Su Jianguo was talking about. Su Jianguo quickly comprehended the situation and burst into hearty laughter. He gave Zhu Chang's shoulder a hefty pat. So it turns out you're family after all. From now on you call me Brother Su, and I'll call you Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang. Zhu Chang's lips twitched violently. Why does it sound like you're insulting me? Brother Su, you know my friend Su Bai? Su Jianguo laughed uproariously. Know him? Not only do I know him, he's my brother-in-law. I am his elder brother by marriage. You'll see him shortly. Gurgle gurgle. Zhu Chang's eyes widened, and he swallowed hard. Brother-in-law? Elder brother by marriage. What in the world was going on? The relationships were completely confusing. Wait a moment, Brother Su, you're saying Su Bai will be coming too? Su Jianguo grinned mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. Just don't be too shocked. Zhu Chang was thoroughly lost. He could not fathom what Su Jianguo was referring to. At that moment a group appeared in the distance with several academicians, and Su Bai leading the way. Zhu Chang's mind went completely blank. Good heavens. His friend was actually walking alongside a group of academicians. Was his status really this formidable now? What was happening? Had this young man already met the chief engineer? Xiao Chang, come on. Let us go together and greet the academicians. Zhu Chang and the two others followed Su Jianguo toward Su Bai. Su Bai naturally spotted Zhu Chang's figure, his lips curling into a faint playful smirk. Old Bai, what are you doing here? Zhu Chang asked instinctively as he drew near. Su Bai stifled his laughter, putting on an elderly demeanor as he stepped forward and patted Zhu Chang's shoulder. He advised solemnly, young man, keep a calm mindset. The 5th-generation fighter I designed will have no issues whatsoever. Fly boldly and obtain the data I desire. Everyone present understood perfectly well, watching with amusement. Zhu Chang's mind went blank, and after a long while he finally snapped back to reality. His eyes bulged wide, and pointing at Su Bai he stumbled backward several steps in sheer terror. Stammering in shock he exclaimed, Old Bai, you're saying the 5th-generation fighter was designed by you? This is impossible. Su Bai grinned widely. Aren't you surprised? Aren't you utterly startled? I told you the chief engineer is just like us, yet you simply refuse to believe me. At this moment Zhu Chang's jaw nearly hit the ground, his face contorted with disbelief. Good heavens. His friend was actually the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter. Was the world gone mad? Brother, are you really the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter? On the test runway a group of researchers were conducting final checks on the aircraft. Zhu Chang had not yet processed the fact that Su Bai was the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter, asking the same question no less than 50 times. Su Bai smiled wryly. Brother Chang, I'm standing right here. How could it be false? You've asked me 50 times already. Can you stop now? My ears are about to grow calluses. How can I not ask? He's the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter. Zhu Chang exclaimed in awe, my good brother is actually the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter. Only 20 years old, yet he's the chief engineer of a national project. If word of this gets out, think of how much face I'd have. How can I not ask a few more questions? It's simply too shocking. It's more exaggerated than a movie. No, a movie wouldn't dare film this. It's the kind of plot that only appears in novels, yet here it is in real life. My God. Zhu Chang's mind still hadn't recovered. Old Bai, if Old Fong and Old Li find out about this, their expressions might be even more exaggerated than mine. Especially Old Fong. He has an inexplicable admiration for the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter. If he learns your identity, he'll realize that the idol he worships is none other than his own brother. It would be so amusing. I really want to see the shock on that kid's face. Su Bai's mouth twitched violently. Do you really enjoy seeing people shocked that much? Brother Chang, don't forget the confidentiality regulations. There are things we need to be careful about. Zhu Chang calmed down and nodded. Understood. I was just a bit excited, shocked, and amazed. I'm much calmer now. But you kid, you became the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter without a word. How did you do it? Zhu Chang laughed and punched Su Bai in the chest, genuinely happy for his brother. At the same time, he felt immense pride in having such an accomplished friend. If this ever came to light, he could boast wherever he went, the chief engineer is my brother. How much face would that save? Su Bai put his hands behind his head and smiled relaxedly. Have you ever heard of that ancient story about someone attaining enlightenment and ascending to immortality in a single day? Well, buddy, that's pretty much what happened to me. I had a sudden epiphany, and I just knew. Upon hearing this, Zhu Chang's jaw nearly hit the ground. The two companions beside him wore the same expression, utterly dumbfounded. A sudden epiphany, and he became a national project chief engineer. Hell, this really does feel like cultivating immortality. Gulp gulp. Zhu Chang swallowed hard and whispered, "Old boy, we're brothers, right? Can you teach me the secret of that epiphany? I'm not saying I want to become a national project chief engineer, just a sudden epiphany to become a super special forces soldier, that should be fine, right?" Zhang Shu and Lu Chang nodded, as if to say, "We think we can do it too." Su Bai's mouth twitched violently. Damn it, there's no secret at all. How could he say I have a system? And even if he did, they wouldn't believe him. System, tell Zhu Chang the secret is to do 100 push-ups in the morning, 200 sit-ups, a 10-kilometer run, and 3 meals of stir-fried pork with chili peppers. Reward Charisma 1. Su Bai smiled ambiguously. For the sake of his brother's looks. Sorry, brother. Brother Chang, do you really want to know the secret? It's very hard to achieve, and there's no guarantee of a sudden epiphany. Zhu Chang said with utmost seriousness, "Brother, just say it. I think I can handle it." Zhang Shu and Lu Chang were about to kneel and call him godfather. "We think we can handle it too." Su Bai's mouth twitched violently. "Brother, don't blame me. I told you it might not work. Actually, it's quite simple. Listen carefully." Zhu Chang and the other two pricked up their ears, paying close attention. "Got it." Su Bai nodded and said in one breath, "The secret is 100 push-ups in the morning, 200 sit-ups, a 10-kilometer run, and 3 meals of stir-fried pork with chili peppers every day." Zhu Chang and the others were dumbfounded. 100 push-ups? That didn't seem too hard. 200 sit-ups? Also not too hard, it seemed. A 10-kilometer run was no problem at all. But 3 meals of stir-fried pork with chili peppers was a bit tough. Wouldn't their asses bleed? System mission complete. Charisma 2. This time Su Bai had smugly brought a mirror to observe any changes in his charisma. He had to admit he did look a lot more handsome. His skin was fair and smooth, his facial features sharp and defined, and his demeanor was sunny and charming. If he ever quit scientific research, he could debut as a celebrity. Su Bai, not caring whether the three actually believed him, walked toward the Jian 20. A breeze blew and Zhu Chang and the other two stood there like idiots. A bit bewildered. Brother Chang, is what Chief Engineer Su said true? Can that really lead to epiphany? The two looked at Zhu Chang, who had now clearly become the leader of the trio. After all, he was the brother of the chief engineer. He wouldn't trick his own buddies. Zhu Chang nodded firmly. Absolutely no problem. This might be the legendary simplicity of the great Tao. I think the first part is just preparation. The key is the stir-fried pork with chili peppers. Ever since we were kids, Old Bai has loved that dish. That's the real secret. And it has to be super spicy, extreme spicy, to increase the chances of success. I'm absolutely sure. Zhang Shu and Lu Chang still had a tiny doubt in their hearts. Brother Chang, is that really reliable? That would mean we're not even shitting. It'd be blood. Coward. Zhu Chang scoffed. What's a little blood? It's not like you're eating shit. Trust Su Bai, and you'll be reborn. Let's do it. Zhu Chang didn't say another word and headed toward the 5th-generation fighter. In his heart, he had already decided to eat super spicy chili peppers when he got back. Whether he could become a super special forces soldier, all depended on this. Godfather, 1,000 thanks. Zhang Shu and Lu Chang swallowed hard. Their last shred of hesitation was gone. Damn it. Let's go for it. With the successful example right in front of them, they were determined to do it. Little did Zhu Chang and the others know, because they believed Su Bai a few days later they would be unable to get out of bed. But they didn't blame Su Bai at all. They blamed themselves for lacking talent. The 5th-generation fighter Jiangnan 20 had passed inspection and was ready for takeoff. Zhang Shu, as the test pilot, boarded the aircraft. He sat in the cockpit, gazing at the internal interface, deeply awestruck. The pilots participating in the evaluation had thoroughly studied the operation of the 5th-generation fighter. To ensure a smooth test flight, the Design Institute had specially created a Jiangnan 20 simulator for training. They were already intimately familiar with every function button of the Jiangnan 20. Are you ready? Always ready. Su Bai nodded and stood with the others far from the runway. Compared to the command center, they preferred to hear the roar of the engine up close. Boom, boom, boom. The Jiangnan 20's engine roared like a ferocious tiger, echoing across the entire runway. The high-temperature flames from the tail seemed to melt the air itself. At that moment, everyone was filled with excitement and anxiety. They had waited so long for this moment. Finally, their own 5th-generation fighter was taking off. Under the immense thrust of the engine, the 5th-generation fighter shot into the sky, like an arrow from a bow, gradually disappearing from view. Even though it was out of sight, the roar of the engine still seemed to echo in their ears. They silently gazed at the sky, hopeful smiles on their faces. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous, heart-stirring roar rang out again, and the Jiangnan 20 reappeared in their sight. Then thunderous applause erupted from the ground. Everyone was ecstatic, exhilarated, clapping their hands. At last the moment they had been waiting for had arrived. Too long, far too long. Countless years had passed. From youthful vigor to graying temples, time had left indelible marks on their faces. This test flight was merely a simple flight check. The truly realistic combat flight would come 3 days later. Zhang Shu piloted the Jiangnan 20 to a gentle stop on the runway, and all the staff rushed forward to witness this historic moment. Do you regret not having the chance to pilot the Jiangnan 20? Su Bai asked, suddenly staring at the aircraft. Zhu Chang smiled, his eyes a little red. It's a pity, really. I wish I could fly it once. Just once would be enough. But I'm also lucky to be here witnessing the maiden flight of the Jian-20. That's more than enough. Su Bai joked, don't you want to give it a try? Actually, I have great confidence in my design. The Jian-20 won't have any problems. It's fully capable of combat flight. Zhu Chang smiled bitterly. Can I take that as you showing off? Su Bai put his hands behind his head and turned to leave. You can think that way, but don't you really want to fly the Jian-20 just once? Zhu Chang was stunned for a moment, then snapped out of it and hurriedly chased after him. Godfather, can you let me have a go? I'll be forever grateful. Your humble son thanks you. Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Not far away, 14 senior academicians watched Su Bai's retreating figure and chatted with smiles. That kid is so confident. He didn't even glance at the test data before leaving. He's inherently confident in his design. From the moment it took off, you could tell the Jian-20 was perfectly designed. Indeed, it's flawless, like a maiden flight that's been battle-tested, not a single issue. How does that kid's brain work? How can he be so smart? He almost doesn't seem like a native of Earth. Sometimes I want to open up his head and see what's inside. If you old fool dare to crack open Xiao Bai's head, I'll crack open your skull. I was just joking. Why so serious? Alright, let's go check the test data and see if it matches Xiao Bai's predictions. 3 days later, the 5th-generation bomber also underwent its maiden flight. The test results were excellent, with all data matching precisely with the predictions on Su Bai's blueprints. It truly shocked everyone. Those weren't merely design sketches. They were complete disassembly diagrams of the fighter jet without a single error. Late at night at the Capital Research Department, a mysterious phone call came into Minister Chen's office. Hello, this is Su Jianguo. What's going on? Are you certain the information is accurate? Minister Chen listened to the voice on the other end and let out a long sigh. His heart felt heavy. I understand. After hanging up, Su Jianguo paused, then dialed another number. Is this Su Bai? Come to the research department tomorrow. No. Tomorrow I'll go to the First Design Institute in person. Minister Chen hung up and walked to the window. Heavy snow had blanketed the entire city in pristine white. The day after tomorrow would be New Year's Eve in Rabbit Country, and the festive atmosphere clashed sharply with his somber mood. The following morning, on the 29th day of the lunar calendar, 14 academicians from the 5 major aircraft design institutes, Su Jianguo and Su Bai, gathered in the conference room. The tone of the meeting was grave. Minister Chen, is the intelligence reliable? Would Eagle Sauce really dare to send warplanes to the 105 arsenal again? Aren't they afraid of losing another top-tier fighter? Minister Chen sighed deeply and nodded. The information is highly reliable. It was obtained at the cost of an undercover operative's life. On New Year's Eve, Eagle Sauce will deploy an AWACS aircraft and a high-altitude reconnaissance plane to conduct surveillance on the 105 arsenal. This time, Eagle Sauce has made thorough preparations. To prevent air defense missiles from locking on, they've even dispatched an early warning aircraft. They're likely trying to investigate what the 105 arsenal is actually doing. If we fail to stop them, the 105 arsenal may be completely exposed. Xiao Bai, what's your opinion on this? All eyes fell upon Su Bai. Minister Chen, everyone. Su Bai swept his gaze around the room and said firmly, since our guests have come, we should welcome them properly. Let the Jian-20 see actual combat. Only real combat can serve as the ultimate standard for testing the Jian-20. The conference room fell silent. Everyone furrowed their brows, lost in deep thought. Clearly none of them were willing to take such a risk. How confident are you? Minister Chen asked unexpectedly. Su Bai replied, 1 AWACS and 1 reconnaissance aircraft. Honestly, the Jian-20 has almost no chance of victory. The AWACS would be virtually ineffective against the Jian-20. If they dispatch a top-tier 5th-generation fighter as well, I would absolutely not authorize the Jian-20 to engage. But with only 2 functional aircraft, don't blame us for being unkind. They truly believe having an AWACS means they can stay ahead. How naive. Su Bai stated firmly, I am 100% confident I can shoot down both enemy aircraft. Hearing this, Minister Chen nodded and glanced around the room. Old Su, what are your thoughts? Su Jianguo took a deep breath. This is a bold attempt. In the past, I would never have agreed to it. It's too risky, too aggressive. Besides, the Jian-20 has only undergone a single test flight. It's hardly suited for actual combat. However, Su Jianguo looked at Su Bai and smiled with relief. However, judging from the test flight data, the Jian-20 fully meets the requirements for combat. We've held back for so many years. It's time to draw our sword. You've all been waiting for this day for a long time, haven't you? Upon hearing this, all the academicians from the 5 design institutes nodded. That's right, it's time to unsheath our sword. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave prevail, and moreover the advantage is on our side. As old Su said, the Jian-20 is already capable of combat operations. Chao Qinghe rose to his feet, said nothing, and silently endorsed Su Bai's proposal. Others followed suit, rising one by one with their eyes fixed on Su Bai, all in agreement. Minister Chen smiled and stood as well. Xiao Bai, let me ask one more time. Can you accomplish this mission? Su Bai stood up firmly and replied, I guarantee completion of the mission. Minister Chen nodded. Then who will be the pilot? Minister Chen, I have a very suitable candidate in mind. Subai recommended Zhu Chang, my brother. On the 29th of the lunar year late at night, in Subai's dormitory courtyard, a table of cold dishes and a few bottles of beer. Brother Chang, before the meeting I already agreed on your behalf, but the final decision is still yours to make. There is definitely danger, but based on your recent proficiency with the 5th-generation fighter jet, the risk is not great. However, it is a real combat mission, so some unforeseen circumstances cannot be guaranteed. What are your own thoughts? Zhu Chang suddenly took a big gulp of beer, feeling exhilarated. What other thoughts could there be? Damn it, I'm going for it. Old Bai, you might not know what a real combat mission means to a soldier. At the very least, even if I come back lying down, it's a first-class merit. Standing up, it's still a first-class merit. Such a rare opportunity. I don't want to miss it. Brother, great kindness needs no words of thanks. Oh, I'll remember this. But Subai felt a twinge of worry inside. Zhu Chang smiled, caressing the military uniform on his body, his eyes filled with warmth, love, and hope. Brother, there's something you might not know. If I continue serving like this, the final outcome will be discharge, taking off this uniform. But I really don't want to take it off. From the moment I put it on, I fell deeply in love with this shade of military green. People say that serving in the army makes you regret it for a few years, but not serving makes you regret it for a lifetime. I didn't believe it before until the moment I wore it. I truly understood the meaning of this uniform. Since then, I have fallen in love with it. Zhu Chang's eyes unexpectedly glistened with moisture. Brother, I must seize this opportunity. I won't say any more sentimental words. Just know that I'll remember this. Subai nodded. He understood the significance of the military uniform, but perhaps he could not fully grasp the feeling of wearing it. In this life, there was no hope. In the next, he would try to experience it. Brother Chang, tomorrow, I will contact the 105 military factory. They will provide you with fire support. But the Eagle will definitely be flying at ultra-high altitudes, so fire support might not be able to. Subai fell silent. Reconnaissance aircraft usually take satellite images at ultra-high altitudes. Air defense missiles cannot detect them, so naturally, there is no fire support. Old bite. Zhu Chang patted the former's shoulder. Even if you don't trust your fighter jet, at least trust my piloting skills. It's only 2 enemy fighters. I'm driving the top-tier fighter designed by my brother. I can take them down in no time. Subai smiled. Brother Chang, if there's any real danger, retreat immediately. With the performance of the sword, 22 enemy fighters can never catch up. Zhu Chang grinned and patted his chest. Don't worry, if there's any danger, I will definitely retreat. We brothers have agreed. We won't miss anyone's wedding banquet. Under the bright moonlight dotted with stars. Under the big tree in the courtyard, the two exchanged a smile. Everything was understood without words. The next day, New Year's Eve. The streets were decorated with lanterns and colored streamers, red flags fluttering on both sides of the road. The sound of New Year's blessings could be heard at any moment. The liveliness was evident. Oldly, what do you think Old Bai and Brother Chang are up to? Why aren't they coming home for the new year? In previous years, the 4 of us always spent the holiday together. This year feels really strange. Under the big tree in the Huaka Academy residential area, Fong Wen cupped his cheeks with both hands, looking a bit dejected. Oldly, say something. Fong Wen turned his head, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He saw Li Guang, all muscles, holding his phone and sending a text message with a lecherous grin on his face. No need to guess. He was definitely chatting with a girl. Little Dwadwa, are you missing your brother on New Year's Eve? Hee hee. As Li Guang sent the lewd message, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a creepy chuckle. Anyone would think he was a lunatic. Hello, is this the Beijing Mental Hospital? Yes, I'm at the Huaka Academy residential area. There's a lunatic here. Please send someone quickly. Damn it, old Fong, where is there a lunatic? Li Guang put away his phone, looking around without any self-awareness. A flock of crows flew over Fong Wen's head. Forget it, I'll just call the brain hospital. This guy might have a problem with his brain. Where? Fong Wen put down his phone, and Li Guang was still looking around. Where's the guy with the brain problem? I don't see anyone. Fong Wen was speechless, sighed deeply, and got up to leave. It was like talking to a cow. Impossible to get through, and all that muscle. Old Fong, why are you leaving? What are we doing tonight? Should I call a couple of girls over? Li Guang chased after him, and Fong Wen sighed again. Spending too much time with this guy seriously affected his IQ. Beep, beep, beep. Li Guang's phone suddenly rang. Thinking it was little Dwadwa, he excitedly glanced at the caller ID and froze. Old Fong, it's Old Bai's call. Fong Wen stopped in his tracks. Li Guang answered the call and put it on speaker. Hey, Old Bai, where are you? Are you coming back for the new year? I've arranged to meet a few girls tonight. Come back and join us. It's no fun without you guys. Fong Wen's face darkened. Can't you think of anything besides girls? Can you get to the point? Li Guang was stunned. Isn't that the point? Fong Wen didn't want to bother with the guy in front of him. Subai's laughter came through the phone. It seems you two are getting along quite well. Who's getting along with him? Fong Wen shot a glance at Li Guang and couldn't help asking. Old Bai, where are you? Will you come back today? Subai suddenly said urgently. No time, we're not coming back. Look up at the sky. Fong Wen and Li Guang instinctively looked up. Nothing but blue sky and white clouds. Just as they thought Su Bai was joking, a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Though nothing was visible in the air, the sound was unmistakably real. Hear that? Su Bai laughed. Brother Chang is flying a 5th-generation fighter jet right over your heads. Li Guang and Fong Wen's eyes widened as they stared at each other. Holy crap. Brother Chang was really flying a 5th-generation fighter. Awesome. Many people in the Huaca Academy residential area heard the noise and came out of their houses looking up at the sky. Dad, is that an airplane? Sula looked up, but saw nothing. It's an airplane. Su Changlong stared at the sky, his chest heaving with emotion. That's the sound of our own top-tier fighter jet. Su Lu was startled, then widened his eyes in disbelief. Dad, are you talking about the Sword 20? Did it really succeed? Su Changlong's eyes were red, filled with emotion. It succeeded, it succeeded. It really succeeded. At the Huaca Academy, a roaring sound passed overhead. The researchers below stopped in their tracks, looking up at the sky. What was that sound? Was it a fighter jet? Wow, a fighter jet flying over the capital. What kind of treatment is that? Do you think it's the Sword 20? Could it be that the Flight Design Institute succeeded? It's very likely a success. My classmate is at the First Design Institute, and he often hears the roar of fighter jets from the test site. Amazing, our country. In just a few months, it really succeeded. A great nation with thousands of years of history. Now we finally have our own national sword. Upstairs by the window, Su Jianguo and Minister Chun stood by the window, gazing into the distance with faint smiles on their faces. Old Su, your grandson's idea is quite good. On New Year's Eve, letting everyone hear the sound of our country's fighter jet. It's also like ringing in the New Year's bell. Su Jianguo smiled. Young people are always more innovative than we think. This child will definitely become the leader of the entire nation's scientific research in the future. Minister Chen nodded in agreement. To have encountered a child like Xiao Bai during my tenure is truly an honor. It will leave a significant mark in history. By the way, has Xiao Bai been working on any new research lately? It's been a long time since I heard any news about that. Could he be secretly planning something big? Su Jianguo smiled. Who knows? He always brings surprises. Minister Chen burst out laughing. Their gazes gradually drifted into the distance, where many people on the streets had stopped to listen to the sound passing overhead. Daddy, what's that sound in the sky? A child with a baby voice pointed at the sky and asked his father. Xiaohua, that's the sound of our country's fighter jet. The father smiled. When Xiaohua grows up, does she want to fly a plane? Xiaohua shook her little head vigorously. I don't want to fly a plane. Ooh, I want to shoot down planes. Father. On New Year's Eve, Su Bai boarded a private jet bound for Factory 105. As Zhu Chang's closest friend, he felt compelled to do something. He also assigned a code name to this mission, Operation Eagle Hunt. At 1 in the afternoon, 7 hours and 45 minutes remained until Operation Eagle Hunt. A crowd had gathered at the gates of Factory 105, among them Du Peng and He Shu. Lung Yue, Wu Zhongming, and Zhang Taizhan stood at the front of the crowd. Xiao Yue, that boy hardly ever comes back. You should keep him for a few more days. A fine young man like Xiao Bai. Countless girls out there surely have their sights set on him. You'd best keep a close watch. Otherwise you might just lose him. Lung Yu's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Teacher Xiao Bai isn't that kind of person. I know. Wu Zhongming burst into hearty laughter. Foolish child, a man's words are the least trustworthy of all. Back in my day. Ahem, never mind, never mind. Here comes Xiao Bai now. A military green jeep pulled up at the main gate. Chief, he thank you for the ride all this way. Just duty. Though the legends about Chief Engineer Su seemed to grow with each passing day. He Weiwa smiled. I'll be heading back then. There's still much security preparation to attend to tonight. Su Bai nodded, his gaze fixed upon the gate. Familiar silhouettes, memories of events long past, surged through his mind. Factory 105, or I've come home. At 7:45 that evening, 1 hour remained before Operation Eagle Hunt. In the small courtyard outside Su Bai's studio, Lung Yue, Du Peng, and He Shu sat on low stools with snacks spread across the table. Brother Bai, aren't you really not going to the command center to watch? Du Peng devoured a large chicken leg in one bite. The three had originally intended to observe from the command center, but when they learned Su Bai had no plans to go, they reluctantly gave up the idea. Su Bai reclined in his chair, gazing up at the night sky. The boundless darkness seemed to portend that momentous events were about to unfold. I'm not going. I'll wait for my brother to return. Just waiting quietly right here. Lung Yu and He Shu sat in silence, their eyes fixed upon the night sky, saying nothing. The pitch-black heavens seemed like an invisible great hand encompassing the entire world. At 9:10 that night, according to intelligence, American fighter jets were about to enter Chinese airspace. A fighter roared to life from within the factory, its tremendous engine roar rousing everyone. The real battle had begun. It has begun. At the command center, Wu Zhongming stared at the radar and communications displays, falling silent. No matter the outcome tonight, the outside world would never know what had transpired. Perhaps this was the very purpose of their existence, to silently guard the nation from unseen places. In the courtyard, Su Bai and the others could also hear the roar. They gazed at the night sky, their hearts filled with silent hope. Brother Bai, do you think we can win? We've never heard of any nation successfully shooting down an American fighter in direct combat. Do you really think we can pull it off? Su Bai silently watched the night sky. Tonight it was exceptionally dark. No stars, no moon, nothing but blackness swallowing everything whole. Time slipped away second by second. Aside from the command center, no one below knew that a fierce battle was being waged in the skies above. For those on the ground, it was merely an ordinary night. After what felt like an eternity, a thunderous explosion echoed from the eastern horizon. A faint trail of fire descended through the night sky, like a solitary spark. Brother Bai looked to the east. Su Bai and the others rose to their feet, gazing toward the east as their hearts tightened. Before they could fully process what they saw, another detonation split the sky, and yet another stream of fire plummeted from the heavens like a meteor. None of them spoke. Unease gripped their hearts as they waited in silence, but nothing further came from the horizon. The courtyard felt utterly still, so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. Brother Bai, did we win? Du Pang swallowed hard. Su Bai had not gone home. He stood quietly fixated upon the night sky. Beep, beep, beep. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Su Bai swiftly picked it up. He asked nothing, dared not ask. He simply listened to the voice on the other end. When he hung up, his expression gave nothing away. The atmosphere grew taut to the breaking point. Lung Yu and the other two watched Su Bai, too afraid to speak, dreading the worst possible outcome. Brother Bai, what happened? What did old Wu say on the phone? Du Pang finally broke the silence. Sigh. Su Bai looked down and exhaled a long breath, and everyone's hearts sank with him, their faces falling. Had they failed? Had someone fallen? Sigh. What a pity. Their top-tier fighters didn't show up, or we could have truly tested ourselves against them. Hearing this, their eyes lit up. Brother Bai, what did you say? Are you saying we won? Su Bai smiled. Of course we won. What did you think happened? Then why did you sigh just now, eh? Du Pang asked, bewildered. Su Bai chuckled. I was merely regretting that we only brought down 2 of their fighters. If more had come, perhaps we could have shot down even more. Hearing this, the 3 breathed a deep sigh of relief and sank heavily into their seats. Brother Bai, you were sighing over that. I thought we had lost. Du Pang's appetite seemed to revive, and he casually grabbed another chicken leg to devour. He shook his head with a wry smile. For a moment there, I truly believed we had lost. Lung Yu, you felt the same, didn't you? Lung Yu smiled, but offered no explanation. Hey now, is that really how little faith you have in the fighter I developed? That's a fighter I designed myself. The performance is extraordinary. Su Bai declared. Lung Yu smirked. Yes, extraordinarily impressive. You're the greatest, all right. Now that's more like it. Su Bai laughed, and Lung Yu and the other 2 joined in. Their laughter dissolved into the night sky. Half an hour later, Zhu Chang's figure appeared at the doorway. Beneath the night sky, the 4 of them exchanged knowing smiles, and the moment froze in time. After the New Year, Su Bai stayed at the 105 military factory for a few days before returning to the imperial capital. He couldn't spend New Year's Eve at home, so during the spring festival he insisted on staying home for a few days to spend time with his parents. With the 2 major projects completed, the burden on his shoulders was lifted. Su Bai enjoyed a rare few days of leisure. The afternoon sunlight was idyllic. Su Bai and his friends lay under a big tree in the residential area. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between leaves, casting warmth on their faces in the cold winter. Brother Chang, was it really you who piloted the 5th-generation fighter on New Year's Eve? Of course it was me, bro. Otherwise, why would old Bai have called to inform you? Speaking of which, was I handsome? Was the engine of the 5th-generation fighter roaring? It was indeed quite roaring, even more so than my bulging muscles. By the way, there's something I forgot to ask. Fong Wen sat up. Brother Chang, did you meet the chief engineer of the national 5th-generation fighter project? You haven't told us about the situation at that time. Hearing this, Zhu Chang's mouth twitched a few times, and he glanced at Su Bai. Wow, you really can keep it in. Ahem. Actually, it was nothing special, pretty much like our grandfathers. I can't go into specifics, you know it involves state secrets. As a researcher at a scientific institute, Fong Wen naturally understood that it might involve state secrets. However, when he actually confirmed it, he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. It was such a pity that he couldn't meet such a scientific giant in person. Even just hearing his stories would do. He let out a long sigh. Hey Brother Chang, I'm really envious that you had the chance to meet the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter. You don't know, even the academician at our biology institute wants to meet this scientific luminary. What a pity even the old academician never got a chance to meet him. As for a common researcher like me, I don't know when I'll ever have the opportunity. Maybe I'll never have that hope in my lifetime. Li Guang put his hands behind his head, feeling a bit regretful. I was even thinking of hanging the chief engineer's photo in the gym. Looks like it's not going to happen. Zhu Chang looked at Su Bai and joked, Old Li, actually you could hang old Bai's photo in the gym. I think it would be just as effective as the chief engineer's photo. Don't you think so, old Bai? Su Bai turned over leisurely, looking like he had just woken up. Brother Chang, what did you just say? I fell asleep and didn't hear clearly. Li Guang explained. Brother Chang said putting your photo in my gym would be just as effective as the chief engineer's. Oh, I think that's possible. With my looks, if you put me there, it will definitely attract lots of girls. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to sleep. I've been too tired lately. Su Bai waved his hand and fell asleep leisurely. A gentle breeze blew and tree shadows swayed on his face. You're not the chief engineer of the national project. Why would I need your photo for a meal? Li Guang patted Su Bai's thigh. Better to hang a few photos of beautiful women's legs than a lecher like you. Zhu Chang smiled. Old Li, you'll regret this. Regret what? Li Guang laughed. What? Regret not putting this guy's photo at the bedside. Or regret that this kid isn't as handsome as me. Huh. Li Guang was stunned. Come over here and take a look. Isn't this guy old by much more handsome than before? Fang Wen couldn't be bothered. Have you been looking at too many girls and fallen for old Bai? Zhu Chang laughed heartily. Very likely, absolutely too likely. I've always thought this guy old Li is a gay. Those bulging muscles are a bit disgusting. Now he's saying old Bai has become handsome, which further confirms that he's a faggot. What are you talking nonsense about? Li Guang pulled the two. Just look for yourselves. Isn't this guy old Bai much more handsome than before? His skin is even better than mine. Zhu Chang and Fang Wen were stunned and studied Su Bai's face. Damn, it's so unfair. This guy has really become handsome. He's even more handsome than all of us. After the Spring Festival, the research department was quiet for a few days and then became busy again. In the new year, every scientific research unit had to submit their plans for the coming year and finalize the annual research funding. This allowed the National Finance Department to better manage the year's capital allocation. Old Su Jianguo Academy submitted the project plan for the new year. On the table, tea was steaming and Minister Chen poured tea for Su Jianguo. It was submitted yesterday. The aerospace project has been progressing steadily with no major changes in funding. Su Jianguo explained. Minister Chen savored the tea's aroma and let out a long sigh. I'm a bit missing that kid Xiao Bai. When he's free, have him come over more often to sit and strengthen our bond. Su Jianguo put down his teacup. Minister Chen, I'm afraid it's not just about sitting and chatting, is it? You're thinking of the tea that kid brews, aren't you? I'll have him come over when he has time. Minister Chen smiled and put down his teacup. I think we don't need to wait until he has time. I'll let him come tomorrow. It just so happens that Ran and others will also be coming over. There are some matters to settle. Su Jianguo looked thoughtful. Minister Chen, are you referring to this year's project funding for the Flight Design Institute? Hearing this, Minister Chen nodded and poured the remaining tea from the pot into his cup. The situation this year is a bit special. Xiao Bai mentioned earlier that there would be many projects, but the specific expenditure still needs to be listed. The possible research projects also need to be listed, otherwise the finance department will have a hard time if the funding suddenly increases several times. If we follow the previous year's management, the funding will definitely be insufficient. The budget quota will be released in a few days, so we need to settle it early. Su Jianguo nodded and pondered for a moment while holding his teacup. Understood. I'll have the kid come tomorrow. That kid spent the Spring Festival grilling skewers every night and basking in the sun in the yard during the day. He lives a more comfortable life than an old man like me. If he keeps this up, he might as well retire early and start his old age life. Ha ha ha. Minister Chen laughed heartily. That kid Xiao Bai is only 21. He's been exhausted recently, but it's good for him to unwind and relax. After the funding issue is settled, let the kid have a longer rest. Let him recuperate and relax. Su Jianguo shook his head. Once a person relaxes, it's hard to get them back on track. We've made big boasts last year. This year we must accomplish at least some of them. Su Jianguo let out a long sigh, worried. Ever since the 5th-generation fighter project started, I haven't seen that kid seriously enter the lab. I'm worried that his idleness during the new year might indicate some difficulties in the project. If the funding is approved but the tasks aren't completed, then. Old Su. Minister Chen put down the teapot and interrupted. Let's not talk about other things. Just the few projects Xiao Bai completed last year have already made tremendous contributions to the country. The manpower, materials, and financial resources saved are far more than this little bit of funding. Even if Xiao Bai encounters difficulties in research, it's perfectly normal. We need to have faith in him. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years, take it slow. You've gotten used to the express train, so now you're not used to the slow regular train, are you? Su Jianguo smiled. If you can go fast naturally, you want the fast train. Once you're used to it, going slow is indeed a bit uncomfortable. Alright, don't overthink it. Let the kid come over tomorrow. If he's really under pressure or has difficulties with the project, I'll talk to him. You can rest assured on that. Minister Chen smiled. Su Jianguo nodded. Then I'm relieved. You. Minister Chen laughed. The tea is getting cold, let's drink. As Su Jianguo was about to drink, Minister Chen suddenly remembered something. Old Su, there's one more thing I almost forgot. It's about the publicity for Xiao Bai. You know the current national situation is unstable. We need to give the people a great boost of confidence. The country plans to broadcast the flight footage of the 5th-generation fighter on the news. At the same time, we will release Su Bai's name. Of course, only his name. We will keep his identity details confidential. This will demonstrate our country's strong confidence from another angle and prevent incidents like the 105 military factory from happening again. What do you think about this? Hearing this, Su Jianguo pondered for a moment and expressed his inner concern. I'm worried about security. Will it? Old Su. Minister Chen said seriously, we can absolutely guarantee security. None of us want anything to happen to Xiao Bai. For the country I can die, but Xiao Bai must never come to harm. I swear on my life. Finally, Su Jianguo nodded and agreed to the plan. However, my agreement alone is not enough. You also need to convince Old Wu from the 105 military factory and in Rant's side. After all, Xiao Bai is also their student. Hearing this, Minister Chen nodded silently. I understand. I'll handle it tomorrow. The following morning, inside the research department's grand conference room alongside delegates from the 5 major design institutes, 2 uncommon middle-aged men had taken their seats. All eyes drifted involuntarily toward the strangers. Old Xiang, don't those 2 look faintly familiar? Does anything ring a bell? Lu Changsheng felt a vague sense of recognition toward the pair across the table, yet the memory eluded him. Xiang Tian stroked his chin in thought. They do look somewhat familiar. I could have sworn I've seen them before. Suddenly something clicked, and his eyes bulged in surprise. Old Lu, I've got it. Tell me, could that short-haired man be Director Long from the confidential department? Lu Changsheng's eyebrow twitched upward. He ransacked his memories for a moment, and then it came to him. Blimey, Old Xiang, it really is Director Long. Why on earth is he at a research department briefing? And if that's him, the other one can't be anyone ordinary. Ordinary? He's our benefactor. And Ran leaned in and whispered, You've likely never met the gentleman seated beside Director Long. He is Minister Qian, the head of the Ministry of Finance. We seldom interact with him, so it's only natural you don't know him. A collective gasp rippled through the room. The head of the confidential department and the Minister of Finance, both in attendance. The occasion was plainly momentous. Could something extraordinarily significant be afoot? As speculation buzzed among them, the heavy doors swung open and Director Chen entered with Su Jianguo and Wu Zhoumin. Everyone's here. Apologies for the delay. Let's begin. Director Chen took his seat with Su Bai and Su Jianguo beside him. I imagine you're unfamiliar with our 2 distinguished guests. Allow me to introduce them. On my left, Minister Qian of the Ministry of Finance. On my right, Director Long of the Confidential Department. Minister Qian and Director Long offered respectful nods to the assembled company. Both held deep reverence for the veteran researchers before them. Director Chen, we understand Minister Qian's presence speaks to funding matters. But Director Long's attendance, however. And Ran nodded toward Director Long in greeting. Might you enlighten us as to what's truly happening? Director Chen smiled. Very well. Let us proceed to the matter at hand. Our first item concerns this year's funding allocation for the 5 major design institutes. Minister Qian, perhaps you could give a brief overview. Minister Qian chuckled. Director Chen, this is your domain. You should be the one presenting. I'll simply observe from the sidelines. Then I shall offer a concise summary. Director Chen's gaze swept the room. The funding matter for the 5 design institutes this round is considerable. Minister Qian's office requires a brief presentation from the 5th Generation Aviation Design Institute along with next year's project roadmap. Xiao Bai, this will unfortunately require your involvement. You will need to spearhead the overall project plan. Su Bai gave a single nod. So this is our nation's youngest chief project engineer, Su Bai. Minister Qian remained reluctant to believe it, unable to reconcile the legendary name with the young man before him. Only after Director Chen confirmed it did he accept the reality. His words overflowed with praise. An extraordinary genius, truly unmatched in our era. After all these years in this position, I have never encountered a young mind so steeped in scientific brilliance. The expression unprecedented before unequaled after applies without exaggeration. It is the nation's good fortune. Indeed. Director Long nodded emphatically, his eyes shining with unmistakable approval. Though I had reviewed Xiao Bai's dossier before even I was taken aback the moment he walked in. He is astonishingly young, youthful beyond anything I expected. Achieving so much at such a tender age, unprecedented before unequaled after, is hardly hyperbole. Xiao Bai, rest assured I personally guarantee your safety. Nothing will go amiss. Minister Qian nodded and added, on security matters Director Long has never faltered. If there exists anyone in this country capable of providing absolute protection, I know of none other than Director Long, who would dare claim it. Director Long has executed no fewer than 1,000 national security missions without a single failure. He bears the title Dragon Gate God across the world, the guardian of the nation's thresholds. The Dragon Gate God, a formidable reputation. Su Bai nodded. I have no concerns about security within China. Director Long smiled. We have strayed from the topic. Let us return to the funding discussion. Old Qian, the floor is yours. Minister Qian nodded with a smile, fixing his gaze upon Su Bai with a sober expression. Shall I share your plans for this year? No excessive detail is required. Simply a broad outline of your project portfolio will suffice. We place our full confidence in your abilities. At that moment, every eye in the room settled upon Su Bai. System, inform the assembly that you have completed the development blueprints for the J-31 and KJ-500. Your reward, an analytical opportunity for the Y-20. Everyone in the conference room turned to look at Su Bai, eagerly anticipating next year's project plans. After all, Su Bai always managed to bring surprises their way. Perhaps there would be surprises this time as well. Su Bai's gaze swept around the room before settling on Minister Qian. Minister Qian, regarding next year's plans, we intend to complete research for 3 projects. Minister Qian nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, 3 national-level research projects would require a substantial amount of funding. He had come prepared for this. Xiaobai, tell us about your research plan, Minister Qian prompted. Su Bai nodded. Actually, the project plan is quite straightforward. For our first project of the new year, I plan to develop our own airborne early warning aircraft. I've named it KJ-500. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. With our J-20 and H-20 of our aerial combat capabilities have already reached the world's leading tier. However, in the area of early warning and defense, we still have a significant gap to close. Filling this void is indeed an urgent priority, and Ran remarked, glancing towards Su Bai. Xiaobai, regarding airborne early warning aircraft development, China currently has virtually no foundation in this field. We haven't even conducted the relevant basic research yet. Going from scratch to completion will likely require a considerable process, and the timeline may not be short. And the funding requirements would be staggering. Upon hearing this, the others frowned deeply. Building from nothing required every step to be taken methodically, and the necessary funding would multiply exponentially. I'm afraid the funding for the KJ-500 will exceed that of the J-20 by several times over, Xiang Tian murmured with a sigh. Minister Qian nodded. I'm well aware of that. Aren't the projects you've handled before all started from scratch? In terms of funding, I've scrimped and saved to secure what I could for you. Focus entirely on the projects. As long as I'm here, I'll ensure the funding is secured. I will never be the one holding you back when it comes to financial support. Hearing this, Minister Qian chuckled. Did you all hear that? Minister Qian is quite the local millionaire. If you have any requirements, just voice them. Funding won't be an issue. Minister Qian hurriedly interjected with a joking tone. Having money doesn't mean spending it recklessly. After all, even the wealthiest households can run out of surplus grain. Laughter filled the conference room, and the atmosphere became noticeably lighter. Xiaobai, Minister Qian added, deliberately worried Su Bai might misunderstand. As for your research, I, Old Qian, have great confidence. The funding will absolutely not fall short by a single cent. You can rest assured on this point. Su Bai smiled. Minister Qian, please don't worry. The research expenses for the KJ-500 won't exceed those of the J-20 fighter project. Moreover, it will be significantly less, so please don't feel too much pressure. Everyone was taken aback, and Minister Qian couldn't help but confirm, Xiaobai, I certainly don't want you to save money for me. Although our finances are tight, we must still push the projects forward. Don't worry about the money. Worried that Su Bai lacked experience with RD project funding, and Ran deliberately elaborated. Xiaobai, try to secure as much project funding as possible. During the RD process, many uncertain factors may arise. Appropriately increasing the research funding can cover expenditures outside the main project. Su Jianguo used the Academy of Sciences as an example. Xiaobai, take the Academy of Sciences for instance. The actual required funding is 10 units, but we usually apply for around 13 to cover some additional project expenses. However, Su Jianguo smiled, looking toward Minister Qian. However, Minister Qian's little trimming knife will appropriately cut 1 unit. So essentially our actual research funding could be about 20% higher, and applying for that shouldn't be a major issue. Minister Qian hurriedly explained, I wouldn't trim Xiaobai's funding. That's something we need to make clear. If you were to conduct projects like Xiaobai, I wouldn't cut your funding either. Hearing this, the veteran academicians present could only offer helpless, bitter smiles. We all wish we could conduct research projects like Xiaobai, but knowledge simply doesn't permit it. Actually, the KJ-500 doesn't require any RD funding. Su Bai's gaze swept around the room, which fell completely silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Bai. Xiaobai, what do you mean by that? Lu Changxing couldn't help but ask. Su Bai explained, actually for the first project, the KJ-500, I've already completed the design drawings. We simply need to utilize the existing research centers to build it. As for RD funding, it's completely unnecessary. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Su Bai continued, not just the first project. The second project is the same. The J-31 multi-purpose light 5th-generation fighter also has design drawings. In terms of funding, it can be similar to the 2 projects from last year. The conference room fell completely silent, as if one could hear a needle drop. Xiang Tian could even hear Lu Changxing's heartbeat and breathing beside him. Everyone looked at Su Bai in astonishment. Good heavens. We're here discussing RD funding issues, and you've just skipped this step entirely. Are your projects not going through the RD process at all? This is somewhat absurd. Minister Chen looked at Su Jianguo, wanting to scold him. This is what you call worrying about the projects failing. Good heavens. You nearly gave me a scare. 2 projects completed at once. Could one really do research while sleeping at home every day? Xiang Tian was even more excited, standing up. Xiaobai, what are you saying? The design drawings for these 2 projects are already done. Su Bai nodded with a sincere expression. Yes. Actually, they were completed before the new year. I was just a bit busy during the spring festival, so it got delayed. Su Jianguo, who was about to take a sip of tea nearby, nearly choked to death. Good heavens. So busy during the new year. Eating barbecue and sleeping every day, how terribly busy. Minister Chen's mouth twitched sharply a few times, casting a meaningful glance at Su Jianguo. He knew exactly what a bit busy meant. If he were to say it out loud, it would probably shatter everyone's morale in the room. Doing research while casually eating barbecue every day. How could anyone handle hearing that? The veterans from the 5 major design institutes all wore different highly expressive faces. They had clearly been quite shaken. From now on, I won't attend meetings with this kid. If my health weren't still decent, I'd probably end up in the hospital. Lu Changxing couldn't help but laugh aloud. It was partly a bitter smile, truly shaken, but also genuinely happy that the research projects were complete. 2 world-class fighter jet projects were pulled off by this kid, just like that. Damn it, even calling myself a genius makes me feel somewhat jealous. As soon as Lu Changxing finished speaking, laughter from Xiang Tian spread throughout the conference room. Genius. Old Lu who dares to call themselves a genius in front of this kid. That's simply picking a fight with oneself. This kid's brain is probably structured differently from ours. Eat, sleep, play, and just like that the research is done. In all my life, I've never seen anyone like this. Getting a bit shaken is perfectly normal. I've already given up long since gotten used to it. Hearing Xiang Tian's self-mockery, everyone burst into laughter. One by one they shook their heads with bitter smiles. Wasn't this also voicing their innermost thoughts? Su Bai's emergence hadn't just overshadowed everyone in the younger generation. Even the old-timers found their glory dimmed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that one person has captivated the researchers of an entire era. Task completed, obtained the opportunity to analyze the Y-20. The Y-20 only has 4 modules, lacking 1 compared to 5th-generation fighters. The weapons module is missing. After all, a world-class heavy transport aircraft is primarily meant for transportation. Its weapons equipment is merely the most basic standard. After all, large transport aircraft usually travel with bodyguards and escorts. They have no need to fight themselves. The real issue is that the big fat plane's thick hull would make it nearly invulnerable even if attacked. It's purely a target for punishment. Su Bai attempted to analyze the airframe design module of the Y-20. The system indicated that the analysis would take 7 days, making it the longest parsing duration recorded so far. Completing all 4 modules would require 28 days in total. Nearly a month's time, slightly on the slower side. If the senior academicians present were told that completing a cutting-edge project in 7 days still counts as slow, they would likely be driven to frustration. Su Bai gathered his thoughts and returned to the meeting. His gaze swept around the room. Everyone was still discussing the 2 projects. He gradually absorbed the information as well. Xiaobai, didn't you mention 3 projects? I'm quite curious about what the 3rd project is. Minister Qin smiled and glanced around the room. The first 2 projects have already been quite shocking. Could the 3rd project hold some unexpected surprises? Upon hearing this, everyone perked up their ears. Indeed, the best acts are typically reserved for last. What manner of grand revelation could be hidden? Xiang Tian, impatient by nature, couldn't wait for Su Bai to speak and asked directly. Xiaobai, do you have some great treasure concealed? Tell us quickly. I have steeled myself completely. No surprise, no matter how enormous, would make my brow twitch. Upon hearing Xiang Tian's words, the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Xiang, don't speak so confidently, though I'll be watching you closely. Exactly right. Claim you won't even frown, yet just moments ago you looked as though a heart attack was about to strike. Among all of us here, your mental fortitude is clearly the weakest. Enough, stop your bickering. Let Xiaobai finish his explanation. Su Bai offered the elderly gentleman a helpless smile. Ever since the breakthrough in their scientific research, these seniors seemed to have grown noticeably younger in spirit. They even knew how to crack jokes. Everyone. Upon Su Bai's words, the conference room fell silent, and all faces turned serious. They immediately shifted into meeting mode. The final project remains incomplete. It concerns the heavy transport aircraft project. The funding requirements for this endeavor may be considerably larger. Hearing this, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. At long last, here was an ordinary project. The fact that it remained unfinished meant these old fellows still had value to contribute. Su Jianguo pondered carefully before nodding. The fuselage of a heavy transport aircraft exceeds that of a standard fighter by more than tenfold. The financial investment would indeed be substantially greater. We can understand that. The other academicians also nodded, possessing some knowledge of heavy transport aircraft themselves. Xiaobai. Xiang Tian offered rare words of comfort. It's entirely normal for the project to remain unfinished given how little time has passed. You still have us old fellows alongside you. Together we shall complete it. Lu Changxing also nodded. The previous projects had excluded them entirely from participation. Upon finally hearing of an unfinished undertaking, they simply had to seize this opportunity to demonstrate their value. Otherwise, those from the 5 major design institutes might assume they could manage perfectly well without them. That would render them utterly useless, something they could never accept. Ahem. Lu Changxing cleared his throat to establish his presence. No single individual possesses unlimited strength. These old men like us still draw breath. There are many matters upon which we can provide assistance. Do not burden yourself with undue pressure. Minister Qian, I propose we request additional research funding for the heavy transport aircraft program. After all, it remains incomplete. Seeking additional resources is entirely reasonable. The other senior academicians quickly asserted their own presence, urging Minister Qian to allocate more research funds. Minister Qian appeared moved by the emotional appeal. Xiaobai, do not worry about funding matters. Whatever budget the heavy transport aircraft project requires, I will provide it. Consider it support from the Ministry of Finance. Upon hearing this, Minister Chen also offered his encouragement. Xiaobai, you have already performed admirably. Do not place excessive burdens upon your shoulders. Even if you were to cease all efforts at this moment, the nation remains deeply grateful for your contributions. Please set aside any sense of pressure. The project matters can unfold gradually. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing this, carrying themselves as seasoned veterans who had long understood the deeper truths, projecting the message that there was no need for concern. They were present to support him. Su Bai's lips twitched involuntarily. He explained, have you misunderstood something? When I said it was unfinished, I meant the blueprints have not yet been completed. Give me 1 month's time, and I should be able to deliver the Y-20 blueprints to you. Silence. An oppressive stillness fell over the room. Everyone's faces flushed with embarrassment as they realized the magnitude of their misjudgment. This was a clear slap in the face. He considered completing blueprint design within a month as merely an incomplete milestone. Was he operating under some fundamentally flawed understanding of what incomplete means? Xiang Tian still refused to believe it and couldn't resist asking a question. But he quickly discovered it was entirely superfluous, nothing more than inviting further embarrassment. I see now why heaven sent Xiaobai into our midst. It's clear. He knows we're worn out and wants us to retire sooner rather than later. There's nothing left for us to do today. I suggest everyone return home to rest. Lu Chongqing managed a resigned smile. For the first 2 projects, your completion of the designs was understandable. A genius after all. Extraordinary abilities are to be expected. But claiming you can develop the Y-20 in a single month. Xiaobai, do you have no consideration for the rest of us? Perhaps consider the feelings of people like us old men once in a while. We too were once recognized as geniuses in our time. Yet comparing ourselves to you now, we're nothing but failures by contrast. It's truly disheartening. The others felt a similar sting of disappointment in their hearts. Enough with your complaints. As Xiaobai's grandfather, do you see me complaining? You'd be better off being practical. Once this meeting concludes, ask the young man to prepare tea for us. That would be far more worthwhile. Upon hearing that tea would be served, everyone's eyes brightened except for Ministers Long and 2 others. Elder Su's suggestion is sound. Oh, after the meeting, we must have tea. This time skip the green tea. I suggest using Minister Chen's Dahong Pao instead. Indeed, the Dahong Pao would surely have superior flavor. Minister Chen, what do you think? Minister Chen harbored considerable anticipation, yet maintained composure on the surface. Let us discuss this after the meeting concludes. Oh, we should focus on the proceedings first. Wait, Minister Chen, what is the meaning of this? Minister Qian expressed confusion. Why do you all become so animated at the mere mention of tea? What kind of tea could possibly be this remarkable? Minister Chen smiled enigmatically. You will understand shortly. The tea Xiaobai prepares cannot be found anywhere outside. You should stay behind and taste it together with us. Excellent. Minister Qian, clearly a fellow tea enthusiast, appeared thoroughly delighted at the prospect. Minister Long maintained an impassive expression. I will skip the tea. Oh, I am not particularly fond of it. Once the second matter is announced, I shall depart. The others exchanged knowing glances with Minister Long. Not fond of tea. Such claims were meaningless. Just wait until tea is served. See how quickly he changes his tune. Halfway through the meeting, the research funding was tentatively settled. Minister Chen proposed continuing the session over tea. In no time, the aroma of tea filled the conference room. Except for Minister Long, who wasn't particularly fond of tea, everyone else's eyes were nearly popping out. They had swallowed their saliva countless times. One would think they were about to feast on some rare delicacies. Is it really necessary for all of you to be this exaggerated? Minister Long chuckled. Minister Long, you might not understand, because you're unfamiliar with tea. Minister Qian was also a seasoned tea connoisseur, his eyes clouded with obsession, deeply drawn to the tea's fragrance. I never expected Xiaobai to possess such remarkable skill in brewing tea. Such an intense tea fragrance is simply unheard of. How on earth did he achieve this? Could it be the tea leaves themselves are extraordinary? Minister Chen, won't you explain it to us? Minister Chen burst into laughter. Qian, the tea leaves are merely a supplement. What truly sets Xiaobai apart is his brewing technique and his precise control over time and temperature. Not everyone can extract the essence from such fine tea leaves. Oh, Minister Qian couldn't help but cast another glance at Su by feeling compelled to reassess the legendary chief engineer of the national project before him. A 20-year-old youth who not only excelled in scientific research but also possessed extraordinary tea brewing skills. Such a vast domain span was truly rare. I must savor several cups later. Minister Qian, Lu Chongqing joked. You said a few cups. Don't come snatching from us later. Exactly. A few cups initially stated. Oh, anything beyond that is off the table. Xiang Tian joined in, as well, clearly eager to tease Minister Qian. Minister Qian smiled. Look at you all being so stingy, as if you've never tasted tea before. After sitting in the Ministry of Finance for so many years, I still have this much self-control. I won't compete with you for tea. I'll only drink 3 cups. If I take one more, you can call me out on it. All right, straightforward. You said it yourself, Minister Qian. Exactly 3 cups, got it. The others were also setting traps for Minister Qian, waiting to see how decisively they could prove him wrong. Many of them had fallen into the same trap before and had been similarly humiliated, the kind that truly stings. Since your tea is in such short supply here, then 1 cup will suffice for me, Minister Long said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing glances and smirked. 1 cup. If he doesn't drink an entire bucket later, he'll consider himself the loser. In no time, Su Bai had finished brewing the first pot of tea. The fragrance spread throughout the entire conference room, carrying the sweet scent of spring grass in the air. Fine tea, Minister Qian exclaimed approvingly. Xiao Bai, as our guest, could you pour me a cup first? Su Bai naturally didn't say much, proceeding to serve Minister Qian and Minister Long first. As he poured, everyone else craned their necks forward, as if stretching meters ahead, terrified that Su Bai would pour too much and leave none for later. Afterwards, Su Bai circled the conference room, filling every cup. Su Bai himself didn't particularly care for tea, but remembered that Minister Chun had mentioned preparing cola earlier, so he had specifically asked about it. He hadn't expected Minister Chun to actually have cola ready at both the conference room and the office, 2 places where Su Bai spent most of his time. When the others saw that Minister Chun had specially prepared cola for Su Bai, their envy was palpable. Despite these veterans having dedicated most of their lives to the country, not a single one had received such treatment. There was a trace of envy in everyone's eyes. Minister Chun, now that the tea is ready, I'll proceed with the rest of the agenda. Minister Long hadn't taken a single drink throughout the long meeting and was likely feeling thirsty, so he lifted his teacup for a small sip. But that very sip felt as though his very soul was carried away, transported into nature itself to wander freely within it. His spirit found profound relaxation. At this point, Minister Long couldn't give a single thought to the meeting. The tea fragrance was erupting across his taste buds, wave after wave, striking his neural pathways. He had never experienced anything so extraordinary. A single cup of tea could transport a person into the very scenery of nature. This was something out of mythological tales. Xiao Bai, could I have another cup? I drank too fast last time and didn't properly savor it. The others had long anticipated this outcome. Even those who didn't enjoy tea found themselves unable to resist the allure of Su Bai's brew. It was truly an extraordinary experience. Minister Long, you just said you'd only have 1 cup. We're keeping strict count. As a department head, you can't go back on your word in front of the younger generation. Minister Long isn't breaking his promise at all. 1 cup means 1 cup. He absolutely won't ask for a second, right, Minister Long? Minister Long. Good heavens. They were all waiting right here for this moment. These old academicians certainly have a wicked sense of humor. All right, as a department head, asking for 1 more cup isn't unreasonable, is it? Xiao Bai, what do you say? Uncle Long wants another cup from you. That's not excessive, right? Su Bai rose and refilled his cup. This time, Minister Long had learned his lesson. He carefully savored the lingering flavors of the tea, slowly absorbing the essence of nature. Old Long, now I'm beginning to look down on you. You promised to only drink 1 cup. How can you break your word right in front of everyone? It's just 1 cup of tea. No matter how delicious it is, we should still have the discipline to stop at 1. Minister Long completely ignored Minister Qian's lecture and asked Su Bai for another cup of tea. Old Qian, don't lecture me yet. Take a sip yourself and you'll understand what's going on. These old academicians are setting a trap for both of us. You still don't see it. Xiao Bai, another cup. Prompted by Minister Long's words, Minister Qian scanned the room, once more observing everyone's expressions. They all wore confident looks, eager to watch the spectacle unfold, and he could sense something was off. Minister Qian gazed at the crystal-clear tea before him, unable to resist his curiosity. Could this stuff really be addictive? Driven by curiosity, he lifted his teacup to his nose and inhaled. As an old tea practitioner with decades of experience, he would never allow himself to gulp it down in one go. That would be an insult to the tea itself and to the one who brewed it. The tea fragrance entered his nostrils like a roaming dragon, coiling through his nasal passages. An unprecedented sensory experience swept through his mind. How invigorating! If the fragrance alone was this magical, what could the actual tea possibly do? Minister Qian fought the urge to gulp it down, and instead took a slow, deliberate sip. The moment the tea touched his tongue, the entire world around him seemed to transform. Lush green trees surrounded him, birds and creatures sang in harmony, and tea leaves brushed against his face, releasing subtle traces of clean, fragrant tea. Minister Qian's eyes bulged as he pointed at the tea in his cup, utterly astounded by what appeared to be an ordinary brew. What kind of tea leaves are these? The tea they produce is genuinely miraculous. It was as if someone had been drawn into the very embrace of nature itself. Truly extraordinary. This can hardly be classified as ordinary tea anymore. Xiao Bai, I'll have another cup too. Tell me what kind of tea leaves these are. Su Bai rose and poured him a full cup, the fragrance rising to meet him once more. At this moment, Minister Qian forgot all about the dignity of a seasoned tea connoisseur and downed it in one gulp. The tea rested in his mouth, its fragrance traveling down his throat into his stomach. In that single instant, his entire digestive system felt as though it had been thoroughly cleansed. His body felt remarkably light and relaxed. This is truly magical. Su Bai smiled. It's just Minister Qin's Da Hong Pao, nothing special. Su Bai's tea had deeply captivated everyone present. Minister Qin and Minister Long had long forgotten what they had previously said, drinking cup after cup. He even snatched the tea from Minister Qin's hand. Lao Qian, that's going a bit too far. Look at yourself, how many cups have you had? Your belly has grown a whole circle, and you still have the nerve to snatch my tea. Facing Minister Qin's reproach, Minister Qin pretended not to hear. Lao Qian, what's wrong with drinking your cup of tea? For all these years when you applied for funds from me, did I ever blink? Drinking your cup of tea and you're being this stingy, so miserly. This. For a moment Minister Chen was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. From then on he could only be careful himself, fearing his tea would be snatched away again. This drinking session lasted half an hour. The two water delivery personnel outside the main gate were completely bewildered. In just half an hour, no less than 8 large barrels of water had been delivered inside. 1 barrel per person should have been more than enough. Besides, could they even drink that much? Someone bring another barrel of water in. Minister Qin simply instructed those outside the door, then hurried back to his seat, worried about missing even a few sips of tea. Lao Wu, what's happening in there? This is already the 9th barrel of water. If they keep drinking like this, something bad might happen. Lao Wu's research personnel were somewhat confused. Having prepared for no fewer than hundreds of meetings in the research department, he was considered an experienced veteran here. Yet he had never seen such a shocking scene. Lao Li, should we continue delivering water inside? All water going in and none coming out, aren't you afraid it'll explode? Lao Li's mouth twitched fiercely several times. At this rate, there was an 80% chance it would explode. Alright, let's stop talking and just focus on delivering the water. We can't control anything else anyway. The 9th barrel of water was quickly delivered inside, and thankfully no more water was requested afterward. Only then did Lao Li and Lao Wu finally breathe a sigh of relief. The scene in the conference room was somewhat unusual. The elderly academicians were each leaning back half in their chairs, unfastening their belts to loosen their pants and relieve some of the pressure on their bellies. Everyone present except Su Bai felt as though half a barrel of water had been poured into their stomachs, and none of them wanted to move at all. Minister Qian was particularly exaggerated, having drunk himself completely full. One after another they kept letting out burps, and anyone who didn't know better would have thought they had overate. The scene was somewhat awkward. Let's continue with our previous topic. Minister Long was leaning back half in his chair. Not that he didn't want to sit up straight, but his belly was so uncomfortable that any movement made the water slosh inside. Before we begin the topic, let me ask one last question. You've all had your fill, right? No one wants tea halfway through, I hope. Everyone almost instinctively shook their heads. What a joke. If they kept drinking, they would literally explode. At that point, they wouldn't even be able to tell whether what came out was water or worse. Minister Long nodded upon receiving their affirmative response. Then let me begin. Burp. The unexpected burp triggered a chain reaction, and the others couldn't help but burp as well. If people outside knew about this, their eyeballs might pop out from shock. It was unheard of for esteemed academicians who normally maintain such dignified reputations to behave in such a manner. Minister Long, I have a small suggestion. Xiang Tian let out another burp. Can you please stop burping while speaking? It's making it a bit difficult for us to control ourselves. The others gave Minister Long an awkward smile. The atmosphere was slightly tense. Minister Long also managed an embarrassed laugh. How am I supposed to hold it in? I've drunk so much water, isn't it normal to burp? Alright, it's getting late. Let's finalize the meeting content. Minister Long straightened his posture, his gaze sweeping around the room. The others also sat up straight. As funny as the situation was, the meeting still needed to be taken seriously. What I'm here for today is just one matter. Minister Long said solemnly, the international situation has not been very stable in recent years. To boost the public's confidence in the country, the state plans to announce Su Bai's identity to the outside world. Of course, only the name will be revealed so that our people will no longer speculate about whether this person truly exists. This would also serve as a reassuring pill for our citizens, letting them know how powerful our country has become. Does everyone have any opinions on this matter? You can speak up now. I will explain everything to each of you one by one. As he spoke, Minister Long deliberately glanced at Su Jianguo and Su Bai. Regarding this matter, we have already obtained the consent of academicians Su and Xiao Bai in advance. This meeting is mainly to ask for your opinions, any concerns, and thoughts you may have. Regarding what Minister Long proposed, the others frowned tightly, seeming somewhat surprised that such a decision would be made. But upon careful consideration, for so many years Rabbit Country had not been among the world's top in terms of technology. The citizens indeed lacked confidence in this regard. If Su Bai's achievements could be made public, the benefits would create a chain reaction, greatly inspiring all aspects of the country. It was indeed a good thing. However, everything has two sides, and even without exposing Su Bai's true identity, there might still be certain risks. Once something truly went wrong, the consequences would absolutely be far greater than the immediate benefits. The several academicians had to think carefully before making a decision. Seeing that no one was speaking and Ran had to take the lead. Minister Long, actually Xiao Bai, and old Su have both agreed to this matter. Originally we didn't have much say in the matter. But since you're asking about our concerns, there is only one. What can you offer to guarantee Xiao Bai's personal safety? Once something happens to him, the consequences will absolutely be unprecedentedly huge. It will truly deeply affect the country's development for the next 50 or even 70 years. Such a significant impact means neither you nor I can make a decision lightly, otherwise we could become enemies of the state. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, clearly approving of these words. As senior scientific researchers, they were particularly sensitive about exposure of identity. That meant there could be life-threatening danger at any time. In the past, such incidents had not been uncommon. Minister Long, Minister Chen, Minister Qian. Xiang Tian was serious for once. I very much disagree with this proposal in my heart. If you're asking for my opinion, then I am against it. We will not joke around with Xiao Bai's life. I also disagree. Lu Chongqing said calmly, this is a bold and risky plan. The risk coefficient is too high. I also disagree. Xiao Mu and Yiming also expressed their disagreement. The scene fell into an awkward moment. Minister Long sighed deeply. He had anticipated this situation in his plans, just not complete opposition. His judgment about Su Bai's position in the hearts of the elderly academicians had been underestimated. Everyone. Minister Long stood up to express his determination. Elderly academicians, I can guarantee to everyone here. I will even sign a military order. If the slightest thing happens to Xiao Bai within the country, I can pay with my own life for this. Please believe me, we can absolutely guarantee Xiao Bai's safety. After hearing this, and Ran and the others' expressions softened somewhat, but they still harbored doubts. At this moment, Su Bai stood up and looked around at everyone. Everyone, I think this matter can go ahead. Regarding safety, I trust Minister Long and trust the country even more. I also ask everyone to believe in the country as I do. But security issues could arise at any moment. If something happens, we and Ran would never allow Su Bai to be exposed to danger, not even a little. Not only because Su Bai was a special existence to the nation, but also because after spending time together she had come to regard him as her own grandson. She was not alone, and the other academicians felt the same. How could any elder bear to see their child in even the slightest danger? Even if the risk was minimized, it was still unacceptable. Is there truly no better plan from the Dragon Department? Lu Chongqing fundamentally disagreed with the proposal, deeming it too reckless. Longbu shook his head. If there were another way, he would not resort to this. Nothing could inspire the nation more than revealing Su Bai's identity. The impact would be profound. Everyone, Longbu said solemnly, trust me, trust the secrecy department. We can absolutely guarantee Xiao Bai's safety. To this end, we have devised a series of plans. Xiao Bai's identity information has been encrypted at the highest level. Only those at the ministerial level and above can access the relevant data. Even if the name is exposed, no one will know it is academician Su's grandson. Because on the surface, everything is too coincidental and unreasonable. In fact, this also provides good protection for Xiao Bai. The senior academician's brows relaxed slightly. From a side perspective, there was indeed a certain degree of obfuscation. After all, Su Bai's age itself was deceptive. Even if the truth were told, few would believe that a 20-year-old youth was a national engineering academician. Long, but we understand what you're saying. And Ran sighed, looking towards Su Jianguo. Old Su, do you really agree? Aren't you afraid Xiao Bai might encounter danger? What use is fear? Su Jianguo reminded, don't forget we were always in danger back then. And we still survived conducting scientific research for the country. Fear and worry are useless, we need to grow stronger. This opportunity, though a bit risky, will bring immense benefits to the nation. Our country's influence in the world will also be greatly enhanced. Besides, Xiao Bai himself agreed to the plan. Everyone's gaze shifted to Su Bai, who nodded firmly, expressing his determination. Are you kidding? If he could be killed within the country, what safety would there be? Besides, by the time foreign intelligence truly verified his identity, it would be years later. By then he would have built the Optimus Prime robot. What was there to fear from assassinations? System, fight back. If you're not convinced, come at me if you dare. Do you think the system is just for show? Firmly agree with the plan. Mental strength 1. Whoa, the system had quite a temper. With that assurance from the system, Su Bai felt more confident. There was no one in the world who could beat the system. Xiao Bai, are you really sure? Think it over again. And Ran still couldn't help worrying, hoping Su Bai would refuse the plan. Steady scientific research, and when the country grew stronger, there would be no need to worry. Su Bai was silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the room. Everyone, I have a question. Even when we become stronger in the future, won't assassination attempts still exist? No matter when these underhanded moves are inevitable. In fact, Longbu has already explained to me the reason for releasing part of the information. It involves certain national strategic games. Some things must be done. I trust that Longbu can guarantee my safety. If I can be assassinated within our own research facility, then nowhere is safe. Su Bai paused, his eyes falling on the senior academicians from the 5 major design institutes. Their expressions revealed their concern for him. Everyone, I believe our country is the safest place. As long as I stand on this land, I have no worries about security. Please trust Long Bu and trust the nation. The meeting room fell silent. The senior academician's worry turned into relief, and they nodded with smiles. They had walked the same path before. If they were always timid, how could they achieve great things? The meeting concluded with the decision to announce the news on the Lantern Festival. Meanwhile, due to the immense scale of the Y-20 project, the 5 major design institutes and all their researchers would simultaneously complete 3 major projects. Lantern Festival. In the Rabbit Country, it was customary to eat glutinous rice balls on the Lantern Festival. In the evening, people would light red candles at their doorsteps, symbolizing festivity. The new year only truly ended after the Lantern Festival. Su Bai planned to spend the Lantern Festival with his family to make up for the regret of New Year's Eve. Xiao Bai, you're not young anymore. Don't you think it's time to find a girlfriend? Lu Hongmei and Su Lu were busy preparing dinner in the kitchen while the family gathered in the living room watching the news. Amid the chatter, the topic of Su Bai's marriage came up. At 21, he was about the age to marry. Yes, little brother, you're at marrying age. If you don't have any leads, your third sister can introduce you to some. Instead of charging you 998, I'll only take 199. How about that? Su Bai was not going to passively accept the marriage pressure. He poked his head into the kitchen, grinning cheekily. Mom, you've got the wrong target. Look, third sister is a year and a half older than me. Shouldn't you be finding her a husband first? Coincidentally, a few of my buddies are also single. If third sister doesn't mind them being younger, she can pick one from them. Since we're siblings, I won't charge 199. I'll even throw in a freebie. What do you think? You're asking for it. A glutinous rice ball flew towards Su Bai, who dodged it nimbly. Su Lu didn't want to be nagged by her mother about marriage, so she immediately began to sow discord to divert the fire. Mom, don't be fooled by little brother. He's clearly changing the subject. Mom, actually, there's something I've never told you. Su Lu shot a wary glance at Su Bai and whispered in Lu Hongmei's ear. Lu Hongmei looked visibly shocked. What did you say? Xiao Bai has a girlfriend. Why didn't I know about this? What does she look like? Is she pretty? Her exclamation startled the whole family, and Su Changlong came scurrying over. A smile crinkled the corners of his eyes as he patted Su Bai on the shoulder. Kid, you've been hiding it well. You have a girlfriend, and we didn't even know. Where is she from? What does she look like? Let me tell you, as men, when we choose a wife, we look at character, not anything else. Of course, it's also fine if she's as beautiful as your mother. Isn't that right, my dear wife? Lu Hongmei's smile was so wide that even an AK couldn't suppress it, and the kitchen was filled with the scent of love. All right, stop talking nonsense in front of the kids. The dishes are ready, you'll call your father to eat. Got it. Su Changlong happily hurried to the living room only to return dejected, complaining to Lu Hongmei about his grievances. Honey, is your husband really that useless? After the meal preparations were done, Su Bai and Su Lu carried the dishes out, while Lu Hongmei quickly comforted her husband. What's the matter? Lu Hongmei stealthily glanced at Su Jianguo, who was squatting in the living room watching TV with a cup of tea Su Bai had brewed beside him. What happened? Did the old man scold you again? Su Changlong nodded with a wronged expression. He said all I think about is eating and told me to learn from Xiao Bai. The key is that this kid eats even more than I do, barbecue or roast duck every night. But the old man never says a word to him, and he tells me to learn from him. Since when does a father learn from his son? And what am I supposed to learn from him? Learn to eat barbecue and roast duck. That's still eating. Lu Hongmei patted his shoulder. This man, who had been toughened by years of military service, now looked like a wronged child. All right, stop it. Don't you understand the generational gap? Old man, come over for dinner. Don't go looking for a scolding, or even I won't be able to help you. Upon hearing this, Su Changlong performed a perfect face switch. His smile stretched all the way to his ears as he walked toward his father, intending to foster some father-son bonding. Dad, today we're finally having a family dinner together. How about I have a few drinks with you? Su Jianguo glanced at his son and pointed to the seat opposite him. You sit over there. Su Changlong's brain short-circuited. Sit over there? Is this still my father? He looked at Su Bai and performed another face switch, his smile radiant. Xiao Bai, come sit next to Grandpa and have tea with him. Su Changlong, still standing nearby, felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. Good heavens. Was this the so-called generational gap? He should have shot that kid against the wall back then. At the dining table, the family was discussing Su Bai's girlfriend. Everyone was curious except for Su Jianguo, who shared a knowing smile and continued eating in silence. There was no need to guess. It had to be the Lung family's granddaughter. Commander Lung had personally called the research department on Su Bai's behalf. At that time, there had been an obvious connection between them. Something significant was indeed happening. Mom, we are only boyfriend and girlfriend. Why does it sound like we are getting married immediately? That is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Su Bai cast a desperate glance toward his grandfather. Su Jianguo smiled and set down his chopsticks. Let this matter rest here. I know a bit more about that girl Lung Yu. Young people should handle their own affairs. What are you meddling for? Taking the opportunity, Su Jianguo dispatched Su Lu. Go turn up the television volume. I want to hear the news. Su Lu desperately wanted to continue her gossip, but she dared not disobey her grandfather. Everyone in the family held their grandfather in the deepest respect, not merely because he had devoted most of his life to the nation, Grandpa, is there some major news today? Su Lu returned to her seat, eager to probe for details. Su Jianguo cast a meaningful look at Su Bai. You are a clever girl. There truly is news. By now it should be time for the broadcast. The moment he finished speaking, a special news report echoed from the television. Breaking special news: the National Research Department has released its latest scientific statement. Our country has completed the development of fifth-generation top-tier fighter aircraft, and we expect to advance 3 such projects simultaneously this year. We have also publicly announced that Su Bai serves as the chief engineer overseeing 5 major projects. Let us send our heartfelt blessings to these researchers who have silently dedicated themselves to the nation. We will now continue with related news coverage. The television continued broadcasting, but the family at the dining table fell utterly silent, as though one could hear a needle drop. Except for Su Jianguo, the other 3 stared in shock at Su Bai. Their minds went blank. Wife, did you hear that name on the television? Su Changlong swallowed hard. Was it speaking about our son's name? Lu Hongmei nodded instinctively, her voice trembling with shock. It sounds as though it was indeed speaking about our son's name. Lele, you heard it too right. Su Lu wondered whether her ears had deceived her. She deliberately glanced at Su Jianguo. Grandpa, did you hear that? The name is Su Bai, right? Su Jianguo smiled. You all heard it. Could you possibly be mistaken? The chief engineer of both the 5th-generation fighter and the previous projects is named Su Bai. The same name as our Su Bai. The silence stretched on for over 10 seconds before Su Lu clenched her fists and jumped to her feet in excitement. Holy crap, my little brother's name is exactly the same as the chief engineer's. No wonder Grandpa often takes you to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Is that the reason? Have you actually laid eyes on what the chief engineer looks like? Overwhelmed with excitement, Su Lu ran over and wildly shook Su Bai's head. Little brother, do you know that all sorts of rumors about the 5th-generation fighter's chief engineer have been running rampant at the company? Every manner of speculation is flying about, yet not a single person knows the truth. You happen to share the same name as the chief engineer. What incredible fate is this? Quick, tell third sister what the chief engineer actually looks like. Is he like Grandpa? Stirred by Su Li's imaginative speculation, Su Changlong and Lu Hongmei finally snapped back to reality. They let out a long breath of relief. That had been terrifying. For a fleeting moment, they had assumed their own son was the chief engineer. Looking back now, it was almost laughable. How old was Su Bai anyway? There was no way he could possibly be the chief engineer of a 5th-generation fighter. That would make him some kind of prodigy. Faced with Su Li's relentless questioning, Su Bai's lips twitched repeatedly. Third sister, do you know about the confidentiality regulations? I really cannot say anything about this, or I would be taken away. Su Lu turned to Su Jianguo, hoping her grandfather's status as an academician at the Chinese Academy of Sciences might allow him to reveal something. Grandpa, is it true? Could you perhaps share a little? A hint of amusement stirred within Su Jianguo. Lele, Grandpa will let you in on a secret, but you must not tell anyone outside. Su Lung nodded earnestly, believing she was about to receive reliable information. Beside her, Su Bai already understood what his grandfather intended, and he smiled while helplessly shaking his head. Third sister, your intelligence is truly lacking. I already mentioned the confidentiality regulations. Could I really speak freely? Su Changlong and Lu Hongmei also seemed to believe it, leaning in to listen with extreme seriousness. Su Bai did not know what to say about the scene before him, and simply continued eating his braised pork in silence. Grandpa is going to tell you something. Su Jianguo chuckled. Let me tell you, your little brother is actually the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter. It is true. You must believe me. Upon hearing this, Su Li's face filled with questions. Lu Hongmei and Su Changlong also wore identical bewildered expressions. Good heavens! Could this news possibly be any more absurd? Even claiming Su Bai was an alien would seem more credible. Su Lung pouted, thoroughly unimpressed, and returned to her seat. Grandpa, if you cannot say it, simply do not say it. Why tease people like this? If my little brother is the chief engineer of a 5th-generation fighter, then could I not study spacecraft? Su Jianguo threw his head back and laughed heartily. What I say is true. If you do not believe me, you may ask your little brother whether Grandpa is telling the truth. Su Bai also felt a ripple of amusement rising within him. Since Grandpa has already spoken, I will tell you then. Actually, I truly am the chief engineer of the 5th-generation fighter project, and I also developed several projects at the former 105 military factory. You must believe me. I am telling the truth. A man's words are worthless. If that were true, even a sow could climb a tree. Su Lu completely gave up, knowing that under the confidentiality regulations, she would learn nothing from either of them. Su Bai smiled. I tell you the truth, and you accuse me of lying. How tedious. Dad, Mom, you must believe me, right? Su Changlong offered an awkward smile. Believe you. I am your father, so of course I believe you. Lu Hongmei continued eating in silence. Xiao Bai, having dreams is a good thing. But to claim you are the chief engineer of a 5th-generation fighter, that would only happen if the Su family ancestral grave erupted with green smoke. Eat. Su Bai smiled and spread his hands. Grandpa, did you see that? They do not believe any of us. Su Jianguo chuckled. Then let us simply eat. They do not understand. Su Bai smiled. Eat, eat. Nothing in this world is more important than eating. Su Lu watched her little brother devouring his food with desperation and shook her head in exasperation. How could any girl possibly favor such a simple-minded boy? She would need an opportunity to have a proper conversation with him. Otherwise the sister-in-law she had already secured might slip away. At this thought Su Lu sighed deeply. Without her this family would surely come to ruin.